The battle between justice and evil has persisted for millennia. The old continent has fallen, while the five-colored evil dragons retreat to the new continent, barely surviving. Humanity has achieved a resounding victory, and the evil races scatter in disarray under the pointed swords of their conquerors. Across plains, mountains, seas, ice fields, deserts, plateaus, and forests, every place capable of bearing life is populated by humans. Even the swamps, where humans cannot naturally thrive, have diminished under humanity's relentless efforts to fill and cultivate these lands. In this moment of despair, within the dark marsh, a female black dragon has left behind 3 dragon eggs in her desperate flight, which slowly begin to hatch. Ace awakens from the darkness, confronting the terrifying reality of the human world. He strains every nerve to ensure his survival. With farming and military rigor, he employs every conceivable method to cultivate and enhance his combat power. Against his enemies, he cannot afford to be lenient. Genetic degradation and weakening resolve threaten to consume him. Centuries later, a shadowy expanse of black wings envelopes the world as millions of dark soldiers surge towards humanity. An empire of 10 million people and 3 million soldiers is left gasping for breath. Overwhelmed by a tide of monstrous armies, a millennium-old empire crumbles. Heroic statues turn to dust, and magnificent temples are reduced to ashes. Amidst the ruins, the world crowns Ace. Chapter 1. The difficult birth of a dragon in a harsh environment. In the pitch-black earthen cave, Ace struggles fiercely against the confines of his egg. Damn it, why is it so hard? He mutters resentfully. Having just been granted a second chance at life, he had imagined himself as a black dragon, free to indulge in his whims, seizing beautiful maidens from the human realm to serve him, or collecting vast fortunes to soothe his discontent. He envisioned a life of indulgence, occupying the pinnacle of the world. Yet, barely 3 seconds after awakening, the weight of inherited memories struck him like a barrage of slaps. The torturous realities of existence awaited him: skinning, dismemberment, and the refining of his very essence. As a reincarnated black dragon, he is destined to be subjected to the very torment he had hoped to escape. If this were not enough misfortune, the 5-color dragons have been expelled from the continent, and his black dragon mother fled shortly after laying their eggs. Their only support has vanished. Now, within the dark marsh, or perhaps the entire continent, only a handful of great dragons remain, and those few are likely fleeing as well, disappearing every few days. The thought of being a lone dragon facing the blade of an entire continent of humanity fills him with dread. Humans are merciless if they capture this newly hatched black dragon. He will surely endure unspeakable torment, becoming a prized trophy: his head, their spoils; his scales, their armor; his bones, weapons, and even his organs, possibly turned into a drink. In his previous life as an ordinary modern individual, he did not suffer such a fate. Now, transformed into a powerful dragon, he faces a grim reality that feels utterly unjust. Perhaps it would be better to remain an ordinary human. With a fierce determination in his eyes, he understands the truth. One must be driven to the brink to discover their true potential. He has reached that precipice. From the inherited memories passed down from his mother, he knows that on the outskirts of the dark marsh, 8 human lords are diligently reclaiming land, steadily encroaching upon the marsh's domain. A hatchling dragon. It would take him over a century to grow into a juvenile dragon capable of self-defense, even in an environment rich in sustenance. Without becoming a juvenile dragon, crossing through numerous human nations to reach the seas is nearly impossible. For dragons below juvenile status, their flight is limited barely a few hundred meters above ground. At such altitudes, humans are not blind. Even if half the population were visually impaired, the remaining half would still detect him. Soon, news would reach the legendary humans, and he would become a gruesome meal, suffering a tragic demise. Moreover, venturing overseas is fraught with peril. Humanity's survival instincts are remarkably robust, their desire for expansion insatiable. Can the icy wasteland deter them? Clearly not. A throng of Russians has demonstrated that the cold is merely a trifling matter. Can the desert halt them? Evidently, not. Caravans of merchants have shown that as long as there is profit to be made, they will brave any challenge. Can the ocean stop them? Absolutely not. A nearly extinct marine leviathan would vigorously disagree, lamenting its plight. The highlands, forests, and plains are mere gifts to humanity. Throughout history, the only terrain that has posed a challenge to humanity is the treacherous swamp. Infested with mosquitoes, parasites, crocodiles, pythons, poisonous flora, decaying bacteria, and plagues, the marsh exacts a heavy toll on human life. Thus, to survive, he must ensure that humans do not obliterate the marsh he currently inhabits. Ace rides within the confines of his egg, seeking leverage. His strength is feeble, and his mind, lost in thought, has drained considerable energy. To escape the shell, he must harness external force that he curls his body, positioning himself within the egg, pressing his dragon legs firmly against the shell. With a mighty effort, he thrusts his head forward. As for why he doesn't use his claws, it is because they're still soft and unformed, providing no utility. The hardest part of his body is his mighty dragon head. Crack! Snap! The sound of the shell fracturing resonates. Hearing this, Iceheart leaps with joy, invigorated, as he accelerates his efforts to break free. In the dark cavern, two female black dragons are locked in a standoff, baring their teeth and hissing at one another. They occasionally lash their tails in the mud, displaying their anger and strength. Just as they are about to engage in battle, ready to eliminate the skeletal-faced dragon opposite them, the sound of the egg cracking breaks the tension. Both dragons turn their gazes toward the remaining unhatched egg in the nest. Elena, do you think this hatchling is a male or a female? How about a wager? The female black dragon on the right, with a clever glint in her eye, suggests to the one on the left. Be silent, Eliza. Who do you think is your sister? You are the younger one, I am your elder. Elena retorts fiercely, unwilling to acknowledge the deceitful and unattractive creature before her as her sister. If not for the slight size difference and her current hunger sapping her strength, she would have subdued her long ago. Eliza narrows her bony eyes, her claws digging into the ground, wings slightly unfurled, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. So, you're unwilling to acknowledge me as your elder sister? My dear sister, Eliza exudes an overwhelming presence, her frame larger by a fifth compared to Elena, her body stronger as well. Moreover, she was born a mere 30 minutes earlier than her opponent, and her claws and dragon scales had fully hardened, rendering her combat prowess incomparable to that of a newly hatched dragonling. Elena gazed at her adversary's imposing physique, her heart racing with trepidation. Her own dragon scales and claws had yet to harden. Her claws could not breach her opponent's defenses, while the latter's claws could effortlessly rend her still vulnerable scales apart at any moment. In a confrontation, she would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Chapter 2. Absolute leadership. Though a sense of unease lingered in her heart, the indomitable spirit of the five-colored dragon firmly upheld Elena. It is worth noting that in matters of combat, sheer size does not guarantee victory. Wisdom, timing, experience, and a myriad of other factors can significantly influence the outcome of a confrontation. To truly determine who is stronger, a fierce battle must ensue. Confronted by Eliza's provocation, Elena did not hesitate to reveal her fangs, her dragon wings unfurling majestically, poised and formidable. Eliza, dear sister, you dare to challenge your elder? Today, I shall make it unequivocally clear who reigns supreme here. With a low growl, Elena's eyes gleamed with a murderous intent, fixating intently on Elena. Ace, striving forward with fervor, felt the encroaching light gradually illuminate his surroundings, clearing his vision. In the dim recesses of the cave, two small black dragons stood poised for conflict upon the damp cave floor. He felt a mix of bewilderment and elation. Bewilderment arose from his earlier belief that he was the sole dragon. As a fully grown dragon, one becomes a legendary being on this continent, naturally adhering to the laws of nature. The stronger one becomes as an adult, the slower the rate of reproduction. While a dragon may lay 3 to 5 eggs in a single spawning, the majority of those hatchlings are mere dragon beasts, with only 1 or 2 emerging as true dragons. This time, his black dragon mother had laid but 3 eggs. By all accounts, having 1 dragon was already considered fortunate. To his astonishment, all 3 eggs had hatched into genuine dragons, an unexpected windfall indeed. His elation stemmed from the realization that he no longer had to face the entire human world alone. He now had allies. Adult dragons, standing at the pinnacle of legend, possess immense size and an endless reservoir of magical knowledge passed down through generations, rendering their combat prowess far superior to that of their human counterparts. In truth, A five-colored dragon, as a dominant force of darkness, wields considerable strength. If humans engage without equipment, a single adult dragon can easily overpower a dozen legendary humans in direct combat. With the aid of extravagant equipment, some humans have managed to bridge the gap in battle capabilities to a level comparable to that of dragons. This is especially true for the affluent sorcerers, who have maximized their defensive and offensive capabilities. A single dragon poses a significant threat within the human realm, as its scales, bones, and soul, along with other organs, attract the attention of legendary humans. A moment's carelessness could lead to being overwhelmed by a coalition of foes. With two dragons, the legendary humans must carefully weigh their options. Dragons are incredibly long-lived. Should they fail to eliminate a dragon on the first strike, their escape would herald endless retribution. This vengeance does not cease with their death. Dragons will pursue their descendants and families, unrelenting in their quest for revenge. While the five-colored dragons may find themselves at a disadvantage against the overall human populace, an individual dragon holds a distinct advantage against a single family. This is not merely a matter of battle prowess. It is also a consequence of the dragon's lifespan, which far exceeds that of humans. The prolonged lifespan brings advantages that are nearly insurmountable. Human families cannot maintain eternal strength. They will inevitably decline, and once weakened, ordinary family members appear alarmingly fragile when facing a dragon endowed with legendary power. Emerging from the egg, Ace stood, damp and disoriented, within a nest woven from branches. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming urge to vocalize, instinctively opening his mouth to exclaim, "Ace, Rindle," and Tect. A series of shouts, replete with dozens of letters, successfully captured the attention of the two female black dragons. Elena glared at her newly hatched brother, who towered over her by nearly half a meter. As a male dragon, one of the combatants of the five-colored dragon clan, Ace was born considerably larger than the ordinary female dragons, now measuring 2 meters 8, with a wingspan reaching 5 meters. He was a formidable presence in the natural world, even without further growth. Elena seethed with anger. Why was it that both Ace and Eliza were larger than her? Despite being hatchlings from the same clutch, Eliza maintained a calm demeanor, recognizing that Ace's larger size was simply due to his male lineage, a fact well documented in their ancestral memories. Meeting the gazes of the two female black dragons, Ace's eyes, dark as night, yet tinged with crimson, boldly locked onto theirs. As a black dragon with memories of a past life, he regarded himself as possessing considerable intelligence. He understood the necessity of establishing absolute leadership over this nascent team. Their situation was precarious. The human realm's 8 expansion lords were encroaching upon their territory, compressing their living space. Internally, they faced significant threats, though these did not stem from beasts capable of jeopardizing their lives. The five-colored dragons, known as the dominators of the Dark Realm, possessed a notorious reputation among humans, yet held significant esteem within the societies of beasts and various monsters. Typically, monsters do not initiate attacks on dragonkind, even against hatchlings. In fact, in certain regions, monsters may even adopt a five-colored dragon hatchling as a means of protection against human threats. Safety was not a pressing concern. The expanse of the Dark Marsh is vast, and it would take humans at least a century or two to fully develop it. However, the most significant internal threat lay within the Dark Marsh itself, as its resources could not sustain 3 rapidly growing dragons. Although the Dark Marsh is rich in food and teems with dark races, it spans a considerable area. Yet, dragons require sustenance that equals their own weight every 3 days during their growth phase. At 2 meters 8 and approaching a ton in weight, Ace would need to consume nearly a ton of meat every 3 days to survive. Chapter 3. The enormous budget of tens of thousands of tons of meat. The female black dragons consume a considerable amount of sustenance within 3 days. They require no less than 0.7 tons of food each. Collectively, the 3 dragons would thus devour nearly 2.4 tons of meat in that same span. Extending this calculation, in a month of 30 days, their consumption would total 24 tons, culminating in an astounding 288 tons over the course of a year. The magnitude of this figure is staggering, especially considering this is merely their dietary requirement during their juvenile phase. The demands during their infancy would escalate by several multiples. The thought of his 3 dragons consuming tens of thousands of tons of meat annually left Ace feeling rather despondent. Such a voracious appetite cannot be sustained in the dark marshlands without agricultural endeavors. Even if the land were scoured and stripped bare, it would be impossible to procure such an abundance of sustenance. Therefore, for the sake of his own survival, he must secure absolute leadership of this little troop. Only he possesses the rationality to procure more food, rather than recklessly depleting a location before fleeing to another, as ordinary black dragons might do. Currently, there are no available territories on the continent for the three dragons to ravage. Following the defeat of the multicolored dragon clan, the wild regions inhabited by the dark races have been relentlessly developed and compressed by humanity. Many dark creatures have fled or perished, pushing their kind to the brink of extinction. Presently, the dark marsh represents the last bastion where the three black dragons can source sustenance to augment their strength. Destructive plundering is not an option. From this moment forth, I shall be your leader. You will heed my commands without question if I direct you east. You shall not venture west. Otherwise, Ace's imposing form loomed in the dim cave, his 5-meter wings stirring clouds of mist, while his skeletal visage radiated an aura of intimidation and unwavering authority. Roar! Roar! Two deep, resonant roars echoed, prompting Eliza and Elena to lower their skeletal heads, their spines bending like those of tigers, adopting a posture of readiness for battle. Ace measured an impressive 2.8 meters in length, while Elena stood at 2.3 meters, and Eliza was slightly larger at nearly 2.4 meters. It is imperative not to underestimate this seemingly trivial 5 centimeters. The growth in size does not equate to a mere doubling of one's stature. It is akin to comparing a sphere with a 1-meter diameter to one with a 2-meter diameter. The difference in volume is not merely doubled, but rather increased 8-fold. With Ace's length of 2.8 meters, the comparison to the two female dragons is akin to that of a robust man standing at 1.8 meters against two diminutive figures of merely 1.6 meters. Should Ace engage either of the young black dragons in direct combat, he could easily subdue them with a single swipe, enjoying an overwhelming advantage in strength and size. My dear brother, I advise you not to entertain fantasies of the unattainable. Otherwise, you shall find yourself kneeling here, drenched in blood, Elena proclaimed defiantly, her voice sharp and unyielding. Despite the undeniable disparity in strength, she would not concede. For she is Elena, destined to become the queen of the black dragons. Eliza stealthily approached Ace from behind, her sharp claws etching deep scratches upon a nearby stone. Beneath her razor-sharp fangs lay an insatiable thirst for blood. Ace narrowed his eyes, casually brushing aside the dried remnants of slime entangling him. You have brought this upon yourselves. With a thunderous roar, Ace charged toward Eliza, his massive form descending like a mountain upon her. His obsidian eyes glinted ominously in the darkness. Despite his substantial advantage, the composed Ace chose to target Eliza, who had been born several minutes prior and whose scales had fully hardened, making her a greater threat. He felt secure against Elena, whose scales had yet to fully develop, rendering her attacks little more than a mere tickle. By incapacitating Eliza first, he could then deal with Elena at his leisure. Eliza, undeterred by Ace's formidable advance, surged forward, her eyes glowing with a fierce determination. She refused to yield, especially against her own brother. Ace raised his claw, striking just before they made contact. The impact resonated with a dull thud as Eliza was sent hurtling against the earthen walls of the cave, her petite frame colliding with brutal force. Ace, sensing his advantage, charged again, lifting Eliza by her tail and flinging her towards Elena, sending the two young black dragons tumbling in a disarrayed heap. The disparity in combat prowess was glaringly evident as Ace, comparable to a robust man, easily overwhelmed the two smaller dragons. He felt confident that he could best several more of these female black dragons. With a powerful strike of his claw against the ground, the cave trembled momentarily beneath his might. An aura of authority radiated from Ace, compelling both Eliza and Elena to recoil several steps in trepidation. The gap in strength, size, and speed rendered them incapable of victory. Moreover, as the younger dragons continued to grow, Ace's defenses would only strengthen, and his claws would reveal their true power, leading to an even more devastating confrontation. Lowering her head, Eliza acknowledged Ace's supremacy amongst them. Although Elena harbored reluctance, she too felt the weight of the situation. With Eliza already submitting, she recognized the necessity of acquiescing to ensure a greater share of sustenance in the future. Under Ace's command, she knew she would not hesitate to endure a beating, Even if they ganged up against him, it would be futile. Thus, under the immense pressure, Elena too bowed her head in silent humiliation. Ace raised his head high, accepting the submission of his two sisters. As a level-headed and amiable dragon, he had no desire to engage in conflict, for they were, after all, his sisters. The reason they were not his elder siblings was straightforward. In the dragon kin, strength is the only determinant of hierarchy, not birth order. Since his claws were larger than those of the two female dragons, he assumed the role of the elder brother, while they remained his younger sisters. It is a rule dictated by nature itself. Chapter 4. The dark marsh. The sound of food being chewed echoed in the air. Ace clutched his eggshell, opening his gaping maw to devour it bite by bite. Having finally emerged from his shell, he had already fought with his two younger sisters, and his stomach was growling with hunger. He longed to immediately fill his belly with anything edible, bypassing the tedious process of chewing. Elena and Eliza, the two little black dragons, drooped their heads nearby, their eyes gleaming as they watched their gluttonous brother feast. Saliva pooled on the ground, their eyes brimming with desire for food. Yet, Ace was unwilling to share his eggshell with them. They had already consumed their own, and their bellies were at least partially satisfied. If they were truly starving, they would have had neither the energy to confront each other nor the patience to remain in the cave, but would have rushed into the tropical rainforest to gorge themselves. Finishing the last morsel of eggshell, Ace felt the fullness in his belly and stood upright, striding toward the cave's entrance. For a young dragon to grow at the swiftest pace, it was imperative to fill his belly daily. Otherwise, the journey to adulthood would be significantly prolonged. What could have taken 156 years could easily extend to 300 or 400 years in the absence of sustenance. Thus, to ensure his rapid growth and self-preservation, Ace would never allow his stomach to remain empty. Had he not seen his younger sisters still squatting inside, while he was out hunting for food? With a voice laden with sarcasm, he called out, "Roar." He did not wish to treat his sisters as a villain would. But the complexities of dragon kinship were difficult for humans to comprehend, especially in the case of the malevolent five-colored dragons. The five-colored dragons thrived on the law of the jungle, believing that strength dictated ownership. If one was stronger, then another's gold was theirs, and obedience was demanded. Otherwise, one would face a brutal beating. Among the five-colored dragons, many were powerful and enjoyed subjugating their kin, turning them into followers or slaves to serve their needs. Brutality, jealousy, cruelty, and bloodlust. Almost every trait of villainy could be found within them. In contrast, humans were taught that the older should care for the younger, that siblings should look after one another. If there was one aspect in which the five-colored dragons surpassed humans, it was their infrequent slaughter of their own kind. Unlike humans, who would kill anyone that obstructed their path, whether kin or stranger, the five-colored dragons showed a modicum of restraint. To command obedience from his two younger sisters, Ace knew he could not adopt a gentle demeanor. He had to be forceful, instilling a fear that would make them tremble at his presence. Where his word was law, one meant one, and two meant two. Awakened by Ace's mocking words, the two little black dragons cast him discontented glances. However, they were met with a gaze far more menacing than their own. A crimson glow flickered in the dim cave, like two stars radiating malevolence, casting an ominous aura that enveloped the two little black dragons. Eliza and Elena shivered, immediately rising to follow Ace. Their steps hurried. They dared not provoke this harbinger of doom. They still felt the lingering pain from the last beating they had received and had no desire to endure another. The dark marsh lay in the southeastern region of the continent, where 8 months of the year were marked by relentless rainfall. 33 rivers originated from this area, flowing across the continent. To the west stood the imposing Kalb's mountain range, known as the spine of the world, stretching endlessly, with an average height nearing 2,000 meters. It is the most renowned high-altitude region. Most mountain ranges on the continent are but its tributaries, and every race holds it in high esteem. For it was once the battleground between the dark races and humanity. To the north of the dark marsh lay the infamous 17 barbarian kingdoms, known for their iron and violence, the most impoverished human nations, possessing nothing but steel and brutality. During the winter months, they would often resort to raiding the borders of fellow human nations, a constant headache for the human world. To the east, however, lay the most prosperous region of the human realm, characterized by a temperate climate that was neither too hot nor excessively humid, with distinct seasons and abundant rivers. This area was home to the highest population and wealth, generating the majority of the human world's resources and food. Finally, to the south, one would find the vast expanses of grassland inhabited by nomadic tribes, spreading across an area of 90 million square kilometers, the largest prairie and desert region in the world. Countless nomadic tribes thrived here, often engaging in love and conflict, and producing the finest cavalry. They would frequently raid the northern human territories when faced with hardship. Thus, the Dark Marsh existed as an island surrounded by human civilization, not merely on three sides, but completely encircled. Westward, beyond the Kalb's mountains, lay numerous human nations. The Dark Marsh exemplified a tropical rainforest climate, with its myriad of marshy rivers and land masses resembling scattered islands. Of its expanse, 70% comprised swampy wetlands, while 30% was solid ground. In the depths of the Dark Marsh, countless tall, straight, green trees emerged from the waters, casting shadows over the sun. The murky yellow waters flowed chaotically beneath the trees. Banwan water pythons, withered wood poison frogs, armored crocodiles, and black mud leeches. All manner of lethal beasts and toxins lurked within the waters. Swarms of mosquitoes and venomous insects infested every corner of the air, while parasitic piranhas were abundant. Miasma and toxic fumes wafted through the winds. This was a realm forbidden to the living. Even powerful humans found their combat prowess diminished by 1 or 2 degrees upon entering, while ordinary people would be devoured by the myriad of monsters within half a day, reduced to mere bones. Ace, accompanied by his 2 little black dragons, roamed freely in this rainforest, a place of terror to humans but akin to a buffet for them. With one claw, he seized a carnivorous fish bristling with sharp teeth, swiftly eviscerating it to remove its innards. He opened his maw wide, greedily consuming it in its entirety. After washing his claws in the yellowish water, he glanced up at the sunlight filtering through the leaves above. Chapter 5. The tertiary food chain. Ace expressed that he was not yet satiated and could consume yet another ton. He minimized his presence, honing his predatory instincts, while casting furtive glances in search of prey. Before him, a herbivorous fish, measuring an entire meter in length, regarded the dark wooden post suspiciously. Its scales shimmered like polished gemstones, glistening with an exquisite sheen. Upon catching sight of the radiant scales, the fish was momentarily entranced, its eyes sparkling with wonder. After a futile attempt to nudge the post with its head, it remained utterly motionless. Growing impatient, the herbivorous fish opened its toothless maw and mimicked the ferocious bite of carnivorous fish. After a prolonged struggle, the scales became even more lustrous, yet the herbivorous fish, exhausted, floated belly up on the surface of the water. It was not deceased, merely fatigued, its tail still displaying signs of life. Ace, witnessing this blatant provocation from the herbivorous fish, felt the urge to erupt. His eyes twitched in agitation, barely containing his fury. However, he chose to exercise restraint for the sake of educating his 2 younger sisters. Although he often berated them and occasionally resorted to physical reprimands, it was all in the interest of their well-being. In this dire state of the continent, his sisters were far too naive, having inherited the notorious flaws of the 5-colored evil dragon. Gold coins beckoned to them, and anything that sparkled was deemed theirs. What if there was resistance? Naturally, they would eliminate any opposition, if left to their own devices. It would take no more than half a month for them to attract a throng of dragon-slaying warriors and a multitude of human armies. Without a firm hand to restrain them, their family would surely face ruin. In truth, Ace harbored deep concern for his 2 sisters. Presently, he was focused on teaching them. High in the trees, Eliana and Elisa lay sprawled across a sturdy branch, regarding their brother below with expressions akin to that of madmen. They observed him disdainfully as he neglected the abundant herbivorous prey in favor of attacking the carnivorous ones. What was he doing? Couldn't he feast on the herbivorous fish? Surely, they tasted delightful. Perhaps he had suffered nutritional deficiencies during his hatching, leading to a decline in his mental faculties. Eliana's sharp tongue did not relent. She truly could not comprehend her brother, who, despite the wealth of food available, chose to be selective. Why not indulge in the tender, melt-in-the-mouth herbivorous fish that were her personal favorite? Elisa concluded that he must be honing his hunting skills in preparation for future escapades. What a coward he was. What was there to fear from mere humans? Once she matured, she could single-handedly vanquish millions, with a mere breath capable of toppling their cities. Elisa regarded Ace with contempt, unflinchingly asserting her judgment. Eliana eagerly joined in, declaring him a coward who preyed on the weak, while cowering in the face of humanity. The 2 small black dragons grew increasingly animated, their words provoking Ace to the brink of madness. Ace felt his anger surging, wishing to soar into the skies and forcefully submerge his sisters in the muddy waters. Did they possess no foresight? As 3 dragons, they required 2 for tons of meat every 3 days, amounting to 24 tons per month, or 288 tons annually. This was merely the sustenance needed for their infancy. As they matured, this figure would exponentially rise to several thousand tons. Once they reached adolescence, they would need well over 100,000 tons of meat annually to avoid starvation. His current endeavor was to enhance the net yield of food in the dark marsh. He reasoned that a single carnivorous fish consumes a significant amount of meat daily, accumulating several hundred pounds annually, with some voracious ones consuming thousands. If he could eliminate all nearby carnivorous fish, their consumption would effectively belong to the dragons. In scientific terms, they aim to establish themselves as the apex of the food chain, dividing it into 3 tiers: plankton or vegetation, herbivorous fish, and the mighty dragons. It was that simple. As for other predators like crocodiles or carnivorous fish, they would be eradicated without hesitation. Upon formulating this plan, Ace could not help but commend his own cleverness for devising such a brilliant scheme. Unfortunately, his sisters seemed incapable of grasping his reasoning. Despite his explanations, they either stared blankly or gazed at him with bewilderment. What could he do? He felt utterly helpless. Thus, to demonstrate his resolve, he positioned himself in the marsh, disregarding the easily accessible herbivorous fish, and exerted tremendous effort against the more formidable carnivorous species. It was well known that carnivorous fish were considerably more challenging to subdue than their herbivorous counterparts. They were muscular and difficult to catch, often yielding a tough and unpalatable texture, some akin to stone. Yet, for the sake of their future, he had to endure this, as he could not constantly monitor his sisters. They were not puppets. They would not simply starve while he indulged in the finest offerings. If he did not set a precedent, they would pretend to comply but would inevitably feast on the carnivorous fish whenever he was out of sight. What could he do? In the murky waters, he could never truly ascertain what they consumed. Listening to their mocking jests above, he channeled his frustration. At that moment, a carnivorous fish, drawn by the scent of blood, cautiously approached. Ace's eyes glinted with determination, his tail slicing through the water like a powerful fin, propelling him forward. His gaping maw opened wide. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed, blood streaming from the corner of Ace's mouth. Chapter 6. The Whip of Thorny Pain. 4 hours later, Ace successfully captured 47 carnivorous fish of various sizes, satisfying his hunger. After replenishing his energy and reaching his peak condition, Ace, accompanied by his 2 younger sisters, began the search for vassals. The Dark Marsh, one of the last bastions of the dark races on the continent, teemed with goblins, dog-headed men, ogres, 2-headed eagles, frogmen, and various other dark creatures. As the leader of the dark races, Ace could not allow his subordinates to roam aimlessly without contributing to him. Most importantly, after 4 arduous hours of hunting, capturing those carnivorous fish was exceedingly tedious. He had no time to squander on food. Furthermore, he harbored serious doubts about his sister's dragon lineage. He suspected that despite his demonstrations of perseverance, personally enduring hunger to fish, they would likely indulge themselves without restraint. Thus, in pursuit of a stable food source, Ace resolved to reclaim a group of vassals tasked with capturing carnivorous fish for their sustenance. With a steady supply of food, his sisters would be less inclined to indulge in gluttony elsewhere. In the verdant marsh, Ace led the way, flanked by Elena and Eliza, forming a triangular formation as they advanced. The 3 dragons exuded an overwhelming aura, akin to introducing a shark among a school of catfish, creating chaos in their wake. Countless fish leaped frantically, fleeing at great speed, while crocodiles, alligators, insects, lizards, pythons, and venomous snakes were startled from their slumber. Observing the scene around him, Ace maintained an impassive expression, as if it were the natural order of things. As one of the apex beings in this world, the innate fear of dragons was etched into the genetic memory of nearly every species. Thus, the current situation elicited no surprise. The 3 young dragons rapidly advanced and soon arrived at a stretch of land jutting out above the marsh. Ace, where exactly are you leading us? I have no desire to witness your clumsy hunting antics again, Elena exclaimed, her claws splashing the water in irritation, her skeletal dragon visage radiating fury. Despite being from the same brood, Ace insisted on adopting an air of profundity, delivering a lengthy discourse filled with concepts she hardly comprehended, forbidding her from consuming the readily available herbivorous fish, insisting instead on the laborious pursuit of carnivorous ones. It was utterly ludicrous. After finally satisfying their hunger, he now sought to find more vassals. Did one truly need to seek vassals? Were they not already accustomed to finding themselves kneeling before the dragons upon waking from slumber? As noble dragons, it was inconceivable that they would expend effort seeking out vassals that were merely fodder. Ace regarded Elena with cold eyes, revealing his razor-sharp, blood-stained fangs. "May I interpret your words as a provocation, Elena?" He replied in a calm yet frigid tone, his eyes shimmering with a crimson light that stood out even in daylight. He understood Elena's perspective well. As one of the world's most formidable beings, it was rare for the chromatic dragons to actively seek out vassals. They typically awoke to find various vassals already awaiting them, proffering abundant offerings of food and glittering gold or silver coins at the entrance to their lairs. It was only when the offerings were deemed satisfactory that they would accept these beings as vassals. If the tributes did not meet the dragon's expectations, there was a 70% chance that the dragon would consume the would-be vassals. The remaining 30% might see the offerings accepted, only to have the supplicants cast out. In essence, dragons had never lacked for vassals. It was the dark creatures that pleaded and offered their entire wealth in hopes of becoming vassals. Now, Ace's initiative to seek out dark creatures to become their vassals indeed felt beneath his dignity, which explained Elena's biting sarcasm. However, reason and might often diverged, and in most cases, might prevailed. Ace's anger flashed in his eyes, and his imposing figure surged through the water towards Elena. Previously, he had toiled in the marsh to capture carnivorous fish to educate his younger sisters. Yet, they had mocked him, almost likening him to a simple-minded beast. With a belly full of fire, Elena's audacity to provoke him provided the perfect opportunity for his wrath to surface. Had he previously been too lenient? Or had his kindness led them to believe they could manipulate him? "Don't come any closer." Roar. "Help! Eliza, save me!" Elena cried out in panic. In a fit of rage, Ace unleashed a spell he had only recently mastered, the torturous thorn whip. "Is it your arrogance or my whip that fails to sting a dragon? How dare you provoke and contradict me? Today, I shall teach you the law of the evil dragon." And what is the law of the evil dragon? It is simply this: what is mine, and what is yours is also mine. You must heed my command. Ace swung the 3-meter-long torturous thorn whip, lashing it mercilessly against Elena. The sound of the whip cracking echoed through the air. Roar. Elena opened her mouth to bite at the whip, expressing her defiance. However, Ace wielded the whip with skillful precision, twisting it deftly to deliver another punishing blow. Realizing she could not remain stationary without facing further strikes, Elena, no fool, began to flee. "Who gives you the courage to run?" Ace declared, pursuing her without hesitation. Chapter 7. The Swamp Goblin Tribe. Eliza listened to the mournful wails of Elena behind her, and what initially appeared to be a fearsome dragon visage now revealed a semblance of trepidation. This was a perverse act. After all, he was supposed to be her brother. How could he resort to such brutality, wielding a whip? Eliza trembled, her mind recalling a previous conversation where Ace had ominously mentioned that if they dared to challenge his authority, he would suspend them from a tree and strike them for 3 days. Initially dismissing it as mere bravado, she was now confronted with the stark reality. Half an hour later, she glanced at her somewhat refreshed appearance, and Ace nodded in satisfaction within. Following this display of intimidation, Eliza should become more compliant. Among the 2 little black dragons, it was not Elena who troubled him most, but rather the cunning Eliza. Elena was merely a bit mischievous. With occasional reprimands and a sprinkle of encouragement, she would naturally heed his words. However, Eliza was different. From the moment of her birth, she exhibited extraordinary intelligence, inheriting the most cunning traits of the black dragon lineage, making her quite formidable. It is well known that intelligent beings are often difficult to control, and dragons are no exception. His concern was not merely her sharp wit, but rather that such wisdom might lead her to overestimate her capabilities, ultimately leading her to her own demise. Throughout the history of black dragons, many like Eliza, adept in deception, have fallen victim to human schemes, resulting in their demise. As one of the foremost dark races, black dragons have repeatedly led their kin into human territories, committing unspeakable atrocities and bringing nations to ruin. In their quest to confront these legendary behemoths, humanity has devised countless strategies targeting the dragon's unique traits, using them as bait or guiding them toward their objectives. In the current landscape, the chromatic dragons have retreated overseas, fragmented and disbanded, while the dark races are on the brink of extinction, thanks in no small part to humanity's meticulous research. Understanding one's adversary exposes their vulnerabilities, and targeting those weaknesses can prove fatal. As Ace stepped onto the land and gazed ahead, he beheld over 400 goblins kneeling upon the grass. At the forefront knelt an elderly goblin priest, Ronnie Stam, clad in tattered robes and wielding a broken staff. He reverently held forth an offering plate filled predominantly with copper coins, a smattering of silver coins, a couple of gold coins, and several glittering stones. The goblin priest, Ronnie Stam, felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears at the sight of the 3 true dragons before him. He had assumed that after their last devastating defeat, the Dark Race's leaders, the chromatic dragons, had fled entirely. His tribe, the goblins, faced the prospect of an impending twilight, awaiting extinction. To his astonishment, fortune had smiled upon them. Only moments ago, he had heard the roars of dragon hatchlings nearby. Overjoyed, he hastened to gather his people, eager to pledge their loyalty. Their luck was extraordinary. They had stumbled upon an alliance of 3 black dragons. It was as if they had been showered with magical stones from the heavens. 3 centuries prior, under the leadership of the chromatic dragons, the dark races held a significant advantage in the war against humanity. Dragons were rare, formidable apex predators, dominating the skies, land, and seas with unmatched prowess. Even with various magical armaments, humans struggled to engage dragons on equal footing. Despite numerical superiority, they often found themselves bested by these mighty beasts. Regrettably, most evil dragons were solitary, akin to kings who refused to bow to anyone, lacking unity. Only in the face of dire threats would they begrudgingly band together. Thus, over 300 years ago, humanity altered its strategy to one of distant alliances and local assaults. They sought to placate the distant dragons with gold while concentrating their elite forces to execute decisive strikes against those in closer proximity. Under this new approach, nearly half of the chromatic dragons fell to human blades. When the remaining dragons realized the peril and attempted to unite, humanity had already leveraged the corpses of their fallen kin to cultivate numerous legends and create powerful artifacts, dramatically enhancing their capabilities. As the conflict progressed, the dark races found themselves at a significant disadvantage. Humanity steadily tightened its grip, encroaching upon the territories of the chromatic dragons and instigating discord among them, ensuring that none dared to fight to the death in the final confrontation, ultimately securing victory. Had the dragons united and fought valiantly, the outcome would have undoubtedly favored them. Alas, most dragons were selfish, preferring to let others perish while they reaped the rewards. Most esteemed black dragon, we, the swamp goblin tribe, humbly beseech to become your vassals, offering all our possessions. We vow to uphold the ancient dragon blood oath, honoring you as our master, never to betray you. With all his strength, the goblin priest Ronnie Stam raised the offering plate high, bowing his head in a humble plea reminiscent of his ancestors. Ace approached the goblin priest Ronnie Stam, swiftly claiming his first treasure as a dragon. Observing the meager collection of silver and gold coins, Ace felt a surge of joy akin to a cat's delight. Nearly grinning from ear to ear, gazing at the still respectful goblin priest Ronnie Stam and the multitude of goblins behind him with hopeful eyes, Ace waved a claw nonchalantly and declared, "From this moment forth, you shall be my vassals." Indeed, the process of claiming vassals was wonderfully casual for a dragon. Ace was merely emulating the actions of the black dragons from the memories he had inherited. Chapter 8. The Legacy of Knowledge. The mutual benefit of dragons and dark races. The goblin priest, Ronnie Stam, was brimming with joy as he exclaimed, "Your Majesty, we are immensely grateful for your protection and generosity. Under the favor of fate, our goblin clan has once again bowed before the might of dragons. The days of oppression and slaughter by humans are now behind us, and the time for vengeance is nigh. Your Majesty, please follow me." Ronnie Stam dutifully led Ace to the heart of the swamp goblin tribe. It soon became evident that, under the guidance of Priest Stam, this goblin tribe had not entirely severed its lineage. The relationship between the dark races and dragons was not merely one of unilateral benefit. It was a symbiotic alliance. Within the dragon's mind resided an inexhaustible reservoir of ancestral memories, encompassing a wealth of knowledge from the dawn of their kind to the present. For instance, The goblins possessed a lineage of memories that included everything from the most rudimentary goblin warriors to the esteemed goblin kings and sages, akin to legendary figures. In addition to these ascendant legacies, the dragons possessed an abundance of crafts: the forging of armor, weaponry, the inscription of runes, and the concoction of magical potions. Among other skills, dragons, often characterized by their languorous disposition, were inclined to impart these teachings to their subordinates through the transmission of souls, hoping to garner greater wealth and utility from their followers. It is crucial to recognize that any of these legacies or skills, when placed in the realm of humanity, would be worth a fortune. From the most ordinary to the most extraordinary, the knowledge could yield immense benefits, even if humans were unable to cultivate it directly. Some astute individuals might even merge their bloodlines with goblins to achieve legendary heights in their own right. Knowledge, regardless of the world or era, is an invaluable treasure, often surpassing even gold in worth. In many instances, one could not exchange 1,000 tons of gold for a single piece of knowledge. The dark races knelt so readily because they understood that a swift submission could secure knowledge worth millions of gold coins, enabling their kin to ascend to new heights. Who would not kneel for such a boon? These dark races were impoverished, their entire clans worth barely reaching a few tens of thousands of gold coins. Yet, upon kneeling before a true dragon, they could gain everything. Most importantly, the dragons were too indolent to teach word by word. They preferred to impart knowledge directly into their subordinates' minds, thus eliminating the need for arduous study. With so many advantages at their disposal, it is no wonder that various dark races sought the favor of dragons. The chromatic dragon, as the dominant force in the realm of darkness, rightfully commanded respect. A being that merely exploited its minions could never earn their true loyalty. Even the mightiest could face betrayal if they became too tyrannical. History has shown that only those leaders who bring genuine benefits to their followers can attain their unwavering support. The stone hall was modest, measuring 10 meters in length and 7 in width, constructed of earth and stone, with only a single chamber, quite unadorned. At the hall's apex stood a throne carved from stone. Ace approached without hesitation and reclined upon it, turning to face his companions, Eliza and Elena, who, having learned from past lessons, stood respectfully at either side, enhancing the grandeur of the scene. Uncertain whether it was the overwhelming aura of the dragon or the instinctive response it provoked among the goblins, they arranged themselves in an orderly formation, akin to ministers of a human empire, entering with reverence and humility. Your Majesty, your arrival is as if a sun has risen in the eternal night. A general among a defeated army. Currently, the dark marsh is leaderless, with myriad monsters scattered like chaff, as the flesh on a platter is devoured by various human factions. Should you roar through the forest, signifying the wrath of the dragons, countless champions will hasten to your side, and your wealth and influence will expand rapidly. In just a few years, the entire dark marsh will bow before you. After the initial excitement, Roni Stam's mind raced with possibilities, and he spoke with fervor. He could hardly contain his anticipation. In the previous confrontation, his tribe boasted 30,000 ordinary goblins, 3,000 goblin warriors, 100 goblin heroes, and 7 goblin nobles. Even among the dark races, they were formidable, yet they were utterly vanquished in battle. Of tens of thousands of goblins, fewer than 1 in 10 survived. While the goblin warriors suffered devastating losses, and all goblin heroes and nobles perished, the tribe was nearly extinguished, and he alone had survived. Having been assigned to care for the goblin young, the pain of loss burned within him. His father, grandfather, and uncles were all gone, leaving him, a solitary goblin, to endure the relentless pursuit of humans, eventually finding refuge in the dark marsh with the surviving young. The hardships and hatred consumed him, urging him to follow the dragon into the human world and exact vengeance on a grand scale. Listening to the words of Roni Stam, Ace recognized his potential. With proper guidance, he could become a valuable ally. However, Stam's current mindset was unrealistic, clouded by rage that blinded him to their own weaknesses. They possessed merely 3 newly hatched black dragons and a host of ineffectual goblins. To rally a formidable force now would be akin to courting death. Did he believe humans were blind to their plight? Chapter 9. The fragile vessel of friendship. He had no desire to perish. However, he could not dampen the enthusiasm of his loyal subordinate, who was actively aiding his rise to power. After a moment of contemplation, Ace remarked, "It is still too early to discuss these matters. In this dark forest of humanity, there are traitors among us. We must remain discreet, amass our strength, and cultivate our own development. We should wait for several years. Only then will we seize our best opportunity. Humanity is a race that embodies both light and darkness, harboring heroes alongside the sordid acts of corruption. With our dark kin beside them, they will undoubtedly unite for greater interests, but once the threat we pose dissipates, they will inevitably descend into fierce internal strife. When their infighting exhausts them, that will be our prime moment to act. Ace's words were not mere rhetoric to the kobold priest, Roni Stam. Humanity, by its very nature, tends to redirect its conflicts inward once external threats have been neutralized. The internal discord among humans can often be more ruthless than their external conflicts. In the current world of humanity, there exist numerous legends, which are anything but stabilizing forces. Above these legends lie demigods, and the world's resources are finite. For the sake of those resources, these legends will eventually clash. When they do, will the nations they inhabit maintain a semblance of peace? It is evident that such a scenario is impossible. Chaos within the human realm must occur before it presents us with our opportunity. Roni Stam, feeling a mix of disappointment and subsequent joy, recognized that his sovereign exhibited remarkable rationality and was receptive to his counsel. Such wisdom promised to make him an excellent ruler. As night fell, 3 little black dragons huddled together. Elena spoke first. Ace, hurry and bring forth those treasures. They rightfully belong to our little group. You cannot hoard them all for yourself. Her eyes shimmered with the allure of gold, her mouth watering at the thought. The moment she laid eyes on those coins earlier in the day, she felt their call, a divine fate, a blessing from the dragon god. She would not relinquish these coins. At the very least, she deserved a share, lest she spend her nights in unrest. Elena fixed her gaze on Ace, her demeanor suggesting that should he refuse to surrender the coins, she would challenge him. At that moment, Eliza stood with Elena, undeterred by the prospect of a beating, but resolute that the gold must not be denied her. Ace, stop pretending to be oblivious. Hand over the coins. Eliza's sweet yet youthful voice rang out. Ace's heart ached at the prospect of parting with the coins. It was the first time he had ever held such treasures, and now, these 2 little demons sought to wrest them from his grasp. They demanded he yield to their numbers, forcing him to share. Yet, he recognized the necessity of fairness. Despite their shared bloodline, these dragons bore the traits of sovereigns. If he failed to present an appearance of equity, their fragile alliance could easily shatter. After all, the dark marshes were vast, and in a fit of anger, they could choose to abandon him without a second thought. His previous encounters with them, where he had bested them in playful rivalry, were akin to mere frolics among youthful cubs, engaging in harmless brawls. They had not employed their formidable claws or fangs, and his magic, the thorn whip of pain, could only inflict minor discomfort, not true harm. He endeavored to project an air of authority, baring his fangs as he attempted to reason. I led you to seek out our kin. They kneel before my throne. What contributions have you made besides hindering my progress? A low growl erupted from Elena, her sharp claws poised for attack, while Eliza mirrored her stance. They were not inclined to reason. The chromatic dragons were not creatures of negotiation. They presented Ace with 2 choices. Either he distribute the gold equitably, maintaining the facade of fairness, and they would continue to heed him as their elder brother, or they would engage in conflict, thus severing their ties and leading separate lives. In truth, most young chromatic dragons encounter such dilemmas during their maturation. How should they divide their first spoils? Could they maintain a semblance of fairness? In the annals of memory, it is often the strongest dragon who consumes all the wealth, fracturing what was once a united brood into solitary existences. Occasionally, 2 dragons may vanquish the strongest and divide the spoils, parting ways thereafter. Yet instances of true equity are rare, seldom witnessed across millennia. Ace's heart bled. Had he been a typical chromatic dragon, he would have fought tooth and claw for the gold, shedding blood upon the earth for it. Yet, he was a unique chromatic dragon, imbued with memories of 2 lifetimes. Faced with the ultimate coercion from the 2 little black dragons, Ace relented, recognizing the greater value of life over gold. He could not afford to let their fragile vessel of camaraderie capsize. 3 dragons, upon reaching maturity, would become 3 legends, dominant forces across land, sea, and sky, rarely challenged by any nation. Even the entirety of the human realm would think twice before targeting them. He could not forsake this opportunity. With a resigned breath, Ace expelled a small pile of glittering silver coins and 2 gold pieces from his mouth. As for the copper coins, he had no interest in swallowing them. He would simply hide them away. A dragon's stomach is a wondrous entity. capable of digesting all manner of materials, providing sustenance, and at times serving as a storage ring. It comprises two chambers, one for digestion and another resembling a spatial ring for food storage. Many dragons can slumber for centuries, having previously stored copious amounts of food within their stomachs, enabling them to rest while digesting. Thus, they appeared united once more around Ace, as if they had always shared such solidarity. Chapter 10. The Secret Manual of the Fishman Warrior. Goblin version Elena could hardly contain her excitement. Her bright eyes fixated on the shimmering silver and gold coins, nearly drooling as she exclaimed, "Ace, hurry up and distribute them. I can barely wait." She felt like the luckiest dragon in the world, for where else could a young dragon find its own treasure on the very first day of its birth? And not just any treasure, but the radiant silver and gold coins, unlike the unsightly copper coins. Eliza, with a serious demeanor, was also unable to suppress her joy, her smile stretching from ear to ear. Impatiently, she urged, "Brother Ace, please hurry." The soft, tingling sound made Ace shiver uncontrollably. Reluctantly, he gazed at the pile of coins before him. With great reluctance, Ace extracted a silver coin from the glimmering heap and began the division. "This one is mine. This one belongs to Elena. And this one is Eliza's." One by one, Ace distributed the silver coins evenly before the two young black dragons. His heart ached deeply, tears streaming in his mind, feeling as though each coin he divided inflicted a grievous wound upon his heart. Eliza and Elena watched with wide eyes, anxious that one of them might selfishly claim their share. The most fundamental rule of the Evil Dragon Alliance was that the visible distribution of wealth must appear fair. Remember the keyword, appearance. As for private possessions, each dragon kept to their own. After all, who wouldn't he want a little extra? The pile of silver coins diminished rapidly, almost visibly. Before long, the distribution was nearly complete. Faced with 2 silver coins and 2 gold coins, the eyes of the 3 dragons sharpened. The most contentious part of the treasure division had arrived. With 3 dragons and only 2 silver coins and 2 gold coins, how could they possibly share? However, this trivial matter posed no challenge for Ace. With a resounding click, his sharp claws emerged, slicing through the air. Ace stacked the 2 gold coins and 2 silver coins neatly, dividing them into 3 equal portions. The sound of shattering echoed through the hall. Elena thought to herself, though her brother might be somewhat eccentric and lacking in intelligence, he undeniably surpassed her in matters of wealth distribution. If it were up to her, she wouldn't have been able to share even a single bean. Elena began to hold a rare respect for Ace, silently acknowledging him as her brother. In her words, only a dragon capable of providing her with wealth could be considered her elder. Eliza's perception of Ace also improved. She recognized that despite his apparent foolishness, he treated them both fairly. Together, they could raid the human territories, seizing treasures at will. As a trio, no human kingdom could withstand their alliance, and they would surely amass countless gold coins. Despite the heartache from the distribution, Ace meticulously separated the 6 fragments of gold and 6 fragments of silver. In that moment, as the division was completed, the coins before the 3 dragons vanished instantly, each dragon simultaneously consuming their share. After all, with 2 others eyeing their treasures, it was imperative to secure their riches before their ownership could be disputed. Having expended considerable energy on the distribution, and after a day filled with playful chaos, the 3 black dragons were fatigued. They found a cozy spot within the grand hall, coiling up together, and soon fell into a deep slumber. As they slumbered, Ace's stomach, now filled, rapidly digested the bounty, transforming it into nourishment coursing through his veins. His previously emaciated form gradually filled with muscle, his stature steadily increasing. The other 2 dragons experienced similar transformations. With each deep slumber, provided they possessed sufficient energy, they would slowly evolve to higher levels, growing stronger, more robust, and wiser. Meanwhile, outside the grand hall, in the goblin tribe, Priest Roni Stam was deep in contemplation. Before his departure, Ace had entrusted him with a task, to hunt carnivorous fish in the swamp, while also cultivating abundant aquatic plants for herbivorous fish. This task was neither exceedingly difficult nor overly simple. It was challenging due to the goblins' inherent weakness. They were no match for the sizable edible fish lurking in the waters. Yet, it was simple in that, despite their wariness, these carnivorous fish lacked intelligence, making traps a viable option, albeit with painfully low efficiency. Priest Roni Stam understood that failing to execute the first task assigned by His Majesty the Dragon would tarnish his reputation, jeopardizing any potential benefits for himself. Thus, he dismissed the idea of trapping and realized that he would have to contemplate face-to-face confrontations with the carnivorous fish, which could result in significant casualties given the goblin's inherent frailty on land, let alone in water. Although Roni Stam possessed some wisdom from his lengthy existence, he remained firmly within the realm of ordinary intellect. A brilliant solution eluded him. Ultimately, he fixed his gaze upon the legacy Ace had bequeathed him, the secret manual of the Fishman Warrior, Goblin version. Initially, he had intended to pass this knowledge solely to his 15 sons to solidify his control over the tribe. However, with the task bestowed upon him, along with the promised reward, failure was not an option. Considering the tyrannical nature of the 5-colored evil dragon, he knew that if he failed, he and his sons would surely find themselves devoured. Although Ace currently appeared benevolent and regal, he was not alone. He had 2 allies, the other 2 black dragons, who were genuine embodiments of their kind, brutal, cunning, selfish, and cruel, just as black dragons were known to be. They would not tolerate weakness within their alliance and would seize any opportunity to eliminate him. Chapter 11. Bloodline Transformation Array in order to safeguard both his own life and that of his son. The secret manual of the Fishman Warrior, Kobold Edition, must not be kept to himself. The next morning, 3 black dragons remained in slumber, while the Kobold priest, Roni Stam, led 13 Kobold warriors and the sole Kobold hero into the marshes, armed with harpoons, to hunt carnivorous fish. In the dimly lit marsh, countless towering trees emerged from the waters, casting shadows that obscured the sunlight, leaving only a few narrow gaps through which rays could filter down to the murky depths. The Kobold hero, Roni Moore, brandished a harpoon at the forefront, closely followed by the 13 Kobold warriors. These warriors, formidable beings of the first tier, were immensely powerful and bloodthirsty, fighting fearlessly in battle. When wounded, they would unleash a feral rage akin to that of wolves, engaging in life-or-death struggles with their foes. In the realm of humans, they were comparable to first-tier knights, serving as the backbone of the Kobold forces and favored soldiers among the dragons. The Kobold hero represented an advanced tier of Kobold warriors, capable of reaching a second-tier life level, wielding immense strength with ease. Some were towering figures, reaching heights of 3 meters, while the average stood at least 2.5 meters tall, akin to heavy tanks on the battlefield. With 1 hero, 13 warriors, and a priest capable of casting berserk spells, they formed a formidable force even in the shadowy marsh, dominating over a horde of ordinary carnivorous fish unworthy of even a first-tier classification. Their efforts amounted to little more than a slaughter. Within the marsh, a harpoon arced gracefully through the air. Plop! The sound of wood-piercing flesh echoed as a 1.30 meter long carnivorous fish was firmly impaled in the swamp, splashing and flailing. The fish, ensnared in the muck, struggled desperately, its blood slowly staining the surrounding waters crimson. Roni Moore, the Kobold hero, strode confidently to the impaled fish, deftly extracting the harpoon and sinking his claws into its flesh. He hefted the spear, gauging the weight of the fish, and found it satisfactory. With a pleased smile, he deposited it into a small boat behind him, which was already brimming with a variety of carnivorous fish, nearly filling the vessel to capacity. This particular fish, being larger and more succulent, was destined for their dragon lord. Roni Moore chuckled heartily, his spirits lifted since he had pledged allegiance to a dragon the previous day. The confusion in his mind had dissipated, replaced by a newfound vigor that even invigorated his encounters with his 7 wives at night. Unburdened and supported by 3 powerful allies, he felt a profound sense of security, no longer needing to exhaust himself in search of ways to ensure the survival of his race. All he needed to do was follow the example of his predecessors. His dragon lord could simply roar in any direction and charge forth, crushing all enemies in his path, while he focused solely on the pursuit of victory. Truth be told, he had never been one for strategizing. Meanwhile, Kobold priest Roni Stam sat in a small wooden boat, observing his diligent subordinates and his most promising son, meticulously calculating the catch they had amassed. It should be enough. The blood and flesh required for the bloodline transformation array must suffice. Yet, the number of strong warriors was still insufficient. After nearly a day of effort, the 17 small boats had yet to be filled. With so little food, he worried whether it would even suffice for the Lord's appetite. He could not afford to disappoint the dragon. They needed to accelerate their efforts. As night fell, over 400 kobolds quietly gathered together on the shallows, forming a dense circle. 7 massive bonfires blazed brightly, illuminating the entire area. At that moment, Kobold Priest Roni Stam stood upon a stone slab, diligently carving a magical array into its surface. The sound of his tools rang out, resonating throughout the Kobold tribe. Among the chosen 100 strongest kobolds, drenched in fish blood and stuffing their mouths with fish flesh, low growls of excitement escaped them as they struggled to contain their exhilaration. You lot have encountered a fortuitous event, akin to gold falling from the sky. Decades ago, I became a kobold priest only after slaying a second-tier human knight on the battlefield, which earned me the legacy from first-tier kobold priest to second-tier kobold scholar. It took an immense effort. Your luck is remarkable. You need not lift a finger, and yet good fortune falls into your laps. And here I am, this old bone, laboring to carve the array while you gluttons indulge. He continued to impart teachings of loyalty to his tribe as he etched the array. The bonfires flickered in every direction, their crimson glow enveloping the marshy kobold tribe. Roni Stam's words blended scholarly discourse with the fervor of a preacher, reciting special incantations dedicated to the divine. In this peculiar atmosphere, the fish blood-soaked kobolds howled at the sky like wolves, their chorus echoing into the night. The unique ambience permeated the air, and in a realm invisible to ordinary kobolds, a surge of magical energy converged from all directions. At that moment, the kobold priest seemed to gain newfound strength, his carving becoming faster, more precise, and steadier. The magical array upon the stone began to radiate a cerulean glow, and Roni Stam was enveloped in this magical essence. The magical energy within him surged rapidly, gradually replacing the ordinary powers of his kobold priest legacy with water attribute magic. The 7 to 8 tons of fish meat surrounding him began to dry at an astonishing rate, infused with cerulean essence and magic, converging around Roni Stam. As he underwent a transformation, layers of fur shed from his body, revealing black-blue scales that grew from beneath his skin. His hands and feet gradually morphed, developing webbed appendages reminiscent of a fishman's, while his fangs elongated menacingly. Chapter 12. The Second-Order Gnoll Scholar more menacing than ever. The blood-soaked figure resembled a demon clawing its way from the depths of the earth. With a howl, the final segment of the bloodline transformation ritual was completed by the Gnoll priest, Roni Stam. His magical energy had reached its zenith, and a pale blue magic crystal coalesced within his heart. A tremendous aura rapidly expanded outward from the center of Roni Stam, marking his ascension to the rank of Gnoll Scholar. As Roni Stam transformed into a Gnoll Scholar, the signs of age began to fade, wrinkles disappeared, and even the remnants of his former claw-like appendages regenerated. His height surged from approximately 1.4 meters to an imposing 1.8 meters, rendering him a giant. The Fishman Warrior's secret tome, Gnoll Edition, bestowed upon him by Ace, contained 2 distinct paths for advancement, one leading from the First-Order Swamp Gnoll Warrior to the Third-Order Swamp Gnoll Noble, and the other from the First-Order Swamp Gnoll Priest to the Third-Order Swamp Gnoll Scholar. In addition to these pathways, the tome illustrated various carnivorous fish and aquatic plants palatable to fish. Ace's generosity was indeed remarkable, as he casually offered 2 high-level cultivation secrets capable of reaching the Third Order. In the human realm, even the most rudimentary techniques for advancing to the Third Order were valued at no less than 1 or 2 million gold coins, a sum nearly unattainable. Having finally attained the title of Gnoll Scholar, a long-cherished aspiration, Roni Stam was filled with exuberance. Following the transformation ritual outlined in the Fishman Warrior's secret tome, Gnoll Edition, he acquired 3 innate spells: Swamp Art, Gnoll Transformation, and Water Wall. With these, combined with his prior innate spell, Fury, he now possessed 4 instant cast innate spells, a staggering increase in power. With his elevation to the Second-Order Swamp Gnoll Scholar, Roni Stam continued the ritual in his excitement. Harnessing the boundless magical energy gathered from the ritual, he swiftly cast his innate spell, Gnoll Transformation, upon his kin. The following day, 100 gnolls from the blood-soaked tribe were transformed into swamp gnolls. They emerged as unique beings, devoid of fur, covered in scales, with limbs coated in mucus, and tails as agile as those of crocodiles, allowing them to navigate the waters with the grace of fish. During this transformation, 20 gnolls ascended to the rank of swamp gnoll warriors, increasing the tribe's number from 16 to 36. With Roni Stam now a second-order gnoll sage, the tribe's strength multiplied exponentially. The next day, driven by their newfound power, Roni Stam led his 100 transformed kin in a brutal slaughter of carnivorous fish in the surrounding waters. 5 days later, sunlight streamed into the grand hall as Ace awoke from a deep slumber. What a blissful sleep. He shook his head, his wings having grown to a magnificent 5.5 meters, stretching out straight. His muscles tensed, and a series of cracking sounds erupted from his bones. After loosening his limbs and observing his once skeletal frame now transformed into a robust physique, Ace felt immense satisfaction. At last, he was free from the moniker of the skeletal dragon. Yet, he pondered the peculiar appearance of the newly hatched black dragon, so unattractive. Merely a layer of skin draped over bone, resembling a skeleton. How dreadful. Ace was perplexed but decided to dismiss it, acknowledging that the complexities of genetics were beyond his grasp. He understood that despite possessing a wealth of knowledge within his inherited memories, comprehending it would require decades of study. Knowledge is not merely memorization. It demands understanding, and some profound concepts necessitate the ability to draw inferences. Otherwise, learning would be futile. Resolutely ignoring the distractions, Ace exited the grand hall, redirecting his attention to the Knoll tribe. Truth be told, he was eager to discover whether Roni Stam had successfully fulfilled his task or resorted to subterfuge by opting for easily obtainable herbivorous fish. Should that be the case, he would have to intervene. While Ace could never bring himself to consume gnolls, he was confident that his 2 sisters would not hesitate to do so. The Grand Hall was centrally located within the Knoll tribe, a fortress of security, with various traps and pitfalls lining every route leading to it. The defenses were formidable. Your Majesty, your servant, the Knoll scholar Roni Stam, awaits your command. Roni Stam knelt humbly, his demeanor imbued with utmost reverence. Since his elevation to Knoll scholar the previous day, his loyalty to Ace had reached unprecedented heights. It was then that he truly grasped the fortune of having a dragon as a leader. Not only did it provide them with a formidable protector, dissuading humans and various dark creatures from attacking, but it also ensured the tribe's stable development. With a stroke of luck, should the esteemed dragon deem them useful and impart even a fragment of knowledge, it could sustain their tribe for centuries. Reflecting on the struggles of his early life, where he fought desperately to preserve the tribe's heritage, he could not help but kneel in gratitude. In just a few days, the strength of the entire Knoll tribe had multiplied significantly. Over the past 4 days, Roni Stam delegated the task of capturing carnivorous fish to his son, the Knoll hero Roni Muir, while he focused on converting the ordinary tribesmen into swamp gnolls. Now, every one of their 400 tribesmen had been transformed into swamp gnolls, capable of navigating the waters with the ease of fish. Given such immense benefits, it was no wonder that Roni Stam's loyalty had soared to its peak. Chapter 13. The diminished beauty of the Knoll. Before him stood an extraordinary creature, a Knoll with the tail of a crocodile, its entire body adorned with fish scales, and its limbs coated in a slimy membrane. Ace could scarcely believe that this was the once fluffy and dog-like Roni Stam he had encountered before. "Are you Roni Stam?" he inquired, his voice laced with disbelief. The Knoll scholar, Roni Stam, nodded vigorously. "Your Majesty, I have practiced the secret manual of the Fishman Warriors, Knoll edition that you bestowed upon me, and upon completion, this is what I have become." Sensing his sovereign's skepticism regarding his identity, Roni hastened to explain. If one were to identify the sole disadvantage of their tribe's transformation into swamp gnolls, it would undoubtedly be the decline in aesthetic appeal. Previously, gnolls bore a striking resemblance to large, upright wolfhounds, and when groomed, they were quite pleasing to the eye. They could easily be mistaken for dogs, exuding a certain charm. However, after their metamorphosis into swamp gnolls, their allure had regrettably diminished. After all, what could be more grotesque than a dog with a crocodile's tail, devoid of its fluffy coat and covered in scales? Simply standing in the human realm was sufficient to instill fear without any effort on their part. Ace felt a twinge of discomfort. He had to accept that the once aesthetically pleasing Knoll tribe had now transformed into a truly repugnant incarnation of swamp gnolls. This was, after all, a consequence of his own making. The secret manual of the Fishman Warriors, Knoll edition, was a gift he had given. Yet at that time, he had been unaware that such a practice would result in such a drastic decline in the Knoll's beauty. Had he known, he would have certainly reconsidered. Fortunately, despite their diminished appearance, their prowess had seen a remarkable enhancement. Roni Stam, who had previously been a mere first-tier Knoll priest, had now ascended to the rank of a second-tier Knoll scholar in a short span of time. Trading beauty for strength was, In this instance, a worthwhile exchange. Noticing a hint of discontent on his sovereign's visage, the astute Knoll scholar Ronnie Stam quickly interjected, "Your Majesty, your servant has prepared a sumptuous feast for you." Initially, Ace had contemplated dismissing Ronnie Stam to spare his eyes from the unsightly sight, but upon hearing of the bountiful food awaiting him, he promptly altered his decision. "How could you abandon your own sister to indulge in a feast alone? You truly are a selfish and cunning brother. I, Aelina, shall not allow you to succeed." Aelina, still lounging in bed, sprang to her feet at the mention of a free meal, her voice laced with sarcasm. "Ace, I am also hungry." Elisa elegantly stood up, yawning before speaking. During the forthcoming meal, Ace planned to cleverly divert the majority of the unpalatable food towards Aelina, a portion towards Elisa, while reserving the most delectable morsels for himself. On the grassy expanse, 3 enormous stone basins were elevated, filled to the brim with an array of carnivorous fish. The largest basin before Ace contained an impressive 2 tons of these fish, while Aelina and Elisa faced slightly lesser portions, just over a ton each. As Aelina surveyed the tough, scale-like fish in her bowl, she cast a glance at the glistening, tender fish in Ace's basin. Her previously cheerful demeanor swiftly diminished, and her eyes narrowed as she regarded the now slightly more formidable second-tier Knoll scholar Ronnie Stam. She realized she was at a disadvantage. He had already attained a second tier, while she remained merely a first-tier fledgling dragon. Moreover, the Knoll scholar was loyal to Ace, and even his allies. She could not recklessly harm one of Ace's esteemed subordinates. Though the 5-colored evil dragons were known for their brutality and chaos, they adhered to certain established rules. Most importantly, Ronnie Stam would never dare to withhold or exchange her food. It must have been a directive from some despicable dragon. Aelina turned her attention back to the food she had acquired without effort, as wasting food was a disgrace, especially when it was so generously bestowed upon her. Observing Aelina's frustrated expression, Ace could not help but smirk. After satisfying their appetites, the 3 little black dragons resumed their playful antics. Naturally, these antics involved Ace, the lone dragon, contending against the 2, and he held a clear advantage. "Roar!" Aelina bellowed. Now grown to a height of 2.5 meters and weighing nearly a ton, she charged ahead with ferocity, trampling the grass beneath her. If Aelina was a warrior who thrived on direct confrontation, then Elisa was akin to a stealthy assassin and spellcaster. Elisa, wielding a wooden stick, stealthily maneuvered behind Ace. "Roar!" Ace's massive paw descended from above, his size having increased from 2 meters 8 to 3 meters, his strength now augmented by at least 30%. With a powerful swipe, he struck Aelina on the head, yet she retaliated fiercely, her jaws snapping at Ace while her claws relentlessly pounded him. Aelina's reckless assault held Ace in check, providing Elisa the opportunity to aim her stick menacingly at Ace's rear. Ace felt a tightening sensation, panic rising within him. His strength waned as he struggled to pivot away from Elisa's sneaky attack. However, Elisa proved remarkably agile, her stick unyielding in its pursuit. As Ace's power diminished, Aelina became emboldened, launching a more ferocious onslaught. Before long, Ace found himself thoroughly exhausted after 3 hours of relentless play. He faced the reckless Aelina on one front and the deviously attacking Elisa on the other, who aimed her stick at his rear, a most unpleasant predicament. "No!" Ace bellowed in dismay. "Ace, you shall fall." Aelina leaped upon him, pinning him down with her 4 claws, immobilizing his weakened limbs. At that moment, Elisa discarded her stick and joined the fray, fully armed to assist in restraining Ace. Chapter 14. The Saint and the Hunter. Ha ha ha. How audacious you are. You dare to cast the unpleasant fish upon me. Today, you shall learn the true meaning of the wrath of Elena, the Black Dragon Queen. Beneath the towering trees, Ace found himself ensnared, his tail suspended from a tree trunk, dangling helplessly, his expression one of utter despair. Elena unleashed upon him the painful thorn whip that Ace had once used against her, her face adorned with a triumphant smile. At that moment, Eliza refrained from mocking him, merely offering a faint smile. Yet her actions sent chills down Ace's spine, as dozens of highly toxic plants floated in the air, under Eliza's control, slowly merging together. The acrid scent wafted towards Ace, making his heart race with trepidation. That night, after a thorough thrashing from 2 small black dragons, Ace sat upon the throne with a grim expression. The 2 little black dragons lay like sentinels on either side, while the kobold scholar, Ronnie Stam, reported their earnings from the past few days. "Your Majesty, The tribe led by your servant now boasts 272 adult kobolds and 185 juvenile kobolds. Among the adults, there are 134 evolved swamp kobolds, 51 first-tier swamp kobold warriors, and 1 each of second-tier kobold priests and kobold heroes, including myself. Under your guidance, we have amassed a substantial stockpile of provisions, 32 tons of carnivorous fish, 3 tons of herbivorous fish, and 21 tons of edible plants gathered by our elderly and young. In total, we have 35 tons of meat and 21 tons of edible plants. Holding a stone tablet, the kobold scholar, Ronnie Stam, respectfully recited the figures. Achieving such results in a mere few days filled Ronnie with immense pride. 35 tons of meat is no trivial amount. It equates to 35,000 kilograms or 70,000 pounds of sustenance. Coupled with the vegetarian offerings, the entire kobold tribe, comprising over 400 members, would struggle to consume such a bounty in a year. The efficiency with which they had gathered this food was truly commendable. As for how Ronnie Stam came to understand weights and measurements, that knowledge was imparted to him by Ace through soul transmission. Listening to the staggering quantities of food, particularly the 35 tons of meat, Ace nodded with satisfaction. With his own consumption of 2 tons every 3 days, this bounty would sustain him for over a month. The remarkable ability to procure such a vast majority of carnivorous fish in just a few days was impressive. Ace also understood the slight inclusion of herbivorous fish. After all, kobolds are not particularly astute, and fishing in water is no easy feat. Mistakes are to be expected. As long as the population of carnivorous fish continues to dwindle in the wild, the issue is not severe. Bring me that 35 tons of meat, Ace commanded with a wave of his hand, feeling slightly empty in his stomach. Ronnie Stam lowered his head and replied, "Your command supersedes all." Moments later, through the diligent efforts of the kobolds, the grand hall was filled with 35 tons of meat. Elena's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed upon the mountainous pile of food. Without waiting for Ace, she lunged forward, indulging in a feast. The food consumed during the day had merely filled their superficial stomachs. The deeper, storage-like stomach remained unfilled. Dragons, possessing a keen sense of crisis, typically do not allow their bellies to go empty while awake. After all, one never knows when humans might strike. It is essential to store ample food to replenish energy for a hasty retreat. The 3 dragons feasted voraciously, devouring the entirety of the 35 tons of meat within a single night. Ace consumed the most, devouring 17 tons, nearly half of the total. Sated and content, Ace reclined upon his throne, appearing somewhat languid. Elena and Eliza, equally stuffed, lay beside him, reluctant to move. As they rested, a tempest of thoughts swirled within Ace's mind. Why did he exhaust every means to eradicate the carnivorous fish in the rainforest? This was intricately tied to a tale from long ago. Once, a sage of the 3rd level of enlightenment encountered a hunter at the foot of a mountain. The hunter sat on a log, sighing heavily, his face etched with sorrow and despair, radiating a profound sense of hopelessness. Observing the troubled expression of the hunter, the sage inquired, "Why do you bear such anguish? Have you encountered difficulties, or do you worry for your future?" The hunter replied, "For years ago, my 3rd son was devoured by a tiger while hunting in the mountains. 3 years ago, my 4th son starved to death during winter because I could not bring back any game. A year ago, my eldest son, whom I had nurtured diligently, fell from a cliff while fleeing a tiger. Just last winter, my youngest son, only 4 or 5 years old, was also killed by a tiger that stealthily entered our home while I was away. I have never provoked that tiger. Why does it persistently pursue me? I do not understand why it targets me so. Despite my relentless efforts, returning home each day after hunting for my family, several of my sons have perished from starvation. My life is filled with sorrow and helplessness, which is why I sit here, lamenting." The sage, upon hearing the hunter's lament, pondered for a moment before picking up a stick from the underbrush. He said, "Do you know how much meat a tiger consumes in a day?" The hunter nodded. "I know this. A tiger eats about 20 pounds of meat daily, not including bones and waste. If we account for those, it could add up to 30 or 40 pounds. The sage smiled and continued, "Let us consider 30 pounds. A tiger consumes 30 pounds of meat in a day, 300 pounds in 10 days, 3,000 pounds in 100 days, and nearly 10,000 pounds in a year. 10,000 pounds. The hunter looked bewildered, unable to grasp such a colossal figure due to his lack of formal education. Sensing the hunter's confusion, the sage rephrased. 100 pounds for a sheep means that 10,000 pounds is equivalent to 100 sheep. The hunter, now elated, exclaimed, "I understand. The money from selling 100 sheep is substantial. My family could never consume that much in a lifetime. A single tiger consumes 100 sheep in a year. And there are certainly more than one tiger in these mountains. I see that the mountain behind you stretches into the clouds, seemingly boundless, perhaps harboring 100,000 tigers. The meat consumed by a single tiger could sustain over 50 of your descendants, while the food consumed by 100,000 tigers could feed 5 million of your descendants. If you and your progeny can eliminate all the tigers in this mountain, residing in the territory they once occupied, you and your descendants will evolve into a nation, perpetually thriving in the forest." The hunter fell to his knees, watching as the sage walked away, illuminated by the morning light. In the ensuing 20 years, the hunter, accompanied by his remaining 4 sons and dozens of grandchildren born thereafter, ceased to evade the tigers. They procured bows, curved blades, long swords, and spears, uniting to hunt down the tigers and other carnivorous beasts inhabiting the forest. The disappearance of tigers and various carnivorous beasts has allowed hunters and their descendants to some extent, assume the role once held by these formidable predators within the forest. Over the ensuing centuries, these hunters and their progeny relentlessly expanded into the mountains, driven by a mission to hunt tigers, leopards, and other fierce creatures. The abundant resources of meat fortified their bodies, imbuing them with the courage to confront tigers and leopards directly, while simultaneously cultivating an unparalleled resilience of spirit. Each individual who reached adulthood emerged as a formidable warrior, instilling fear in the hearts of ordinary folk, while the weak gradually vanished amidst the fierce battles with tigers and leopards. Centuries later, the mountains that once harbored 100,000 tigers witnessed their complete extinction, giving rise to a powerful nation that took pride in the hunting of these majestic beasts. Tigers require sustenance, as do humans, and the resources within the forest are finite. Each additional mouthful taken by one diminishes the bounty available to the other. From the moment hunters stepped into the forest, an irreconcilable conflict was set in motion. The hunters' relentless pursuit of game diminished the food supply, forcing tigers to turn to humans for sustenance. When a tiger consumed its prey, the hunter was deprived of food, leading to the grim fate of starvation for their offspring. From the outset, the relationship between hunters and tigers was one of mortal enmity. The hunters' retreat only served to push themselves toward the brink of doom. To improve their circumstances, they had no choice but to confront the challenge head-on, slaying tigers and all other beasts that competed for resources. In doing so, the entirety of the forest's food supply would fall to the hunters. This allocation of sustenance would enable them to nurture a greater number of descendants, allowing their lineage to flourish. Thus, as time progressed, their success would snowball, ultimately culminating in the formation of a nation. In a previous existence, a great thinker articulated a profound philosophy regarding the perception of reality, the 3 realms of understanding: seeing mountains as mountains, seeing water as water, perceiving mountains not as mountains and water not as water, and finally, recognizing mountains once more as mountains and water as water. Chapter 15. Burning Witches and the Absence of Bathing in the Face of Human Threats. He must grasp the 3rd level of consciousness, the state of perceiving mountains as merely mountains and waters as merely waters. Otherwise, defeat is inevitable. Even if time can be prolonged, he cannot escape the fate of being flayed and dissected by humanity. Many may not comprehend the terrifying nature of those who have attained this 3rd level of consciousness. To illustrate, let us consider an example from his previous life. The Christian deity in the Western world, Jesus, is regarded as one of the saints, often referred to as a divine being, the one true God. After his death, his disciples established the religion of Christianity, which promulgated 2 notorious edicts: the burning of witches and the avoidance of bathing, rules that are profoundly unsettling and challenge the perceptions of the discerning. For the ordinary populace of the Western world, who reside at the 1st level of perception, seeing mountains as mountains and waters as waters, whatever the divine proclaims must be right, compelling them to heed such words. Consequently, under the directives of various missionaries, they faithfully execute the edicts of burning witches and refraining from bathing. Conversely, the more astute individuals, who often dwell within the confines of the 1st level but occasionally transcend to the 2nd level, seeing mountains as not mountains and waters as not waters, can discern that the rules regarding the burning of witches and the avoidance of bathing are erroneous and irrational, deserving of oblivion. However, they lack the courage to act as reformers. Though they can perceive the truth, they remain powerless against it, conforming to the majority. In contrast, scholars of the Western world occupy a loftier echelon. Their consciousness has fully ascended to the profound third level where they can identify myriad societal injustices. Unlike the astute, they take action, risking their lives to reform these unreasonable rules. Their existence mirrors that of various reformers and thinkers that emerged during the dawn of the Industrial Revolution. In the West, it was these reformers who gradually abolished a multitude of irrational rules, including the burning of witches and the avoidance of bathing. Those capable of stirring the winds of an era through their own volition are those who occasionally reach the third level of perception. Recognizing mountains as mountains and waters as waters, they can see through the decrees and ideologies of the divine or the saints, but lack the capacity to create their own rules and philosophies. During that transformative era in the West, they embodied both the most tormented and the most illustrious of existences. For instance, they fully understood the implications of the decree to burn witches, which fundamentally required discerning who would be labeled a witch. In a village of several hundred, which woman would incite jealousy? Undoubtedly, it would be the one of striking beauty. When a woman possesses exceptional beauty, those of average or less fortunate appearances find their husbands inevitably comparing their spouses. This comparison breeds familial discord, as the less attractive women may perceive that their husbands no longer love them, or even harbor disdain for them, inevitably fostering resentment towards the beautiful woman. At this juncture, the rule of burning witches emerges. Some women, driven by jealousy, may not harbor murderous intent, but merely utter the accusation amidst the crowd, declaring her a witch. Thus, the tragedy for the beautiful woman unfolds. With numerous envious spectators, if just 2 or 3 affirm the accusation, the collective hysteria ensues. In that moment, all women succumb to venting their frustrations, labeling the beautiful woman a witch, believing that her beauty stems from witchcraft, which renders their husbands infatuated. The pointed finger of one instills unease, that of 10 evokes fear, and when dozens join in, it serves as a more potent weapon than a sword. In contemporary egalitarian societies, individuals may even succumb to suicide due to collective vilification. In ancient times, where survival relied on the community, being ostracized by the multitude equated to a death sentence. At such a moment, the Christian missionary would inevitably seize leadership, proclaiming in the name of the divine, "She is a witch, a devil, and for the glory of God, she must be burned." The advantages of this are manifold. Firstly, he garners the support of those women consumed by jealousy. Their backing translates to the support of their entire families. In an instant, he ensnares the entire village, transforming them into lambs of God. Secondly, he provides a rational justification for the average and less attractive women to unite in their efforts to eliminate the beautiful woman, fulfilling the divine mandate. As the beautiful woman is condemned as a witch and consumed by flames, countless tragedies arise in the wake of Christianity's path. While this engenders innumerable misfortunes for many families, it simultaneously bestows significant benefits upon the nations that adhere to Christianity. Primarily, beautiful women, often embodying the ideal of slenderness, bear children who, influenced by their genes, have a 50% chance of being slender as well. Furthermore, their beauty typically attracts affluent partners, allowing them to nurture more offspring than their impoverished counterparts. Under their influence, the proportion of the slender within the national fabric gradually increases. What consequences arise from this? In times of war, the nobility and kings would find themselves recruiting only a cadre of weak soldiers, vulnerable to oppression, leading to potential annihilation. The rule of burning witches addresses this dilemma. The disappearance of beautiful women, synonymous with slenderness, permits the proliferation of robust women capable of producing more descendants. Their progeny will inevitably inherit their strength, becoming more formidable than their predecessors. Over time, the number of robust men within the nation will swell, enhancing their combat prowess and fortifying the nation's power. Why did Christianity expand so rapidly throughout history? The rule of burning witches undoubtedly played a crucial role in this phenomenon. Chapter 16. Abundant returns. Despite the inability of kings and nobles to comprehend the myriad tenets of Christianity, they recognized that the regions where Christianity thrived were becoming increasingly formidable. Their understanding was simple. As long as they refrained from embracing Christianity, their adversaries would inevitably adopt it. Once their foes harnessed the power of Christianity, the threat would loom large over them. For the sake of their own survival, they felt compelled to adopt it. Their enemies would only grow stronger, their warriors more ferocious. If they chose not to follow suit while their adversaries fortified themselves, their demise would be all but certain. Thus, Christianity capitalized on this necessity to flourish. The rule of abstaining from bathing has historically been a poison to any society. The neglect of personal hygiene fosters an increase in bacteria, rendering individuals more susceptible to illness. Nations and peoples become ensnared in a heavy shackle. Yet, when viewed through the lens of history, this rule unveils alternative advantages. Those frail and lacking in resilience, suffering from poor digestion, would inevitably succumb to the diseases brought forth by the edict of uncleanliness. In a Western world devoid of medical advancements, the weak found themselves helpless against the invasion of viruses, particularly in an environment where everyone could potentially be a carrier. Those with diminished immunity were at an even greater risk. A mere cold could prove fatal for them. Similarly, individuals with weak digestive systems would not endure long, as resisting viruses demands considerable energy. In ancient times, the Western diet was deficient, further impairing their ability to gain the necessary energy for survival. The rule of abstaining from bathing, while a burden on the populace, also served as armor. The prevalence of pathogens and plagues ensured that when enemies invaded European territories, it was not long before their armies fell ill. The toll of disease could decimate forces more swiftly than the sword. As they ventured deeper into hostile territories, the risk of illness grew, compelling them to retreat, as survival was paramount. Through the rule of neglecting hygiene, they systematically eliminated the weak, the frail, and the inefficient from their dominion, thereby preserving resources for the more capable. This also cloaked their protected nations in a layer of viral armor, deterring external threats from invading. True ruthlessness lies not in the ability to harm others, but in the capacity to inflict harm upon oneself. Why do they exhibit such cowardice? Despite the potential to ascend to legendary status and wield catastrophic power, they are gripped by an infinite fear of humanity. This fear is rooted in the existence of those amongst them who are even more merciless, viewing the world as their chessboard and all beings as mere pawns. In a realm devoid of the extraordinary, sages can still emerge. Their world, however, is imbued with the extraordinary, where intellect can be sharpened under its influence. The presence of sages, an embodiment of elevated thought, undoubtedly exists. As a self-proclaimed clever little black dragon, Ace possesses a keen self-awareness, acknowledging his inability to rival those formidable beings. Consequently, he resorted to one of the most potent spells, appropriating the thoughts of others to aid his kin and himself, while simultaneously wreaking havoc upon humanity. The actions he directed the goblins to undertake were, in essence, derived from this borrowed wisdom. Otherwise, how could his intellect conceive the idea of exterminating all the carnivorous creatures in the swamp to secure sustenance for his 3 little dragons? His strategy mirrors the guidance a sage might provide to a hunter, albeit he faces predatory fish while the hunter contends with tigers. The goblins he dispatched to execute these tasks are akin to the descendants of those hunters. In the process, they amassed ample food. Additionally, their kin gained valuable combat experience through their encounters with the predatory fish. The weaker goblins perished in battle, while the more robust warriors gradually emerged as the elite. This also expanded the living space for juvenile and elderly female goblins. Once the predatory fish were eradicated, the surrounding swamp waters became safe, allowing them to enter the waters and contribute to their race. This not only bolstered the survival experience of young goblins, but also prepared them for combat. Even herbivorous fish, while non-carnivorous, possessed considerable strength and could retaliate if provoked. Thus, ordinary juvenile goblins, during routine hunts of herbivorous fish, would naturally acquire combat techniques, ensuring that their first encounter with the battlefield would not result in cowardice at the sight of blood. Chapter 17. A surge in power as dawn broke. Ace awakened from his slumber, his massive dragon head yawning widely. Just a few days prior, he had consumed an astonishing quantity of meat, gorging himself on over 10 tons despite his own weight of merely 1.5 tons. To facilitate the digestion of this abundant feast and to harness more energy for rapid growth, Ace succumbed once again to deep slumber. For dragons, sleep is the most effective means of growth and healing. Provided that food is plentiful, a slumbering dragon's size and life level will ascend at a remarkable pace. Eager to become more formidable and to alleviate his boredom, Ace willingly embraced the notion of sleep. How delightful it is! If I could indulge in such copious meals daily, I might ascend to the rank of a second-tier young dragon within a mere 5 years. Should I continue to feast in this manner as a second-tier young dragon? Attaining the strength of a third-tier juvenile dragon might take only 20 to 30 years. In the quiet recesses of his mind, he compared the knowledge of dragon growth from his ancestral memory with his current circumstances, swiftly calculating the disparity between his growth rate and that of an ordinary hatchling dragon. He discerned that his rate of growth was 4 to 5 times that of a typical dragon. While other hatchlings might derive an energy yield of 10 from their daily meals, Ace, having overindulged, garnered an energy yield of 20. It may seem perplexing that his energy yield of 20 translates into a growth rate 4 to 5 times superior to that of his peers. The explanation, however, is rather straightforward. It resembles the distinction between a monthly salary of $5,000 and one of $10,000. An individual earning $5,000 must allocate $3,000 to $4,000 to sustain their daily life, leaving them with a mere $1,000 to $2,000 as savings. Conversely, an individual with a $10,000 salary, while also needing to set aside $3,000 to $4,000, retains $6,000 to $7,000. The disparity between saving $6,000 to $7,000 and $1,000 to $2,000 is indeed vast. Ace's situation mirrored that of the ordinary hatchlings. While they acquired 10 units of energy daily, 7 of which were consumed in mere sustenance, only 3 units contributed to their growth. In contrast, Ace, after feasting, received 20 units, yet similarly required 7 for bodily function, thus allocating 13 units toward growth. The comparison of 13 units to 3 illustrates a growth rate 4 to 5 times greater. Measuring 2.2 meters in length, Ace was already a considerable beast. With wings fully extended, his wingspan surpassed 6 meters, sufficient to support his weight as he soared through the skies. Weighing nearly 2.5 tons, his sharp fangs glinted ominously. His strength had grown tremendously, delivering a casual swipe with nearly 5 tons of force, far exceeding that of an ordinary second-tier powerhouse. Dragons are the dominators of their realm. Below the 4th-tier legends, they can effortlessly dispatch unarmored extraordinary beings, with the challenge of overcoming 1 or 2 tiers akin to a simple meal. Despite being newly hatched, Ace's impressive weight of 2.5 tons allowed him to unleash magical strength exceeding 5 tons with a mere claw. In contrast, human beings, even those at a high level below the 4th-tier legends, typically weigh no more than 100 or so pounds. Even if they could exert force equivalent to 100 times their weight, that would yield around 10,000 pounds, merely 5 tons. This was only Ace's current potential. As he grew in size and strength, evolving into a colossal entity weighing 100 tons, a single swipe could unleash 400 to 500 tons of power. Below the legendary tier, he could easily dispatch a multitude with a single strike. Of course, this presupposes humans were unarmed and engaging Ace directly. Upon glancing back toward the entrance of the Grand Hall, Ace noticed his 2 younger sisters still soundly asleep. He tiptoed outside, not out of concern for disrupting their slumber, but rather to indulge himself in a hearty meal first. 5 days had elapsed, and given the efficiency of the dog-headed folk, they had undoubtedly stockpiled an abundance of meat. If he did not hastily consume the meat while the 2 young black dragons slumbered, he would miss the opportunity to secure a substantial share. During this recent slumber, he had devoted nearly half of the energy acquired from digestion to fortifying his stomach. He had enhanced the speed and efficiency of his primary digestive region and expanded the capacity of his secondary food storage area. Now, he could digest nearly 1.5 tons of food daily, with the storage area enlarged to 5 cubic meters. With such rapid digestion and increased storage capacity, Ace knew he must seize the opportunity to eat voraciously while his sisters remained asleep. If they awoke and he entered another slumber, the storage area might not suffice to accommodate his needs. Thus, in pursuit of greater energy for growth during his next hibernation, Ace felt compelled to indulge himself first. He believed this to be in the best interest of their little group. Only by being the strongest could he keep the ambitions of the 2 young black dragons in check. Should either of them attain a strength comparable to or greater than his own, their unity would surely fracture. Reminiscent of the dragon clans from his ancestral memories that had splintered over treasures, with the wisdom of his previous life, he could resist the lure of gold and endure the pain of division, ensuring equitable distribution of wealth between them. Yet, could they withstand the temptation of riches and distribute their fortunes fairly? It was an unlikely prospect. Chapter 18. The Majesty of the Dragon to speak candidly. Had it not been for the overwhelming pressure exerted by the humans from the outside world, he would have long since banished the 2 little black dragons to the sidelines. They consumed incessantly, feasting upon his provisions, food intended for his kin, the followers of Ace. Their lack of gratitude was one thing, but to further threaten him with force for gold coins was utterly intolerable. Even more egregious was their audacity to unite against him, hanging him from a tree and mercilessly whipping him. Such behavior was absolutely beyond the pale. In recent days, he had been driven to the brink of madness. These two little black dragons were completely unreasonable, living by their own whims, taking what they pleased, and even stealing from him, all while conspiring to physically assault him. His ability to endure was already remarkable, if not for their blood ties. Being, in a sense, his sisters, he would never have shown such restraint. Had it not been for those bonds, he would have unleashed his wrath upon them, delivering daily beatings, and giving them a taste of the fury of a dragon. Alas, he had to continue bearing it. One could only say that the persona of his former life dominated, with the persona of the malevolent dragon occupying but a fragment of his being. It was only natural for an elder brother to care for his younger sisters. A bit of mischief from them was not wholly unwelcome. Ace stealthily exited the grand hall, making not the slightest sound. To become the mightiest among the three dragons, he needed to consume more sustenance. He could not allow these two little black dragons to catch up with his growth. Otherwise, the disintegration of their small group would be imminent. The chromatic evil dragons were the darkest creatures in the world, fierce and bloodthirsty, cunning and treacherous, reveling in bloodshed and slaughter. They stood like tyrants across the land, bringing suffering and torment to countless lives. Eliza and Elena were the quintessential examples of chromatic evil dragons. Elena proclaimed herself queen, belligerent and reckless, indifferent to her own life when in battle, representing the most brutal aspect of chromatic evil dragons. Ace could already envision the chaos and carnage that would ensue when Elena grew and charged into human armies, slaughtering hundreds or even thousands. Eliza was insidiously calculating, perpetually scheming malicious plans, her mind a constant whirl of plots and conspiracies. Ace found her to be the source of his greatest headaches. After all, what brother would not worry with a sister who plotted against him daily? As the most orthodox of evil dragons, they could never regurgitate the gold they had swallowed. The inequity of wealth would undoubtedly serve as the greatest divider among dragons, and the dissolution of their alliance was nearly unavoidable. For the sake of their lives, he had to become stronger, strong enough to pin them both firmly to the ground, rendering them immobile. He must be the sole arbiter of wealth acquisition and distribution. The kobold scholar, Roni Stam, led Ace to a U-shaped waterhole, explaining as they walked, "Your Majesty, fish meat is notoriously difficult to preserve. To ensure you enjoy the freshest of flesh, we have kept the fish we caught alive in this pond connected to the swamp." He continued, "The rest has been turned into jerky. While the taste may not be exquisite, it is at least edible." Roni Stam nervously observed the monarch, for the nearby carnivorous fish had been eradicated, resulting in diminished catches. The warriors needed to expend considerable time traveling afar to procure a substantial amount of carnivorous fish. Their tribe had entirely transformed into swamp-dwelling kobolds. Otherwise, their haul might not even amount to half of what it had been in previous days. After Roni Stam concluded his explanation, Ace inquired, "How much meat has been gathered in recent days?" He was indifferent to other matters. His primary concern was sustenance. His demands were absolute. He must be thoroughly satiated, and his two sisters could not be slighted. They too deserved ample nourishment. Presently, they were all voracious eaters, and given their current growth rates, they required an additional 20 tons of food each month on top of an initial 100 tons. The first month called for 100 tons, the second, 120 tons, the third, 140 tons, and so forth. Without such provisions, their growth would stagnate. Roni Stam, sweat beading on his forehead, spoke with trepidation, "Only 33 tons. Ace narrowed his eyes, revealing his dragon fangs, a bloody murderous intent igniting within his gaze. "You have been slacking. Your Majesty, I assure you, that is not the case. Our tribe has been working diligently, sleeping only half the day. The rest of the time is spent hunting. However, the surrounding carnivorous fish have been exterminated, and you forbid us from targeting the herbivores, which is why we have only this meager amount," Roni Stam pleaded, trembling as he knelt before Ace. The swamp-dwelling kobold tribe had indeed exerted their utmost effort, resting merely a quarter of the day while tirelessly hunting carnivorous fish. Yet, capturing carnivorous fish was far more challenging than capturing herbivorous ones. Most carnivorous fish possessed sharp teeth, muscular physiques, and some were even venomous. Particularly in the swamp, the likelihood of infection from a single bite was alarmingly high. They were formidable in combat. And during the hunting process, they faced numerous dangers from crocodiles, pythons, insects, parasites, toxic mists, and the territories of other dark races. In 5 days, they had secured 33 tons of meat, most of which consisted of carnivorous fish, and all via an inefficient hunting method. The swamp-dwelling kobold tribe had truly exhausted themselves. Useless. Ace's muscular dragon claws surged across 3 to 4 meters in an instant, capturing Roni Stam in his grasp, who gazed up in despair. "Please, your majesty, spare me," Roni Stam cried out in terror. With a mere flick of Ace's finger, an immense pressure bore down upon Roni's form, constricting him with overwhelming force. The dozens of kobolds trailing behind, witnessing the dragon's fury, immediately fell to their knees, trembling with fear. The majesty of the dragon was not something they dared to provoke. It was inscribed in their very genes that they could not resist the dominion of the dragon. Chapter 19. The Foolish Goblin and a New Approach to Destruction. Before him stood the foolish goblin scholar, Roni Stam, who resembled a pig in demeanor, igniting within him an impulse to consume the wretched creature and unleash his pent-up fury. Like the countless multicolored dragons etched in his inherited memories, he envisioned opening his maw wide, casting the hapless goblin into his gullet, and savagely chewing, blood dripping from his jaws onto the earth below. Yet, Ace restrained his sanguinary thoughts. He was the Black Dragon, and the Black Dragon was he. However, he would not descend to the level of ordinary black dragons who mindlessly slaughter their subordinates out of momentary rage. Do you not see the opportunity to expand your territory? The dark marsh is teeming with goblin tribes. Simply annex a few, and you shall gain both land and followers. I shall grant you 2 more days. If, after this time, you have not procured sufficient sustenance, I shall devour you all. With a dismissive toss, Ace flung the goblin scholar Roni Stam to the ground and darkly turned towards the direction of food. The goblin race was truly dim-witted. Even when he bestowed a legacy upon them, they merely adhered to outdated methods without any semblance of human adaptability. In terms of cognitive development, they remained at the most rudimentary level, perceiving mountains as mountains and waters as waters, devoid of any capacity for flexibility. When territory is insufficient, seize it. When goblins are scarce, conquer. The vast expanse of the dark marsh harbors tens of thousands of goblins and various dark creatures. A mere few hundred tons of meat is akin to plucking a single hair from a cow, a trivial matter. The marsh goblin tribe, led by the goblin scholar Roni Stam and goblin hero Ronnie Moore, both of whom were second-tier beings alongside dozens of first-tier goblin warriors, possessed such formidable power that they could easily secure a noble title even in the realm of humans. A typical goblin tribe, boasting even a single first-tier goblin warrior, could be considered prosperous, while the presence of a goblin priest would elevate it to a state of strength. With the might of the marsh goblin tribe, they could easily subjugate all nearby goblin tribes within 100 miles and elevate their population beyond 3,000. Yet, the possibility of ulterior motives or sheer stupidity led them to squander 5 days, despite wielding the power to crush all opposition and expand their territory exponentially, acquiring far more sustenance than they currently possessed. The dark creatures, traditionally adept at plunder and warfare, seemed utterly inept. The goblin scholar Roni Stam trembled as he crawled from the goblin-shaped pit, his earlier pride, fueled by newfound youth, replaced by trepidation. The Black Dragon remained an enigma, an embodiment of extreme brutality, impossible to predict. He understood that his master had issued a final ultimatum. Failure to accomplish the task would spell doom for him and his entire tribe. Approaching him, the goblin hero Ronnie Moore, filled with palpable dread, asked, "Father, what shall we do?" At the moment of the dragon's wrath, he felt as though his heart had been seized in a vice, threatening to burst. The suffocating fear coursed through his veins, penetrating his very being. He had never comprehended why countless elder goblins held such reverence and terror for dragons. Now he understood. Power. Absolute power. The strength displayed by the dragon when it had seized his father was beyond his grasp. As a second-tier goblin hero, he possessed over 1,500 pounds of strength in a single hand, and over 3,000 combined. On the battlefield, wielding a massive axe, he could cleave through ranks of elite human soldiers with ease. Yet, even this formidable might was insufficient to withstand the casual force of his master. His father, the goblin scholar Roni Stam, held a strength rivaling his own. One must not underestimate the term scholar. They were akin to human mages, excelling in both ranged and melee combat. The mages of this world were not the fragile casters found in some realms. They could unleash fireballs from a distance and wield their staffs with such prowess that they could single-handedly take on dozens. In Ace's own words, they were akin to Gandalf in close combat. Now, witnessing his father's utter helplessness before their master, he knew that he too, with a physique similar to that of his father, would be powerless in the face of such might. Most troubling was the fact that their master was still but a fledgling dragon, yet already so formidable. What would he become as he matured? The goblin scholar Ronnie Stam's face was etched with fear and the relief of survival as he bared his teeth and declared, "War. War. Our master requires no cowards. Let the warriors unsheathe their hidden blades, don our armor, and raise our shields. Expansion. War." The cries of wolves, brimming with murderous intent, echoed as the marsh goblin tribe embarked on the path of expansion. In a U-shaped pond, Ace feasted heartily, one large fish after another vanishing swiftly from the water at his grasp. I must seek out some clever dark creatures. The lower-tier dark beings are simply too dim-witted to comprehend my intentions. Speaking of which, did I not assign the goblins 2 tasks? Have they sown the edible aquatic plants for herbivorous fish? Lifting his gaze towards the marsh, he observed, 3,000 meters away, 100 or more transformed goblin pups soaking in the water. They were simultaneously devouring shrimp and crabs while uprooting inedible aquatic plants, discarding them on the shore. Witnessing this scene uplifted Ace's spirits. Despite the goblin scholar Ronnie Stam's shortcomings, he was dutifully executing his orders without pretense. There was still hope. The actions of the goblin pups mirrored the tasks he had assigned to the goblin scholar Ronnie Stam. He had considered that goblins lacked the capacity for cultivation, and teaching them would prove arduous. Conversely, their destructive capabilities were somewhat commendable. In his view, it was far more efficient to instruct the goblins to eradicate inedible aquatic plants rather than expend effort on planting edible ones. Thus, by eliminating the inedible aquatic plants, the habitat for the edible aquatic plants would expand naturally, without any need for intervention. It was imprudent to expect a dark creature like a goblin to master cultivation. After all, if they had truly learned the skill, they would not have remained stagnant for millennia. Intelligence has its limits. Instead, if approached from a different angle, urging them towards destruction would yield more favorable results. Chapter 20. Absolute advantage within the Grand Hall. Elena awoke with a languid yawn, instinctively glancing toward the doorway where Ace usually resided. To her dismay, there was no trace of him. Where could that cunning scoundrel have vanished? In an instant, her senses sharpened. She was certain Ace was up to no good, and that mischief was undoubtedly tied to her. Otherwise, with Ace's prudent nature, he would never neglect her and Eliza, their 2 loyal allies. Though they were somewhat weaker than Ace, both had grown significantly during their slumber. Elena now stood at an impressive height of 2 meters and 80 centimeters, her weight exceeding 1 ton. With a single swat, she could unleash a force of 3 tons. As a dragon, she possessed the ability to fly and cast several first- and second-tier spells, making her a formidable force in the dark marshlands. Together with her fellow dragons, even ordinary third-tier warriors would need to think twice before engaging them. Against regular second-tier fighters, she could dispatch them with merely a few strikes. How infuriating! That despicable wretch! Elena's fury ignited, and with fierce determination, she burst through the doors, following Ace's scent as she soared into the sky. Her wrathful dragon aura swept violently through the goblin tribe, sending countless goblins into a frenzy, some even fainting from terror. Though she may not be the most cerebral, she was certainly not foolish. With a little contemplation, she could reach conclusions. In their previous skirmish, she and Eliza had successfully pinned Ace down for the first time. Claiming victory, as the primary force, she had withstood Ace's formidable assault despite her smaller stature. With the abundance of food fueling her growth, her combat prowess was steadily being unleashed, and she envisioned a day when she could overpower Ace single-handedly. Ace was undoubtedly aware of this. Thus, he schemed to consume all the external food, depriving her of sustenance and stunting her development. Elena's rage knew no bounds. She longed to flay him alive and hang him from a tree for a month, ensuring he understood the consequences of crossing the Black Dragon Queen, Elena. From a nearby pond, Ace listened to the distant echoes of Elena's furious roars, a wicked grin spreading across his dragon visage. Just wait, he thought. After my next slumber, I will undoubtedly overpower you both and hang you from a tree for a few days of relentless punishment. He reveled in his triumph. Having devoured 25 tons of the 33-ton fish, his belly filled to capacity. When the time came to confront the two black dragons, he would hold an undeniable advantage, capable of knocking them to the ground with a mere swipe. What would he do with them then? The possibilities were endless. Roar! Elena soared through the air, her wings beating furiously as she charged toward Ace, her face contorted with rage and a fierce determination to confront him. In response, Ace's laughter grew louder. For Eliza had not followed Elena, leaving the confrontation a one-on-one duel. Ace measured 3 meters and 30 centimeters in length, while Elena stood at 2 meters and 80 centimeters. A half-meter advantage in size. With a weight of 2.5 tons compared to Elena's 1.5 tons, he possessed a significant advantage in strength as well. His single claw could exert nearly 5 tons of force, while both claws combined could unleash an explosive 10 tons. In contrast, Elena's claws could barely muster 3 tons of force, totaling only 6 tons. In terms of size, weight, and strength, he held the upper hand. For Elena to come here alone was akin to presenting herself as a mere plaything for his amusement after a hearty meal. With a spring-like motion, Ace unfurled his wings and soared into the sky, his massive form and rapid speed propelling him toward Elena. My dear sister, I never anticipated you would be foolish enough to confront me alone. It seems you've forgotten the lesson I imparted upon your birth. A colossal shadow swept across the sky, casting a fleeting silhouette of a dragon racing forward. You vile Ace, I shall not cower before you. Elena bellowed, her jaws agape and claws poised to strike. She could no longer afford to hesitate. She had to make Ace pay dearly, or else he would slyly consume her share of food. As the future Black Dragon Queen, Elena refused to remain perpetually beneath him. Witnessing her aggressive posture, Ace revealed a cruel, bloodthirsty expression without hesitation. Boom! Roar! The two dragons collided fiercely in the air, their fangs and claws slashing toward each other like a relentless meat grinder. The sky bore witness to their ferocious struggle, dragon blood and scales raining down upon the earth. Faced with this incessant provocation from the small black dragon, Ace's fury ignited, and he held nothing back. After all, he was a member of the 5-colored evil dragons, brutal, selfish, and bloodthirsty instincts coursed through him. Yet, he had long restrained these darker urges deep within his consciousness. But restraint did not equate to absence. With a furious roar, Ace's jaws clamped down on Elena's shoulder, the acrid scent of dragon blood flooding his mouth. His wings beat rapidly, and his limbs sliced against her like blades. Elena was not without her means of retaliation. She bit fiercely at Ace, her claws raking at him with fervor. Yet, the disparity was stark. Ace could easily tear away chunks of her flesh, while her claws barely penetrated his hide. The gap between them was insurmountable. Chapter 21. Blood battle in a mere 2 to 3 minutes. It became evident that Elena was on the verge of defeat, her physique and strength proving disproportionate. Scars marred her body, and 1/10 of her scales had vanished, rendering her a pitiful sight. Her eyes, completely shrouded in crimson, bore witness to her severe injuries. Yet she resolutely refused to concede, determined to bite off a piece of Ace's flesh. Just as Elena found herself in a perilous situation, a distant voice filled with urgency reached her ears. Eliza was calling out. In an instant, Ace, who had succumbed to a bloodthirsty frenzy, regained his senses. Why is she so stubborn? He mused, filled with regret as he hastily released Elena. Deprived of the lift granted by Ace's wings and weakened by significant blood loss, Elena could no longer sustain her flight. Like a falling stone, she plummeted towards the ground, still clawing at the air, attempting to ascend once more to fiercely bite Ace. Suddenly, a shadow, roughly the same size as Elena, darted from the distance and caught her just before she hit the ground. Moments later, on the earth below, Elena regained consciousness amidst her pain. Eliza, you're here. Let us ascend together and tear that bastard apart. He hoarded the food for himself, leaving nothing for us. I cannot tolerate this. Seeing her sister, despite her grievous injuries, still eager to continue the fight against Ace, Eliza felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Elena was recklessly charging forward without acknowledging the vast disparities in their sizes and strengths, as if determined to challenge their brother head-on. Eliza reminded herself that their food had originally come from their brother's kin, and it was nonsensical to be angry about consuming what was rightfully theirs. With a thunderous crash, Ace descended to the ground, blood from his dragon form dripping from his limbs. He approached the 2 little black dragons, who instantly tensed, preparing for battle. Their bodies coiled like cats ready to pounce. Their anxious demeanor betrayed a hint of insecurity. They wished to fight, yet were filled with trepidation. It was clear that Ace's previous ferocity had frightened them, and their nervousness was understandable. Ignoring the two little black dragons' fear and wariness, Ace knelt beside Elena. "Life revival," he intoned, a soft green magical light emanating from his hands and enveloping her. Elena lowered her head in embarrassment, emitting a whimper that combined fear and a sense of injustice as she allowed Ace to place his hand upon her. Now fully aware, she realized that she had erred in her judgment, having rushed forward in a fit of stubbornness, believing Ace had gone out to hoard food alone. In truth, she had not yet fully digested the food she had consumed. A third of it still lingered in her stomach. Reluctantly, she accepted that Ace was indeed stronger. This bloody confrontation had awakened her to the reality of her limitations. It was clear that if Ace were to ascend to the throne as emperor, she could continue to reign as queen in her own right. Eliza, feeling a sense of relief, gently nudged Ace with her head, signifying their camaraderie. The three little black dragons reconciled once more. Sometimes, friendship and familial bonds are refreshingly simple among the five-colored evil dragons. The normal pathways of friendship pale in comparison to the clarity gained through conflict. After unleashing their full might in battle, they could easily discern their respective standings. And with clarity came the resolution of discord. Half an hour later, under the combined healing efforts of Eliza and Ace, Elena's injuries had nearly healed. In the fish-filled pond, she remained a bit unconvinced, asking, "Ace, have you fully digested the food you consumed days ago?" Her incredulity was palpable. Ace had devoured an astonishing 17 to 18 tons of food, far exceeding what she and Eliza had consumed combined. How could he be hungry again so soon? She pondered, recalling that she herself had only eaten 6 to 7 tons, taking days to digest, with a third still remaining. It seemed impossible that Ace, having consumed so much more, had digested it all within the same time frame. Ace nodded, contemplating before responding, "It's my innate talent. My digestive speed surpasses yours by a slight margin. You possess talents as well, Elena. Your ability to hold your own against me, despite being significantly smaller, showcases your prowess. And Eliza, her intelligence is a talent in itself." Ace, in his casual manner, rambled on, aware that his rapid digestion stemmed from having invested half of his energy into strengthening his stomach during his slumber, enhancing its capacity to digest and store food. Hence, he could consume such vast quantities. Otherwise, the digestive rates of the three little dragons would have been comparable. Elena's mind whirled, sensing something amiss, yet she found merit in Ace's reasoning. Eliza was indeed exceptionally clever, capable of devising various strategies and employing cunning tactics against stronger foes. Just days prior, under Eliza's guidance, they had managed to subdue Ace, relishing in the thrill of their victory. She felt formidable herself, especially given that Ace's strength and weight were nearly double hers. Typically, such a disparity would result in a one-sided battle, where Ace could easily overpower her. Yet, she had managed to engage him in a fierce struggle without succumbing for quite some time. Had Ace's scales not been so resilient, the outcome could have been uncertain. With newfound confidence, Elena felt invigorated. Ace, relieved to have steered the conversation away from his secrets, took solace in the fact that his strategy remained undiscovered. His decision to fortify his stomach with energy was guided by the memories of his past life. Chapter 22. The Dragon Alliance. Understanding that one must consume copiously to amass energy and expedite bodily growth, he grappled with the incessant clashes against Elena. The rationale behind this struggle was quite straightforward. He allocated 5 portions of the energy he digested to fortify his stomach, 2 to enhance his defenses, leaving merely 3 portions for his growth akin to a typical young dragon. The majority of his energy was thus devoted to amplifying his digestive capabilities and fortifications, resulting in a slight deficiency in other areas. For instance, his agility paled in comparison to Elena's, and his speed only marginally exceeded hers, rendering him somewhat restrained in combat. After satiating the 2 little black dragons, Ace soared westward, intent on locating a subservient creature capable of residing in trees, planning to employ his method of adaptation once more. The goblins proved to be exceedingly inept, their combat forms singularly reliant on close-quarters brawling, with no proficiency in ranged weaponry beyond hurling weapons at foes. To ensure the diversity of his subordinates, he needed to seek out those who could complement his forces effectively. Considerations for his subordinates encompassed numerous facets. Foremost was their reproductive capability, which must not be lacking, ideally producing 2 litters within a year, with offspring maturing well within 2 years. Their combat prowess must also not be feeble, otherwise, their presence would be rendered futile. As he anticipated future skirmishes with humanity, weakness would translate to merely offering themselves as fodder, a form of experience for their adversaries that he deemed unacceptable. Equally critical was the strength of their will. They must not resemble the goblins, who, when faced with peril, would abandon their comrades. Such subordinates would be tragically lamentable, with a leader valiantly battling while his followers fled. A scenario that could induce profound frustration in any commander. Recollections of ancestors ensnared by goblins only intensified Ace's aversion to races with weak resolve. The ability to climb trees was also essential, as he intended to cultivate food amidst the abundant trees of the tropical rainforest. Without this skill, what utility would his subordinates possess? Presently, he struggled to sustain himself. How could he possibly support others? In the marshy woodlands, Ace, Elena, and Eliza, 3 formidable dragons, glided over the treetops, hastening toward the distant land. Intelligent beings predominantly resided on solid ground, and most of their future foes would emerge from the land as well. Thus, their primary combat forces must be terrestrial, with amphibious beings serving as a complementary option. This time, he aimed to find a dark creature with reasonable intelligence, combat ability, and willpower to serve as the backbone of his army. Through days of studying the legacy of battles between the 5-colored dragons and humanity, he was astonished to discover that even at the climactic moment of the final confrontation between humans and dark races, the latter still outnumbered the human coalition in terms of numbers, elite combatants, and mid-tier warriors. The dark races ultimately faltered due to their lack of discipline, excessive diversity, and unwieldy management, compounded by a dismal logistical system incapable of supporting such a vast army. Many powerful dark race warriors resorted to cannibalism to satiate their energy needs. In such a context, the 5-colored evil dragon clans were embroiled in incessant scheming, each striving to see the other meet their demise. To be candid, avoiding defeat in such a war was an arduous task. Ace resolved to learn from the failures of previous dragons, vowing to invest considerable effort into managing his subordinates, ensuring they would not descend into chaos as had those of the ancient dragons. According to the memories bestowed upon him by his mother, there was likely a tribe of tiger-leopard beings on the island ahead. They were formidable fighters and met the criteria of being able to climb trees. Eliza gently flapped her dragon wings, peering at the distant land where faint wisps of smoke hinted at habitation, and spoke. Eliza was genuinely concerned about their alliance as 3 dragons, recognizing that in the face of external adversities, unity was indispensable for survival. A solitary dragon amidst a continent dominated by humanity faced considerable peril. The myriad of rune-imbued armaments and legendary weapons utilized by humans required the robust bones of magical beasts for their creation. As the apex creatures of the world, dragons were the prime candidates for such legendary materials. In the human realm, a single dragon represented a bountiful source of materials for numerous legendary beings. However, an alliance of 2 or more dragons would deter humanity from recklessly attacking, as capturing a single dragon was relatively simple, but doing so with 2 became exceedingly challenging. Self-preserving dragons, upon sensing threats to their lives, would invariably choose to flee, subsequently seeking refuge for decades or even centuries, evading their enemies. Dragons possessed long memories and harbored grievances for eternity. Slaying a dragon's ally would invoke relentless vengeance. In the current assembly of legendary beings, Ace acknowledged the impossibility of overcoming their united front. Yet, he speculated that unity could not be maintained continuously. Once they dispersed, he would seek temporary allies, coordinating with several dragons to overwhelm a singular human legend, an endeavor almost guaranteed to succeed. Moreover, once incited by vengeance, dragons would abandon their usual lethargy, transforming into relentless forces of nature. The most terrifying aspect was their vast reservoir of knowledge inscribed within their ancestral memories, equating knowledge to power. Dragons were inherently the apex beings of the world, their innate strength akin to the foundation of their wealth. Grievances would fuel their relentless pursuit of retribution, while knowledge would endow them with the strength to enact it. Armed with initial wealth, boundless motivation, and an abundance of knowledge, along with countless dark races eager to serve them, the conditions for their resurgence were nearly complete. Any faction that dared to provoke such a formidable entity could expect nothing but turmoil. Additionally, dragons possessed remarkable longevity. Living for a millennium was not uncommon. nor was 10,000 years considered brief. As long as their enemies and their bloodlines remained intact, dragons would never relent in their vengeance. Thus, in the human realm, a solitary dragon was a target for collective elimination, while an alliance of 2 or more dragons would instill trepidation among countless legends. In the previous battles between humans and dark races, the vast majority of 5-colored dragons had survived, having retreated en masse, with only a handful of younger or juvenile dragons perishing. The truly mature dragons had scarcely suffered losses, merely being driven away, preserving their lives and possessions, lamenting only the loss of a few expendable subordinates. To risk their lives over such minimal losses was not the folly of adult 5-colored dragons. The existence of a dragon alliance was a rare phenomenon, as dragons generally preferred solitude, convening only for mating purposes. They harbored little affection for their offspring, viewing parenting as a mere task. After all, the challenge of resource allocation was a formidable barrier for dragons, who valued wealth above all else. Extracting even a single gold coin from their grasp was a near impossibility. Even in death, they would rupture their own stomachs, akin to storage bags, allowing their possessions to perish alongside them. Those who regard wealth as life itself are fundamentally incapable of forming alliances with other dragons. Throughout the extensive history of the dragon lineage, spanning several 100,000 years, genuine alliances among dragons have occurred only a handful of times, emerging once every 40 to 50,000 years, a phenomenon exceedingly rare. Chapter 23, Main Force Core. Ace instinctively searched for information about the tiger leopard people within the inherited memories. The tiger leopard people are a unique, intelligent life form, resembling both leopards and tigers, as if born from the hybridization of these two majestic creatures, yet capable of standing upright and walking like humans. Their combat prowess is formidable. The feline genes endow them with exceptional strength, agility, speed, and explosive power, making them formidable opponents. Apart from their relatively poor endurance, they possess almost no shortcomings. However, Ace hesitated. While the tiger leopard people are indeed remarkable, their numbers are exceedingly scarce. Though they can be classified as dark beings, their association with the dark creatures is relatively recent, reluctantly integrating into the dark realm amidst humanity's relentless advance. Unlike the kobolds, goblins, ogres, and other veteran dark beings who would hastily prostrate themselves at the mere roar of dragons, the tiger leopard people are notably proud and difficult to tame. They may even wreak havoc and refuse to follow commands. Their relations with other dark beings are rather tenuous, primarily due to their fastidious nature. Yes, you heard it right. Their excessive cleanliness is a point of contention. In the eyes of the dark beings, all are filthy, so why should they be so particular? Are they discriminating against us? Due to this disdain from the dark beings, their population has remained low, never exceeding 5,000 in the dark marshes. In stark contrast to the hundreds of thousands of kobolds, goblins, and other dark creatures, it is indeed a meager number. If Ace could overlook the aforementioned drawbacks, they possess a significant flaw that he cannot tolerate under any circumstances. They are as finicky as felines, requiring meat at every meal. Caring for a tiger leopard person is akin to raising a voracious tiger. They would compete for food with Ace's 3 young dragons. While capturing a few tiger leopard people as elite troops may be feasible, having too many would leave his 3 dragons starving. After all, they are in search of the main force core, which must comprise a vast number of soldiers, akin to the hundreds of thousands of human soldiers. The main force must be capable of mustering 1 million or even several million troops at a time. The mere thought of millions of meat-consuming tigers sends a shiver down Ace's spine. He shook his head regretfully, stating, "They consume meat, not plant-based diets, and would compete with us for food. It's unsustainable." Elizabeth pondered for a moment, nodding in agreement with Ace's viewpoint. Clearly aware of the considerable food issue that would arise should they consider the tiger leopard people as their main force. Skirting around the territory of the tiger leopard people, the 3 young dragons continued their journey. An hour later, they encountered a vast grove of nut trees. The nut tree is a unique species of the dark marshes, yielding fist-sized fruits filled with rich nutrients, encased in a hard, brown shell about a centimeter thick during spring and autumn. These fruits serve as a staple for many dark races within the dark forest. However, their growth is exceedingly slow, taking 1 to 2 decades to mature fully. Due to this lengthy maturation period, few intelligent races are willing to cultivate them. After all, with such an extended harvest interval, it would be more practical to plant wheat. which can be sown in spring and harvested in autumn. Within the nut grove, dim waters flowed around the trunks of the nut trees, with hard, fist-sized brown nuts swaying gently in the breeze. A group of seemingly clumsy and somewhat adorable panda people traversed the trunks of the nut trees, diligently tying the trunks together. Upon closer inspection, one could see the intricate network of paths formed by the trunks of the nut trees, densely filling every corner of the grove. Ace, intrigued, perched atop a towering 100-meter tree trunk, observing the industrious panda people. These creatures are quite admirable, although they may lack intimidation and could be perceived as endearing to enemies. They are still bears at heart, possessing immense strength and sharp claws. Clad in armor and wielding great swords, they would make formidable heavy infantry. Male panda people could don war armor, allowing the smaller female panda people to ride upon them, transforming them into effective cavalry. A bear serving three purposes. Most satisfying of all is that they are herbivorous. No matter how many he raises, they will not compete for his rations. I have decided. You shall be my main combat troops. Ace thought joyfully. He found the panda people utterly charming. They possess commendable combat capabilities, a vegetarian diet, and can serve as both heavy infantry and cavalry, not to mention their agility in climbing trees and their appealing appearance. When boredom strikes, he could even summon some beautiful ones to play with. In Ace's eyes, the panda people are the quintessential main combat troops, far superior to the likes of goblins, tiger leopard people, and ogres, who do not even deserve to carry the panda people's shoes. Elena gazed at Ace, who was scrutinizing the panda people. She found it perplexing that Ace was fixated on these seemingly unthreatening beings, questioning whether he genuinely intended to designate them as their main combat troops. Was he out of his mind? These creatures possess no intimidation whatsoever. Standing on the battlefield, they would only serve to bolster the enemy's morale. Ace must have lost his senses. Ace! Ace! Elena extended her tail to nudge Ace, who was reluctant to look away from the panda people, her tone distinctly disapproving. What is it, Elena? Ace responded, his spirits elevated now that he had found a suitable main combat companion. You can't possibly be considering those unthreatening creatures as our combat companions, can you? Remember, we are here to seek formidable combat allies. What can this lot do other than amuse humans? You mustn't act impulsively. Our five-colored dragon lineage does not engage in such folly. Elena spoke, surprisingly earnest. After being playfully scolded by Ace, she quickly found her place and ceased her attempts to supplant him, allowing their conflicts to gradually dissipate. With internal discord resolved, she began to focus on the development of their dragon alliance. In her view, their main combat troops must be capable fighters, possessing a menacing presence that could terrify countless foes merely by their presence. Chapter 24. The flourishing kinship tribe. The endearing Pandaren, who could only evoke a sense of affection in humans, posed a significant challenge for Elena to accept them as the primary combatants on the battlefield. She could already envision the scene where, as she led the Pandaren into battle against humans, they would be relentlessly mocked before any confrontation even commenced. Such a thought was utterly maddening. After all, Elena valued her dignity. Though they appeared rather adorable at present, once clad in armor, they transformed into ferocious warriors, with only their eyes visible. It's of no concern, he declared with a sweeping gesture. Ace, perceptive as ever, recognized Elena's thoughts. He had a profound understanding of his sister. She was combative, fierce, and quite concerned about her reputation. She must have felt that the presence of these Pandaren on the battlefield would invite ridicule from the humans, thus undermining her formidable image. The absence of dragons had already led to laughter from the opposing humans, which might have contributed to her dismissive attitude toward the Pandaren. However, this concern was easily addressed. With their inherently charming appearance, the Pandaren could don a fearsome set of iron armor, wield a massive cleaver upon their shoulders, and envelop themselves in steel. The palpable aura of menace would surely deter any contempt from humans. Ace's words momentarily stunned Elena. Upon reflection, considering the Pandaren's towering 2-meter stature, clad in full armor and bearing a broadsword, coupled with a helmet obscuring their expressions, they would undoubtedly emanate an intimidating presence. Even before engaging in combat, their aura would be amplified. Despite their lack of any inherent ferocity, their impressive physique proved advantageous. Moreover, being herbivorous, they posed no competition for her sustenance, making them relatively easy to maintain. Eliza, with her wise gaze, first observed her brother Ace, and then turned to the increasingly animated Elena. Their relationship had grown remarkably harmonious, devoid of the previous tension. In the past, Their exchanges often resulted in caustic remarks that escalated into physical altercations. Such amicable rapport was a rare occurrence. Eliza found herself perplexed by the sudden change in their dynamic. They had previously been embroiled in fierce conflict, yet now seemed to have reconciled, even fostering a stronger bond than before. In the heart of the nut grove, within a tall treehouse, the Pandaren priestess Caroline Kennedy surveyed the plea for aid from the Bearfolk tribe on the fringes of the dark forest. The black and white heads had swelled in size as they faced an overwhelming human presence. The humans, numerous and legendary, had dispatched 8 lords from the dark swamp, each a formidable third-tier entity, presenting a substantial challenge. How could their faction, still embroiled in internal strife, hope to contend with such adversaries? If only a dragon were present, despite its brutality, it might compel them to unite against the humans, preventing further treachery among themselves, Caroline mused with a frown. The encroaching human forces were relentless. Although the dark swamp was vast, it could not withstand the continuous influx of settlers. Sooner or later, the entire swamp would be leveled. The disappearance of this sole sanctuary for their dark kin would equate to a death sentence, a notion that left her deeply unsettled. Suddenly, a familiar yet somewhat juvenile roar echoed through the air. High above, at an altitude of over 300 meters, Ace soared with Eliza and Elena, their draconic majesty radiating outward, scattering countless birds and swarming insects as they fled in panic. Bathed in the midday sun, Ace's impeccably smooth scales shimmered with metallic brilliance, presenting an awe-inspiring and imperious figure. O Fate's divine emissaries, our sovereigns have not forsaken us, Caroline Kennedy exclaimed in excitement, watching the trio of colossal dragons take flight. She swiftly summoned all the Pandaren warriors, then hurriedly retrieved a small box from within the treehouse. Moments later, the priestess knelt before the dragons, presenting an open offering box that gleamed with silver and gold. Over 30 Pandaren warriors knelt behind her in submission, while those unable to arrive in time instinctively prostrated towards the source of the dragon's might. The ground trembled as 3 massive beings, each weighing several tons, descended upon the earth. Observing the assembled Pandaren ready to offer their tribute, Ace tilted his head and swiftly collected the offerings. From this moment forth, you shall be my vassals, he proclaimed, radiating an air of supremacy, as if their allegiance were a monumental gift to him. Yet, the Pandaren embraced this dynamic wholeheartedly, for they were well acquainted with the tradition of aligning with dragons. Any deviation from this process might lead to misunderstandings, compelling Ace to adopt the demeanor of the legendary dragons from whom he had inherited his memories. We, the Pandaren of the jungle, shall uphold the ancient vow of the dragon lineage, never to betray, and to fight for you until our last breath, Caroline Kennedy and her fellow warriors declared in unison, their voices imbued with ritualistic reverence and joy. Within the treehouse, Elena and Eliza feasted heartily on over 20 tons of meat. The Pandaren were far wealthier than the Knoll tribes. They were not only robust, but also possessed agricultural knowledge, and their herbivorous diet ensured a steady food supply. The expansive waters of the nut grove, spanning over 20 square kilometers, teemed with fish. Rather than depleting this resource, they had allowed the fish population to flourish. This time, they dispatched a fraction of their kin to catch fish, and soon enough, they had retrieved over 20 tons, much to the delight of Eliza and Elena. Meanwhile, Ace conversed with the Pandaren priestess Caroline Kennedy about the state of the human world. Your Majesty, in recent years, the humans have become increasingly audacious. They have united to send 8 third-tier expansion lords, relentlessly encroaching upon our territory. A portion of the waters in the dark swamp has already been transformed into land. Many of our allied tribes have fallen to their might. Caroline Kennedy lamented, her face marred with disdain for the humans. The unending warfare had already claimed the lives of over 1,000 Pandaren from 3 tribes on the periphery. To withstand the continuous human invasion, every race was compelled to send a contingent of warriors to the borders of the dark swamp each year, engaging in fierce combat with the humans. Chapter 25. Scarlet Eyes. At times, when the dark race's army on the front lines faltered, pleas for help would arrive like snowflakes, and she was compelled to respond, dispatching warriors to assist. Otherwise, the tribes in the border regions would be unable to withstand the onslaught of humanity, accelerating their expansion into the dark marshes. To secure their survival, it became necessary to send clan members to the front lines, inevitably leading to casualties. As Ace sat with closed eyes upon his pristine wooden throne, He meticulously gathered and comprehended the information relayed by the Pandaren priestess, Caroline Kennedy, constructing mental models to infer the situation across the dark marshes. He found it perplexing that despite the dark races being more fertile than humans, they were consistently outnumbered and bullied by humanity in battle. This was quite illogical. The average fertility rate of the dark races was 1 offspring per year, typically yielding 2 or 3 younglings, which matured into adulthood in just a year or two. This meant that under favorable living conditions, their population could double within a couple of years, signifying their remarkable reproductive capacity. In contrast, while humans could also bear 1 child per year, their offspring took an excessively long time to mature, 15 years to reach adolescence and 20 to attain their prime. The disparity in maturation rates was nearly tenfold. Given such a vast difference in reproductive speed, how was it that humans consistently relied on their numbers to overpower the dark races? Ace felt bewildered and puzzled. He opened his glowing scarlet eyes, an involuntary aura of murderous intent emanating from him. The Pandaren priestess, Caroline Kennedy, trembled, her black and white fur nearly standing on end as her body froze entirely. After several seconds, she finally regained her composure and hastily said, "Your Majesty, this is all that your servant knows." Ace nodded in acknowledgement. Caroline quickly exited the wooden hall, her heart still racing from the earlier encounter. The intensity of his scarlet gaze seemed capable of piercing through her flesh and reaching her very soul, enveloping her in a chilling dread that evoked an instinctive reverence. Watching Caroline depart, Ace felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was, in truth, a gentle dragon at heart, yearning to win others over through gentler means. Yet, sometimes, one was not at liberty to choose. The dark races, being what they were, would not respond to logic or benevolence. Only violence and fear could ensure their unwavering loyalty. Their nature was one of survival of the fittest, and fear was the foundation of their allegiance. The 5-colored evil dragons deepened this fear through generations of brutal rule, thus securing their status as leaders among the dark races. Fear and brutality served as the stick, while the knowledge passed down through generations acted as the carrot. Only through the combination of both could they ensure genuine subservience beneath his throne. To offer only rewards could lead to dire consequences, a truth validated by countless wise and benevolent races who learned the hard way what it meant to be the farmer and the serpent. Since he had gazed into the water and discovered the scarlet glow emanating from the center of his pupils, he had sought a secret technique from his ancestral memories to cultivate his eyes, the scarlet eyes. This was a simplified version of the legendary magical killing gaze, capable of penetrating the flesh to expose the enemy's soul, instilling paralyzing terror. It was one of the favored spells of abyssal demons when invading the world, low in consumption, high in potency, and remarkably effective. When deployed against those with wavering wills, a mere glare would suffice. Just now, he had been experimenting with the Pandaren priestess, gauging the efficacy of this magic. The results were immensely satisfying. Even utilizing only a fraction of the power of the scarlet eyes, Caroline had become utterly immobilized with fear. Had they been in battle, a paralyzed Caroline would have found her throat severed and her body dismembered in an instant. The scarlet eyes proved to be a worthy derivative of the legendary killing gaze, and with his scarlet pupils, he no longer needed to worry about intimidating the dark races below him. In a buoyant mood, Ace turned his gaze to his 2 younger sisters. The 2 little black dragons were gorging themselves, their stomachs swollen to a third larger than usual, and he watched in horror, fearing they might burst. Almost overwhelmed, he shouted, "You 2 gluttons, your bellies are about to explode. Are you truly unafraid of death?" With a rush, Ace descended from his throne, using his claws to grasp the tails of the 2 little black dragons and swiftly pull them from the sea of fish. "Let me go, I want to eat more. I must grow larger than Eliza. I cannot lose." Elena protested, her claws desperately gripping the wooden boards, a large fish clutched in her mouth. "Ace, brother, I want to eat too. I absolutely cannot be the smallest black dragon. I must not be smaller than Elena." Eliza stubbornly clung to a pillar of the wooden palace, refusing to budge. Ace was at a loss for words. With a flash of red light from his scarlet pupils, he released his grip on their tails. Instinctively, Elena and Eliza lunged back toward the sea of fish. They were essentially competing as the eldest. Ace's capacity to consume was unrivaled. He could devour twice as much food in a single sitting. Moreover, as a male black dragon, his combat prowess naturally surpassed theirs, leaving them unable to contest his status. Thus, they shifted their rivalry to the question of who would be the elder sister, determined by strength among dragons. Just as they reached halfway back to the fish, both Elena and Eliza suddenly froze. Behind them loomed a colossal black dragon. Its eyes ablaze with a scarlet light filled with murderous intent, its massive claws gripping a thunderous bolt, glaring at them with an expression of pure malice. Chapter 26. The terrifying farming ability roar. 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 Wail. Wail. Ace. Within the wooden palace, Ace was consumed by fury, his blood-red eyes shimmering with an astonishing rage. In his powerful claws, he gripped a lightning whip as thick as a tree trunk. Amidst the flashes of lightning, two small black dragons, suspended upside down from the beams, pleaded desperately for mercy. Ace, let us talk things over. I want to eat anymore, please don't hit me. Elena trembled, curling up in fear, unable to bear the sight of Ace in his furious state. Elizabeth also huddled, yet she revealed her small head, gazing at Ace with pitiable eyes, silently conveying her remorse. I understand my mistake. I won't dare again. Do you realize your bellies are about to burst? Do you wish to become a disgrace to the dragon clan, the first and second dragons to perish from gluttony? Ace lashed the lightning whip, striking the wooden boards surrounding the two small black dragons with resounding cracks. Each strike, amidst the charred arcs of electricity, resonated deep within their hearts, causing them to tremble uncontrollably, fearful that at any moment, the whip might strike them directly. Ace growled menacingly. The sheer weight of his words was undeniable, underscored by the formidable lightning whip. He pondered why dark creatures, despite their ability to procreate, were continuously oppressed by humans through sheer numbers. Unable to comprehend this conundrum, he turned to his two sisters, the true dragons, hoping their perspectives might illuminate insights beyond his own, shaped by remnants of past memories. Listen carefully. Dark creatures are capable of reproduction, yet during battles, they are always outnumbered and bullied by humans. Why is that? Following this, Ace squatted down, flicking his lightning whip, causing it to crackle ominously beneath the heads of the small black dragons, signaling them to consider earnestly and refrain from fabricating excuses lest the whip land upon them. Elizabeth and Elena exchanged bewildered glances, both dragons at a loss. What kind of absurd question was this? How could they possibly know the answer? They began to engage their minds, long dormant, and delve into the legacy of memories they had neglected for so long. Why are dark creatures more prolific than humans, yet consistently outnumbered and bullied? A torrent of knowledge flowed through Elizabeth's mind, and as she rifled through her memories, a vivid scene emerged before her. Beneath the vast sky, on a small plain, countless humans labored diligently under the scorching sun, their numbers unfathomable at a mere glance. Upon witnessing this, a spark ignited in Elizabeth's mind, and she hurriedly sought information about the human world within her inherited memories. Data after data unfolded before her eyes. In the human realm, 1 acre of land, equivalent to 1,000 square meters, can sustain one person. Thus, 1 square kilometer can support 1,000 individuals. 10 square kilometers can sustain 10,000, and so on, up to 100,000 square kilometers supporting 100 million. The revelation left Elizabeth astounded. The small island occupied by the Goblin tribe, spanning a mere 20 square kilometers, could only sustain over 400 goblins. In contrast, humans could sustain thousands on just 1 square kilometer. The disparity was staggering. Of course, not all land is arable. Only a portion is suitable for cultivation. In flat regions, arable land typically comprises more than half, while in mountainous areas, it may only account for 1 or 2%. Yet even under the least favorable conditions, humans could still sustain thousands on mere tens of square kilometers. The contrast between 400 goblins and thousands of humans was utterly immense. As Elizabeth opened her eyes, they bore a grave intensity. If she had previously held humans in disdain, her deepened understanding rendered such contempt impossible. The sheer number of humans was overwhelming. Even ants could bring down an elephant. Moreover, among humans existed legendary warriors capable of rivaling their might. Noticing the unusual expression on Elizabeth's face, Ace's eyes lit up, and he gently released her, urgency in his voice. Have you figured it out? Truly, you are the wisest among us 3 siblings. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. A rare smile graced Ace's face, his demeanor less fearsome. The lightning whip dissipated into elemental energy. Ace, we are in grave trouble, Elizabeth declared solemnly. She then recounted the calculations and information she had gleaned about the human world. After a considerable time, as Elizabeth finished her exposition, Ace realized he had grossly underestimated humanity. Their reproductive capacity may be inferior to that of the dark races, but their nurturing and agricultural prowess was formidable. In suitable regions, 100 square kilometers could support 100,000 people, while the dark races might struggle to sustain even a few thousand in the same area. The disparity was insurmountable. Humans could trade 10 for 1, effectively decimating the dark creatures. Chapter 27. Grafting and Cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Ace regained his confidence. Humans can cultivate the land. Why should he, Ace, be any less capable? Let us not forget that he possesses the myriad thoughts and memories from his past life. And the legacy of the great dragons serves as an immense repository of knowledge. From the moment of their inception to the present, countless pieces of information have been intricately woven into his inherited memories. As long as he utilizes this knowledge effectively, there is no reason he cannot match or surpass humanity in agricultural endeavors. Moreover, the dark races are remarkably prolific, capable of doubling their population within just a year or two. The combination of farming and their natural fertility signifies an unparalleled rate of true production. Provided his luck does not betray him, and he is not extinguished by humans at the outset, victory is assuredly within his grasp. Observing Ace, who was once again brimming with determination, Eliza found her own heavy heart lightening considerably. The three little dragons had followed closely behind Ace since the moment of their birth. Although there had been some disagreements and playful squabbles along the way, Ace had never allowed her or Elena to go hungry. Their bodies thrived on the abundance of nourishment, steadily growing stronger by the hour. In contrast to the hatchlings that could only rely on the nurturing of female dragons, their growth rate was remarkably swift. If they could maintain such a level of food supply, the three of them, who would typically take 150 years to mature, might reach adulthood in less than 60 years. Once they attain maturity and ascend to legendary status, their alliance as three formidable dragons would render them unstoppable across the continent. What does it matter if humans outnumber them? In the face of legends, numbers lose their significance. After all, if one cannot defeat a legend, can they not simply flee? Elena, filled with confusion, looked at the startled Eliza and Ace. What had they just discussed? Why did she not comprehend it? Surely it was due to her insufficient nourishment. She must sneak out for an extra meal at night. But she seemed to have forgotten something of utmost importance. What was it? Ace, you scoundrel. Hand over the gold coins. There is mine among them. In a flash of rage, Elena nearly charged at Ace, questioning how he could pose such challenging inquiries. It dawned on her that he had merely sought to divert their attention while hoarding the gold coins presented by the Pandaren. Truly, Ace remained as selfish as ever. Gold coins, silver coins, when had they amassed such wealth? You must be mistaken, Elena. A wave of fury surged through Elena, her entire being consumed by anger. Lies upon lies. Ace, those coins are rightfully mine, and you dare to seize them? I shall not let this stand. Elena swiftly positioned herself at the doorway, her sharp teeth bared and claws leaving deep scratches on the wooden floor. Roar! Ace felt as if he were bleeding internally, envisioning gold and silver coins sprouting wings and flying away from him into the sky, slowly drifting out of his grasp. With a countenance of displeasure, Ace gritted his teeth and declared, "Let us divide the spoils now." Yet, Elena remained firmly at the doorway, and Eliza's gathered magical energy showed no signs of dissipating. Clearly, both Eliza and Elena harbored considerable distrust towards Ace regarding matters of wealth. They would not lower their guard until they secured their rightful share of the treasure. An hour later, after a grim-faced distribution of their assets, Ace unceremoniously shoved Elena out, instructing her to inform the goblins to relocate their lair to the nut grove and reconstruct their nest. Stung by the significant loss of wealth, he was in no mood to permit Elena any advantages without contributing. As for Eliza, Ace showed no leniency, delegating the task of teaching the Pandaren agricultural techniques to her. Ace, does this grafting method truly work? Eliza questioned skeptically before departing. Rest assured, it will undoubtedly succeed. In the dark swamp, countless closely related aquatic trees await. As long as we transform their branches into those of nut trees, our kin shall never suffer from a lack of food. In due time, we shall amass such a horde of monsters that we could overwhelm the humans outside. Ace began to employ his method of inspiration once more. In his previous life, he had encountered a remarkably creative idea on a forum. Someone had suggested utilizing the abundant trees in the mountains. By pruning most of the branches and replacing them with those of fruit trees, it would effectively save years of cultivation. Planting in one year could yield a harvest the next. Such a brilliant notion left him in awe. He could hardly fathom such ingenuity and diligently noted it down. Watching Eliza as she directed the Pandaren to prune branches from the nut trees and wrap them for transplantation onto other trees, Ace realized that as a ruler, his role was to guide and oversee, leaving the labor to his subordinates. After all, how often does a leader toil alongside their followers? Now, his developmental strategy was nearly set. The goblins would clear all carnivorous fish from the swamp and cultivate edible aquatic plants, transforming the dark swamp into a vast aquaculture farm to significantly increase the fish population. Meanwhile, the Pandaren, capable of combat and adept at climbing trees, would focus on food cultivation, rapidly reproducing as the primary fighting force. Though his logistical framework remained modest, he firmly believed that if they continued to progress in this manner, one day his kin would be as formidable as humanity. Chapter 28. The dawn of victory. The crimson flames roared fiercely, unleashing an intense blaze, while thick mist mingled with billowing smoke, enveloping the entire forest like a delicate veil. The sight was both intoxicating and fraught with peril. Howl! 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 Kill them! The dog-headed hero, Ronnie Moore, towered at 3 meters, wielding a 4-meter-long axe akin to a door panel. Standing majestically on a high slope, he glared down at the dog-headed warriors emerging from the inferno below. With a single command, over 20 dog-headed warriors and more than 100 ordinary ones surged forth like a tidal wave. Leading the charge was the formidable Ronnie Moore. For the glory of our Lord, you rabble of the wild, perish. Like a tank, he barreled into the ranks of the opposing dog-headed warriors. Blood and flesh flew, limbs scattered chaotically. With a sweeping blow of his axe, several dog-headed warriors were cleaved in two, and with a ravenous maw, one was literally torn apart. Where he passed, corpses littered the ground. Under his leadership, the swamp dog-headed tribe forcefully breached the enemy's formation, visibly diminishing their ranks within moments. In just a few minutes, those brave warriors who had emerged from the flames, along with the solitary dog-headed priest, lay slain upon the earth. Over 500 ordinary dog-headed beings silently exited the still-burning tribe. They neither resisted nor fled. They were all of the same kin, dutifully following their leader. With a wolf-like gaze, Ronnie Moore cast a sidelong glance at the fearful multitude of over 500 ordinary dog-headed creatures, then addressed a nearby burly warrior. Yes, Chief. You worthless lot, from this moment onward, forget the name of your former tribe. You shall be the dogs of our swamp dog-headed tribe. March obediently, and those who dare resist will face the noose. The burly warrior, brandishing a tempered iron blade, cursed as he herded the group of ordinary dog-headed beings toward their tribe's direction. Watching the departing throng, Ronnie Moore glanced at the setting sun. After calculating the number of captives from the tribes they had previously conquered, he found their numbers still fell short of 1,500, around 12 to 1,300 at best. His kin were still too few. Given the Lord's appetite, this meager number was evidently insufficient. After contemplating, he resolved to lead his tribe into another night raid, aiming to consume the remaining northern tribes of dog-headed beings. They had already betrayed their Lord's trust, for a clan that held loyalty as its creed. This was their greatest shame. He would not allow them to betray their Lord's trust once more. Just as the dog-headed hero, Ronnie Moore, prepared to lead the remaining warriors to another dog-headed tribe, a warrior, drenched in sweat, swam over from the swamp and spoke up. What is it? An hour later, Ronnie Moore strode into the open space before the tribe, observing the bonfire surrounded by dog-headed beings laden with burdens. Their heads were dripping with mist. Father, what is happening? Ronnie Moore inquired, perplexed. In response to his son's question, the dog-headed scholar, Ronnie Stam, expressed a hint of guilt. The Lord has found new subjects, and we are to migrate to their territory. He regretted not having ventured into the path of conquest sooner, to bolster their numbers and provide more sustenance for the Lord. Instead, he had adhered to the Lord's previous counsel to remain low-key, thereby missing the Lord's favor. Yet, he harbored a personal wish. He hoped his son would have time to mature, to potentially foster another dog-headed hero, thereby securing the Lord's first subject status. With the Lord now having found new subjects, their status would inevitably decline, and any future benefits would surely be beyond their reach. High above, the soaring Ilena observed the migrating dog-headed tribe with dissatisfaction etched upon her draconic visage. A mere pack of dog-headed beings. Why was it necessary for her to deliver the message? Any panda could suffice for that task. Yet, She had to accompany them. The dog-headed beings were unfamiliar with the path, and without her guidance, who knew where they would end up? Despite her irritation towards Ace, she found herself harboring a certain fondness for the dog-headed tribe. With a crocodilian tail, armored in scales, and an imposing maw filled with fangs, they certainly made a formidable presence on the battlefield, perfectly fitting her vision of ferocious warriors. Moreover, their catches were quite delectable. Ultimately, that was the crux of the matter. Ample sustenance was essential for rapid growth and enhanced combat prowess. Aelina, an ambitious black dragon, could not afford to be underfed. She aspired to ascend as the Black Dragon Queen, to transform the entire continent into her dominion, with countless dark races kneeling before her, and gold and silver coins covering her bed, burying her within their riches. She was resolute in her desire to subjugate Eliza, compelling her to willingly address her as sister. Within the wooden palace, Ace sat regally upon the throne, exuding an air of authority, while Eliza squatted nearby, recounting her achievements of the day. Ace, you are truly a genius. Grafting has proven effective. The branches of the nut tree can indeed be transplanted to other trees. Today, I stripped over 600 trees, leaving only a few branches at the top, while the other branches were severed, with one tree yielding 40 to 50 grafts. After transplantation, these trees hardly differed from the nut trees. If all the trees in the dark swamp were to become like this, I cannot even fathom the scale of our subjects' power. Eliza was brimming with excitement, having glimpsed the dawn of victory. Food had always been the greatest constraint on the population of the dark races. With sufficient sustenance, their terrifying reproductive capabilities could double their numbers within a year or two. Their ranks would become limitless, outnumbering humanity countless times over. By then, perhaps the three dragons would not even need to lift a finger. The dark races alone could overpower the human realm. Chapter 29. Slumbering growth. We remain too feeble. The humans of the outside world are exponentially more powerful than we are. Should they become aware of our existence, they would undoubtedly send forth agents to eliminate us. Yet, each day, we find ourselves satiated, our growth surpassing that of ordinary juvenile dragons by several magnitudes. The pinnacle of adulthood and legendary status is not far from our current selves. Ace spoke earnestly to Eliza, harboring great expectations for this astute sister. He hoped she would become his trusted ally, employing her cunning to devise strategies that would aid him in vanquishing adversaries while also managing his subordinates, allowing him to devote his energies entirely to fortifying his own physique. As one of the three dragons responsible for combat prowess, he could not afford to remain awake each day to attend to the myriad affairs of his followers. In pursuit of attaining legendary adulthood as swiftly as possible, slumber would consume over 90% of his time in the forthcoming decades. The notion of delegating tasks to his subordinates, allowing them to execute plans independently, was something Ace dared not contemplate. After all, his followers comprised relatively dim-witted dark races, with only a few possessing sufficient intellect to grasp his commands, which made it remarkable that they could even comprehend them at all. Expecting them to understand intricate strategies and directives was akin to wishing for their immediate demise. Eliza pondered this matter. Initially, she believed Ace's rapid expansion of his followers, even before their birth had reached a month, was a desperate bid for outward growth amid war and bloodshed. To her surprise, after subjugating the panda folk, he seemed inclined to bide his time, suggesting not merely a few years of patience, but a deliberate progression towards maturity. She would not oppose Ace. In fact, she concurred that a more cautious approach was preferable. As one of the 5-colored evil dragons, their ascension to legendary status upon reaching adulthood would place them among the continent's most formidable beings. As long as they maintained a modicum of humility and did not excessively infringe upon the interests of various nations, the likelihood of their demise was slim. Even if they were dragons coveted by countless legends within the human realm, they were not solitary wanderers. They formed a powerful alliance of 3 dragons. The tremendous force they could unleash together rendered them untouchable by any nation, provided they did not act foolishly and expose themselves too early to the gaze of human legends. Danger would remain at bay. Gently, Ace caressed Eliza's small head, transmitting his plans to her. The panda folk, centered around their current territory, would steadily transform towering trees into fruitful nut trees through grafting. They would decimate the carnivorous fish within the swamp, converting the entire marsh into a vast aquaculture, thereby providing an ample food supply for the 3 dragons. At the forest's edge, they would cultivate plague bacteria, exterminating birds that preyed upon mosquitoes and fish that consumed mosquito larvae, facilitating the rapid proliferation of mosquitoes near the dark marshes periphery, thereby creating a plague swarm to deter human encroachment. After entrusting all tasks to Eliza, Ace retreated to the innermost chamber of the wooden palace, slowly closing his eyes and succumbing to a deep slumber of accelerated growth. Beneath the throne, Eliza surveyed the plans swirling in her mind, invigorated by purpose. She felt as though she were engaged in a farming simulation, nurturing the land, enhancing the combat and logistical capabilities of their domain, all while devising traps for their enemies. Naturally, she could not remain vigilantly overseeing her followers at all times, waiting for them to flourish. She would awaken once every 7 days to assess their agricultural progress. For the remainder of the time, she would diligently slumber and grow. She had no desire to fall significantly behind Ace, nor could she afford to lose ground to Elena. In the outside world, at the edge of the nut grove, a throng of over 2,000 swamp goblins, laden with bags, swam swiftly towards the nut forest. "Father, look, a vast expanse of nut trees. We shall never know hunger again," exclaimed the goblin hero, Roni Moore, gazing in astonishment at the seemingly endless grove of nut trees before him. Drool pooled at his feet as greed filled his eyes, and he joyfully addressed his father, the goblin scholar, Roni Stam. The growth of their tribe had long been hampered by food scarcity. With adequate sustenance, the goblins could produce 2 litters in a year, each yielding 2 to 3 offspring. A goblin pup could mature into adulthood in just a year and a half. With such a sprawling nut grove now at their disposal, food shortages would be a thing of the past. In merely 2 years, their tribe's strength could multiply 2 or 3-fold. In 3 years, the goblin population could exceed 10,000, transforming into a colossal tribe brimming with warriors. Should they be a touch less modest, they could easily proclaim themselves a goblin kingdom, establishing a reign of their own. The mere thought of ascending to the legendary status of Goblin King in 3 years filled him with excitement. The goblin scholar, Roni Stam, beamed with delight. He had not anticipated discovering such an immense grove of nut trees just 4 or 5 days' journey from their territory. Nut trees were a treasure. A mature nut tree could yield hundreds of pounds of fist-sized nuts each year. A single fist-sized nut could sustain a goblin for an entire day. Just 2 or 3 nut trees could nourish one goblin. From their vantage point, they could see thousands of nut trees ahead. This was only the food-producing nut trees. The fish beneath the water's surface had yet to be accounted for. When included, the available sustenance would be even greater. In the sky, Elena yawned as she observed the bustling goblins below. Having ensured they reached their destination, she immediately soared towards the central wooden palace of the nut grove. During these past 5 days, she had remained awake. Although her body had grown somewhat, the progress was minimal, likely leaving her slightly smaller than Eliza and Ace. Truthfully, she regretted taking on this task. The 3 dragons could have effortlessly flown to the grove in mere moments. Yet the goblins had taken 5 days to meander their way there. Chapter 30. Steady development were it not for Ace's thunderous lightning whip, which was exceedingly thick and painful upon impact. She would have discarded these subordinates, who could only serve as rations, 3 days prior. Having freed herself from her obligations, she was determined to indulge in a lavish feast as a reward for her efforts. Observing the swiftly disappearing black dot in the sky, the kobold scholar, Roni Stam, offered a slight bow in gratitude to His Highness, Prince Elena, for guiding them. He then gestured forward with a grand sweep of his hand. A throng of kobolds, adorned with crocodile tails, cheered as they hastily plunged into the nut grove, laden with their packs. Meanwhile, the panda priest, Caroline Kennedy, scowled at the kobolds, who invaded her territory like a swarm of locusts. The dark rings around her eyes grew more pronounced, reflecting her unwillingness to accept this intrusion. Yet, despite her reluctance, it was the king's command, and she had no choice but to begrudgingly allow the kobolds to settle in. Time passed, and the 2 races developed harmoniously. Although skirmishes occurred, they were measured, and neither side resorted to lethal force, recognizing that both were formidable opponents. The pandas managed the trees while the kobolds oversaw the waters beneath them. In the days that followed, the pandas busied themselves in the surrounding woodlands, diligently chopping branches and trunks of trees other than the nut trees, while transplanting branches from the nut trees onto other trunks, transforming them into fruitful providers of sustenance. Tirelessly, they worked day and night, sleeping only half a day and exhibiting a fervent work ethic. The kobolds, unwilling to lag behind the industrious pandas, took pride in their status as the king's foremost subordinates. Roni Stam orchestrated the efforts, dispatching the kobold hero, Roni Moore, to lead hunting parties that swiftly eliminated carnivorous fish within the forest. Concurrently, he guided the female and juvenile kobolds to submerge themselves in the waters, uprooting inedible aquatic plants to create space for vegetation palatable to herbivorous fish. The rivalry between the two subordinate races significantly enhanced their productivity. Atop the Grand Palace, Eliza observed the two factions competing vigorously against each other. Satisfied, she recorded in her tome, the nut grove had expanded to 35 square kilometers, encompassing 35,000 acres, with over 354,000 nut trees, yielding an annual harvest of 35 million pounds of nuts. A single kobold required 300 pounds annually, while a panda needed 1,000 pounds. This bounty could sustain over 100,000 kobolds, or more than 35,000 pandas. Eliza's eyes widened in astonishment as she recalculated, ensuring her figures were accurate. The realization struck her, what a modest expanse they occupied. Yet it could sustain such a multitude of subordinates. A wave of dizziness washed over her as she contemplated the vastness of the dark marsh, stretching thousands of miles with millions of square kilometers of territory. Presently, they had only cultivated 35 square kilometers, yet it was capable of sustaining such a large population. Once the entirety of the dark marsh was cultivated, the number of subordinates under her command could easily soar into the billions. Given that most dark races engaged in 2-for-1 combat, a force of billions could assemble an army of 700 to 800 million, a military strength rarely seen, one that could rival even the united human world. The thought of billions of dark creatures surging forth from the marsh to engulf the human realm in a few decades sent waves of excitement coursing through Eliza. The human world was affluent, with nobles amassing gold like treasures, easily burying themselves in wealth. If she could trample the entire human world beneath her feet, lakes of gold and seas of silver would not merely be a dream. Ace's agricultural ambitions were slowly revealing their formidable nature, unbeknownst to the human realm. Eliza, what are you doing? What have you written? Let me see. Elena, with a mischievous glint in her eye, scrutinized Eliza, who was perched atop the palace. Having slumbered for half a month, her stature had grown slightly, now exceeding 2 meters and 90 centimeters, just shy of the 3-meter mark. Her robust instincts warned her that she would not stand a chance against Ace, who towered nearly 4 meters, but perhaps she could contend with Eliza, whose size was comparable to her own. With newfound confidence, she yearned to assert her dominance over her sister. A glance at Elena, who was bouncing around below, filled Eliza with anticipation for the future. Recognizing Elena's intent to provoke a confrontation, Eliza dismissed her with a haughty retort. You wish to see? Do you even comprehend it? Eliza's disdain for Elena's intellect was palpable. Elena erupted in fury. Eliza, you are courting death. Elena despised being perceived as foolish. She simply preferred not to engage her mind. However, being provoked by Eliza today was intolerable, and she resolved to teach her a lesson. Who is courting death? The answer remains uncertain. With a swift motion, Elena consumed the tome, storing it within her, and unfurled her dragon wings, readying herself for combat. Though she had no desire to fight Elena, she was more than capable of holding her own, and intended to impart a lesson on the importance of not provoking others during their toil. With a roar, Elena thundered forward, her limbs crashing into the wooden floor, splintering it, as she soared toward Eliza like a cannonball. Eliza elegantly leapt into the air, evading the assault as Elena collided with the palace's apex, creating a gaping hole amidst a flurry of splintered wood. Emerging unscathed from the debris, Elena charged forth with renewed ferocity, her wings propelling her to unprecedented speeds. Eliza twirled gracefully in midair, conjuring a series of spells that shimmered around her. Magical projectiles, resembling bone spikes, rained down upon Elena like a torrential storm. Yet, Elena, in her reckless fury, paid no heed to the magic unleashed upon her. With a resolute determination, she shattered each spell that dared to obstruct her path. Chapter 31. The power of knowledge. The formidable magical resistance of the dragon allowed her to disregard the majority of spells from her peers and all those below her rank. Faced with such ineffectual magic, Elena felt no inclination to evade. With a furious presence, she shattered one spell after another, her wrathful energy swirling around her as she moved. Boom! A stone wall several meters thick was violently obliterated. Amidst the swirling dust, Elena's speed surged once more, tracing a distant white line in the air. "Come now, my dear sister Eliza, show me that lovely belly of yours. Let me caress it, and I shall bestow upon you my affections. Once I have indulged you, I shall refrain from striking you," Elena exclaimed with uncontained excitement, her light red dragon tongue flicking over her lips with a mischievous grin. Eliza's lips twitched in irritation as she cursed under her breath. "I detest such brutish beings, brimming with magical resistance." She felt utterly exasperated. Had she really only been asleep for a few days? How had Elena transformed into such an indomitable force? The stone wall, thick as it was, had barely lasted 2 seconds against Elena's relentless charge, crumbling into dust as if it were nothing. The most infuriating part was that Elena appeared completely unscathed, as if the collision had merely loosened her limbs. Without a second thought, Eliza turned to flee. Among the 3 dragons, she identified herself as the magic dragon, focusing on enhancing her body while channeling a portion of her nourishment to fortify her mind and soul. This approach granted her a significant advantage when facing dragons of comparable strength. She could contend with 1 or 2, and against fragile humans, she could effortlessly take on dozens. Capable of both offense and endurance, her physical prowess was commendable, and she could even open portals to escape, embodying a highly versatile evolutionary path. Had it not been for the looming threat of humans, Eliza would never have exerted herself so. A life of leisure, filled with feasting and playful squabbles with her siblings, would have sufficed to reach legendary status, a dream she held dear. But now, danger lurked at every corner, as humans aggressively encroached upon their territory, and the adult dragons that could serve as allies had all fled. To safeguard her life, she found herself compelled to strive for self-improvement. However, her comprehensive capabilities paled when confronted by Elena, a dragon whose strength lay solely in her physical prowess and magical resistance. Eliza's spells were utterly ineffective against her defenses, and once the distance closed, she would find herself easily subdued. If only she had a little more time to gather materials and craft some runic equipment, she would not be suffering so greatly. The dire truth was that she was currently impoverished. Magic required vast resources, and the disparity between spells fueled by wealth and those that were not was akin to that between 2 distinct species, with differences that could reach dozens or even hundreds of times. "My beloved sister Eliza, you cannot outrun me. Surrender willingly," Elena exclaimed, brimming with exhilaration as an inexhaustible power radiated from her core. Her limbs and wings, bolstered by this energy, were poised to unleash tremendous strength and defense at any moment. Determined not to be outdone by Eliza, Elena had also been diligent. She absorbed a legacy known as the dragon body from her ancestral memories. This powerful inheritance, crafted by ancient dragons for their descendants, promised boundless strength, provided she could endure the agony of her soul being forged in fiery trials. The nourishment and energy within her would transform into an infinite flame, fortifying her body and elevating her spirit. There was no need for her to acquire knowledge or concern herself with trivial matters. As long as she could withstand the suffering, her soul would ascend in the flames, and her body would harden without limit. As long as she refused to yield, she could continually grow stronger, a force that no peer could defeat. Even those a tier or 2 above her would be vulnerable, provided they did not flee and her appetite was fully sated. However, this inheritance bore 2 significant drawbacks. First, it required an immense amount of sustenance. Second, only she could vanquish herself. Should she abandon the fiery trials for comfort, her body would gradually regress, ultimately resembling that of an ordinary dragon. Elena was resolute, fueled by the need to confront humanity's menace, surpass Eliza, and compel Ace to relinquish the throne willingly. Most importantly, she discovered that after embracing the legacy, her appetite had grown insatiable. Eliza's daily rations barely amounted to 1/10 of hers, which indicated a forthcoming surge in her strength, one that would surpass Eliza's growth by tenfold. Although she still could not consume as much as Ace, she firmly believed that one day she would surpass even him. At the pinnacle of the palace, within the cavern Elena had created, a dragon eye scrutinized the commotion outside as 2 young black dragons engaged in a spirited battle. Ace stared in disbelief, his heart racing with trepidation and confusion. He had only slept for half a month. How had his 2 sisters become such formidable combatants? As the elder brother, he felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. One sister unleashed a torrential barrage of spells, instantaneous in their casting. Human mages should surely despair, for they were but mere shadows before Eliza's might. The spells that would take humans years or even decades to master were effortlessly grasped by Eliza in mere days. How could they not feel humiliated? The relentless onslaught of magic that Eliza weathered without flinching, her fierce dragon form instilling fear even in him, was a testament to the terrifying power awakened by the dragon's ancestral memories. He, too, had to rise to the occasion, for in a few months, either Elena or Eliza would easily be able to dominate him. As the elder brother, he could not afford to be outdone. The knowledge contained in the ancestral memories flowed through his mind like a river, rich with various legacies from countless races. Within this vast reservoir lay the wisdom bequeathed to dragons of his world, alongside an abundance of knowledge from beyond. As brilliant as the stars, the collective knowledge of libraries from his past life on Earth would be but a drop in the ocean compared to this vast expanse. Knowledge was boundless, etched into the very genes of dragons, awaiting their discovery. Chapter 32: The Vast Ocean of Knowledge and the Grand Expanse of Knowledge. Ace traversed a sea where countless strands of wisdom and heritage shimmered like stars surrounding him. Gazing at this boundless repository of knowledge, numbering in the billions, he felt a sense of vertigo. The sheer plethora of information was overwhelming, far too vast for him to comprehend in its entirety. As the pinnacle of life on this planet, dragons possess the remarkable ability and strength to record the foremost knowledge of every era within their ancestral memories. The crystallization of wizardry, the three-dimensional runic energy material transformation array, the dimensional leap engine, the union of consciousness and spirit, the treasures of bloodline civilization, the bloodline purification engraving array, the energy dimensional planting technique, the foundations of divine civilization, the schematics of divinity structure, the purification and tempering of faith. Each piece of knowledge, capable of causing tremendous ripples in the world, was countless in his ancestral memory. Ace coveted this knowledge intensely, yearning to grasp and master it all. Yet, reason cautioned him that one cannot devour more than they can chew. Each fragment of knowledge represented the pinnacle of entire civilizations, requiring the collective effort of a civilization to fully understand and assimilate. If he could comprehend even 1% of a singular civilization's legacy, he would become one of the most erudite scholars in existence. In the future, when he ignited the divine fire, forged his divinity, and established his divine realm, he vowed not to overlook a single piece of this knowledge. Determined, Ace recognized that understanding even a minuscule fraction of this vast ocean of knowledge could exponentially amplify his power. Knowledge is power, and power is knowledge. Both are indispensable for reaching the zenith of existence. He deftly input keywords into the celestial tapestry of inherited knowledge. An array of teachings rapidly dissipated, leaving behind less than 10 million legacies. Yet, the remaining knowledge still felt insurmountable. Ace continued to refine his search. Body and soul must progress in unison. Eliza, focused on magic, and Elena, on physical prowess, both exhibited remarkable growth. He was determined to outpace them, to surpass them in every aspect. Thus, he could not afford any weaknesses. He must dominate them in all respects to quell their ambitions. Otherwise, should he defeat Elena with magic, she might retort, "Prove your worth in close combat, coward." Conversely, if he triumphed over Eliza in physicality, she would likely deride him as a brute. In essence, he needed to ensure dominance in every domain to earn their genuine respect and loyalty as their king. With the legacies reduced to fewer than 1,000, Ace widened his eyes, meticulously examining each one. After 3 full days of comparative study, he finally selected the legacy that resonated most with him, the dragon soul and body cultivation technique. Although not among the most esteemed of the ancient dragon legacies, and relatively unremarkable compared to others, this particular legacy aligned perfectly with his aspirations. This technique required dragons to gather their soul fragments and, through specific incantations, embed these fragments into their cells, merging them into one. Ultimately, this would forge a connection between the cell and their soul, transforming it into a part of their essence. Once the connection was established, the abilities of the infused cells would be significantly enhanced, allowing them to grow continuously like living beings. Moreover, these cells would perpetually channel soul energy into his being, fortifying his soul. To illustrate, the advancement from the first to the second level required 10 years, as did the subsequent transitions. While the initial breakthroughs appeared slow compared to others who could ascend within mere years, the later stages of progression would outpace peers by leaps and bounds. While they might require decades or even centuries to achieve their first breakthrough, he would maintain the same rapid pace he had in his youth. Of course, sustaining such momentum necessitated sustenance. The law of conservation of mass holds true even in a fantastical world. Despite potential limitations on resources, this legacy remained an extraordinarily formidable treasure. Having chosen the legacy, Ace hesitated no longer. As his soul gently touched the memory of this technique, knowledge flowed into his mind and spirit like a cascading river. The foundational arrays for collecting, transforming, infusing, and connecting soul fragments were imprinted upon his essence. Ace felt a wave of dizziness. To master this supreme legacy, he needed to engrave all 4 essential arrays onto his soul. Omitting even one would render his efforts futile. The unparalleled complexity of this legacy's knowledge represented an insurmountable learning curve, a challenge almost impossible for the weak. It was akin to asking a 5-year-old child to forge a car from raw iron with a hammer. Such a task would daunt even the greatest of minds, let alone a child. To enable his offspring or kin to wield this advanced knowledge, the method of inheritance became widespread. The knowledge within the inheritance did not require learning. It would seamlessly integrate into the brains and souls of those who absorbed it, a phenomenon known as soul infusion. With minimal practice, the user could swiftly master the skills imparted by the legacy. Having absorbed the dragon soul and body cultivation technique along with the 4 vital arrays, Ace had fully comprehended the essence of the knowledge. Now, he simply needed to take action. In the shadowy expanse of the soul sea, Ace's translucent, yet luminous dragon-shaped soul floated within. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, and from the perspective of his soul, he perceived the world as a solitary existence. Chapter 33. The Limits of the Hatchling Dragon. This is the birthplace of the soul, as well as its final bastion, where it is afforded the utmost protection. Flecks of light emerge from the darkness, serving as nourishment and conveying various pieces of information from the body to the soul. Simultaneously, the soul emits rippling waves, maintaining a connection with the corporeal form. As Ace awakens from the shadows, he is greeted by this fantastical scene. It is his inaugural journey to the Sea of Souls, and for the first time, he beholds his own essence. Gazing upon a translucent body, similar yet distinct from the external world, Ace marvels at the revelation that he no longer needs to rely on sight. An invisible force envelopes him in a 360-degree awareness, allowing him to observe his surroundings simultaneously, a truly wondrous phenomenon. It appears that I must have been reincarnated, yet without consuming the soup of oblivion, my memories remain intact. Upon scrutinizing his soul, Ace discovers that he is entirely a black dragon, possessing nothing but the memories of a lifetime, indistinguishable from an ordinary black dragon. After admiring his formidable form for a considerable time, his sense of wonder gradually dissipates, and he realizes it is time to attend to more pressing matters. With a mere thought, 4 small spheres emerge from his soul, slowly unfurling in the darkness to form 4 luminous white sigils that encircle him from within. As he gazes at the intricate, ever-flowing runes within the sigils, Ace feels slightly dizzy. Astonishingly, these runes are in constant motion, rather than remaining static once inscribed. Grasping the advanced knowledge before him proves immensely challenging. In mere moments, he identifies thousands of distinct runes, interconnected and influencing one another. Presently, Ace cannot exert control over the 4 sigils. He feels as if he has merely pressed a button on a machine, which now operates autonomously, executing all tasks flawlessly. Ace's translucent soul remains stationary. The sigils shine ever brighter, as his soul's energy is continuously drawn into them. From a distance, Ace appears encased within a luminous sphere, where endless runes flicker and flow across its surface. Suddenly, the sphere begins to contract and reshape. The runes continue their dance, and the spherical light gradually morphs into a dragon form, larger than Ace himself. Ace maintains a stoic demeanor, paralyzed with caution, fearful that any movement might jeopardize the intricate inscription of the runes. The spherical light swiftly shrinks, eventually pressing against the surface of Ace's soul. A resonating hum reverberates through the dark sea of souls. Ace experiences a disorienting sensation, as a wave of excruciating pain surges through his essence, nearly rendering him unconscious. Fortunately, the intense agony is fleeting. As Ace regains his senses, he surveys his form once more. Within the majestic dragon shape of his soul, the 4 three-dimensional sigils harmoniously operate without interference. The soul fragment collection sigil gathers the remnants emitted from his essence. The soul fragment modification sigil transforms these remnants, endowing them with the capacity for growth and integration. The soul fragment infusion sigil injects the modified fragments into the cells of his body. Finally, the cellular soul connection control sigil links and governs the infused soul fragments, merging them into a singular entity. Observing that the sigils have been inscribed successfully, Ace breathes a sigh of relief. The earlier surge of pain startled him, leading him to fear that the inscription had failed. After a brief period of concern, he realizes it was merely a normal reaction. Watching the 4 sigils operate with fervor instills a newfound confidence within him. With this supreme inheritance, who could possibly rival him? Once he swiftly ascends to demigod status, he shall reclaim all the gold from the human realm to compensate for the losses incurred from his 2 sisters' extortion. Had it not been for them, he would not be in such dire straits. He could have simply indulged in pleasures, living leisurely as a sloth while effortlessly achieving legendary status. Instead, he finds himself compelled to engage in relentless competition. Each day, he is either striving to enhance himself or endeavoring to consume more to further his growth. Recently, he has nearly reached his limit with fish, yet he must persist. Having endured so much hardship, Ace meticulously records each detail in his notebook. On the exterior, Ace slightly opens his eyes before drifting back into slumber. His belly remains full, alleviating the need for further sustenance, while Elena's arrogance has reached unprecedented heights. For days, she has relentlessly pursued Eliza, demanding that she refer to her as sister. Yet Eliza remains resolute in her defiance, resulting in numerous confrontations between the 2 dragons. Under these circumstances, Elena's audacity only escalates. Should he venture outside, he would undoubtedly find himself embroiled in a brawl with her. Having recently acquired a new inheritance, his combat prowess has yet to reach its peak, while Elena remains as unyielding as stone. In such a scenario, victory remains uncertain, compelling him to bide his time until he can strengthen himself sufficiently to once again subdue Elena. In the depths of slumber, the 4 sigils within the dark sea of souls whirl into action. Countless soul fragments are meticulously modified and subsequently delivered into the cells of Ace's digestive organs. This time, he prioritizes enhancing his digestive capacity, for the more he consumes, the more rapidly his growth accelerates, leading to an increasingly formidable soul and a greater abundance of soul fragments. As the number of fragments increases, so too can he modify and fortify additional cells within his digestive system. It is a continuous cycle of enhancement. Within the second layer of his stomach, akin to the space within a dimensional ring, over 30 tons of fish meat vanish at a visible rate. The cells of his stomach are infused with soul fragments, significantly boosting their vitality, and their ability to absorb nutrients surges tenfold, while the enhancement continues unabated. The speed of digestion accelerates, paralleling Ace's rapid growth. Throughout this period, Ace awakens multiple times to consume the meat delivered by the dog-headed beings, unceasingly progressing in his development. As time passes, his physique expands further, surpassing 4 meters in height, with bones and scales growing harder than steel under the ample nourishment. The explosive power of his body multiplies, and within, the organs required for the dragon's breath steadily take shape. Ace's form nears the limits of a hatchling dragon, just half a meter shy of ascending to the rank of a second-tier young dragon. Chapter 34. Frost Giants a year and a half later. Elena and Eliza stood at the threshold of Ace's chamber, gazing at the 6-meter-long figure of Ace, who had grown into a young dragon. The expressions on both dragons were far from pleasant. What a monstrosity! In merely a year and a half, he had transformed into a juvenile dragon. Indeed, it was clear that a voracious appetite fueled rapid growth. Today, I must indulge in a substantial feast. Frustration marred Elena's countenance as she recalled her own remarkable consumption over the past year, devouring 40 to 50 tons of food every 3 days. With her own weight barely reaching 5 to 6 tons, this amount far exceeded her body weight. She had believed herself to be quite the eater. Yet in comparison to Ace, she still felt like a mere hatchling. He consumed over 100 tons of food every 3 days, his size expanding at an astonishing rate. In just a year and a half, he had already ascended to a second-tier juvenile dragon, while she remained merely a fledgling. However, she had not fallen too far behind. Her own size had reached 4.8 meters, a mere 2 decimeters away from becoming a juvenile dragon. Yet, Ace's 6-meter length rendered her utterly outclassed. While Ace slumbered, She had stealthily ventured into his chamber to test the hardness of his dragon scales, only to find herself deeply disappointed. It seemed she had perhaps received a counterfeit ancient dragon inheritance, for her scales were not nearly as resilient as Ace's. Listening to Elena's discontented musings, Eliza internally lamented their plight. Both of her hatchling companions were insatiable gluttons. Each one outperformed the other in consumption and growth. Typically, a first-tier fledgling would require at least 5 years to advance to a juvenile dragon, emphasizing the word at least. Thus, if food were scarce, it was not unusual for the advancement to be delayed by 4 or 5 additional years. In a year and a half, one had become a second-tier juvenile dragon, measuring 6 meters and progressing toward becoming a young dragon, while the other was a formidable contender, capable of easily overpowering ordinary juvenile dragons. Eliza glanced at her own stature, measuring 4.9 meters, just a step away from juvenile status. Although she still could not match Elena's brute strength, she felt content. Ordinary juvenile dragons, as long as they were not reckless like Elena, would find themselves unperturbed in the face of young dragons, perhaps even capable of a counterattack. Sensing the inheritance that Ace and Elena had received, she too had selected one of the ancient dragon legacies from her memories, the legacy of the rune magic dragon. This lineage, one of the 9 bestowed by ancient dragons upon their descendants, allowed her to inscribe endless magic within the very essence of her dragon form, enabling her to unleash devastating magical assaults at will. Furthermore, this legacy promised rapid growth, as it allowed her to draw forth magical arrays within her body, harnessing the boundless magical energies of nature to achieve an unparalleled growth rate. In a world rife with competition, the might of dragons was formidable. These 3 young dragons had grown at a pace several times that of ordinary dragons, their combat prowess far surpassing that of their peers. They were now capable of battling beyond their tier, and a 3rd-tier young dragon would find itself at their mercy. Even legendary beings would not be beyond their reach when united. The power of knowledge was manifest in this moment. In the stillness of slumber, Ace suddenly furrowed his brow, his crimson eyes snapping open as he turned toward the northwest. "My 2 sisters, do you sense a foul presence? A scent that fills me with revulsion, brimming with the desire for battle." Standing at 6 meters tall, Ace rose, his metallic scales reflecting faint light in the darkness. His claws, sharp enough to rend ordinary rune weapons, glimmered menacingly. The oppressive aura of his draconic might emanated from the wooden palace, spreading like a tide around him, silencing the previously raucous swamp forest. A heavy shadow enveloped Elena and Eliza. Elena instinctively recoiled, shaking her head. Ace had grown even stronger, his steel-like frame, suffused with intricately inscribed magic, now exuded an air of danger that left the 2 black hatchlings breathless. Eliza frowned, stating, "Our kin are thriving. The kobolds have exceeded 30,000, and the panda folk number 7 or 8,000. Our plantation has now spread over 100 square kilometers of swamp. Dark races across a 1,000-mile radius heed our call, and should any foes approach, we will surely be informed." Fixating on the northwest, Ace delved into his memories of the inheritance, finally discerning the source of the loathsome aura. Giants were approaching from that direction. "Giants are coming," he spoke gravely. Eliza and Elena exchanged startled glances, their faces swiftly transforming into expressions of fierce intent. The enmity between dragons and giants spanned countless worlds, their blood feud towering like mountains and plunging as deep as oceans. Their encounters were invariably destined for conflict, a fight to the death. What brings giants to this place? Aside from the frost giants from the icy north, have we not vanquished all other giants? Regaining her composure, Eliza replied, "The panda folks' nut tree plantations are steadily expanding, utilizing grafting techniques to cultivate other trees into nut trees, ensuring a steady food supply. Now, our panda folk and kobolds are thriving, their young ones robust and vigorous. In just a year and a half, we have doubled our population. If we wait another 2 years, our strength will multiply again, with the kobolds exceeding 100,000 and the panda folk surpassing 20,000. We do not desire war at this moment. Moreover, we reside in a tropical rainforest. It is unlikely that the frost giants, who prefer frigid climates, would venture here." Chapter 35. The assembly of armies. The frigid regions shall not hinder the expansion of humanity. We, the 5-colored dragons, have faced defeat for several years. The northern human nations, untroubled by the slaughter of the white dragons, have undoubtedly accelerated their territorial growth. Most likely, The frost giants could no longer withstand the united onslaught of the northern human realms and have migrated from the peaks of the Carbs Mountains. Adjacent to the continental ridge of the Carbs Mountains, the dark marsh thrives due to its abundant food supply. The nearby heights are equally bounteous, with snow-capped summits that starkly contrast the desolation typical of ordinary mountains. Historically, this has been one of the most traditional habitats of the white dragons. Yet, with the exodus of the five-colored dragon kin, the void left by the apex predators has incited a struggle among dominant creatures. The frost giants, formidable enough to contend with dragons, will undoubtedly covet such a prime territory. Moreover, the relentless expansion of northern humans compels the frost giants to seek refuge in the nearby snow-capped mountains, their best sanctuary against the ceaseless human incursions. Gather all our vassals. We must not allow them to establish a foothold. War is inevitable, declared Ace with formidable authority. His crimson eyes and metallic form, inscribed with countless spells within his very soul, endowed him with unparalleled combat prowess. He would not permit the frost giants to encroach upon his territory. The mournful blast of a horn echoed from a towering tree, resonating through the air for hundreds of miles. Numerous goblins and panda folk, momentarily pausing their labors, dashed towards the heart of the nut grove. Within a 1,000-mile radius, countless dark races, having received tidings of the dragon, eagerly anticipated kneeling before its might, yearning for a life akin to that of the panda and goblin folk, free from worry. For a year, they had watched with envy as the panda and marsh goblin races thrived in comfort, free to procreate at will. However, the dragons had ceased to accept vassals, instructing them to keep the news concealed and wait in silence. With newfound hope, the dark races ceased their infighting and redirected their aggression towards those factions allied with humanity. After a year of slaughter, the region had transformed into a domain of ogres, goblins, dog-headed folk, harpies, dark dwarves, night elves, trolls, boar men, centaurs, and various other established dark races. Other races, like mountain dwarves and forest elves, either fled or faced annihilation due to their ambiguous allegiances. As the intellect among the three dragons, Eliza had not merely engaged in playful banter with Elena over the past year and a half. She had taken significant steps. For instance, she had reached out to the ancient dark races, urging them to maintain secrecy and minimize the chances of the three dragons being discovered by humans. In this era of human oppression, the dark races operated with remarkable efficiency, ensuring that no information about the three young dragons reached the human realm. Even those bright races, who had been forced into exile, discreetly concealed any knowledge of the dragon's existence. In recent years, not only the dark races have suffered from the relentless encroachment of humanity, the lives of the light races have also been severely compromised. The collapse of the Dark Race Alliance left them without the allies that humanity had once sought. The nobility and kings of humanity revealed their true, savage nature. The elven kin were hunted and enslaved, becoming exotic delicacies at noble feasts. The dwarven iron mines were seized, leading to widespread slaughter. High magical beasts, once aligned with the light, such as the radiant unicorns, thunder eagles, and void whales, were betrayed by humanity, who sought to exploit their essence to forge legendary weapons. Today, humans occupy over 95% of the continent's land, their population outnumbering that of the combined dark and light races by several hundred times. The tide is irreversible. In the face of impending extinction, the once dreaded five-colored dragons appear almost appealing. Under such circumstances, it is no surprise that the light races would unanimously choose to conceal the dragon's whereabouts. The call to arms ignited the fervor of every dark race within a 1,000-mile radius. An immense throng of dark races surged towards the nut grove. Seated upon his throne, Ace exuded confidence, flanked by Eliza and Elena, as countless dark races converged into tributaries, pooling together to form a vast river, which ultimately merged into an ocean. Half an hour later, over 5,000 adult panda folk stood upon the trees, clad in wooden armor, their claws bared, each towering at 2 meters, exuding an imposing aura. In the murky swamp, the dog-headed folk huddled together, an indistinguishable mass. Countless dark races rushed in from afar, eager to join this burgeoning assembly. Ace, brimming with enthusiasm, could hardly contain his smile. The advantages of agrarian policies were now manifest. A sea of dark races was visible, their numbers exceeding 100,000. It was not that he wished to exclude them from the army. Rather, the challenge lay in the scarcity of provisions to sustain them. Eliza, Enlist them all into the army. We shall provide for their needs. Bring forth our reserves. Once they are well fed, we shall march forth. Ace proclaimed grandly, seemingly indifferent to the anticipated costs. Eliza's dragon-like eyes widened in alarm, a sense of foreboding enveloping her. Following Ace's orders, she hurried to inspect the granaries. Over the past year and a half of cultivation, the nut grove had yielded 3 harvests, over 3 million pounds in the first season, more than 6 million in the second, and approximately 10 million in the third, totaling around 10,000 tons, or roughly 20 million pounds. Chapter 36. Enormous food consumption. It may sound like a lot, but the dark creatures visible to them alone already exceed 100,000. Once the news spreads that food will be provided during their campaign, the numbers could swell to 300,000 or 400,000. With such a multitude of ravenous dark beings, the meager provisions they possess would only suffice for each creature to receive around 20 to 30 pounds. Moreover, this estimate does not account for the consumption by the dog-headed and panda people over the past year and a half. Once these figures are deducted, the available food would dwindle even further. Each dark being might only secure a mere 10 pounds. How long could such a scant supply last? Eliza felt a wave of dizziness. As the chief steward to 3 dragons, she was burdened with handling various matters, while Ace and Elena acted as indifferent overseers. Ace casually declared that all the dark beings should be enlisted into the army to combat the frost giants, oblivious to the potential risk of exhausting their resources. However, once Ace had spoken, there was no recanting his words. In the outside world, Ace stood tall and proud, with 132 third-tier dark beings kneeling before him, fervently proclaiming their loyalty and admiration. Your Majesty, your most loyal servants are fully equipped, awaiting your command to vanquish the enemies ahead. Your radiance, like the sun, illuminates our path, and from the moment I beheld you, destiny compelled me to pledge my fealty. Whomever you command me to slay, I shall do so. Meanwhile, the dog-headed scholar Ronnie Stam and the panda scholar Caroline Kennedy, both believing themselves to be among the top 5 intellects, regarded the sycophantic crowd surrounding their sovereign with trepidation. They yearned to eliminate these shameless ingrates, convinced that they coveted their nut tree plantations. Were it not for the food they provided, they could easily be devoured in 2 bites. Suddenly, Ace squinted, surprised by the overwhelming number of third-tier beings who had knelt simply due to a rumor of free food during the conflict. He had underestimated the influence of the multicolored dragon's status in the Dark Realm and the allure of free sustenance for these impoverished dark races. The third-tier beings in the dark marshes were likely not limited to this group. This was merely a fraction, with many more undoubtedly guarding the periphery, preventing human incursions into the depths of the marsh. Silence. Elena snapped, her eyes radiating a bloodthirsty glow as she grew impatient with the incessant noise. Instantly, the surroundings fell silent, and the prominent figures among the dark beings obediently closed their mouths, kneeling motionless, afraid to offend the might of the dragon. Ace, what use do you have for these useless gluttons? Elena rose, casting a disdainful glance at the unmoving dark beings and expressing her dissatisfaction. The frost giants are formidable. It is only prudent to gather some expendable forces. After the battle, we can sift through the ranks for the elite, saving the trouble of selecting them one by one later. Ace nonchalantly replied, showing no concern for referring to their kin as mere cannon fodder in front of so many subordinates. The brutality of the 5-colored dragon was not mere talk. During warfare, it was not uncommon for him to consume his own followers, merely labeling them as expendable without having killed any of the dark races to assert his dominance was, in fact, a sign of his restraint. Ace's crimson eyes slowly surveyed the kneeling dark beings. The red glow of his gaze activated, sending an invisible crimson light cascading over their forms. This ethereal light penetrated them, illuminating their souls. The ogre Babu Karl knelt, mimicking the stillness of the scholars, feeling indifferent. They are merely second-tier young dragons. Why should I fear them? He thought. If they didn't provide me with food, I could swallow them in 2 bites. Yet, as he fantasized about his next meal, an intangible dread surged from his soul, permeating his body. The fear embedded in his very genes erupted, merging with the terror within his soul, rendering the 3-meter-tall ogre completely paralyzed. It felt as though a mountain had descended upon him, immobilizing him utterly. Cold sweat poured down as he trembled, his walnut-sized brain consumed by fear. The paralysis persisted, with over 100 third-tier beings below him transformed into statues, drenched in sweat. Thud! The sound of a landing echoed. "Ace, the provisions have been distributed. We are ready to march," Eliza remarked, observing the petrified third-tier dark beings. Her voice resonated like an angelic decree, pulling them from the depths of despair and back into the realm of the living. Ace averted his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at the prostrate and paralyzed dark beings before him. With a voice laced with malice, he commanded, "What are we waiting for? Let us advance." "Yes, Your Majesty." Over 100 third-tier dark beings roared in unison, their tone now heavy with submission and reverence, devoid of the earlier defiance and disdain. He casually instructed them to return and lead their tribes. The three dragons stood united, gazing slowly at the flood of troops engulfing the entire marsh. It was still too soon. If I had already transformed into a juvenile dragon, I would have no need for the crimson gaze to dominate them entirely. Even a legendary being could have faced them for days. Such commotion could not remain concealed from the human world for long. Yet, the frost giants could not be neglected. I can sense them, indicating they are not far off. Given the enmity between our races, it won't be long before conflict arises again. It would be wiser to eradicate them now while they are still vulnerable. Ace contemplated silently, meticulously assessing the consequences of initiating this war. In the current realm, dragons were prime targets of human scrutiny and monitoring. Even the smallest hatchling would attract their utmost attention. They cared not for the hatchling's limited combatability, but were wary of the immense prestige that dragons had amassed over countless millennia among the dark beings. The dark races, fragmented by their diverse origins and enmities, could never unite against humanity. Chapter 37. War, as you wish, only the five-colored evil dragons. With their tyrannical rule and the prestige accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years, could unite the dark creatures. The danger posed to humanity by the disorganized dark beings compared to the integrated dark entities is of two distinct orders. One can be easily slaughtered by humans, while the other possesses the capability to upheave the entirety of the human realm. One must not underestimate the dark races. Throughout the recorded history of several 100,000 years, legends and demigods have continuously emerged within their ranks. Although the demigods have vanished from the continent due to the disappearance of magical tides, numerous legends still persist among the dark races. However, they have all hidden away after their defeats, evading the relentless pursuit of humanity's elite executioners. Should a single dragon dare to rise and widely proclaim its renown across the continent, a multitude of legends from the dark races would undoubtedly rally to its side. Legends represent the pinnacle of power on the continent, each capable of influencing the global situation. When dozens of legends unite, even the entire human world would tread carefully, refraining from rash actions. As the grand army advanced westward, amidst the murky swamps, countless dark creatures huddled together, surging like a tide toward the northwest. Ace commanded the central army, leading 5,000 panda warriors and 20,000 goblins, directing the entire force to move forward with utmost speed. To the northwest, over 300 frost giants, accompanied by their frost wolves, ice bears, and frost leopards, migrated slowly down the snowy peaks toward the southeast. The ordinary frost giants towered at 6 meters, humanoid in shape, sporting saber-toothed fangs, draped in ice-blue fur, with claws as sharp as blades. Possessing immense strength and the innate ability to manipulate snow and wind, capable of evolving into formidable third-tier beings upon maturity. They reigned supreme over the northern icy plains, facing no challengers aside from the white dragon. However, they now found themselves contending against humanity. The absence of the white dragon left the dark creatures in chaos, prompting the 17 barbaric human nations to launch a concerted assault on the icy plains. The disorganized dark creatures crumbled under the pressure, completely unable to impede humanity's expansion. The retreat of the dark beings brought the frost giants face to face with human forces. Over the years, they had engaged in hundreds of battles, emerging victorious more often than not, with only a few defeats during surprise attacks. Yet, the sheer number of humans was overwhelming. They frequently mobilized armies of 70 to 80,000 to besiege the frost giants, only to regroup and return for another confrontation after a month or two of replenishment. For every few months, thousands of humans could be replaced. In contrast, the entire population of frost giants amounted to merely a few thousand. Losing one frost giant meant sacrificing 10,000 humans, a grievous loss. Moreover, the humans were well equipped, wielding runic weapons and armor, with an abundance of third-tier knights and mages, along with a greater number of legends. The frost giants stood no chance. Thus, for the survival of their race, they were compelled to seek an escape route. This particular tribe of nearly 300 frost giants had come to scout the way. At the peak of the snowy mountain, the frost giant Huber Frost gazed down upon the vast marshes and primordial forests below, observing the dense throng of dark creatures, which nearly obscured the sky from dozens of miles away. His expression turned grave. "Ahead of us, hundreds of thousands of dark beings are approaching," he declared. Huber Frost's cold demeanor faltered momentarily, only to be replaced by an explosion of murderous intent in his eyes. "I never anticipated that there were dragon spawn lurking in the dark marshes. I thought they had all fled. It has been far too long since I had a worthy opponent among the white dragons. Battling the black dragons in the marsh will suffice. Fellow tribesmen, we shall have dragons to fight alongside us." Huber Frost bellowed, drawing forth a 15-meter-long battle axe from his back. An overwhelming battle fervor radiated from him, spreading rapidly to those around, as an endless frost descended upon the land. "Fight! Fight! Fight! Fight!" roared the hundreds of frost giants. Pointing his great axe toward the mountain's base, Huber Frost's excitement was palpable. "Kill for me." The 300 frost giants drove forth a tide of 10,000 various frost beasts, surging toward their adversaries. Two immense waves collided, one descending from the mountain, the other rising from the marsh, both launching the most ferocious assault against one another. In the skies above, Ace moved with the speed of lightning, his metallic wings glistening under the sun. Eliza and Elena followed closely behind, their eyes filled with bloodlust. "Roar! Roar! Roar! Leave none alive! Kill! Kill!" The throngs of dark creatures erupted with fervent roars. Humans, goblins, dog-headed men, harpies, dark dwarves, night elves, trolls, boarmen, centaurs, an array of dark races converged like a tsunami, enveloping the land for miles, rendering their numbers seemingly endless. With a thunderous crash, the tide of beasts collided with the dark creatures. The front lines of both forces were immediately thrown into disarray as they engaged in a frenzied melee. Spells of various hues occasionally erupted from their ranks, striking their foes. Before long, the ground was stained crimson with blood, corpses piling high. "Dragons, let us fight to the death. Do not linger in the skies like cowards, bringing shame upon your ancestors." Huber Frost, leader of the frost giant tribe, wielded his 15-meter axe, charging through the battlefield. With each swing, dozens of dark beings were cleaved to pieces. Noticing the absence of the dragons, Huber Frost roared, "You shall pay for your cowardly ambush." As he unleashed a powerful frost magic, visible chains coiled like vines around his massive axe. With a mighty stomp, he propelled himself toward Ace, creating an invisible shockwave that sent hundreds of clashing dark beings flying like ragdolls. In the center of the battlefield, an open space formed under the oppressive aura of their adversary. "Roar!" Ace's eyes gleamed with battle fervor and bloodlust as his 6-meter frame crashed down upon the earth. An invisible shockwave radiated from him, violently dispersing the chaos around him. The surging magic within him coalesced, illuminating one of the dozens of magical circles inscribed in his soul. Giantization. The boundless magical energy surged forth, causing Ace's form to expand rapidly. In but a fleeting moment, a colossal creature, entwined in an endless radiance of magical energy, measuring 10 meters in length and standing 4 meters tall, materialized upon the battlefield. "Curse you, vile insect!" roared Ace, his confidence surging, his murderous intent palpable. The titanic form, weighing hundreds of tons, crushed the earth beneath it as it charged ferociously towards its foe. The two behemoths collided with a resounding force, their eyes ablaze with an insatiable desire to annihilate one another. A deafening thud reverberated through the air as Heb Frost swung his massive 15-meter axe, delivering a blow infused with immense power and an unyielding frost that crashed down upon Ace's dragon head. In an instant, Ace retaliated with a vicious bite to Heb's shoulder. Blood stained their formidable bodies as the two titans became locked in a frenzied struggle, relentlessly attacking each other. The ground shook with each blow, punctuated by the fierce roars that echoed across the battlefield. Ace's sharp claws struck down, leaving deep, bone-exposing gashes across Heb Frost's chest. The axe glimmered with frost, scattering dozens of dragon scales into the air, while dragon blood pooled upon the ground, a testament to the brutal clash. Under the pressure of the formidable blows, Ace's bone fractured. Yet, with a surge of will, he activated a life-reviving magic circle in his mind, filling his body with a surge of vitality. In mere seconds, the broken bone reconnected, the bleeding wounds staunched, and new dragon scales sprouted forth anew. Witnessing this, Hebfrost forcefully pushed Ace away, retreating several paces to create distance. He plunged his axe into the earth, unleashing an overwhelming chill that enveloped the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the gash on Heb's body healed completely. Ace's lips curled in frustration. Damn it! When will these foolish, pig-headed frost giants learn to heal their wounds? What are those white dragons doing? Such vital legacy information should have been passed down. Ace felt exasperated. After all his efforts to inflict damage, his opponent merely plunged his axe into the ground. And moments later, was as good as new. Logically, the white dragons could not have failed to transmit such essential information. They had fought against the frost giants for so many years and understood them perhaps better than the giants themselves did. It was inconceivable that the frost giants' rapid recovery magic was absent from their shared memories. However, Ace was mistaken in blaming the white dragons. The frost giants were simply disdainful of healing. They relished in face-to-face combat, preferring to engage in brutal melee rather than resorting to magic. During their encounters with the white dragons, they had engaged in raw physical confrontation. But the tides had changed. Humans were now invading the northern ice plains in droves. Faced with a dire threat to their existence, the frost giants were compelled to abandon their traditional melee tactics and resort to magic. With a thunderous crash, the two titans clashed once more. Both were formidable apex creatures, their resilience unmatched, making it no simple task to vanquish one another swiftly. The battle raged fiercely, with both leaders embroiled in a life-or-death struggle, while their respective subordinates suffered devastating losses. Among the hundreds of thousands of dark creatures, 90% were mere fodder, lacking ranks above the first tier, with only a scant 100 of them reaching the third tier. Though few in number, the frost giants' beasts and kin were all above the first tier, with over 300 giants, each a formidable third-tier entity. The dark races outnumbered them by several multiples. Yet the frost giants boasted superior quality. The two sides were evenly matched, engaged in a brutal conflict across the vast expanse. High above, Elena and Eliza, cloaked in invisibility, circled the battlefield. Observing the fierce skirmish below, both felt a stirring desire to join the fray. Yet, under Ace's imposing presence, they dared not move. Eliza, Ace is such a scoundrel, only caring for his own thrill. We cannot heed his orders. Let us dive down and slay that giant, to vex him, Elena exclaimed, her youthful exuberance radiating a thirst for carnage. Eliza cast a sidelong glance at Elena, who was urging her to leap into action, and retorted with exasperation, "You go first, and I'll follow." Elena chuckled awkwardly. She had no intention of defying Ace's command. After a year and a half of slumber, the gap between her and Ace had only widened. Previously, if she and Eliza combined their strengths, they might have stood a chance against him. Now, however, they would merely be toyed with, utterly powerless to resist. She was self-aware enough to recognize that, at her current capacity, she could only match a newly transformed young dragon, a mere third-tier being, relying on her resilience to gain the upper hand, but outright defeating him was beyond her reach. In contrast, Ace faced an opponent on the brink of legendary status, a pinnacle third-tier entity. As the two titans engaged in their ferocious battle, neither called for reinforcements, locked in a conflict that promised to last for days. Chapter 39. Equally matched. One must recognize that with her current strength, a direct confrontation with the opponent could lead to her being torn apart in a mere instant. The fact that Ace could contend with the adversary without any external assistance indicates that the opponent has the potential to dismantle her just as she could do to them. How could she not feel apprehensive? Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled high as the sun gradually sank below the horizon, casting a crimson hue across the sky. Both sides had been locked in battle for over a day. The initial 400,000 dark creatures had dwindled to merely 250,000. Among the remaining, only 5,000 had perished on the battlefield, while the rest, 10,000, had fled in terror from the brutal onslaught. The remaining 250,000 were resolute dark creatures who had pledged their loyalty to Ace, fighting to the last breath. The frost giants also suffered significant losses. Their initial number of over 10,000 had been reduced to only 3,000 to 4,000. More than 300 frost giants had faced relentless assaults from numerous second and third-tier foes, leaving them with merely 230 to 40 remaining. The sheer number of dark creatures, totaling 300,000 to 400,000, vastly outnumbered the frost giants by over 30 times. At the onset of the conflict, the frost giants had held the advantage due to their higher levels, but as time wore on, their magical energy was not infinite. Exhausted magic and stamina, coupled with the relentless tide of fresh adversaries yet to join the fray, rendered their defeat inevitable. Black Dragon, I acknowledge your valor. Yet for the sake of my kin's legacy, you must perish here today. In the heart of the battlefield, Hebfrost, stained with blood and bearing countless fresh wounds, regarded the young dragon across from him with a hint of respect. Though merely a dragon of a few decades, at level 2, it managed to engage him, a level 3, so fiercely that he found his perception of the dragon kin altered, instilling within him a newfound reverence. However, he had never encountered such a formidable opponent. Look around you. Your minions are already on the brink of defeat. It won't be long before they fall to my forces. He taunted. You should concern yourself with whether you can escape from me, insect. Ace raised her head high, exuding an air of arrogance filled with the fierce pride and disdain characteristic of a five-colored dragon. Hebfrost's expression darkened, gripping his frost giant axe with increasing intensity. Neither possessed the power for a decisive strike, allowing them to swiftly recover from any blows exchanged. Suddenly, a resounding horn echoed from the peak of the snow-capped mountain. A frost giant had sounded the retreat. The invisible call reverberated across the land for miles. The remaining 200 frost giants paused in shock before abandoning their foes, charging up the mountain like a tank. As third-tier beings, they were the strongest on the battlefield aside from Ace and Hebfrost. Should they have fought to the last, they might have achieved victory, but if they chose to flee, even a few of equal rank would struggle to impede their escape. A commanding dragon's roar filled the air, causing the dark entities, poised to pursue, to halt their advance and redirect their blades toward the frost beasts ensnared among their ranks. Hebfrost cast a deep glance at Ace, who reciprocated with a gaze rich in unspoken meaning. An unvoiced understanding passed between them. The greatest threat to both their clans was no longer each other, but humanity. Humans had seized over 90% of the continent, continuously encroaching upon the living space of both races, viewing them as mortal enemies. Should they continue their fierce battle, even if they could vanquish one another, their forces would be severely weakened, ultimately benefiting humanity. Conversely, allowing the other to survive could divert some human attention, alleviating pressure on themselves. There were other bountiful snow-covered mountains beyond the dark marshes, such as those in the Kalb's mountain range. Neither had compelling reasons to annihilate the other. In fact, leaving one another alive could lessen their respective burdens. Ultimately, both were aware that further conflict would lead to meaningless attrition. If they could eliminate each other, they would not hesitate. As Hebfrost and the frost giants retreated, Ace noticed a couple of similarly sized frost giants emerge from the forest to rejoin their ranks. Elena and Eliza, seeing the battle conclude, immediately dropped their invisibility and soared into the sky, roaring triumphantly. In the end, Ace and Hebfrost exchanged one last glance, each silently cursing the other as a scheming wretch, before adding one another to their respective lists of vengeance. With the final third-tier beast falling, Elena's triumphant voice rang out. Huh, Eliza, you haven't slain as many as I have. You lost. You must call me sister. She perched atop a 7-meter-long frost wolf, drenched in blood and brimming with audacity. Eliza, dismissive of Elena's brashness, elegantly spread her wings and glided to Ace's side, her tone laced with concern. Ace, how do you fare? Ace shook her head slightly. Physically, I am well, but that frost giant is a rare intelligence. We may face considerable trouble ahead. In truth, she had hoped the frost giant would remain and engage her in battle on this terrain. As a dragon, she could fly, run, and dive. The nearby marsh would serve as a refuge. Even in defeat, she could retreat with her kin into its depths. Would the frost giant dare pursue? The marsh's terrain would hinder not only humans, but frost giants as well. Chapter 40. The Exploited Dragon Alliance. Given their constitution, venturing into the swamp would undoubtedly diminish their combat effectiveness by at least 20 or 30%. Even if they were to lose their wits, it would be inconceivable for them to engage in battle within the swamp. In this manner, after a year or two, he could once again amass hundreds of thousands of troops to confront these frost giants and wage a war of attrition against them. Although the frost giants possess greater longevity than dragons, their reproductive capabilities are significantly hindered, as these beings can only ascend to the third tier upon reaching adulthood, making the bearing of offspring quite arduous. Engaging in one or two battles would allow him to exhaust their numbers. Regrettably, the frost giant displayed remarkable rationality. Upon realizing that summoning his 2 hidden cards would not suffice to detain a resilient dragon such as himself, he promptly resolved to abandon this territory and seek dominion elsewhere. After all, he understood that as long as this dragon remained, eliminating any number of dark races would ultimately prove futile. The Dark Swamp, with its capacity for rapid reproduction, could yield twice as many offspring within a year or two. They might slay 100,000 today, but the dark races would replenish their numbers with 200,000 younglings, who would mature and return to battle within a year. Without vanquishing this dragon, they would be ensnared in an unending war of attrition. As night fell, only 230,000 dark races remained. They ignited countless bonfires, feasted upon the flesh of fallen beasts, and joyfully consumed their blood. At the center of the myriad flames, Ace reclined, savoring the thigh of a third-tier beast, the ice snow ox, with great relish. Eliza elegantly carved the meat into bite-sized morsels, consuming them with the grace befitting nobility. In contrast, Elena was more boisterous, burying her head within a mound of meat and gorging herself. Ace, what is your plan with these creatures? We cannot sustain them with our limited rations. Eliza approached Ace, her demeanor akin to that of an exasperated steward. Ace nonchalantly allocated all the soldiers' rations, displaying little regard for their wealth, leading them to financial ruin. It seemed Ace had no intention of relinquishing these 230,000 warriors, but rather aimed to sustain them. Eliza felt a pang of worry. They were already bankrupt and could not afford another financial collapse. The dark races required sustenance, and their reproductive capabilities were on the rise, doubling within a year or two. Without a sustainable source of food, even if they gathered all their forces, they could not provide for them. What is there to be concerned about? Ace replied casually. Before our arrival, I had already secured provisions for them. Of the 400,000 troops, 70,000 perished, and 100,000 vanished without a trace, leaving us with these 230,000 loyal soldiers. Those 100,000 who fled can be eradicated along with their tribes, seizing their provisions. They dare to escape after consuming my rations. They will pay with their lives. With the food acquired, along with the abundant beast meat and some roots, there would be sufficient sustenance for their 230,000 loyal followers. Ace had meticulously calculated, anticipating the possibility of the dark races fleeing and foreseeing their substantial losses in this battle. Although their numbers would dwindle, their food supply remained intact, and they had forged a formidable cadre of loyal and competent warriors. The current 230,000 dark races were far stronger than the previous 400,000. He merely needed to issue the command to annihilate the fleeing dark races, and these battle-hardened warriors would accomplish the task with ease. Once food was secured, there would be no further issues to contend with. Furthermore, he would not allow the 230,000 dark races to feast without consequence. After eliminating the fleeing dark races and obtaining ample provisions, he could entrust them to the Pandaren and goblins, engaging them in expanding the nut orchards and swamp fisheries. Within a year or two, his dominion would flourish anew. He would not engage in frivolous endeavors. He could foresee the outcomes and repercussions of his actions in the short term. This time, it appeared as though he had exhausted all his provisions, lacking foresight. Yet, in truth, he had reaped tremendous rewards. Not only had he acquired 230,000 battle-tested and loyal warriors, but he had also discerned the utility of various tribal races within a 1,000-mile radius, eliminating the useless ones to claim their resources for the useful tribes. Eliza sighed in relief, only to realize that the 100,000 fleeing dark races had absconded with the rations she had allocated to them. Enraged, she could not fathom how a group of dark races, fit only for consumption, had managed to exploit her. It was unprecedented for the 5-colored dragons to be taken advantage of. She had never suffered such a loss. The following day, as dawn broke, Eliza, filled with rage, rallied her 230,000 followers and the vengeful Elena, setting their sights on the tribes of the fleeing dark races. After all, it had always been the 5-colored dragons who benefited at the expense of others. It was intolerable for anyone to exploit them. In the heart of the nut orchard, before the empty granary, the Pandaren priest Caroline Kennedy and the goblin scholar Ronnie Stam surveyed the desolate storehouse, their expressions laden with distress. With the provisions depleted, what would their subordinates consume? The fish from the swamp fisheries were reserved for His Majesty and the 2 princes. They dared not partake. With the fish off limits and the nut orchards requiring another 2 to 3 months before harvest, they could not afford to halt their work. The nut orchards must continue to expand as planned. Chapter 41. The wrath of the dragon, swarms of insects, leeches, and various other creatures swirled around the timid, cowardly wretches like dark clouds. The swamp beneath their feet grew murkier with each step, as if the very wetlands mocked their frailty and impotence. The pig-headed chieftain tightened his grip on the provisions strapped to his back, his face aglow with surprise. His actions today mirrored those of his ancestors. The dragon had summoned them to battle, and they were required to bring their own rations. Should the enemy crumble at first contact, all the dark races would rush in together, seizing food, pots, and weapons to fill their coffers. However, if the adversaries proved to be equally matched, there was little to discuss. Flight would be the only option. After all, they had come with their own supplies to partake in the plunder, unwilling to gnaw on tough bones or serve as cannon fodder, should they find themselves at a disadvantage. Their only recourse would be to retreat before even laying eyes on the foe. This time, the dragon's summons differed from the past, as they were not left empty-handed, but rather furnished with provisions. Few of the tribe perished, and they unexpectedly reaped a bounty of food. Indeed, fortune smiled upon them. If such occurrences were to happen more frequently, they would not need to brave the perils of foraging for sustenance this year. The pig-headed chieftain chuckled heartily, oblivious to the fact that dragons' provisions were not to be taken lightly. The five-colored dragons were the most brutal entities among the dark races. Previously, they permitted the weak to flee because their primary forces consisted of those dark races that had received the legacy, a true kinship. In contrast, those who brought their own rations were merely temporary conscripts, essentially serving as sustenance for the genuine dragon kin. The loss of free provisions would hardly concern the dragons. After all, they suffered no real loss. Yet this time was different, for Ace had indeed supplied them with food. The circumstances had shifted. Having taken from them without rendering any service, they were essentially freeloading. This was akin to an ordinary Mexican citizen absconding with money from a warlord, promising to assist, only to abandon the task. How would the warlord respond to such treachery? Surely, he would capture the individual and dispose of them without mercy. The five-colored dragons surpassed mere warlords in their cruelty. While a warlord might spare the family of an errant citizen, the ruthless five-colored dragons would not waste time with niceties. If one dared to covet their provisions, both the thief and their tribe would meet a swift demise. A deafening blast of a horn resounded through the air. Above, over 100 harpies lifted a colossal horn, while 10 ogres exerted themselves to blow into it with all their might. Over 200,000 dark races surged forward in response to the horn's call, hastening through the swamp. Elena and Eliza soared like lightning at the forefront. Their fierce eyes locked onto the multitude of dark races fleeing below. These insignificant beings dared to pilfer my provisions. A grim fate awaits you and your tribes. Go to hell and repent. With a thunderous roar, the dragons unleashed their wrath. The 23,000 dark races, hardened by battle, erupted in a collective roar. A dark line surged forth from the swamp's edge, 2 lines of dark races extending for miles, rushing forward like a relentless tide. In their wake, countless dark races, burdened with their spoils, vanished as if erased from the earth, leaving only layers of blood upon the swamp's surface, attracting swarms of insects. No. The pitiful wails echoed from behind. The pig-headed chieftain, hastening his flight, dared not glance back. Frantically, he led his kin forward, bewildered by the turn of events. Despite his ancestors and countless dark races having fled before, why did this summons feel so different, accompanied by relentless pursuit? With a resounding crash, a 3-meter-long spiked club smashed into a towering tree, splintering wood and sending the colossal trunk crashing into the water. An ogre, towering at 2.5 meters, burst forth from the shadows, followed by several others of comparable stature. Lowly cowards, you have no right to exist in the realm of our lord. Chris Cooper, a third-tier ogre noble, harbored a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. He had long harbored disdain for these cowards, had they not fled before the battle began. The outcome may have been different. Now, having survived the battlefield and led his kin to the dark swamp, he encountered the same cowardice he despised, and he would show no mercy. Kill. The massive spiked club swung down with immense force, unleashing a devastating impact akin to detonating a multitude of explosives in the swamp. Boom. The thunderous sound erupted, sending water splashing and ripples surging forth, a shockwave crashing into the fleeing pig-headed beings. Blood sprayed, and bodies flew as dozens of them were hurled into the murky depths. Those pig-headed individuals who lagged behind were reduced to mangled corpses, while the remaining few were grievously wounded, barely clinging to life. With a single stomp, one pig-headed creature's head was driven deep into the mud, the sickening sound of shattering bone ringing out. Dozens of ogres advanced eagerly, lifting the remaining pig-headed beings, their mouths gaping wide. Splatter, splatter, splatter. Blood rained down like a deluge. Chapter 42. The frenzied cultivation of Pandaren. The bloody purge continued unabated as Eliza and Elena, brimming with excitement, meticulously scoured the surrounding area for 1,000 miles. Apart from the dark races and their tribes that did not flee during this conscription, other fleeing tribes, as well as those that abstained from the conflict, were marked for annihilation. The scholarly Knoll, Ronnie Stam, and the Pandaren priestess, Caroline Kennedy, awaited the arrival of Ace beneath the throne. Caroline, what is the current extent of the nut tree plantations? Ace inquired. After this battle, with the frost giants vanquished and the threat eliminated, the forthcoming period was to be devoted to agriculture and development. Without cultivation, he could not sustain the more than 200,000 dark beings under his command. Thus, he needed to ascertain the size of his assets to determine if they could support the expansion of the nut grove. The branches required for the expansion of the nut tree plantation were not inexhaustible and would take time to grow. Currently, the number of his followers had surged from several tens of thousands to over 200,000, not accounting for the populations within those tribes. If one included the dark races within those tribes, the total exceeded 400,000. With such a multitude of dark beings, aside from the relatively frugal gnolls and goblins, there were also ogres, boarfolk, trolls, harpies, and other voracious eaters, creating considerable pressure on food supplies. This year, they managed to sustain themselves with the carcasses of beasts from the war and the provisions seized from the dark races that had sought to exploit them. However, next year, such ample resources would not be available. Therefore, the expansion of the nut grove was an urgent necessity. They must significantly increase planting this year to satisfy the appetites of the dark races next year. As for the fish cultivated by the gnolls, that too needed to be scaled up, for he had become a young dragon, a fierce one at that, possessing a legacy of strength. Elena and Eliza were also voracious eaters, consuming an extraordinary amount daily. Together, the three dragons could devour around 200 tons of food every 3 days, necessitating an annual supply exceeding 20,000 tons to sustain them. To ensure the rapid growth of these colossal dragons, the cultivated fish must remain untouched by other races. Pandaren priestess Caroline Kennedy quickly retrieved a small notebook from her pocket and stated, "Your Majesty, under your glorious reign, we Pandaren toiled diligently every day. To date, your nut tree plantation has expanded to 123 square kilometers, housing 1,230,000 nut trees, each yielding 100 pounds of fruit per season. If harvested twice a year, this would amount to an astounding total of 123 million pounds of food. However, the majority of these trees have only recently been modified and will not provide food until next year, once their branches have matured. Only 53,000 trees will produce food this autumn, yielding approximately 53 million pounds." Caroline's words brimmed with pride. Such bountiful harvests were a testament to her relentless efforts, leaving little room for modesty. Ace, somewhat puzzled, remarked, "If such a harvest is possible, why was the last granary so scant?" Upon careful calculation, Ace sensed a discrepancy. It seemed that Eliza had only managed to procure a little over 10 million pounds of food previously, with the current nut plantation capable of yielding tens of millions, if not over 100 million pounds. How could the 40-odd thousand dark beings receive only a meager allocation? Caroline awkwardly explained, "To expand the nut tree plantation, much of the original tree's branches were cut down, leaving only a small portion. The remaining branches can only yield a scant amount of food." Ace's lips twitched as he grasped Caroline's implication. With the majority of a tree's branches severed, its fruit yield would inevitably be diminished. The remaining 10 million pounds of food were likely reserved by the Pandaren and gnolls for themselves and their offspring. Otherwise, given their industrious nature, the original nut trees would have been reduced to mere stumps, with the cut branches repurposed for the plantation's expansion. The Pandaren were indeed quite relentless in their endeavors. Ace felt a sense of satisfaction. Although this autumn would yield little food, as the branches still required time to mature, next year would herald a veritable explosion in harvests. Being in a tropical rainforest, where summer prevailed year-round, the growth and recovery of plants were remarkably swift. Within a year, the trees would have restored their branches to full capacity. Ace then turned his attention to the Knoll scholar, Ronnie Stam, responsible for the fish cultivation. While Caroline Kennedy's nut tree plantation was designated for the sustenance of his followers, Ace was more concerned about his own provisions. Noticing Ace's gaze upon him, Ronnie Stam cautiously replied, "Your Majesty, I cannot ascertain the annual fish yield precisely, but harvesting several hundred tons every 3 days will certainly not impact the expansion of the fish population." The Knoll scholar yearned to provide figures as impressive as those presented by Caroline Kennedy, but given their reliance on the entire swamp as a breeding ground, accurate data was simply unattainable. Ace frowned. He detested uncertainty, and demanding precise figures from the Knolls was undoubtedly an undue burden. Chapter 43. The rapid expansion of territory casually allowing the Pandaren priest Caroline Kennedy and the Knoll scholar Ronnie Stam to depart from the Grand Hall. Ace raised his gaze towards the vacant expanse of the hall and the verdant nut tree plantation beyond the entrance. The dense, obsidian dragon scales concealed him in shadows, melding him into the darkness, while his crimson eyes glimmered in the gloom, resembling the gaze of a demon. The sun approached dusk, casting its remaining light across the sky, creating brilliant, fiery clouds. The scarlet glow intertwined with the blazing clouds, symbolizing the ascent of darkness as light gradually receded. With a great shake of his dragon head, Ace, stifling a yawn, turned towards his plush bed. Mastering the unique inheritance of the dragon soul and flesh cultivation technique demanded considerable exertion. Each slumber required a delicate balance between wakefulness and dreams, intertwining the connections and operations between body, soul, and the 4 grand formations in the Sea of Souls. This was no trivial endeavor. Injecting meticulously modified soul fragments into his cells required precision, an exceedingly arduous task. Given the minuscule size and the billions of cells within his body, locating a specific cell to target felt akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Thankfully, the 4 grand formations provided substantial support. Otherwise, he mused, it might take him a millennium to even modify a single finger. In the past year and a half, despite the assistance of the 4 formations and the heritage, he had barely managed to transform a mere tenth of his stomach. Yet, this small fraction of enhanced cells, infused with soul power, bestowed upon him unparalleled advantages. With their aid, his dragon stomach's digestive capacity surged to over 10-fold its previous strength. This newfound prowess enabled him to consume greater quantities of food, thereby acquiring more nutrition. With the influx of nourishment, his physique became as resilient as steel, strength amplified, and flexibility exponentially increased. His soul, bolstered by the energy transmitted from these cells, engaged in continual meditation akin to the most accomplished human sorcerers, growing stronger by the moment. A robust soul allows for the construction of an array of spells, each sustained for longer durations. Magic comprises an assortment of runic formations. Thus, when a sorcerer invokes magic, they essentially activate the magical array within their soul, channeling mana to manifest spells. Gently reclining upon the fur, Ace closed his eyes, delving into a realm of slumber and labor. In the external world, the cleansing continued unabated. Within a 1,000-mile radius centered around the nut tree plantation, slaughter and battle raged. The 23,000 dark beings, loyal to the dragon, employed a net-like strategy to eradicate those dark races and their tribes that had been feasting upon the dragon's provisions, sending them to hell with flames and blades. Eliza and Elena, driven by bloodlust, charged into combat with every formidable foe, engaging in fierce battles. Through the combined efforts of Eliza, Elena, and the 23,000 dark beings, countless dark races and their tribes were swiftly purged. The territory, encompassing hundreds of thousands of square kilometers around the nut tree plantation, was visibly transforming into their dominion. Chapter 44. Coercion beneath the sparse, star-speckled sky. The soft moonlight cascaded gently from the jade-like orb above, illuminating the earth below. High atop the towering trees, hundreds of figures flew swiftly through the forest, closely aligned with the dense thicket. Leading this flight was a striking harpy, standing at an impressive 2.5 meters tall, her arms resembling wings and her feet claw-like. Ona, along with her harpy tribe, was one of the many clans that had answered Ace's call to arms. Unlike her fellow harpies who fought valiantly on the battlefield, she shamefully fled with the provisions bestowed upon her by Ace, desperate to preserve her strength. As one of the rare third-tier harpies, she was unwilling to engage in a brutal confrontation with the frost giants, all of whom were equally powerful. In a state of alarm, she stealthily ventured ahead to ascertain the veracity of the unfolding events. To her utter horror, she discovered that a vast assembly of dark creatures had formed 3 immense nets, relentlessly purging the swamps of fleeing or unresponsive dark beings. The advancing army was formidable, with nearly 100 third-tier dark creatures organized into precise squads, systematically targeting those tribes that had chosen to flee. She witnessed firsthand a third-tier goblin noble being surrounded and brutally torn apart by 5 third-tier entities within her own tribe. Fortunately, the advance of the dragons and their subordinates, numbering over 200,000 dark creatures, was not swift. In fact, it was rather sluggish, granting her ample time to escape. It was not that Elena and Eliza lacked the desire to eliminate the fleeing entities at once, but rather that the territory they were tasked with cleansing was vast and challenging to navigate. The terrain, predominantly swampy, impeded their progress significantly. Moreover, the dark races were not mere victims waiting to be slaughtered. They were notoriously bloodthirsty and ferocious, unwilling to surrender without a fight. Each tribe they eliminated resulted in some losses among the 23,000 dark creatures, further slowing their pace. However, those tribes with third-tier guardians were more astute, recognizing the unstoppable advance of the dragons and fleeing en masse. The remaining dark races, facing slaughter, either followed the exodus led by their stronger kin or remained behind, unwilling to abandon their homes. The tribes that suffered the most were those ignorant of the impending doom or too attached to their territories. Consequently, nearly 70% of the tribes in the central dark swamp were forced to migrate, swept up in a colossal wave of dark race relocation. During this migration, the more powerful tribes consumed the weaker ones, leading to an astonishing resurgence of colossal dark supertribes, formed at an incredible pace from the remnants of scattered clans that had once been fractured after the decisive battle years prior. They swept forth like locusts, assimilating countless kin and other dark races into their ranks, surging relentlessly toward the outside world. As the central dark races moved outward, those residing outside the dark swamp were inevitably affected. The influx of powerful beings from the central regions swelled their ranks, overpowering the small tribes of only a few hundred or a couple thousand outside the swamp. These tribes were compelled to join the great tide of migration triggered by various chain reactions. Gazing at the sun rising on the horizon, Ona turned to her tribe's scholar and inquired, "We should have escaped their pursuit by now, correct?" She was genuinely terrified, as nearly 100 third-tier dark creatures had formed a hunting party, led even by 2 dragons, an overwhelming force against which she could not hope to contend. With her current strength, encountering any hunting party or a single dragon would spell annihilation for her and her tribe. Thus, she longed to distance herself from those unreasonable foes. The Harpy scholar retrieved a map from her pack, scrutinizing the sun's position and the still visible stars. After careful comparison, she responded, "Chief, we are now quite far from them, approximately 300 to 500 miles away. Given their rate of advance, it will take at least another fortnight for them to reach our current location. We have wholly evaded their pursuit." Ona exhaled in relief, the fear dissipating as she gradually regained her composure. However, her newfound calm brought forth the pressing issue of her tribe's survival. The periphery of the dark swamp was no sanctuary. As humanity made significant strides into the wilderness, countless dark tribes fled inward for safety. Though their numbers had dwindled due to human slaughter, those who managed to reach the dark swamp were not to be underestimated. Few were first tier, many were second tier, and several hundred were third tier. Albeit small in number, their combat prowess was formidable. To seize a territory from them would be no simple task. Ona, having once fought alongside a dragon lord in the decisive battle and having received a legacy, if not for that legacy, she could never have attained the status of a third-tier noble, had previously commanded 5,000 harpies, with numerous first- and second-tier members. Yet, after a single battle and countless skirmishes against humanity's expanding forces, her numbers had dwindled to mere hundreds upon reaching the dark swamp. Over the past couple of years, her tribe had been nursing its wounds, and their numbers had scarcely recovered. The sky was now awash with sunlight, the warm rays filtering through countless clouds to illuminate the land below. As Ona basked in the golden light, she suddenly noticed another harpy tribe fleeing not far from her own. Chapter 45. Chain Reaction and Momentum. The opposing tribe of harpies numbered in the hundreds, yet among them, there were few formidable warriors, only a lone first-tier harpy priestess. In truth, the condition of this harpy tribe mirrored that of all dark races across the continent. Hundreds of dark beings, generally with but a solitary first-tier entity present. Some of the weaker tribes lacked even a first-tier individual. Only those dark races blessed with the legacy of dragons could give rise to beings of second tier and above. The Dark Swamp was home to a plethora of third-tier beings, primarily because many strong dark races from the continent had sought refuge there. Thus, the swamp could not naturally nurture such a multitude of powerful entities. One such third-tier harpy noble, Ona, was among those who fled to the Dark Swamp. Observing the hundreds of harpies a few kilometers away, Ona's heart leaped with joy. Was this not serendipity? She was in dire need of kin, and here, her kindred dark races appeared before her. With an ear-piercing cry, the overwhelming presence of a third-tier powerhouse enveloped the surrounding kilometers in an instant. The hundreds of harpies in the distance were thrown into disarray, scattering in panic, while the first-tier harpy priestess was nearly paralyzed with fear. The hundreds of harpies under Ona's command quickly comprehended their leader's intent. Guided by 4 second-tier harpies, over 400 harpies took flight in all directions, swiftly sealing off every potential escape route for their adversaries. Faced with the noble might of a third-tier kin and surrounded by the blockade of Ona's subordinates, what could a solitary first-tier harpy do but submit to being absorbed? With the tribe's numbers swelling to 951, the third-tier noble Ona was in high spirits, offering consolation to the newly arrived harpy priestess as the tribe pressed onward. Before long, Ona encountered another group of her kin, and once again, elation surged within her as she unhesitatingly absorbed them. Within a single day, the third-tier harpy noble Ona had devoured her kin, her forces expanding at an astonishing rate, akin to a balloon inflating. By the time she and her tribe reached the central boundary of the Dark Swamp, her tribe had burgeoned to over 20,000 harpies. In this whirlwind of growth, various other dark races began to flock to her, further amplifying Ona's burgeoning power. During her journey, she also crossed paths with 2 other factions, each boasting over 10,000 harpies led by third-tier nobles she recognized from previous encounters during the decisive battle. Their rapport was reasonably amicable. Thus, through a confluence of circumstances, 3 tribes of harpies, each exceeding 10,000 in number, instinctively banded together. This union catalyzed a qualitative transformation, birthing a harpy kingdom exceeding 70,000 in number, with countless other dark races entwined within their ranks. The sun was obscured by their wings, and the swamp was shrouded in a dark tide, as tens of thousands of dark beings were continuously absorbed, with the densely packed harpy tribes incessantly joining this grand collective. The alliance formed by the third-tier harpy noble Ona and her 2 companions, propelled by an unstoppable force termed momentum, advanced inexorably toward the realm of humanity, slowly giving rise to a surge of dark races. Half a month later, Ona and her 2 allies stared in disbelief at their forces, which were nearing 1,000,000 dark beings. What have I done? Ona pondered, her head spinning, her spirit trembling. The past 2 weeks felt like a dream. Wherever her army marched, no dark race stood a chance against them. The tribe's numbers expanded rapidly, with subordinate races multiplying exponentially. Before she could fully grasp the situation, the number of harpies in her tribe surpassed 200,000, and the affiliated races exceeded 1,000,000. If the initial days had ignited feelings of joy and unparalleled ambition, now all that filled her heart was profound dread. The multitude of subjugated races was overwhelming, with over 10 third-tier beings among the subordinates, and more than 5 third-tier harpies in her tribe, not including her allies. The second-tier entities had surpassed 1,000, while the first-tier beings were countless. Phase. What should we do now? Ona urgently turned to a nearby third-tier harpy scholar. Read and worry, the scholar was overwhelmed by surging magical energy, striving to alter their current predicament. Yet, it felt as though an invisible force propelled them forward, leaving them unable to escape or resist. Only able to follow this unseen momentum. With resignation, she pointed her wings ahead and spoke. Look there. Instinctively, Ona turned her gaze, witnessing the land at the forefront of the dark race tide being consumed by countless dark beings. Wherever they passed, be it fish in the water, fruits in the trees, or even the grasses, everything was submerged. Look there. The scholar pointed again to the rear of their massive procession. In the wake of the dark race tide, countless trees had been stripped bare by the insatiable dark beings. The fish had vanished without a trace, and even the tiniest of creatures had disappeared. Mosquitoes and venomous insects had also been eradicated from the earth, leaving behind a profound silence. The rainforests they traversed were ravaged, incapable of yielding sustenance for years to come. Why did so many dark races succumb to this tide instead of fighting fiercely within their tribes? Because even if they resisted, clinging to survival until the external dark race tide receded, the food sources outside had been depleted. For years to come, they would struggle to find sustenance in the swamp. For the sake of survival, they had no choice but to be swept along. In human terms, those who followed the main force had a chance to live, while those who remained behind in the barren lands, stripped of even mosquitoes, were destined to perish from hunger. Chapter 46. 16 Waves of Darkness. We find ourselves at a dead end, entangled with numerous tribes, many of which are not to be underestimated. Among them, a significant number of third-tier powerhouses are concealed, and there may even be legendary figures among them. Our supplies have been completely depleted, and for years to come, we cannot hope to procure food from those habitats. Meanwhile, the oppressed dark races are relentlessly converging upon us, leading to an increasingly dire scarcity of resources. The habitats within the dark marshes have long reached their capacity. If this continues, a collapse is inevitable. Human forces are tightening their grip, encroaching upon our living space, which compels us to turn against one another in a struggle for resources. Initially, they employed this very tactic to diminish our strength by a third before any decisive battle could take place. Our legendary ancestors cannot fall for the same ruse a second time. Our retreat has been severed. We have no choice but to advance. Even if we wish to escape this vortex, our legendary ancestors would not consent. The scholar of the harpy, with keen eyes, fixed her gaze intently upon Ona. In the midst of a migration involving millions, the dark races adhere to a survival principle that reveres strength. Throughout this migration, fusion and assimilation occur incessantly. When the 3 tribes of harpies, each numbering in the thousands, merged, Ona's kin were the most numerous, granting her a decisive advantage in the process of amalgamation. Coupled with the clandestine support of those third-tier powerhouses, Ona has emerged as the de facto leader of this multitude of dark races exceeding 1 million. Every third-tier powerhouse understands the paramount importance of a singular voice within a tribe or nation. The distinction between a unified front and discordant voices is profound. A singular voice can unleash the full force of its collective strength, potentially turning the tide from despair to salvation, whereas the latter may barely harness even a fraction of its true power. They have suffered too many losses of this nature for the survival of their race. They must make the most rational choice. A fitting comparison would be the France under Napoleon's leadership versus France without him. The disparity is staggering. Under Napoleon, France was a singular voice that could single-handedly dominate all of Europe, whereas without his guidance, domestic discord led to their subjugation at the hands of others, leaving them battered and humiliated. The onset of war is both startling and inevitable. The dark races are not mere lambs to be slaughtered. The legacies of countless years cannot be dismissed lightly. They merely await a unifying opportunity. The reason humans fear dragons so profoundly is that dragons possess the ability to unite the myriad legends of the dark races, drawing them together in formidable solidarity. As the scholar of the harpy concluded her discourse, Ona suddenly felt several profound gazes fixated upon her. Her body froze, and with a hint of madness, she declared, "I have long envisioned leading an inexhaustible army into the human realm to exact vengeance. Fate has bestowed this opportunity upon me, and I shall ensure they pay a heavy price, demonstrating that we, the dark races, are not to be trifled with. Let us accelerate our advance. We shall navigate through the marshes, expanding our numbers to 3 million, and then surge into the human world." Ona, having cast caution to the wind, recognized that countless legends within the human realm would regard her as a thorn in their side, determined to eliminate her at any cost. Yet, she found herself with no alternative. Around her, there were at least 15 waves of dark races of comparable magnitude, expanding rapidly. The legends among the dark races have wagered their entire fate on this endeavor, investing immeasurable effort. Should she fail to follow the established plan, she would not need to await the arrival of human legends to meet her demise. She could be torn apart by her own kind. As the gazes dissipated, Ona exhaled. But madness flickered even more intensely in her deep-set eyes. With a command from the third-tier harpy noble Ona, the multitude of dark races surged forward once more, an endless tide inundating the land. Countless dark beings were swept along, compelled to join the war against humanity. The dark races, led by the third-tier harpy noble Ona, continued to expand aggressively, while other dark factions hastened their pace, drawing countless dark beings into their ranks. In the heart of the dark marshes, Ace crouched atop a towering tree, observing the rising auras of powerful beings in the east. The massive dragon head was somewhat perplexed. What was happening? He had merely instructed his two sisters, capable of only third-tier strength, to lead a mere 23,000 dark beings in a sweep. Given their speed, even ordinary dark creatures could escape their pursuit, provided they did not run directly into them. Ordinary dark beings could flee. Those powerful individuals could outrun rabbits, and some could even fly. It was inconceivable that they could not evade her pursuit. Logically, simply driving those dark races to the periphery should not cause such a commotion. However, through his crimson gaze, he beheld a throng of dark race powerhouses, their momentum soaring, advancing relentlessly. This left him in a state of confusion. What were they attempting? Did they intend to confront humanity once more after the decisive battle? It was not that he underestimated these dark races. Rather, they lacked any substantial logistical reserves. Initially invading the human world could indeed grant them an advantage, even allowing them to subdue humanity momentarily. Chapter 47. The conspiracy of humanity. As the saying goes, man is iron, rice is steel. A day without food leads to unease. The dark races below the legendary realm are equally dependent on sustenance. Without food, their strength diminishes significantly within 2 days, and after 4 or 5 days, they become utterly weakened. If the days of hunger stretch to 6 or 7, nearly 90% of the dark races will succumb to starvation. Ace, restless, paced about, his crimson eyes frequently glancing towards the east, his entire form radiating agitation and unease. He could not fathom the intentions of those beings. Would the commotion they were causing affect his development and farming? Gently tapping his head with his claw, Ace turned and spread his wings, soaring eastward. Since he could not decipher their motives, he might as well see for himself. Given his current combat prowess, while he might not match the legendary figures of humanity, escaping amidst countless dark creatures would still be feasible. With safety no longer a concern, he felt emboldened. 2 days later, Ace, cloaked in a spell of invisibility and other magic to obscure his presence, soared at an altitude of 1,000 meters. Below him stretched an endless expanse of dark creatures marching forward, seemingly without end. Ace inclined his dragon tail slightly, veering with the wind, rapidly approaching the strongest auras within this dark tide. Before long, he beheld 6 dark beings exuding legendary energy, stealthily standing together at the periphery of the dark wave, silently advancing. Your Majesty, your arrival brings us immense honor. Fate has not forsaken us, granting your birth in this moment of despair and bestowing hope upon us. One of them, an elegantly attired vampire king in black and red, with fangs protruding from his lips and a sanguine aura surrounding him, greeted Ace with a respectful smile from his side. Ace breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed the dark races, and given their current predicament, they desperately needed a dragon to unite them. He inquired in a tone of equality, "What are you doing? You lack sufficient food supplies for those below. The wilderness outside the dark marsh has just been developed by humans and has little stored food. Once you leave the dark marsh, you cannot travel far." The dark marsh, a quintessential tropical rainforest, is actually abundant in food. Fish in the waters, fruits from towering trees accumulated over millennia, insects, rodents, ants, and various beasts, an array of edible resources. It is precisely due to this bounty that the endless tide of darkness below has been able to gather and advance. However, once they reach the outside world, food becomes scarce. The 8 expansion lords must expend vast sums annually to procure various food supplies from beyond, just to sustain their territories, which collectively house only about 1 to 2 million people, rendering their stored resources alarmingly meager. Upon breaching the dark marsh, they would find it impossible to secure food for survival. Moreover, with the onset of war, human nations would dispatch armies to the vicinity of the dark marsh to cleanse the dark races attempting to escape. The death of ordinary dark creatures did not concern him, but he was particularly wary of those formidable first, second, or even third-tier beings. After all, the human side possesses numerous strong individuals. If a conflict were to ensue and he lacked sufficient powerful allies, it would spell disaster. The cultivation of such strong beings demands both talent and time. And with humanity pressing ever closer, he had no luxury of hundreds of years to nurture his subordinates. The chaotic surge of dark races would undoubtedly result in grievous losses among the strong. Your Majesty, let us descend and discuss further. Those below are a band of brutes. Incapable of approaching silently, spoke the legendary vampire king in a voice imbued with magnetism. Ace nodded, flapping his wings and descending. Moments later, he landed before the group of legends. After a few minutes, the legends sat across from Ace, exchanging introductions and familiarizing themselves. As the pinnacle of power on the continent, each legendary being embodies the mightiest essence of their respective races, capable of traversing the entire world. They are akin to nuclear weapons in today's realm. Thus, even a proud dragon like Ace could not afford to show disdain for them. As a young dragon yet to reach maturity, Ace needed to recognize his position and refrain from offending them. After all, he relied on their protection to secure time for his growth. Most importantly, he was outmatched in strength. It was unwise to act arrogantly. The initiation of this war is, in fact, imperative. The wild territories of the continent have now been predominantly seized by humans, and the remaining lands cannot endure for much longer. The dark races fleeing to the dark marsh have multiplied, yet in recent years, due to resource scarcity, life has become increasingly difficult, leading to infighting among us. These are mere trivialities. As long as you and your two sisters can mature, these losses are worth it. Alas, the legendary vampire king gritted his teeth. We have been deceived once more. Those humans are the spawn of the god of conspiracy. Not only do they oppress our living space, but they are also engaging in other machinations. The legendary harpy queen interjected angrily. The 8 expansion lords are merely a facade, a bait to lull us into complacency. With a wave of her hand, a vast sand map materialized before Ace. The dark marsh occupied the center, encompassing half of the map with its expansive area, while the territories of the 8 expansion lords formed a fan-shaped circle around it. However, their territories were relatively small, merely encircling the dark marsh with a thin line, occupying only about 1/10 of the map's area, while the land above and below belonged to 8 other human nations. 8 rivers were marked in red, flowing from the dark marsh through the territories of the 8 expansion lords before continuing outward. The harpy queen pointed at the red-marked rivers, stating, "The 8 expansion lords are but a ruse. They serve only to distract us." Behind their territories, 8 human nations are mobilizing countless resources to rapidly widen the riverbeds. The water levels remain constrained by the territories of the 8 expansion lords, which is why the changes are not yet evident. Chapter 48. The concentration of authority. Ace's expression grew unusually grave. The 8 rivers represented by the red line were each wide as 100 meters, with their terminus leading to the sea. Each year, they would consume an endless flow of water, never to return. Currently, humanity was expanding these 8 rivers across the territories of the 8 major lords, and once widened, the rate at which they would engulf the waters of the dark marsh would inevitably accelerate. Should the dark marsh suffer a significant loss of water, its water level would surely decline, transforming it into dry land. At that point, without the marsh's natural barrier, the food, soldiers, and various resources from human nations would surge forth, hastily swallowing the dark marsh. The 8 lords publicly overseeing this expansion acted as dams for the rivers, striving to maintain a stable water level, thereby deceiving the various dark races within the marsh. Meanwhile, the continuous widening of the river channels was the true trump card. Ace could already envision the scene when they completed the expansion, millions of troops from the great human empires marching into the territories of the 8 lords, then collectively demolishing the dams, causing the water level of the dark marsh to plummet at an observable rate, with the capability to mobilize hundreds of thousands with ease. Bolstered by numerous mages, the widening of the rivers would require but a few short years. Perhaps I was overly optimistic, thinking it would take a century or two. At this rate, even a decade might be too long. Ace raised his gaze to the legendary figures of the dark races before him and solemnly inquired, "How long can you hold out?" The legendary vampire king sighed, a hint of sorrow in his voice. "If we strike now, relying on our remaining 3rd-tier offspring, 30 years is our utmost limit." In truth, the vampire king was still being optimistic. Their only recourse was to dispatch their warriors to seize the territories of the lords, thus safeguarding the water level of the dark marsh. As for penetrating the heart of the other 8 human nations, that was a notion they dared not entertain. As Ace had stated, they lacked sufficient food stores to support an expedition of millions of dark races. To invade the human territories would necessitate traversing the recently developed wilderness, a journey nearing 1,000 miles. For these legends, 1,000 miles could be crossed in a day or two, hardly consuming any time. However, for ordinary tribespeople, It would take at least a month or two, making the logistics of supplying food for millions of dark races over such a duration an astronomical task they could not accomplish. Thus, defeat in this war was inevitable. Their current actions were merely a desperate attempt to buy time. From atop a towering tree, Ace observed the retreating waves of dark races and the legendary figures trailing behind them. He felt their helplessness deeply. Humanity surpassed them in numbers of strong individuals, wisdom, national power, and logistics to an insurmountable degree. Their only hope now rested upon their three diminutive dragons. Though unspoken, Ace could sense that this war was ignited for their sake. The commotion they stirred within the Dark Marsh had drawn significant attention from human nations, and there must be traitors within the marsh. Once humanity discovered the existence of dragons in the Dark Marsh, they would undoubtedly dispatch legends to execute a decapitation plan. At that juncture, the strength of their three nascent dragons would be insufficient to withstand such assassination attempts. The legendary figures of the dark races had effectively entangled all dark races within the marsh into the battlefield. Originally scattered across the Dark Marsh, they were now gathered together. This strategy allowed the legends to oversee the entire dark race with relative ease. The traitors within the marsh could not escape scrutiny and would be compelled to join the collective effort against humanity. After all, without unification, the vast expanse of the Dark Marsh, spanning millions of square kilometers, would render it impossible to prevent certain factions from covertly alerting humanity. However, by consolidating them, oversight became much more manageable. Any unusual behavior among the dark races could not escape the watchful gaze of legends capable of employing mental powers over vast distances. To preserve their lives, the traitors had no choice but to refrain from sending warnings. Consequently, the information regarding their three dragons could remain concealed from the human world. A fierce wind swept across Ace's face as he spread his wings. His crimson eyes glimmered with resolve as the colossal Ace soared towards his lair. Understanding the reasons behind the outbreak of war ignited an even fiercer battle spirit within him. The wisdom and strategies birthed by humanity filled him with awe, compelling him to engage them in contest. He envisioned stepping upon their fallen forms, ascending to the pinnacle of the world, unifying the entire continent, and becoming the singular sovereign of this realm. Having been granted a second chance at life, he refused to lead a mundane existence of mere survival. He was determined to forge a grand legacy. Moreover, after a year of contemplation, Ace suddenly realized that the departure of the chromatic dragons seemed fortuitous. Their exodus, while stripping him of support, simultaneously freed up the resources they had occupied. No longer did he face contenders for the leadership of the dark races. He could unify the dark races entirely, becoming their sole emperor, consolidating countless legendary figures previously under the dominion of the chromatic dragons into a cohesive force. Thus, upon reaching maturity, he would inherit the vast accumulation of power that had developed over millennia within the dark races. This power had the potential to upend the very fabric of the world, and as he grew, it would gradually coalesce under his influence. Countless fragments of authority that had been dispersed would be unified, and the most brilliant legacies of myriad races would reside within his inherited memories. Chapter 49. Caught in the act, he could scarcely fathom the prospect that awaited him upon reaching adulthood, where a multitude of legends would converge under his command. Coupled with the plethora of knowledge inherited from his memories, what formidable power could they potentially unleash? Could humanity withstand such might? Days later, his heart brimming with an indomitable spirit, he found himself in a state of fervent determination. The splendid future he envisioned was simply too magnificent to become the sovereign of an entire continent, perhaps even the world. What an extraordinary achievement that would be. Your Highnesses, this belongs to His Majesty. You must not touch it, came the quavering voice of the goblin scholar, Ronnie Stam, steeped in humility and trepidation. You worthless fools, begone. All this gold is mine, roared Elena, brimming with arrogance. Indeed, echoed countless voices in agreement. Before he could step foot into the palace, Ace was met with a cacophony of noise emanating from within. What was happening? With a sense of intrigue, he hastened into the grand hall. Inside, he beheld a sight. 65 third-tier members of the dark races huddled together, fiercely guarding a massive chest brimming with gold and silver coins. Their expressions were etched with bitterness and helplessness, as they shielded their treasure with their bodies, afraid to resist Elena's onslaught. Elena, in a wild frenzy, brandished a 10-meter-long lightning whip, crackling with energy as she lashed out at the third-tier dark nobles standing guard before the gold. With each strike, she hurled insults. You gluttons dare to obstruct me from claiming what rightfully belongs to me. Step aside, or I shall consume you whole. Crack, crack, crack. Another fierce blow landed. Elena's eyes, aflame with rage, fixed on the formidable third-tier dark nobles before her. Yet, she found herself powerless against their robust forms. Each of these dark nobles was a third-tier being, towering at heights of 3 to 4 meters. They had united to form a magical shield, rendering her attacks futile. All she could do was relentlessly electrify them, inflicting pain in hopes of forcing their surrender. But their suffering evidently failed to break their resolve. They were not fools. They comprehended the hierarchy within this alliance of dragons and recognized who the true sovereign was. This modest dragon alliance could very well face dissolution if the distribution of riches became uneven. They understood the stark difference between the intimidation posed by a single dragon and that of 3 united dragons. Currently, they were being relentlessly pressured by humanity, their fate hanging perilously close to the abyss. After much struggle, they had encountered this alliance of 3 dragons, and they could not afford to see it crumble. If it did, their legendary ancestors would surely descend upon them, dismembering them without hesitation. To be candid, they too bore their own burdens. Their decision to band together and deliver gold was motivated by the understanding of a dragon's avaricious nature. They had heard from Ace's loyal followers that Ace was an exceedingly fair dragon, one who, in his quest to maintain the stability of the Dragon Alliance, would equitably distribute wealth among his 2 sisters. It was precisely for this reason that the alliance had endured thus far. Therefore, they had stealthily withdrawn from the front lines, hastening to the palace to present their treasures to Ace. To their dismay, they discovered that His Majesty was absent, with no other recourse. And wishing to make the presentation in person to leave a lasting impression, they decided to wait. However, calamity struck when Elena, sensing the absence of these individuals, immediately deduced their intentions with her acute sense for gold. The ensuing chaos unfolded as Ace witnessed. Ace's already darkened visage grew even gloomier as he entered the palace. An invisible aura of authority emanated from him, swiftly enveloping the entire hall. My dear sister, what are you doing? Why do you wield such a dangerous lightning whip? How perilous! Put it down at once. Ace's voice, laced with fury and biting sarcasm, rang out. With grace, he approached Elena, casting a shadow that enveloped her entirely. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Elena's forehead, and she involuntarily swallowed, trembling. I merely observed that those individuals were neglecting our treasures, allowing dust to settle upon them. This is an unforgivable crime. Thus, I demanded they surrender the gold to me, so I could protect our alliance. I had no intention of hoarding it, Elena declared, uttering words even she struggled to believe, as she instinctively retreated. Ace regarded her with a gaze that conveyed sheer incredulity, as if to say, am I truly that foolish? If you intend to keep the gold for yourself, I might as well remove my own head to serve as a ball for you. The huddled third-tier nobles, upon seeing Ace, were nearly moved to tears. They had endured relentless torment at the hands of their adversary, electrocutions, drownings, fiery torture, and poison, all thrown mercilessly upon them. It was only due to Elena's nature as a physically robust dragon, coupled with her inadequate proficiency in magic, that they had not been utterly decimated. Otherwise, Ace would not have encountered treasures well guarded, but rather a group of battered nobles poised to flee. Chapter 50. Golden mountains and silver seas, stay here and wait. I shall deal with you later. With a fierce glare directed at Elena, Es strode purposefully towards the 65 assembled third-tier dark nobles. Each step he took upon the wooden floor of the grand hall echoed ominously, reminiscent of 4 colossal steel pillars relentlessly crashing down, though his length was merely 6 meters. As a gluttonous dragon capable of devouring over 100 tons of meat every 3 days, his weight was substantial, empowered by a doubled energy supply. His body density far exceeded that of an ordinary young dragon, nearing a staggering 100 tons. This formidable physical defense allowed him to engage in fierce combat with the half-legendary frost giant without losing ground. The frost giant was among the few races capable of rivaling dragons, achieving third-tier status in adulthood, boasting considerable combat prowess, and ranking among the elite of the continent. In their third tier, their combat strength was comparable to that of an ordinary juvenile dragon. Their half-legendary status posed an absolute threat to dragons beneath adulthood. In the face of Elena, the 65 third-tier dark nobles might have felt fear, but they certainly did not lack the strength to resist. They could still exchange blows with her. If it came to a group assault, A few of them could easily pin Elena down. Yet, when confronting ES, they were devoid of confidence. Having witnessed ES engage in combat with the half-legendary frost giant, they were acutely aware of the immense power residing within this seemingly modest 6-meter dragon. Your Majesty, this is an offering from your vassals, who await your acknowledgement with the utmost humility. The kobold scholar, Roni Stam, bowed slightly, exuding unparalleled humility. Upon glancing at the kobold before him, ES rarely displayed a smile. Although the creature was somewhat inept and had yet to satisfy him in any task, its loyalty was commendable. Well done. ES praised him. At the sound of ES's commendation, Roni Stam beamed with joy, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears, his crocodilian tail wagging uncontrollably. The 65 third-tier nobles cast envious glances at Roni Stam, who had received ES's praise. As ES's first vassal, Roni Stam had been showered with benefits since his allegiance began. He had never lacked for resources, and since aligning with ES, he had feasted heartily. In less than 2 years, the number of kobolds under his command had surged from a mere few hundred to an astonishing 30,000, a fact that stirred envy among the other nobles. Typically, a kobold kingdom comprises around 100,000 subjects, and occasionally, one could claim a kingdom with merely 20,000. Yet, in just a year and a half, Roni had reaped such bountiful rewards that envy was unavoidable. Of course, as third-tier nobles, they too could have amassed a similar number of subordinates through conquest, but they lacked the means to sustain them. Meanwhile, Roni Stam and his followers enjoyed an abundance of food, allowing their offspring to thrive. The 65 third-tier dark nobles cleared a path leading directly to their wealth, as Roni, emboldened by ES's favor, followed closely behind, glaring at the dark nobles on either side, silently warning them to abandon any thoughts of seizing resources from his kobold clan. Though Roni was merely a second-tier being amidst this group of third-tier nobles, he felt a sense of trepidation. His clan occupied an excessive share of resources, with food in surplus, fish entrails aplenty, and ample snacks such as insect eggs. Nearly every kobold had entered a state of relative comfort, drawing the ire of dark creatures. Most crucially, his strength paled in comparison to theirs. In the brutal survival laws of dark races, hoarding resources while weak was deemed a grave offense. The 65 fifth-tier dark nobles, confronted with Roni's seemingly arrogant demeanor, averted their gazes. The kobold might not be formidable, but his master was undeniably powerful. As allies of ES, they had little desire to incur his wrath. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Gazing at the mountain of coins before him, ES's eyes gleamed with fascination as his claws caressed the cool, mesmerizing gold and silver. The sound of countless coins clashing filled the air, sending a tingling sensation from his feet up his spine to his brain. Overwhelmed by delight, ES nearly lost his balance. Licking his sharp dragon teeth, his crimson pupils transformed into the visage of gold coins. Gathering all the coins to his chest, a rare expression of satisfaction crossed his face. Elena paced anxiously within the palace, her gaze fixated on ES, who was reveling in the golden glow. She was on the verge of tears. That belongs to me. It's mine, she seethed internally. Yet, acutely aware of the disparity in their powers and the strength of their respective factions, she felt powerless to resist. Given the current state of their dragon alliance, ES was the unequivocal powerhouse. Even combined, she and Eliza could not withstand him. Not to mention the throng of third-tier dark noble henchmen at his disposal. Thus, she could do little more than salivate with envy. Yes, we shall discuss your matters later. It is time to divide the spoils. A familiar, melodious voice resonated. Startled from his reverie atop the mound of riches, ES turned to see Eliza gracefully entering, her eyes reflecting the glimmer of coins. The three dragons convened, and it was time to allocate their wealth. Chapter 51. The unashamed dragon for wealth driven by her desire to monopolize the treasure and take action. She could not utilize the name of the Dragon Alliance to share the spoils with Ace. She could only helplessly watch as Ace lay there, firmly entrenched in her share of the wealth. Eliza had never engaged in such greed, and if Ace did not wish for their Dragon Alliance to crumble, he must allocate the riches at this moment. How could this not displease her? Elena laughed heartily, yet Ace's joyful demeanor faded instantly, replaced by a reluctant expression. In the presence of three dragons gathered to distribute their fortunes, 65 dark nobles and the goblin scholar Roni Stam quietly slipped out of the grand hall like phantoms, moving silently along the walls. Dragons are inherently tyrannical beings, possessing an unparalleled desire for possession, constantly yearning to seize the wealth of others. Any gold or silver coins that fell within their gaze would be claimed as their own. Should there arise an extreme circumstance where a dragon cannot lay claim to riches, their wrath would be unleashed upon the dark creatures nearby. For the sake of their own lives, they had to depart this place of turmoil as swiftly as possible. Ace, sprawled upon a mountain of gold, remained silent, completely submerged in the ocean of coins, his unwillingness palpable, thrusting itself toward Elena and Eliza. The two exchanged glances, sensing that something was amiss. Armored and resolute, they slowly approached Ace. My gold, all of this is my wealth. It belongs to me. Ace's heart ached with reluctance, his greedy nature binding him to the treasures that were rightfully his. Yet reason dictated that the wealth must be shared, otherwise, their dragon alliance would be doomed. Thus, his avarice clashed with his logic, each claiming a side of the scale. Observing the immobile dragon before them, clinging stubbornly to the gold and silver like a petulant child, Eliza and Elena were perplexed. What could be the matter? If he intended to hoard the wealth, shouldn't he leap up immediately and subdue them? Why lay there motionless? If he were to distribute the riches as before, he should have already risen to commence the allocation. Eliza spoke with her melodious voice. Let us help Ace make a decision. He seems unwell. Elena eagerly nodded, impatient to play with her own treasures, unwilling to wait even a fraction of a second longer. The two little black dragons joined forces to grasp Ace's tail, straining to pull him from the mountain of coins for the purpose of dividing the wealth. However, Ace, heavy as a mountain, with nearly 100 tons of weight complemented by his own strength, was far beyond the capacity of two young black dragons yet to mature. With all their might, Elena and Eliza clung to Ace's tail, attempting to drag him from the sea of gold and silver. They pulled with fervor, yet Ace remained unmoving, content to bask in the joy of being enveloped by his treasure. Time passed slowly. A week later, Eliza and Elena continued their efforts. They were utterly exasperated. Their brother Ace had truly mastered the art of shamelessness, employing tactics like, "You cannot move me, I am sleeping, and you cannot defeat me." He obstinately held onto the wealth. Most frustratingly, Elena and Eliza found themselves powerless against him. Ace neither attacked them nor devoured the riches into his own dragon belly, nor did he expel them. Instead, he meticulously arranged the coins and silver before their eyes. He had not violated the rules of the Dragon Alliance. Rather, he was simply employing the excuse of being unable to allocate the wealth because he was currently asleep, thereby delaying the distribution of the riches. As for abandoning the wealth before him in a fit of anger and storming off, that was an impossibility of the highest order. Ace merely occupied the treasure before him. He had not pocketed it all nor resorted to force against the two. This indicated that he still wished to prevent a rift in their dragon alliance. What did he intend to do now? The ancestral memories provided a compelling explanation. Thousands of years ago, a similar incident had occurred within a dragon alliance, where a shameless dragon, much like Ace, had clung to wealth using this very method for a full 7 to 8 years. To prevent such occurrences from repeating, new regulations were added to the Dragon Alliance. Wealth must be distributed within a year. This meant that Ace could delay the allocation for no more than a year. Yet, the thought of their treasures being monopolized by another dragon for an entire year was unbearable for Elena and Eliza. Faced with Ace's obstinacy, they felt as despondent as frostbitten eggplants. Ace, a sweet voice emerged from Eliza's lips, accompanied by a cascade of tears welling in her eyes. She nuzzled Ace's shoulder like a purring kitten. 3 large question marks hovered over Ace's head. What was Eliza up to? Did she think that by being adorable, he would relinquish the treasure? Did she underestimate him so? Ace remained impervious to Eliza's attempts at charm, resolutely adhering to his own path. Elena's expression twitched in distaste as she looked at Eliza, who was sacrificing her dignity in a bid to claim her wealth swiftly. She swore that this pouting, playful dragon before her could not possibly share the same bloodline. Their black dragons had never been this shameless. Ace, yet again, a note of sweetness escaped Eliza, this time employing magic to channel the adorable essence of one of the most charming creatures in the magical realm, cotton candy. An invisible thrill coursed through Ace's spine, enveloping him entirely. Chapter 52. Ace, you are such a dragon. Ace knelt, overwhelmed with sorrow, internally lamenting. You are indeed that kind of dragon. Gazing at the diminished third of his fortune before him, he squeezed inside, finding it still capable of covering him. Well, time to continue sleeping. Elena stared in disbelief at Eliza, who, with her adorable antics, proudly carried away a substantial portion of his wealth. The entire dragon was left utterly bewildered. Was this for real? Damn Ace, how could you be such a dragon? Elena was on the verge of breaking down. She had never anticipated Ace would so drastically alter her perception of him. Eliza merely had to act cute twice, and he knelt, personally distributing his riches to her. Was he truly that honest? If it were her, she would have procrastinated for 7 or 8 years. The other party wouldn't even catch a whiff of gold coins. She might even take the opportunity to undermine Ace, prolonging her acquisition of wealth. What was there to hesitate about? Stealthily, Elena approached the grand hall doors, her dragon head carefully scanning for any signs of life. Finding none, the grand doors closed quietly behind her. 3 days later, Elena departed the hall, torn between despair and the joy of newfound wealth. Watching her leave, Ace felt an overwhelming melancholy. He nearly shouted, "Aren't you the resolute Black Dragon Queen? Why did you yield? Why not resist for a year?" Ace dragged his head down, staring at the remaining third of his gold and silver coins, clutching them even tighter. He vowed that next time, he would withstand her ultimate move. The ploy of cuteness could only be employed against him once, and it must remain exclusively his. In the chaotic swamp, thousands of Pandarans stood atop trees, armed with an array of weapons, vigilantly observing the ground below. In the murky depths of the swamp, countless dark races congregated, their wary gazes fixed on the Pandaran above. Among them were predominantly female dark races and their young, with very few mature individuals. Mainly ancient first-tier dark race priests and second-tier scholars. These dark races were the families of those engaged in warfare. To ensure their safety and better manage them, Eliza had summoned them all together. The choice to station armed Pandaran in the trees was to prevent these dark beings from pilfering the fish from their 3 great dragons. If left unchecked, with their overwhelming numbers, each could devour a few fish, leaving the trio of dragons to starve. Observing the teeming masses of dark races in the swamp, numbering around 200,000 or 300,000, Eliza felt a headache coming on. She had no clear plan for managing them, but dispersing them throughout the swamp was certainly out of the question. She had tasted the benefits of Ace's established rules. Since the dog-headed folk had busied themselves slaughtering the carnivorous fish while uprooting the inedible aquatic plants, the meat resources in their nearby swamp had visibly surged. The disappearance of carnivorous fish led to the eradication of their natural predators, allowing herbivorous fish to reproduce rapidly, while the removal of inedible aquatic plants expanded the living space for those that could be consumed. The proliferation of edible aquatic vegetation within the swamp provided abundant sustenance for the herbivorous fish. With this dual approach, their territory was now brimming with fish resources. Every 3 days, they could harvest hundreds of tons, and even their expansion rate was barely hindered. The 3 black dragons, each consuming more than the last, had sought the finest lineage and consumed resources at a much higher rate than dragons of equal rank, yet they grew at an astonishingly faster pace. All thanks to the bountiful fish resources before them. Eliza, having tasted this fortune, would not relinquish such a boon. Establishing rules necessitated gathering the dark races under her command. Otherwise, with their foolish minds, the presence of rules would be nearly meaningless. Without her oversight, there was a significant risk they could unwittingly hinder her efforts. This was utterly intolerable, as the trio of young dragons had voracious appetites, consuming hundreds of tons of meat every 3 days. Once they matured into full-grown dragons, their food requirements would be astronomical. Relying solely on the naturally occurring food in the swamp would simply not suffice to sustain them. To ensure their rapid growth, it was imperative that these dark beings did not scatter like wildflowers across their territory, causing chaos. Your Highness, the total number of creatures has been accounted for. Pandaran Priestess Caroline Kennedy presented a large wooden board with a chart to Eliza. Grabbing the board, she examined the chaotic data of various tribes and races, her head spinning. The sheer number of dark races was overwhelming, not only in variety but also in the disarray of their tribes, making management exceptionally challenging. Gather all their priests, scholars, and senior scholars from the various tribes. Yes, Your Highness. Eliza clutched the board, soaring towards the wooden palace. She needed to consult Ace for a solution, as she was utterly incapable of creating new rules. Historically, the most comprehensive regulations were those of humanity. Yet such systems only functioned when each individual possessed a certain level of intelligence. Imposing human regulations upon the dark races was utterly impractical. After implementing Ace's 2 rules, Eliza had managed her subordinates with remarkable ease. never encountering the dire situation of dragons suffering from food shortages or their kin starving to death. Chapter 53. The dark races are not the five-color dragons. In the vast emptiness of the palace, the melodious voice of Eliza resonated. "Where are you, Ace?" She gazed around the desolate hall, feeling somewhat bewildered. Two dragons should have still been here, yet all that met her eyes was the stark emptiness of the grand chamber. Confused, Eliza made her way toward Ace's lair, her foreclaws echoing against the wooden floor with a rhythmic thud. Deep within the lair, on a pitch-black fur-covered bed, two crimson eyes suddenly snapped open. Hearing the familiar sound nearby, Ace curled himself tighter, closed his eyes, and resumed his slumber. However, as the sound of claws approaching grew louder, Ace, in a fit of impatience, opened his eyes once more, casting a disgruntled glance toward the entrance. At that very moment, Eliza had reached the doorway, and their gazes locked in the air. Eliza, undeterred by the presence of the dragon, stepped into Ace's lair, her slender claws resting upon the fur, her eyes fixed intently on him. Ace instinctively averted his gaze and grumbled, "Is there something of genuine importance? Otherwise, you might as well wait 4 or 5 years for your share of the spoils." In the face of Ace's threat, Eliza silently approached his side, gently nudging the magnificent head of the dragon, an embodiment of artistic beauty. Among the 3 dragons, Eliza was the most aesthetically pleasing. As a magical dragon and a female, she held a profound appreciation for beauty. Having devoted much of her combat prowess to magic, she need not concern herself overly with her physical combat abilities, nor sacrifice her graceful form to become a muscular dragon. Thus, she was able to invest some of her energy into enhancing her beauty during her growth, ultimately becoming the visual epitome among the 3 dragons. The sensation of being nudged disrupted Ace's imposing aura entirely. His muscular form, typically intimidating enough to frighten ordinary beings, softened, and he sprawled languidly across the fur as if he were a limp fish. "Stop nudging. As long as you don't touch my gold, everything is negotiable," he relented. Eliza's expression brightened, and she quickly replied, "Those minions are too chaotic and unruly. The human systems and rules do not work on them. Please help me devise a new one." As her words fell, Ace's demeanor grew serious, his crimson eyes narrowing intently on her before shifting away. In a tone laden with unspoken weight, he replied, "The survival rules of the dark races are simple. The strong survive, while the weak perish. These rules are quite effective. Altering their current guidelines could plunge their entire race into despair. The concept of order is not a favorable one for them. Are you truly certain you wish to establish new rules for them? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? As one of the last remaining dragons on the continent, possessing dominion over those minions, do you realize the extent of your authority? To wear the crown is to bear its weight." At the end of the lair's corridor, Eliza wandered into the grand hall, her mind swirling with confusion as she struggled to grasp the profundity of Ace's words. Yet, Ace's insistence on clarity only deepened her bewilderment. As the brilliance faded, darkness enveloped the lair, leaving only the 2 crimson lights to rise slowly in the void. "My naive sister," Ace mused. "The dark races are dark races, and the 5-color dragons are 5-color dragons. Humans, driven by their differences in skin color or region, can annihilate one another without hesitation. We are not of the same ilk. When they no longer require our 5-color dragons, will we still reign as their sovereigns? The history of this world spans hundreds of thousands of years. The dragons have preserved the essence of every era. How could we not conceive a system that empowers them to rival humanity?" Eliza, still too inexperienced, required further honing. "Those humans are fools. Have their sages and disciples perished entirely? How can they tolerate the absolute unification of the continent? When light ultimately drives darkness into the abyss, does it not follow that light itself is not far from the same fate? The world is oftentimes more fantastical than fiction. I once thought it merely a jest. Yet now I see it as undeniable reality. Since humanity has chosen destruction, I shall expedite their demise." As the crimson light faded, the lair returned to its shroud of darkness. Within the ocean of inherited memories, Ace transformed into a towering deity, surrounded by a multitude of knowledge swirling like stars. A small orb of light hovered before him, drawing in various insights from the sea of inheritance. Before long, the orb radiated with a kaleidoscope of colors. Ace vanished, and the ocean of inheritance fell tranquil once more. In the realm of souls, gazing at the orb filled with garments that appeared alluringly seductive on beautiful human women, Ace felt an uncontrollable rush of blood. Even I, as a dragon, cannot resist such a lure. I wonder how these old lechers will fare. As humanity prepared for total annihilation, Ace knew he could not remain idle. Sometimes, the most skilled warriors are not those with illustrious accolades and renowned reputations, but rather those who can extract the essence of an entire race without incurring any losses, rendering them mere husks, ripe for slaughter. Indeed, at times, war is not an unwelcome occurrence for a race at a particular historical juncture. Ordinary individuals often struggle to comprehend the thoughts of others. In his previous life, he had encountered a story that provoked endless reflection, illuminating the chasm between his understanding and that of others. It elevated his perspective to a second level, where mountains were no longer merely mountains, and waters were not just waters. It was precisely this insight that allowed him to grasp so much. For sometimes, when thought is not understood, it is as though it were never present at all. Chapter 54. The Sage and the Strong Man. Once upon a time, a sage traversed the world. One day, he arrived at an exceedingly backward mountain village. Upon entering, he encountered a robust man in his 30s, accompanied by his 4 sons, all gazing enviously at a neighboring household where a wedding was taking place. Intrigued, the sage approached the strong man and inquired, "Why do you not extend your blessings to your neighbors on this joyous occasion? In a village such as ours, it is unwise to let matters become too strained." The strong man, eager to express his feelings, replied, "The family across the way also has 4 sons, and my boys wish to marry their 4 beautiful daughters who are being wed today. Alas, our family is not wealthy, while they are the richest in the village. My sons lack the eloquence of their counterparts, and thus, the daughters have been taken by them. If my sons were to compete for their affections, they would be scorned. Hence, I remain here to observe." The sage nodded in understanding and proceeded to explore the village, discovering that it was not only secluded in the depths of the mountains, but also devoid of streams or rivers, relying solely on a few wells. The villagers subsisted through hunting, including the wealthiest among them. Observing the conditions and the survival skills of the villagers, the sage smiled. Returning to the strong man, he proclaimed, "Our meeting here is the guiding hand of fate. I possess wisdom that can be imparted to you. Will you accept the role of my successor?" Startled, the strong man bowed deeply and, with fervor, responded, "I would be honored." The sage nodded and, accompanied by the father and his sons, approached a household. Pointing to it, he declared, "This family has 4 daughters. Though they struggle to feed themselves, they are as strong as oxen and stand 8 feet tall. They are destined to be your sons' brides." He reiterated emphatically, "You must advise your descendants to marry women from humble backgrounds who are robust and tall, as this will ensure the prosperity of your lineage." With that, the sage departed. The strong man, grateful for the sage's guidance, took his 4 sons the very next day to propose to the daughters. Consequently, his sons wed the formidable women, each as strong as an ox and standing 8 feet tall. Time flowed swiftly, and 20 years later, the strong man's household flourished. His 4 daughters-in-law, industrious and frugal, were children who thrived on minimal sustenance, growing robust and tall. The strong man's grandsons, all standing 8 feet tall, formed a formidable hunting party, securing abundant game with each expedition. Their home was replete with food, and the hunting team, composed of these towering figures, became a respected force in the region. The strong man lived to witness his family's rapid ascent. They not only became the wealthiest in the village, but he himself, supported by his sons and grandsons, was elected village chief. He passed away with a smile on his face. For centuries to come, while some descendants strayed from the sage's teachings, marrying women deemed beautiful by societal standards, the majority remained faithful to his wisdom, steadfastly adhering to the principle of marrying strong and tall women from humble origins. As a result, the strong man's lineage expanded rapidly, producing warriors who were welcomed by various kingdoms and lords. They became the dominant force in their villages, their kinship forging an unbreakable bond that enabled them to secure and expand their territory. Over the next millennium, 7 kingdoms arose from the descendants of the strong man, who became the revered progenitor of these realms, forever etched in history. Though the tale is brief, it encapsulates profound truths that took much contemplation for Ace to grasp. The notion of having the strong man's sons marry robust women of humble backgrounds reveals significant advantages. After all, who would dare to challenge a woman standing at 8 feet tall wielding a rolling pin? Ace, reflecting on his past, acknowledged that he would have hesitated to confront such a figure. In the chaotic order of ancient rural life, disputes over possessions were commonplace and could be perilous. Thus, Having a formidable wife from a humble background would distance the family from such troubles. Moreover, the strength and stature of these women, coupled with their humble origins, indicated exceptional digestive capabilities, allowing them to thrive on meager diets. This trait would be inherited by their children, ensuring they too would be robust and tall. All these advantages would endow the strongman's family with a distinct edge over other villagers, enabling them to acquire more resources and expand their lineage. Consequently, their kingdom would grow stronger, fostering stability that would further promote the expansion of the strongman's bloodline. As long as the strongman and his descendants remained true to the sage's teachings, they would reap innumerable benefits for themselves and their nation. Chapter 55. Genetic Screening in the Pitch-Black Lair. Ace's eyes widened, fixated intently on the magical light sphere before him, which flickered with countless images of garments that could render beautiful women infinitely more alluring. Maid outfits, bikinis, gothic Lolita attire, form-fitting crop tops, flight attendant ensembles with sheer black stockings, angelic white dresses, and short-skirted school uniforms. These were, of course, names conjured by Ace himself, as he could not be bothered to remember their original titles. After all, these ensembles bore a striking resemblance to the highly seductive garments from his previous life. A droplet of saliva slipped involuntarily from the corner of Ace's mouth as he gazed dreamily at the visuals, yearning for what he could not possess. An hour later, with great difficulty, he averted his gaze, turning to regard his own fearsome visage, one that exuded an aura of brutality capable of rendering ordinary beauties unconscious with mere presence. Shaking his head in disappointment, he acknowledged that such delights were far beyond his reach. He could only indulge in a fleeting glimpse of them. Enjoyment, it seemed, was reserved for the middle class and nobility of humanity, a privilege that eluded him. With a gentle wave of his claw, Ace summoned the magical hands of power, lifting the neatly arranged tons of timber from the ground, suspending them in midair. The wood gradually converged, forming a colossal wooden sphere above the lair, which the magical hands swiftly enveloped. With a snap of his fingers, he activated the cutting and shattering spell, enveloping the wooden sphere in an invisible force of destruction. Accompanied by a low hum, the timber sphere was rapidly reduced to a mere heap of wood shavings. Extracting a handful of these shavings, he observed the fibers still entwined within. Satisfied, Ace nodded. This was the finest material for papermaking, well worth the effort he had expended to unearth it from his inherited memories. With the aid of magic, and guided by his recollections of the papermaking process, Ace produced multitude upon multitude of pristine white paper. To effectively diminish the human populace on the continent, the optimal strategy was not warfare, as that would only serve to strengthen them further. One might wonder why conflict would fortify humanity. Consider this example. If he were to lead 100,000 subordinates into a human kingdom, rampaging through, burning, pillaging, and committing unspeakable atrocities, he might decimate half of a region with a population of 4 to 5 million. In such a scenario, would he emerge victorious or defeated? On the surface, it appeared he had triumphed. Sacrificing tens of thousands of his subordinates while slaying millions of humans seemed a resounding victory. Yet, this was merely a short-term gain. In the long run, he would suffer significant losses. The crux of the matter lies in understanding who constituted the half of humanity that he had annihilated. Firstly, the soldiers, being at the front line, would inevitably suffer heavy casualties. Secondly, those who were slower or lacked stamina would fall victim to the relentless pursuit of dark creatures, as they would be the first to perish. Thirdly, the majority of the weaker women would also succumb, as their physical constitution could not match that of men, leading to catastrophic losses among them. From these observations, it becomes clear that those who escaped the clutches of the dark races were predominantly robust men or exceptionally strong women. Thus, among the survivors, the men were likely to be formidable and enduring, while the deceased included many frail males, with women suffering even greater losses due to their inherent physical limitations. Conversely, those who managed to flee were the exceptionally resilient women. With the disappearance of half the population, the resources previously occupied by the fallen were now up for grabs. The surviving strong men and robust women would seize the resources vacated by the departed. In a decade or so, as their offspring matured, the children born of these vigorous unions would inherit their parents' strength. In essence, Ace's indiscriminate slaughter, while draining the vitality of a region's populace, simultaneously conducted a form of genetic screening, allowing the resources of the frail to be claimed by the strong, thereby elevating the overall physical prowess of humanity in that area. This chain reaction would culminate in a decade, resulting in a significant enhancement of the martial capabilities of the survivors, far surpassing those of the population prior to his violent intervention. This augmentation extended beyond mere genetics. The animosity engendered by his actions would also fuel their motivation to improve. All creatures possess an inherent inertia, a tendency to be complacent, and humans excel in this regard. Most individuals remain content with their current state, lacking the unparalleled resolve to relentlessly pursue self-improvement. Much like those in modern society, surrounded by an abundance of knowledge and accessible libraries, many remain stagnant, failing to seize the opportunity to advance their fortunes simply due to this inertia. However, the introduction of hatred alters this dynamic. Hatred is the most primal of motivators, compelling individuals to achieve the unimaginable in their quest for vengeance. They shed their former lethargy, striving to enhance their strength and devising means to retaliate. Before Ace's assault on a region, the populace was roughly split between strong men and weaker males. After his attack, the survivors, driven by vengeance, would ardently strive to bolster their capabilities, not only for revenge, but also to prepare for any future incursions by Ace. This new cohort consisted of genetically superior individuals, already enhanced by the screening process. With their newfound strength and the burning desire for retribution, these individuals would not merely settle into complacency. They would strive to outdo themselves exponentially. Ace concluded that waging war against humanity, without the capacity to seize and completely dominate a region, was ultimately a futile endeavor. Chapter 56. The genetic degradation plan. Rather paradoxically, this endeavor served to benefit the adversary. Given the current disparity in strength, fully conquering a segment of human territory is an exceedingly arduous task. In truth, maintaining control over the present dark swamp for a mere few centuries would be considered a remarkable achievement. To break out, one must not underestimate the countless armored legions and legendary figures that humanity possesses. Abandoning the swamp's unique geography would allow humans to deploy their formations, various large-scale machinery, and an unparalleled logistical system, making it highly improbable for the chaotic and self-destructive dark creatures to contend with a civilization that already occupies the vast majority of the continent. Thus, in the pursuit of victory, one must resort to cunning schemes. As for the nature of these schemes, they necessitated an abundance of alluring human attire. This plan is difficult to articulate, but a fitting analogy would be the tale of the sage advising the strong man to marry among the common folk, particularly those robust as an ox and towering 8 feet tall. Ace aptly coined his scheme the genetic degradation plan. Within the lair, in his quest to ascend to the throne of the world, amass untold riches, and become the wealthiest being, Ace diligently toiled, creating an array of visually captivating illustrations, which he magically printed into numerous volumes. In a mere 4 to 5 days, over 3,000 books adorned with enticing attire for men had taken residence in Ace's lair. Gazing at the endless beauty encapsulated within these tomes, Ace felt an acute sense of loss. These treasures, painstakingly unearthed from his ancestral memories, were now destined to be casually distributed among those who covet beautiful women. Such wastefulness was truly lamentable. Ace lamented, his spirits considerably dampened. At the palace entrance, the once brash and volatile Elena, akin to a powder keg ready to explode, entered with a hint of embarrassment. Should the dark beings beneath learn of her demeanor, her reputation would surely be tarnished, becoming a source of ridicule among her kin. It could even be recorded in the annals of memory, the subject of derision for countless descendants. To erase this humiliating chapter, she had spent the past few days devising a plan to engage Ace in earnest discourse, hoping he would assist in concealing her folly. Why had Ace's snoring ceased? The door was firmly shut. Elena approached the entrance to Ace's lair cautiously, perplexed by the tightly sealed door. Typically, to facilitate the use of provisions brought by their followers, they would not close their lair's entrance. Particularly in Ace's case. Since his arrival, the door had remained wide open. As a female dragon, she occasionally sought privacy with Elisa, yet Ace, as a male dragon, had no need for such barriers. Elena swiftly deduced that something was amiss. Could it be that he was engaged in activities unfit for dragonkind? A glimmer of determination ignited in her eyes as she moved stealthily towards the blocked entrance of Ace's lair, activating the inherited stealth ability of her dragon lineage. She approached silently. With her sharp claws, she delicately made a small hole in the wooden barrier and peered through, eager to discover Ace's activities. What she beheld sent a chill cascading from her tail to the top of her head. Inside, Ace was fervently printing books, specifically those of the most distasteful nature from the human realm. The covers depicted women clad in garments more revealing than none, alongside an array of attire designed to evoke the protective and coercive instincts of men, leaving her utterly speechless. What was Ace doing? Why was he employing such peculiar tomes? Elena pondered, her thoughts racing back to herself. A sudden fright gripped her heart. Could it be that this scoundrel Ace intended to target his own sister and Elisa? I am still but a child. She trembled internally. Beyond this, she could not fathom Ace's intentions. After all, within the entire swamp, she and Elisa were the only adult beings capable of transforming into human forms through their innate magical talents. If further proof were necessary, she had just glimpsed numerous outfits suited for children among the collection. In utter disbelief, Elena clamped her mouth shut, retreating step by step in terror. She needed to relay this information to Elisa swiftly. Otherwise, when Ace finally acted, it might be too late. Clatter. Elena stared in shock at the wooden stick she had inadvertently kicked aside, nearly choking in disbelief. Where had this stick come from? It looked familiar. Wasn't it the same one she had previously teased Elisa with? Frustration surged within her, nearly prompting her to strike herself in exasperation. While tales of siblings causing trouble for one another abound, she had never anticipated ensnaring herself in such a predicament. How could she be so unfortunate? With no escape in sight, Elena cast a desperate gaze towards Ace's direction. What was that sound? Ace, deeply engrossed in his work, lifted his head warily, scanning for the source of the noise. Who goes there? Ace, it's me, came the familiar voice of Elena. Pushing open the door, Ace was met with a startled Elena, who resembled a frightened rabbit, standing 5 meters away. Confused, Ace regarded his sister but chose to disregard her unpredictable emotions. After all, dragons are notoriously temperamental creatures, and such eccentricities are not uncommon. Just then, he found himself in need of a sturdy ally. Wasn't she the perfect candidate? Chapter 57. The dragon misunderstood as a pervert. An hour later, Elena found herself bewildered, her entire body adorned with silver dragon scales, magically altered by her brother, Ace. His peculiar behavior left her utterly perplexed. Rather than silencing her after she discovered his clandestine secret, she expected him to resort to violence or abduction, swiftly manipulating Eliza. Instead, he boldly set about dyeing her scales, choosing silver, the very hue she detested most. As she gazed upon her reflection, resembling the silver dragon from her inherited memories, Ace nodded with satisfaction. It was nearly complete. Through the summoning array, those human summoners should remain oblivious to any anomalies. Transporting these tomes from the dark swamp, a haven for the dark races under close scrutiny by the human world, was no trivial endeavor. New elements invariably drew the attention of the ruling powers. Unsolicited items would undoubtedly be perceived with suspicion, jeopardizing his plans. Thus, Ace devised a cunning strategy, leveraging the esteemed reputation of the Silver Dragon. He intended to distribute these books to the human summoners via the summoning array. The Silver Dragon, noted for its striking beauty, was adored among humans, captivating many summoners who sought to summon this majestic creature from the obscured corners of the world, hoping to engage in a grand romance akin to those found in novels. In this moment, Ace resolved to partially fulfill their desires. Ace, what on earth are you doing? Elena seethed, her fury palpable. The chaos wrought by Ace had left her mind in disarray, and she could no longer tolerate his relentless torment. Observing her frenzied demeanor, devoid of the Silver Dragon's sweet voice, Ace silently acknowledged the need for a voice-changing spell. The Silver Dragon's voice should not be so grating. Unable to contain herself, Elena unleashed her formidable dragon claws in a furious strike towards Ace. The resounding crash echoed as her claws collided with him, nearly sending him tumbling to the ground. Seizing the moment, Elena launched another assault. Ace's irritation flickered as he rose to his full 6-meter stature, his claw descending forcefully to grasp Elena's small head, lifting her into the air like a large doll. You scoundrel! As the Black Dragon Queen, I shall never submit to you. You pervert! Eliza will avenge me. Elena roared, thrashing violently, her sharp claws raking against Ace's impervious scales, leaving a trail of scratches. Ace, perplexed, could not fathom how coloring her scales had branded him a pervert. Elena, clarify for me, how exactly am I a pervert? I merely sought to assist you with this minor task. His voice, tinged with frustration, echoed as he held her aloft. He endeavored to weaken their most formidable adversary, humanity, for the sake of their dragon alliance. Elena regarded him with disdain, her claws pointing accusingly at a nearby stack of books, particularly one adorned with illustrations of childish attire. What is this? Tell me, which dark creature in our swamp could possibly wear such garments? Besides myself and Eliza, who else could fit into this? You, who are not yet an adult, harboring such thoughts about females and targeting your own sister. Who, if not you, could be labeled a pervert? Her voice brimmed with indignation, a mixture of grievance and helplessness. Were there any other beings present, they would undoubtedly concur, deeming Ace a genuine pervert. Ace's dragon visage morphed into confusion, his mouth agape in disbelief. The logic of her accusation struck him, leaving him momentarily speechless. If he were in her position, he too would consider the other party a pervert. Overwhelmed, he instinctively released Elena, realizing her earlier compliance was likely due to her fear of his supposed perversion. Elena, allow me to explain. This is truly a misunderstanding. I created these books to weaken humanity. You cannot jump to such wild conclusions. As she retreated, Elena remained unconvinced by his protestations, inching closer to the exit. Ace's heart raced. If she escaped, word of his so-called perversion would spread throughout the swamp within the hour, prompting Eliza and Elena to be ever more wary of him, potentially fleeing in secrecy. The stakes were high. He had to clarify the situation. Ace, you shameless pervert. Even if it costs me my life, I shall expose your sinister intentions. I will never trust you. With that declaration, Elena turned and sprinted towards the door. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ace's eyes blazed with anger. He could not allow his reputation to be tarnished by Elena's flight, nor could he permit their dragon alliance to dissolve under the weight of misunderstandings. Chapter 58. The Essence of Digestive Capability. Ace, I, the Black Dragon Queen, shall never yield. You shall not compel me to do anything for you. You perverse creature, you dragon scum. I shall bite you to death. Within the lair, suspended upside down from the rafters, the silver-haired Elena raged and scolded Ace, who was crouched on the ground, dragging his head in despair. The expression on Ace's dragon visage, which could frighten even the most innocent child, was now one of utter dismay, his helpless gaze fixed on the doorway. He felt utterly defeated by his sister, having explained himself at length, only to be met with her unwavering belief that he was a deviant dragon. How difficult it was for him. Ace was nearly brought to tears as he listened to Elena's incessant accusations. Despite his arduous efforts to devise a method to weaken humans, he found himself inadvertently inflicting harm upon himself. If this misunderstanding remained unresolved, his fledgling dragon alliance would surely fracture, costing him not only two formidable allies but also the unity of the dark races in the murky swamps, who would no longer heed his call. With Elena and Eliza gone, countless dark races would seek other allegiances, no longer confined to a singular option. The ramifications of such a division were dire. The disparity in strength and intimidation between a united dark race and a fragmented one was monumental. Should they splinter, even a slight manipulation by humans could lead to their demise, rendering them mere ingredients for dragon meat hot pot, while the dark races would face annihilation. Standing at the palace entrance, Eliza listened in confusion to Elena's furious tirade echoing from within. What could have transpired? How could Elena be cursing Ace? Hadn't she been subdued? Eliza, perplexed, ventured into the palace and followed the corridor to Ace's lair. Upon arrival, she witnessed a most peculiar scene. The interior of Ace's lair was cluttered with books featuring scantily clad human women. The sight was so provocative that even this female dragon felt her cheeks warm. Then there was Ace, hunched on the ground like a frost-bitten eggplant, and Elena, suspended in midair, furiously berating him. Eliza, run. Ace is a perverse dragon. He wants to transform us into humans, dress us in those tantalizing garments, and subject us to unspeakable acts. Hurry. Elena's piercing scream rang out. Eliza, however, dismissed the frantic Elena, fully aware of Ace's true nature. He was cunning and methodical. If he truly wished to do them harm, he would have easily ensnared them without such theatrics. With a gleeful glimmer in her eyes, Eliza regarded Ace, her expression one of amusement, relishing the unfolding drama. Ace's mouth twitched in exasperation. Weary, he pointed at Elena and explained, I only sought her assistance in my scheme against humanity, yet she has misconstrued my intentions. He then recounted the tale of the saint and the strong man to Eliza. To marry, one should choose a robust peasant, one who stands 8 feet tall. Eliza, with a serious demeanor, articulated the essence of the tale. Kneeling down, her exquisite eyes regarded Ace with a depth that spoke volumes. You intend to reverse the saint's strategy against humanity. While the common folk may focus on strength and stature, as the clever dragon among them, you grasp the true crux, poverty. Among the impoverished, a woman who grows strong and tall embodies extraordinary digestive capability. Strength and height are secondary. The true essence lies in the ability to assimilate sustenance. Consider this. If a nation can only sustain 100,000 individuals, each requiring a full ration to survive, yet if their digestive capacities were enhanced, allowing each to subsist on half a ration, the same land could then support 200,000. The disparity between 100,000 and 200,000 is vast. In a conflict, the latter would undoubtedly prevail. A nation of 200,000 could easily vanquish one of 100,000. In our extraordinary realm, digestive capability bears even greater significance than in the mundane world. The numerical advantage of nations can be compensated through resources, commerce, and geography. Yet the emergence of strength relies on the continuous absorption of magical energies and sustenance. To flourish, one must consume. For merely absorbing ambient magical energy is an agonizingly slow endeavor compared to devouring enchanted meat or magical herbs directly. The difference between inhaling vapor and drinking water illustrates the vast chasm in efficiency. Chapter 59. Weakening Humanity. The scheme devised by Ace is fundamentally aimed at undermining the digestive capabilities of humanity. Through this stratagem, he intends to diminish the digestive prowess of the middle and upper echelons capable of cultivation. To elucidate, previously, they and their descendants could derive 1 unit of magical energy from consuming a portion of beast flesh. However, with the targeted assault on their digestive abilities, a single portion would yield only half a unit of magical energy. The blade must strike at its most vulnerable point, should Ace's plan succeed. A nation that once could produce 2 legends within a century through its collective efforts would now be reduced to birthing merely 1. This reduction extends beyond the mere quantity of legends. The quality and quantity of emerging powerful beings from the new generation would also be halved, if not less. If this deterioration continues unabated, in several centuries, Ace might not even need to intervene, as his legion of dark creatures could easily overwhelm the entire continent. Upon realizing that at last, a dragon comprehended the essence of his plan, Ace felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. He had been thoroughly exhausted by Elena's incessant inquiries and grandiloquent explanations, fearing that she might fail to grasp his intentions. Finally, there was someone who understood his thoughts. Indeed, Ace expressed his feelings of indignation and excitement. Being labeled as a perverse dragon by Elena struck a severe blow to his heart, casting aside his cunning and rationality. Aside from the unjust accusation, he was left with nothing but grievance. He was not a perverse dragon. His intentions were directed solely at humanity, devoid of any malicious intent. Eliza observed the 2 dragons, who, for various reasons, found themselves in a state of disarray with an uncontainable mirth in her eyes. Particularly, the male black dragon before her, who had been reduced to an embodiment of grievance due to Elena's sharp intellect and a series of audacious maneuvers, nearly made her burst into laughter. An hour later, under Eliza's comforting explanations, Elena finally calmed down, refraining from her previous tirades. However, her gaze towards Ace remained laced with wariness. Meanwhile, Eliza flipped through the assortment of clothing books printed by Ace, casting peculiar glances at him as he meticulously sketched a magical array. Where could he have procured such an eclectic range of garments? Some were documented within the ancestral memory, yet many were absent from it. As time passed and more books were perused, Eliza's scrutiny of Ace intensified. A small fraction of these tomes contained garments not recorded in their ancestral memories. Given that the ancestral memories held vast knowledge, and knowing that Ace had seldom ventured outside, spending most of his time in slumber, it indicated that this subset of garments must have been conjured by him spontaneously. Why would he engage in such impromptu creativity? There were countless alluring outfits within the ancestral memory, rendering his efforts unnecessary. Dragons, being inherently lazy, would not indulge in such activities without cause. The fact that Ace had produced such a variety indicated that crafting these clothing tomes was a personal pastime of his. The more she contemplated, the more dubious Eliza became, her vigilance escalating. In the center of the lair, Ace, who was drawing the silver dragon version of the breath simulation magical array. observed Eliza as she casually perused numerous books. A foreboding sensation began to rise within him. Could it be that misfortune awaited? After all, Eliza was a magical dragon. Ace lamented in his heart. Just then, Eliza's wary gaze met his innocent eyes, further unsettling him. Goodness, I truly harbor no ill intentions. You are a magical dragon. Surely your intelligence must be intact, Ace thought, nearly losing his composure. Unbeknownst to him, it was precisely his spontaneous creations of garments that led Eliza to harbor suspicions. Had he been aware, he would have undoubtedly slapped himself for such folly. With the ancestral memory brimming with enticing outfits, why had he risked creating new ones? Eliza diverted her gaze and cautiously approached Elena, both now fixating their watchful eyes on Ace. Eliza, do you sense something amiss? Many of the books contain designs absent from our ancestral memories. We are all dragons born of the same lineage, yet he is the one least inclined to venture out, knowing far less of the outside world than we do. How could he possess such an abundance of books that are not part of our shared heritage? This individual must have long harbored intentions against us, crafting an array of garments, awaiting the opportune moment to ensnare us and subject us to unspeakable fates. We must unite. We cannot allow this perverse dragon to succeed. Witnessing Eliza's shift towards vigilance and her alignment with her, Elena felt a surge of elation, hastening to sow discord between Ace and Eliza. Ever since Ace had awakened, Eliza had been courting him, and their relationship had rapidly deepened, now bordering on intimacy. This closeness had effectively isolated Elena. Such a situation was intolerable. Ace was undoubtedly the strongest among the three dragons. Only through their alliance could they hope to withstand him. Should the bond between Elena and Eliza fracture, it would signify Ace's absolute dominion within the Dragon Alliance, transforming it into a unilateral reign. When the time came to allocate resources, the two dragons would likely exert pressure on her. Much like the previous incident where Eliza's innocent demeanor had allowed her to seize a considerable portion of her assets in less than 5 minutes, while Elena had to endure 3 days of effort to reclaim hers. The disparity was staggering and utterly humiliating, a situation she could not abide. Eliza's lips twitched in discontent. Ace's illustrations of exceedingly revealing garments, though they appeared somewhat dubious, were likely mere reflections of his personal interests. As a male dragon, one could expect such inclinations to be somewhat pronounced. How had such an array of alluring and provocative outfits emerged within the ancestral memory? A simple glance through the ancestral recollections would reveal countless dragons with robust passions, indulging in grand displays of creativity and artistry. Chapter 60. The Deceptive Innocence of Dragons. Dragons, particularly male dragons, are often characterized by their simple lifestyle of eating and sleeping, awakening only to indulge in base instincts. The myriad beasts and magical creatures bearing dragon blood are, in fact, mere substitutes for male dragons when their desires cannot be fulfilled. Their vibrant urges naturally lead to the spontaneous creation of attire that enhances beauty and pleasure. Currently, Ace is a young dragon, yet one with formidable combat prowess, likely developing faster in certain aspects than his peers. A fascination with drawing is not uncommon among dragons, but a flash of inspiration ignited within Eliza. Ace's might was truly extraordinary. During the recent battle against the frost giant, he had clashed directly with a semi-legendary frost giant and held his ground with remarkable strength. This display had irrevocably disrupted the balance of their dragon alliance. Previously, Eliza and Elena could manage to subdue Ace in a 2-on-1 scenario, compelling him to distribute his assets equitably. However, as Ace's power surpassed that of both Eliza and Elena combined, he began to test the waters, seizing assets through sheer force, leaving them to rely on charm to reclaim their possessions. Such tactics may work temporarily, yet Ace's encroachment would only intensify. The insatiable desires of dragons resemble a dam breaking. Once a breach occurs, it is uncontrollable. For the survival of their dragon alliance, the accumulation of wealth, and their very lives, Eliza resolved to seize the opportune moment to assert herself firmly, dissuading Ace from coveting their assets. Whispers exchanged between the two young black dragons revealed their intent to remain vigilant and united, ensuring they are always within each other's sight to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Eliza quietly addressed Elena, who, feeling insecure under pressure from a certain dragon, found solace in Eliza's suggestion and nodded eagerly. Ace, overhearing their cheerful conspiracies, interjected with a stern tone, reminding them that it was time to focus on their mission. They needed to outwit the humans summoned through the magic array. for it was crucial to their aspirations of dominion over the continent and the transformation of its riches into their own. Ace opened his mouth, seriousness etched upon his face. While playful banter was acceptable, it could not overshadow their paramount objective. The usual teasing was inconsequential, but if their endeavors were hindered, he would not hesitate to resort to force. Instantly, the two young black dragons stood at attention, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The peril posed by humans loomed over them, threatening their very existence, and they would lend their full support to ensure their safety. What should I do now? Elena, her silver hue shimmering with eagerness, inquired. After a thoughtful pause, Ace replied cryptically, you must learn to feign innocence and charm. Make the humans believe you are easily swayed, thus persuading them to part with their books. Elena appeared perplexed. How does one act innocent? Observing her confusion, Ace cast a voice-altering spell upon her. With a grand gesture, he unleashed a cascade of gold and silver coins, showering his once humble bed made of animal hides. Magical arrays stirred within the depths of his soul, and dozens of ethereal crystal lamps illuminated his lair, transforming it into a radiant sanctuary. In mere minutes, Eliza comprehended the transformation and began to embellish Ace's abode. The once dim cavern metamorphosed, its walls gleaming with luminous silver stones, while exquisite crystal lamps adorned the surroundings. Coins scattered across the floor, intricate patterns emerging over time, created an opulent atmosphere that suggested a beautiful and generous silver-haired lady resided within. If this lady were not particularly clever, all the better. Ace playfully nudged Elena onto the silken crystal bed as the magic array activated. A surge of magical brilliance emanated from Eliza and Ace, conjuring a breathtakingly elegant silver dragon couple before Elena. Elena, simply be yourself. If anyone wishes to exchange coins for your books, do not refuse. And remember, should they appear unkempt or unattractive, promptly close the summoning array. With that, Ace and Eliza found a cozy corner in the lair and drifted into slumber. Chapter 61. A true performance before her. Ace and Elena transformed into two elongated silver dragons, each stretching over 20 meters. However, Elena, now adorned with a silver dragon visage, wore a frown of discontent. What did it mean to perform in one's true colors? Did they think her so easily deceived? Ace was insufferable. Just wait. For one day I shall grow far mightier than you, and I will ensnare you, hanging you from a tree for 100 years, 100 years more. Fuming, Elena turned and lay upon the pile of gold coins that Ace had scattered across the grand fur-covered bed. Nestling into the coins, a look of infatuation crept onto her face as drowsiness began to envelop her. She circled around, stretching her wings, yawned widely, and snuggled deeper into the glittering coins. Drifting off to sleep, the simulation of the silver dragon's aura began to activate, subtly radiating a wave that permeated the space around it. In the coastal city of the eastern continent, at the Crystal Bay Harbor, within the castle of Duke by High, his youngest daughter donned a shimmering azure robe, clutching a delicate crystal wand, exuding both vivacity and charm. At the tender age of 9, her sparkling eyes were fixed, brimming with anticipation, upon the summoning magic circle before her. Teacher Khan had once declared that silver dragons were the most exquisite beings in existence, and upon transforming into human form, they embodied all the beauty of the world. Anyone fortunate enough to gaze upon one would find themselves transformed into something beautiful. I wish to become even more adorable. With fervent enthusiasm, she waved her petite wand, her cherubic face aglow with expectation. She yearned to be the most delightful girl in Crystal Bay, to earn the adoration and blessings of the entire city. Gently waving her crystal wand, azure water elements began to gather from the natural world, merging with her incantation. With a surge of magical energy, the summoning circle inscribed upon the ground sprang to life. Dozens of translucent rings ascended from the circle, hovering midair, intertwining and rotating around a three-dimensional image of a silver dragon at its center. Inexplicable spatial waves accompanied the activation of the magic circle, reaching toward an unknown destination. Within this spatial perspective, there existed numerous targets that resonated with the magic circle's detection. Wearied by incessant human disturbances, most silver dragons had cloaked themselves in concealed magic circles to safeguard their slumber, ignoring the relentless summons of human conjurers. As Duke by High's daughter watched the stillness of the summoning circle, anxiety painted her features. Her large eyes were filled with hope, yet such hope often yielded disappointment. For this was not her first attempt to summon a silver dragon. After several previous failed attempts, Despair threatened to bring tears to her eyes. Just as she felt the tide of disappointment washing over her, the summoning circle suddenly responded. Waves like flowing water began to ripple toward her, igniting a rich burst of spatial activity. The space transformed into a two-sided mirror. On one side stood the anxious young girl, while on the other lay the peacefully slumbering Elena. Duke by High's daughter widened her eyes in astonishment, captivated by the breathtaking silver dragon before her, adorned with an aura of ethereal beauty. Stars sparkled in her eyes. I did it. I succeeded. I am indeed the most adorable girl in Crystal Bay. With hands placed triumphantly on her hips, she laughed joyfully. Outside the summoning room, Duke by High, vigilantly guarding against mishaps, paused upon hearing his daughter's laughter. His boredom dissipated, replaced by exhilaration. Could it be that she had successfully summoned a dragon? Truly, she is my daughter. Overwhelmed with excitement, his bearded visage nearly broke into laughter. Silver dragons were considered the most beautiful creatures in the world, with countless nobles willing to spend vast sums of gold for just a glimpse. Even a mere portrait of a silver dragon commanded a fortune. Regrettably, those fortunate enough to possess such portraits treated them as treasures, carefully hidden away. To summon a silver dragon was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Humans, especially the nobility, have an insatiable thirst for beauty, which has only intensified now that they reign supreme over the continent. The dawn of a glorious era is imminent, and as architects of this glory, they shall bask in endless honor. Yet, such honor must be accompanied by beauty, lest it lose its luster. Duke by High awaited anxiously outside, eager to seize a crystal capturing the moment, to show off to friends and bask in their envious gazes. Meanwhile, within the summoning room, his daughter ignored the sleeping silver dragon, her attention fixated on the books adorned with splendid garments. How beautiful! I want them. Her eyes glimmered with desire as excitement bubbled forth. In her crystalline nest, Elena stirred from her slumber, her gaze falling upon the human girl reflected in the mirror before her. Still caught in the haze of sleep, confusion clouded her thoughts. What is this? Why is there a girl on my bed? Hello, my name is Daisy. It is a great honor to meet your exquisite visage, the Duke's daughter said, performing a slight curtsy with a sweet voice. Elena, bewildered and anxious, appeared utterly at a loss, embodying the naive charm that Ace had described. Daisy's smile widened, her delight palpable. Chapter 62. Vast interests. Under the enchanting persuasion of Daisy, Elena found herself in a daze. Exchanging a few fashion books she barely glanced at for several chests filled with gold coins. As she held the cover of a book showcasing a dress of exquisite beauty, Daisy couldn't help but emit a series of delighted giggles, her demeanor both wild and irresistibly charming. In her lair, Elena felt somewhat perplexed. What had that human girl said? What had she just done? Dazed and confused, she dismissed her thoughts and fixated her gaze on the 3 chests of gold coins before her. Tasks were trivial. It was the gold that truly mattered. All of this was hers. All of it belonged to her. Elena laughed maniacally in her mind, her face involuntarily breaking into a smile. To her, those gold coins seemed to have fallen from the heavens, and naturally, they were hers to claim. Just as Elena contemplated hoarding the 3 chests of gold for herself, 2 massive shadows loomed over her. In the study, Duke of the Azure Sea regarded his youngest daughter, who was clutching 3 books tightly, with a serious expression. The bearded Duke rarely displayed such gravity towards his little girl. Daisy, these fashion catalogs cannot compare to the dresses you can wear yourself. Be a good girl and hand the books to your father. Faced with her father's coaxing, Daisy's small face was etched with skepticism, as if to say, "You shall not deceive me." She clutched the catalogs tightly, refusing to relinquish her hard-won treasures. It had taken her considerable effort to persuade the not-so-bright silver dragon lady to part with these 3 sets of catalogs. As a daughter of nobility, she was exceptionally clever. Each set of catalogs promised immense benefits for her and her family. In this world, the easiest money to earn came from women and children. The catalogs featured numerous garments of ethereal beauty. Crafting even a couple of them for the market would fetch thousands of gold coins each. With so many nobles and wealthy merchants in her domain, each likely to purchase 4 or 5 sets, the profit would soar into the millions. Not to mention, her family city was a bustling port, ensuring even greater earnings. Thus, for her own benefit, Daisy was resolute in not parting with the 3 sets of catalogs. She would not agree unless compensated with at least 300 lollipops alongside the entire collection of garments within the catalogs. The Duke of the Azure Sea felt a headache coming on. His little daughter could see the colossal profits these catalogs could yield, as the lord of a port city. Surely he could as well. It was precisely because he understood their value that he sought to acquire them. His daughter's shoulders were far too small to bear the immense benefits these catalogs would bestow. If his 3 sons were to discover that their sister possessed catalogs capable of generating such wealth, and that she had easily obtained them without much resistance, it would not be long before the catalogs vanished from her grasp. And that was not to mention his 10 or so wives, who were no less shrewd. The prospect of profits in the millions, even tens of millions of gold coins, would surely tempt them as well. After much effort and countless promises made to his little girl, the Duke finally secured the 3 sets of catalogs. That very evening, along with the Duke's fate, dozens of nobles entered the hall to engage in secret discussions with him. Following their clandestine meeting, within merely 3 days, nearly 100 mages and hundreds of apprentice mages were summoned. 7 days later, as the Duke beheld a gown crafted from golden threads, silver filaments, and gossamer ocean silk, his bearded face was filled with obsession. What a beautiful dress! Such exquisite attire could never have been conceived by his brutish subordinates. If adorned upon his daughter, it would surely garner countless blessings and envy from his peers. Struggling to divert his gaze, the Duke turned to the exquisite jewelry nestled within a filigree gold box, his smile widening. The catalogs contained not only garments, but also a plethora of magnificent accessories, meticulously illustrated by Ace. Each catalog boasted 5 stunning outfits, complete with matching jewelry, shoes, and silk stockings. Each ensemble was truly one of a kind, comparable to the finest works of art. To corrupt humanity, Ace spared no effort. These breathtaking garments, aside from a small portion inspired by his past life, were selected from his ancestral memories, showcasing the most beautiful attire from each era, embodying the essence of beauty across the ages. The Duke could swear that had a merchant presented him with this ensemble, along with its accessories and shoes prior to acquiring the 3 catalogs, he would have readily spent tens of thousands of gold coins. Even 100,000 would not have been out of the question. "Father, are my dresses ready? I want to wear them now," Daisy exclaimed, kicking open the door with her fair legs. Her excitement was palpable. For days, she had dispatched her maid to the doors of the mages' workshops, eager to be the first to wear her new dress. Just moments ago, a servant had informed her that a large chest had been moved out, prompting her hurried arrival. Upon seeing his beloved daughter, the Duke chuckled in delight. "I was just about to bring it to you, but it seems you couldn't wait. Look, all of this is prepared for you." It was evident that every little girl is utterly defenseless in the face of beautiful dresses and accessories that enhance their beauty. Upon encountering the stunningly simple dress, alongside the exquisite jewelry and alluring black stockings that promised to elevate her charm, Daisy was overwhelmed with excitement. She inspected everything eagerly, even the intricately designed jewelry box, which she couldn't resist touching for an extended time. Half an hour later, accompanied by her 2 little maids, Daisy emerged clad in a gown woven with golden and silver threads, adorned with shimmering jewelry that radiated a spectrum of colors, and wearing delicate high-heeled shoes embellished with intricate magical patterns. Her slender legs, resembling lotus roots, were elegantly sheathed in beautiful black stockings. As she stepped out of the castle, the residents of Crystal Harbor, who had never witnessed such beauty, stared in awe at the Duke's daughter, Daisy. Daisy held her head high, exuding an adorable pride. In that moment, she was the most beautiful girl among all of humanity on the continent. Chapter 63. Frenzy. The moment Daisy arrived, the Crystal Harbor was completely in an uproar. Countless residents of the port flocked towards her with the fervor of devout Christians witnessing an angel, their admiration rendering them speechless, unable to articulate the profound emotions stirring within. Their astonishment and adoration for Daisy's beauty could only be expressed through their actions. Daisy, adorned with countless jewels and wearing delicate, magical crystal high heels, gracefully traversed the cobblestone path, moving forward along the main road. Beauty, kindness, elegance, grandeur, and charm, everything splendid seemed to envelop her at that moment. Under the sunlight, her radiant presence emanated brilliance in all directions, cloaked in an ethereal allure that instinctively evoked feelings of affection and admiration in those who beheld her. This was humanity's most sincere yearning for beauty, embedded in their very genes. The throngs surged forward like fervent zealots, desperate for a closer encounter with the most exquisite creation on earth. On either side of the road, hundreds of knights under the Duke of the Azure Sea stood resolutely, preventing the eager crowd from pressing too close. Oh, how fortunate it would be to serve as her knight, to be in her presence. Such a meeting must surely be a blessing from the divine. I must enlist. Miss Daisy is still young, and I shall have my chance, they thought. From the bell tower, a second-tier knight held his sword at his waist. Gazing at Daisy as she walked gracefully forward, his heart raced with an indescribable thrill. He had found his everlasting love. This is my beloved. Countless hearts echoed silently. As Daisy strolled through Crystal Harbor in her charming dress, she thoroughly redefined beauty for many, amassing numerous admirers and aspiring knights. The following day, before the sun had even risen, an endless tide of worthy young men gathered at the Lord's estate, eager to apply for the position of Miss Daisy's guardian knight, many of them bearing their own provisions. Among them were the sons of nobles and legitimate heirs. Daisy's beauty had garnered her immense prestige and support, eclipsing even the combined backing of the Duke's 3 sons. From the tower of the Duke's castle, he observed the throngs of eager young men outside, all seeking to become his daughter's protector. Many were sons of his own vassals and heirs of the highest standing in Crystal Harbor. The Duke found himself in a delightful, yet overwhelming predicament. Previously, he had sought to recruit such formidable young men as knights, often requiring vast sums of gold and lavish gifts, with little success. For them, securing a noble title in a newly developed frontier was a mere formality. Aligning with the Duke offered little more than gold and the title of knight, without the promise of land, which paled in comparison to the rewards of venturing into the wilds. Now, the tables had turned. Countless worthy young men were eager to become his daughter's guardian knights, bringing their own provisions. The Duke felt both joy and resignation, acutely aware that these suitors were primarily motivated by their affection for his daughter, making them difficult to wield as loyal knights. He feared scenarios where his daughter, in a moment of whimsy, might inadvertently incite a horde of her admirers against him. Moreover, Daisy had redefined the concept of beauty, amassing remarkable influence in his territory and the city. Her beauty spread like ripples, faster than sound, leading many to view her as a true love and a beacon of faith. It was said that should Daisy raise her hand in any public space, followers could be seen lining up from one end of his domain to the other, circling thrice. Your Grace, a letter has arrived from the young king. Seeking to wed your daughter, Daisy of the Azure Sea, announced the Duke's steward, drenched in sweat as he hurried down the spiral staircase, his expression a blend of excitement and trepidation. The Duke froze, his hand clutching the teacup, releasing a deep sigh. The steward bowed deeply before hastening away from the tower. What a predicament! The Duke rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by the situation. The beauty of his daughter could indeed bring calamity. History is rife with tales of kingdoms and noble houses brought to ruin by the allure of extraordinary women. A prime example lies 3 centuries past, when a young nobleman, through his unparalleled musical talent, wed a lady of the Silver Dragon lineage. This union sparked a war among 3 lustful emperors, known as the War of the 3 Sovereigns. This was not a unique occurrence. In comparison to the ordinary world, the extraordinary not only bestowed unparalleled power, but also the most profound desires. Legendary heroes, blessed with lifespans nearing a millennium, enjoyed the world's beauty, only to find that, after experiencing everything, time left them with a haunting emptiness, a void that could be fatal. Chapter 64. The transition from frugality to extravagance is easy, but from extravagance to simplicity is difficult. In an attempt to alleviate the emptiness within, many astonishing occurrences are birthed. Just as Duke Behi found himself in a tumultuous predicament due to the king's proposal, within a household in the city, a robust woman, towering at nearly 6 feet with an imposing stature, approached the dazed young man, William. William, what troubles you? Are you still thinking about Miss Daisy? She inquired, placing a large platter of roasted chicken on the dining table, concern etched on her face. Awakened from his reverie, William lifted his gaze to behold his formidable newlywed wife. The image of Daisy, so charming, kind, graceful, and beautiful, loomed in his mind, contrasting sharply with the physically imposing figure before him. A sense of despair enveloped William. Initially thrilled to marry a woman deemed industrious in his father's eyes, he now found himself increasingly agitated in the presence of his wife. His thoughts were consumed by the exquisite visage of Daisy, leaving him unable to reconcile his feelings towards his spouse, whose appearance he found quite difficult to accept. In darkness, a person who has never experienced light may not perceive the suffering of their surroundings, yet once they have felt the warmth of sunlight, enduring darkness becomes intolerable. Such is human nature. The transition from frugality to extravagance is effortless, but the reverse is fraught with difficulty. William was no exception. After witnessing Daisy's celestial beauty, he found it increasingly challenging to endure the sight of his unattractive wife. This phenomenon echoed the experiences of many contemporaries who, inundated with images of stunning characters from anime, films, and television, inevitably raised their standards. Men aspire to marry beauties, while women wish to wed handsome suitors. Consequently, marriage rates decline while divorce rates escalate. Although external factors contribute significantly, elevated expectations play a substantial role. William's predicament was emblematic of this trend. Having encountered Daisy's unparalleled beauty, his standards had involuntarily ascended. Such discontent was not isolated to William's household. Many men who had glimpsed Daisy's resplendent visage found their own standards similarly elevated, leading to inevitable discord. Within the lair, Elena dangled from the rafters, desperately weeping. "Eliza, we are allies. You cannot conspire with Ace against me. I harbor no intentions of hoarding the gold. Please, trust me." Her voice echoed with anguish. However, Eliza merely rolled her eyes at Elena's pleas. To believe that Elena had no designs on the gold would be sheer folly. What was Elena's nature? She could decipher another's thoughts with the slightest flick of their tail. After all, could one truly claim that a dragon had no affection for gold? Such a notion was absurd. Ace languidly licked his ebony claws, confident that the books had been dispatched, and that the human realm would inevitably undergo transformation. He doubted that the middle-class men, once afforded the freedom to choose between enhanced beauty and plainness, would opt for the latter. Men, after all, understand what women they desire, youthful and beautiful. In the absence of the looming threat posed by dark creatures capable of snatching their lives at any moment, could humans truly cling to tradition and marry women who would produce more formidable offspring? Ace was skeptical. With the advent of peace, the absolute significance of martial prowess would wane, while the advantages of beauty would gradually unveil themselves in the human world. "Ace, shall we continue to deceive the humans?" Eliza inquired eagerly, ignoring Elena's lamentations. She relished in schemes, particularly those aimed at humanity, which thrilled her further. Ace shook his head, noting the prideful nature of silver dragons. It was normal for them to be summoned by humans occasionally, but frequent successful summons raised red flags. Once a year would suffice, he reflected, somewhat regretfully. He felt a mix of frustration and pity for Elena, who was so easily gullible. With a single coin, one could procure countless volumes from her. Yet, the girl had proven excessively petty, exchanging 3 chests of gold for merely 3 books. This nearly caused him to choke on his own disbelief. He possessed thousands of tomes, yet only 3 had slipped through his fingers after much effort. Despite his strong disapproval of her deception skills, the outcome remained favorable. The little girl was quite endearing. Dressed in her frilly skirts, her combat prowess would undoubtedly outshine that of other girls who lacked such attire. With the comparison made, everything became manageable. Ace turned to lead Eliza away from the lair. The surroundings were chaotic, and it was time to impose some order, even if he could not alter their fundamental survival rules. However, he could certainly enhance them. Moreover, he needed to find a few flying companions to investigate the state of affairs between the dark creatures and humans at the marsh's periphery. As Ace and Eliza vanished from sight, Elena, suspended like a salted fish, ceased her cries. Contracting her waist, she enveloped herself with her wings, forming a ball. Being hung was no great concern. She had accrued additional gold this time, and hanging for a few days was of little consequence. Moreover, she had grown accustomed to this state, able to slumber peacefully even in such a position. She simply wished to avoid being the subject of amusement for the 2 dragons below. Otherwise, she would have been indifferent to calling out at all. Chapter 65. The agricultural panda people within the nut tree plantation. Ace traversed a path formed by interwoven tree trunks, accompanied by Eliza and a group of third-tier beings. The verdant canopy filtered sunlight, casting dappled patterns upon the ground. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of metallic claws striking the tree trunks resonated through the air. Following closely behind Ace was the panda priestess, Caroline Kennedy, who held a small notebook and respectfully declared, "Your Majesty, under the radiance of your glory, we, your devoted servants, toil daily to fortify your splendor, rendering it ever more formidable." The nut tree plantation has now expanded to an impressive area of 150 square kilometers. With over 1.5 million transformed nut trees, capable of providing sustenance for your 500,000 servants. Caroline's broad panda visage beamed with pride, especially when emphasizing the capability to sustain 500,000 servants. One should not underestimate the significance of over 1.5 million modified nut trees. Each harvest yields over 100 pounds of nuts, and in this tropical rainforest region, 2 harvests can be gathered annually, meaning a single nut tree can produce more than 200 pounds of nuts each year. An adult kobold's annual dietary needs amount to just over 100 pounds. Naturally, this does not account for the entirety of a kobold's sustenance, as their diet also includes frogs, clams, discarded fish entrails, lizards, and mosquito larvae, cumulatively approximating their required nourishment. Therefore, based on the kobold's consumption, 1.5 million nut trees could sustain approximately 3 million kobolds, a staggering figure indeed. This explains the profound pride radiating from the panda priestess, Caroline Kennedy. Ace nodded in satisfaction, casting a particularly gentle gaze upon Caroline Kennedy. Indeed, she was a capable subordinate, one he valued highly. To him, those who could augment his wealth were truly exceptional allies, and Caroline, along with her fellow panda people, exemplified this notion. In contrast, the group trailing behind him, who merely indulged in gluttony and violence, did not inspire the same admiration. Roni Stam, the kobold scholar, cast a jealous glance at Caroline Kennedy. Relishing in their sovereign's approving gaze, he appeared as disheartened as a frostbitten eggplant, unable to lift his crocodilian tail. Dismissing Caroline, Ace turned to Eliza, unperturbed by the dozens of third-tier dark beings behind him, and inquired, "Have you devised a method to manage these creatures?" Eliza shook her head, visibly disheartened. She had yet to formulate a plan. They were all too dim-witted, fixated solely on plundering and violence, with insatiable appetites and no understanding of governance. In response to Eliza's disparagement, the throng of third-tier dark beings behind them began to drift into their thoughts. They had been enjoying a period of leisure, having previously toiled endlessly for sustenance within their tribe. The prominent figures of their dark races consumed less than a wealthy human merchant, and their efforts were often in vain. Most troubling was their subordinates' incompetence. Aside from successfully executing tasks involving violence, they were more likely to hinder than help. Now, they led a rather carefree existence, only needing to report their numbers to Caroline Kennedy each month. Food was dispensed based on headcount, a refreshing change from their previously dire circumstances. The greatest concern for the dark races had always been hunger. Once that was resolved, everything else fell into place. Their daily tasks revolved around eating, relegating minor details to the priests and scholars of their tribe. Having feasted on such ample provisions for so long, they felt a twinge of embarrassment at Eliza's criticisms. After all, it was their first experience with such abundant resources. Ace's lips twitched. He was not entirely oblivious to the excessive consumption of his dark subordinates. However, when faced with these formidable allies who had fought alongside him against the frost giants, he hesitated to curtail their rations. As he continued along the tree trunk path, Ace pondered his next steps, closely followed by the ranks of second and third-tier dark beings. Hours later, he arrived at the outskirts of the nut tree plantation, where thousands of panda people busied themselves among towering trees. They felled smaller trees under 30 meters tall while carrying bundles of branches, skillfully grafting the nut tree branches onto larger trees, binding them securely to ensure they did not fall off. In addition to these labor-intensive tasks, some panda warriors at the forefront bent thick trunks and connected them to form aerial pathways. Most of the panda workers traversed these pathways to continue their grafting efforts. Their efficiency was remarkable, as one group focused on removing unnecessary branches, leaving only a small tuft of leaves atop the trees to sustain them, while another group tirelessly transplanted nut tree branches onto the larger trees. Their familiarity with the task allowed them to complete several successfully transformed trees in no time. Ace watched the industrious panda people with keen interest, while Eliza exhibited remarkable patience. The dozens of third-tier dark beings held their breath, acutely aware that a pivotal moment in their fate was imminent. The sun shone brightly, and the wind roared like a tide. Ace found himself enveloped in a uniquely profound state of contemplation. An invisible force surged into his mind at an extraordinary pace, as sunlight and the myriad forces of nature seemed to beckon him. He sensed an exponential increase in his cognitive processing speed, while ancestral memories flooded his consciousness, presenting a torrent of historical events that flowed through his mind like a river. Chapter 66. Absolute militarism. The world he inhabits is one governed by fate, where deities disseminate their miracles among mortals. The dark races, having existed for hundreds of thousands of years, undoubtedly possess their own divine beings. As long as their gods endure, legends remain unbroken, and countless dark demigods evade the waning tides of magical power beyond the realms. In a fantastical world, for any race, as long as the pinnacle of their warriors survives, the essence of their lineage persists, regardless of how many ordinary kin may perish. Provided their divine entity has not fallen from grace, there exists an infinite number of opportunities for resurgence. The rulers of humanity, in their hubris, believe that by exterminating all non-human races upon the continent, they can assert dominion over it entirely. This, however, is an exceedingly myopic and extreme perspective. They slaughter the dark races, enslave the elves, and massacre the dwarves, all while incurring the wrath of the deities belonging to these non-human factions. Moreover, they have positioned themselves in an exceptionally precarious situation. The formidable five-colored dragon, a tyrant of the dark realm, wreaks havoc within the human world annually, inciting slaughter and plunder. In a desperate bid to safeguard their wealth and lives, humans channel nearly all their resources into enhancing their own strength. The dragon's depredations, however, are not aimed at seizing territory. Rather, its primary targets are gold and silver coins. Thus, the five-colored dragon effectively engenders a peculiar form of genetic selection among humans. When a dragon annihilates a noble from a castle and absconds with all of his gold, chaos reigns in the noble's domain. With the noble's demise, order collapses, giving rise to rampant thievery and disorderly soldiers, resulting in countless ordinary lives lost. Those who survive are predominantly the exceptionally strong or astute. Once order is reinstated, these resilient or clever individuals seize the resources left behind by the deceased. Consequently, they beget offspring endowed with greater talents. Furthermore, the threat posed by the dragon instills a profound sense of urgency among them, prompting relentless efforts to grow stronger. When a territory is assailed by the dragon, the surrounding nobles and commoners strive to bolster their own prowess to avert similar attacks. This relentless pursuit of self-improvement becomes an ingrained aspect of human existence, driven by the ever-looming specter of the dragon. However, when the dragon departs, leaving no colossal threat to their safety, the dynamics shift dramatically. The aristocracy, once compelled to generously bestow training resources and manuals upon their subordinates for self-preservation, begins to hoard these invaluable assets. The disappearance of this formidable menace alters their priorities significantly, prompting them to prioritize the perpetuation of their own lineage and the accumulation of wealth, often at the expense of their subordinates' martial capabilities. While they are acutely aware that the deities of the dark races have not perished and that they have yet to achieve true dominance over the continent, they remain oblivious to the peril that such short-sightedness entails. Much like the aristocrats during the decline of the Han dynasty, they fail to grasp that undermining the foundation of the empire could lead to their own demise amidst the ensuing chaos. Similarly, the elite of the Song dynasty, aware that oppressing the martial class could invite foreign encroachments, still persist in their oppressive actions. Humanity's nature is such that the vast majority, 99, are fixated on immediate gains, while the truly astute few find themselves reluctantly conforming to the whims of the masses. When the five-colored dragon vanishes, the upper echelons of humanity lose their sense of urgency, becoming ensnared in a myriad of trivialities. The resultant knowledge blockade stifles the potential of the gifted, and as the sense of crisis dissipates, the once diligent nobles succumb to complacency, squandering invaluable resources. As the dragon's assaults wane, ordinary individuals cease their relentless pursuit of strength, instead settling into a state of complacency. Through countless historical narratives, Ace witnesses how, after centuries of self-inflicted weakening, the once glorious civilization of humanity crumbles to ashes beneath the wrath of vengeful dark deities, elven gods, and dwarven pantheons. In this unique state of reflection, Ace contemplates deeply and gains profound insights. After witnessing the agricultural endeavors of the panda people, he develops an exhilarating sentiment akin to creating history itself. History births in his hands, and epic legends are woven around him, with rules manifesting as chains that both shelter and bind the panda people, enabling their growth within established frameworks. This exhilarating state is only attainable when one is engaged in the act of creation. Eliza, Ace calls softly. With a contemplative demeanor. Ace responds, I have devised a method to manage them. What is it? Eliza's eyes widen in anticipation. Absolute militarism. Ace declares, gazing up at the full moon, his voice resonating with a tone steeped in iron and blood. Eliza, momentarily taken aback, wonders if such a system exists in their inherited memories, as she had been unaware. Instantly, dozens of third-tier dark races stand at attention. The notion of absolute militarism resonates deeply with their inherently combative nature. Chapter 67. Militarization Reform. Months later, as the 23,000 dark creatures returned from their campaigns, Ace embarked on a sweeping reform. Over 1,000 astute priests and scholars were extracted from various tribes to form a military merit verification team. He bestowed upon them the art of spiritual hypnosis and commenced the process of hypnotizing one dark creature after another, meticulously recording the number of enemies they had slain during the war. In the vast, boundless swamp, countless dark creatures, under the vigilant supervision of the Pandorans, stood in neat formations. They marched forward relentlessly along the iron wall erected by the Pandorans. Beneath the wooden palace, pairs of priests and scholars hypnotized the creatures that queued before them. During this year's campaigns, under His Majesty's leadership, "How many enemies have you slain?" inquired a goblin priest, casting a hypnotic spell directly upon a nearby ogre. The ogre, with a brain no larger than a walnut, swayed as he faced the goblin priest's enchantment and replied, "I have consumed a snow-white wolf, 5 goblins, 3 ogres, and 8 dog-headed men." "Step forward as a centurion," commanded a harpy priestess, gesturing for 4 burly Pandaren to approach the ogre and seize its limbs, rendering it immobile. "Lift his head," she ordered, her voice laced with irritation. One Pandaren grasped the ogre's hair and yanked it back forcefully, causing the ogre to cry out in pain as its forehead was exposed. A branding iron was presented, and the searing sound of flesh meeting metal echoed through the air as a mark in the shape of the character 400 was seared onto the ogre's head. Throughout this ordeal, the ogre dared not resist, but accepted this punitive form of military recognition with despair. Other dark creatures in line experienced similar fates, each receiving different markings. Some bore the character for 10, others for 1,000, and yet others for soldier. Perched upon a throne atop a platform 100 meters high, Ace sat impassively, observing the multitude of dark creatures below, each being assigned their military merits. Nearly 100 third-tier dark nobles stood obediently before the wooden square at the foot of the throne, refraining from uttering a word or asking questions. Elena and Eliza gazed at Ace with a mix of confusion and curiosity, having witnessed his abrupt shift towards absolute militarization without any explanation. Since his birth, Ace had shared with them the benefits of establishing a swamp fishery and agricultural practices, along with the reasoning behind these actions. Yet now, he was decisively implementing a training program for all priests and scholars under his command, teaching them hypnosis and the intricacies of military merit and its corresponding marks, alongside various other skills. Days later, as the merit verification process concluded, Ace began to dismantle the tribal affiliations of the dark creatures, thoroughly mixing them with one another. Each race, like a fan, began to spread and settle within the nut tree plantations. What is absolute militarization? It is the unwavering commitment of all resources towards military endeavors. Devoid of sentiment, culture, or rationale, only military merit prevails. A common dark creature, for the beheading of an enemy, would earn a brand bearing the character for soldier. This would entitle them to an acre of land, along with 10 nut trees, and several enslaved kin devoid of military merit. Thus, by slaying a single enemy, they could attain a modestly prosperous existence, with servants at their beck and call, enjoying a life of indulgence and the enhancement of their own power, while their slaves managed their domain. An acre of swamp farm could yield hundreds of pounds of meat each year, and with the addition of 10 nut trees producing 2,000 pounds of food annually, a destitute dark creature could thrive. A soldier who dispatched 10 foes would ascend to the rank of centurion, marked with a 10 upon their brow, granted the authority to oversee 10 soldiers' territories, receiving half of the food produced as tax. Thus, from an annual harvest of 2,000 pounds, a centurion could claim 1,000 pounds, and with 10 soldiers, they would amass approximately 10,000 pounds of food each year. This hierarchy continued with the 100-man commander, who, by leading his subordinates to slay 100 enemies, would be granted the power to manage 10 centurions, collecting half of their food taxes, 5,000 pounds from each centurion, culminating in 50,000 pounds. The 1,000-man commander, likewise, would oversee 1,000 slain enemies, managing 1,000-man commanders and claiming half of their respective harvests. The 10,000-man commander would wield even greater authority, overseeing nearly 10,000 soldiers and their accompanying slaves, potentially summoning a formidable fighting force of 50 to 60,000 at any moment. This count did not include the offspring produced by their slaves and soldiers, which could elevate the number of dark creatures under their command to over 100,000. Of course, beyond military exploits, the level of life was paramount. A 100-man commander must be a first-tier warrior, a 1,000-man commander a second-tier hero, and a 10,000-man commander a third-tier noble. Chapter 68. The fiery desire for war accompanied by Ace's swift and decisive actions. He rapidly integrated his hundreds of thousands of subordinates into a framework of absolute militarism. Countless dark creatures, just returned from the battlefield, were instantly invigorated, their spirits soaring. The dark races with military achievements rejoiced, their excitement palpable. With eyes ablaze, they perceived enemies everywhere, eager to strike and earn military honor. Though the principles of absolute militarism appeared straightforward, the potential for explosive combat power was undeniably at the pinnacle of feudalism. The means to ascend the ranks was astonishingly simple. Kill. Slay one to elevate oneself above others, become a master over slaves. 10 kills, and one could become wealthy. Indulging in multiple wives and concubines, 100 kills, and one would rival the nobility. 1,000 or 10,000 kills would yield a combat prowess that surpassed that of any typical monster nation, positioning one as a king in their own right. This rule, where slaying could lead to social ascension, resonated deeply with these dark beings, whose minds were not particularly astute, but were adept at violence. Within the wooden palace, nearly 100 third-tier dark nobles fixated their fiery gazes upon Ace. Their eyes reflected not only a yearning for wealth, but also an insatiable thirst for power and dominion. What once required immense sacrifice to obtain could now be effortlessly acquired through slaughter on the battlefield. How could they not be exhilarated? They longed to heed their sovereign's call, brandishing their blades to vanquish any foes obstructing their path, claiming the military glory that belonged to them. Their eagerness to incite another war was palpable, driven by the desire to secure boundless benefits and glory for themselves and their kin. Faced with this throng of fervent third-tier dark nobles, their ardent gaze ignited. They promptly lowered their heads in a show of loyalty and submission to their sovereign. Yet the longing for war burned incessantly within their eyes. In truth, the fervor for war extended beyond the third-tier dark nobles, the enslaved, stripped of military recognition, as well as the dark warriors who had achieved military merit, were equally consumed by an insatiable desire for battle. The enslaved yearned to transcend their bondage, while those who had earned military accolades were ecstatic, clamoring for more. They aspired to rise to the ranks of centurions, commanding thousands, and become ever mightier. Desire permeated the entire nut tree plantation. Even the timid goblins, in the face of the temptation to become something greater with a single kill, summoned their courage, brandishing their blades in anticipation of war. As the architect and custodian of this system, Ace had effectively tethered these hundreds of thousands of dark creatures to his war chariot, unshakable and inescapable. Observing his subordinates, most branded with the insignia of centurions, a few with that of thousands, Ace's gaze was profound. In just 3 or 4 days, their craving for war had penetrated to their very core. He realized he must tighten the reins of this war chariot. He could not allow them to spiral from one conflict into another, endlessly. As the creator of this system, Ace understood better than anyone the flaws and extremities of the absolute militaristic rules. The extremity lay in the fact that within this framework, even slaves appearing on the battlefield would unleash a fervor of 200% morale, charging fearlessly at the enemy. When an army comprised of countless dark beings, fueled by such fervor, surged onto the battlefield, no creature could withstand their onslaught. However, the greatest flaw of this system was its reliance on tangible rewards. Without land to bestow upon these warriors, collapse was imminent. Presently, the expansion of his nut tree plantation was severely limited by the number of Pandaren and the trees themselves. The recent distribution of rewards had nearly halved his plantation's area. His foundation was alarmingly insufficient. It was evident that a few victorious skirmishes could render him unable to provide land rewards to his subordinates. Thus, he had to tighten the cords of war. Otherwise, bankruptcy loomed perilously close. Your esteemed majesty, your servant, the troll noble Herman Play, beseeches you for the arrival of war. I assure you, all creatures you disdain shall be sent to the abyss, transformed into corpses beneath your dragon claws. Towering at 4 meters, with tusks bared and ivory protruding from his mouth. Crowned with horns, the troll noble Herman plain knelt, exuding an overwhelming aura of war. Barely had he knelt and declared his war intentions when nearly 100 third-tier dark nobles followed suit, one after another. Your Majesty, to the west of the marsh lies an elven tribe, allies of humanity. At your command, within 7 days, their heads shall adorn their world tree. Your Majesty, on the western mountains, there are dwarves, also allies of humanity. They must be exterminated. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The wooden palace trembled under the cacophony of voices, filled with unquenchable desires for battle from the throng of third-tier dark nobles. Ace's lips twitched as he surveyed the eager crowd, their fiery eyes suggesting that elves and dwarves had slain their ancestors. Silence, Ace thundered, his voice imbued with an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the palace. The war-driven nobles, momentarily jolted back to reality, hastily knelt, proclaiming their loyalty to Ace. Ace gently stroked his fearsome dragon head with his claws, his crimson pupils surveying the throng of third-tier dark nobles with an icy gaze. Chapter 69, Heaven and Hell. Warriors and slaves. The immense benefits brought forth by war have thoroughly clouded their judgment. Their minds are now consumed solely with thoughts of war, and more war. The fervent desire for battle has, at times, even eclipsed their fear of the dragons. It must be said, the allure of acquiring everything through the mere act of slaughter is simply overwhelming. Not only these dark nobles, but even ordinary humans, upon hearing that they could gain everything by taking lives, would likely rush to pledge their allegiance, trading the heads of their kin for wealth and glory. If mere humans cannot resist this temptation, it is needless to say that the dark nobles, whose primary skills lie in plunder and bloodshed, would be even more susceptible. Nearly 100 third-tier dark nobles trembled in fear, kneeling on the ground, too afraid to move. Ace's scarlet eyes, filled with a murderous intent, swept over each dark noble below. He needed to assert control over this disoriented multitude, intoxicated by the spoils of war. The reins of the war chariot must be firmly held in his hands, deciding when to advance, when to retreat, and whom to strike down. Whatever he decrees must come to pass. This group merely needs to shatter their enemies when he points them out. As for when to commence the war, that, of course, depends on his mood. Elena and Eliza were somewhat bewildered. They could hardly comprehend why, after Ace's manipulations, this group of dark beings, who consume far more than they produce, suddenly seemed invigorated, as if they had been injected with fervor. Brimming with vitality, they constantly yearned for battle, their spirits ablaze with martial zeal. Eliza remarked, "These beings are acting rather strangely. The dark races from the memories of our inheritance were never this proactive. Just look at them. They seem eager to rush into battle at any moment." Elena gazed in astonishment at her battle-hungry kin. Were these not the very subordinates she had always yearned for? Born for combat, perpetually desiring to engage in slaughter. Eliza's lips twitched. She could barely decipher Ace's intentions. However, this group, audacious enough to propose warfare in the presence of 3 dragons, appeared to her as a type of subordinate that was rather difficult to control. She was certain that had it not been Ace, who possessed the strength of a half-step legend, but rather herself and Elena, who could only contend with third-tier foes, their subordinate tribe would likely have already been summoned to war against the bewildered enemy. This assembly of dark nobles had transformed into war maniacs under Ace's dominion. They were perpetually eager for battle, and without sufficient force to keep them in check, they could easily spiral out of control. Elena, it seems we must show a bit more favor to the panda folk. This lot is quite challenging to manage. Eliza communicated telepathically to Elena. Eliza surveyed the surroundings and found that apart from the relatively lethargic panda folk, every other dark creature, whether it be gnolls or goblins, was filled with murderous intent. Even while kneeling in submission to Ace's dragon might, their yearning for war remained undiminished, and in fact, it surged with every passing moment, sending shivers down her spine. Elena cast a puzzled glance at Eliza. Surely, the fervent desire of their subordinates to engage in battle was a good thing? To charge forth, to plunder and destroy. Was this not the most intoxicating scene for a wicked dragon? Although Elena did not grasp Eliza's perspective, she thought little of it. Ace had only recently taken charge of these subordinates. Prior to that, Eliza had managed them. If she wished to favor the panda folk, so be it. Their combat prowess was commendable. Under the dim light of the moon, In the shadowy marsh, a chief ogre sat within his humble abode, devouring fist-sized nuts sent by 10 of his subordinate captains. Sated, he turned to observe his 3 ogre offspring, who were vigorously stuffing their faces with nuts. And a rare smile graced his features. His mind was clouded, yet it did not hinder his good spirits. In the past, the 3 young ogres would have been forced to battle one another for food, with only the strongest surviving. However, as a chief now flush with resources, all 3 of his offspring could thrive, gorging themselves as they pleased. Outside the thatched hut, a female ogre stepped onto the floating roof, lifting the thatch to enter. Bearing a makeshift wooden bucket filled with various insect eggs, snakes, frogs, and the entrails of fish unworthy of Ace's appetite. Meat. The female ogre placed the bucket down with a thud in the center of the hut, her tone respectful. The chief ogre drooled uncontrollably, his large hands reaching for the meat, devouring it greedily, much to the dismay of his 3 young offspring who were still munching on their nuts. The female ogre gazed at the chief, who was never in want of food, her eyes brimming with envy and an intense yearning for war. She was the mother of the 3 young ogres, but not the chief's wife. Ace had strictly delineated the distinction between dark beings of merit and those without. One was a warrior, the other a slave. The female ogre, having remained behind to care for her young, possessed no accolades of war. Devoid of merit, she could only cling to her husband in a bid for survival. Many dark beings shared her plight. In the past, during the fierce battles against frost giants and their minions, the giants were few, and the beasts even fewer. There was hardly enough spoils to go around, let alone the fact that most frost giants fled the battlefield. Pursuing the traitors in the marsh yielded little recognition, as those priests often ignored the slaughter of defenseless dark creatures, resulting in fewer than 10 kills being acknowledged. Consequently, the number of dark beings deemed to possess war merits amounted to only about 70,000. In stark contrast, the population of dark beings had surged to 800,000 due to ample food and breeding. Thus, the 70,000 war merit holders were but a mere fraction. This implies that apart from those 70,000, the remaining 730,000 dark beings were relegated to the status of slaves, forced to cling to the merit holders for their very survival. The female ogre witnessed her husband, once as destitute as she, rise to wealth simply by slaying a first-tier wolf cub, transforming their fortunes. Their food stores swelled, with buckets of meat available daily, far exceeding their consumption needs. Other female ogres of their kin flocked to her husband's abode, vying for his favor. Chapter 70. Blood Sacrifice. She was consumed by jealousy, driven to madness, yearning for a life where she could acquire endless sustenance without lifting a finger. Thus, her desire for war surged within her. She longed to rush into battle, to unleash carnage and seize everything through sheer force. She refused to believe she was weaker than her husband. Their prior struggles for dominance within their family had often ended in a stalemate. If her husband, with comparable combat prowess, could earn the title of centurion through his valor, why could she not do the same? After all, what was it but the act of slaying? Anyone with hands could do that. The centurion ogre grasped a barrel that had already been largely stripped of its meat, and, with a ravenous opening of his maw, poured the remaining flesh into his gaping mouth. After a considerable time, a resounding belch echoed throughout the thatched hut. Wiping his mouth, he carelessly discarded the barrel aside. "You, take the children and go outside," he commanded his former wife in a tone reminiscent of a slave driver. Infuriated, the female ogre felt a surge of rage rise within her at her husband's authoritative words. Yet, faced with the reality of her once husband now being her master, she could only leave the hut, burdened with her 3 children. However, the bitterness of his commands only intensified her longing for war, fueling an insatiable desire within her. After she departed with her offspring, several robust female ogres emerged from the shadows, boldly entering the hut. Soon, the air was filled with sounds that would make anyone blush. The following day, after consuming a feast of fish entrails, shrimp, snakes, and other meats that Es did not partake in, the centurion ogre followed his own centurion to a small wooden plaza. There, a congregation of nearly 100 higher-ranking ogre officers had already gathered, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. Slaves lined up, trudging from the marsh to the plaza. In the center, an ogre priest wielded a small knife, delicately slicing open the arm of a nearby ogre. Crimson blood flowed from the wound, dripping into a vat position before him. He then proceeded to draw the blood of another ogre slave. The centurion ogre observed this spectacle with growing confusion. But as his 3 sons and his former wife were brought forth, a blaze of anger ignited within him. Yet, he dared not express his fury. For 2 third-tier ogre nobles sat imperiously beside the large vat. He could only watch helplessly as his loved ones were bled. As the sun reached its zenith, nearly a quarter of the blood from tens of thousands of ogres was collected into numerous large vats. The once solemn wooden plaza erupted into a fervent scene. Flames leaped high as barrels filled with blood were heated, releasing sweet aromas into the air. A dozen ogre priests and scholars danced wildly around the cauldrons, their movements a chaotic display of ancient ritual. The peculiar atmosphere enveloped the plaza, compelling over 100 higher-ranking ogre officers to partake in a dance etched into their very lineage. The ancient imprints of their ancestors awakened, and the spirits of the ogre forebears gazed upon them from the unseen realms, their approval evident. Blood mist rose from the boiling liquid, clinging to the wooden platform like a dense fog. As the dance grew more fervent, the crimson vapors began to seep into the skin of the ogre officers, purifying their blood and amplifying their strength. Amidst the blood dance, 2 noble ogres watched enviously as the officers reveled in their newfound advantages. They recalled the immense sacrifices they had made to attain their own formidable power, while now, these lesser beings seemed to receive rewards effortlessly just for taking a few heads. The ancestral blood sacrifice, composed of 1/3 of the blood from nearly 10,000 ogres, was a sacred rite reserved for the ancient ogre empire to enhance the lineage of gifted children. Yet now, it was squandered on a group deemed unworthy, their potential likened to refuse. Surrounding the wooden platform, thousands of ogres encircled it, their eyes filled with anguish, fury, envy, and yearning. They loathed the officers above, for their elevation in bloodline and strength came at the cost of their own vitality. The realization that these officers were thriving on their blood and flesh stirred their anger and despair. No one wished to be reduced to mere blood bags and slaves, not even ogres. Yet, their anticipation was palpable, for they too yearned to ascend in power like the officers above. Those who had once been their equals now basked in abundance, simply for having claimed a few lives. Endless supplies of meat and nuts, once inaccessible to them, now flowed to the officers, who indulged to excess. For male ogre officers, beautiful females visited their chambers daily, each encounter unique and exhilarating. They reveled from dawn till dusk. Female officers, in turn, found themselves besieged by handsome male ogres. Just a year prior, they all shared the same destitution, struggling for sustenance. Yet now, with a mere act of violence, the officers had access to all they desired: wealth, food, power, beauty, and glory, all bestowed upon them as if by divine decree. The disparity was maddening. They too craved war, longing to enjoy the privileges that had once seemed unattainable. Chapter 71. The creatures of darkness reaching a fever pitch. Alas! 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 War, war, war! I aspire to be an officer, to ascend to nobility, to grow ever stronger. War. As the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, the crimson mist dissipated. Over 100 ogre officers, who had elevated their life levels to the 1st or even the 2nd tier, now had their eyes completely consumed by the essence of warfare. At this moment, the centurion ogre's gaze was devoid of fury. He recognized that his wife and children had contributed to his strength, and this was a blessing. After all, it was merely a matter of letting them shed some blood, not taking their lives. Feeling the immense power coursing through his veins, several times greater than before, the centurion ogre erupted into a maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha! This is power! This is power! I crave more. The centurion's eyes gleamed with a fervent madness for battle. He yearned to grow even mightier. However, as a centurion, he could only linger on the periphery, near the area where the blood mist was densest, which was firmly occupied by the thousands of centurions. With fewer than 10 among them, each had already attained the status of a 2nd-tier ogre hero. At least 70% of the blood mist had been absorbed by these centurions, while the 100 centurion ogres had scarcely consumed 30%. The stark contrast between the ranks left him in a state of unparalleled frenzy. The 100 centurion ogres had managed to absorb less than 30% of the blood mist, while their counterparts, a mere 10, had consumed a staggering 70%. The disparity was staggering. Any centurion witnessing this spectacle would be overwhelmed by an insatiable desire to become one of those centurions. The fervor for war soared to the heavens. Nearly 10,000 ogres, upon beholding their kin elevated to 1st-tier ogre warriors and 2nd-tier ogre heroes on the wooden platform, descended into utter madness. They howled frantically in the swamp, voicing their most sincere yearning: war. War, war. I seek power, I seek wealth, I seek slaves. War. I am no less than he. If he can sever the heads of our foes, so too can I. Their ferocious wails echoed through the skies. The throng of nearly 10,000 ogres writhed like lunatics in a frenzy. Among them, the most frenzied and agitated were not the ogre slaves, but the centurion ogres and ordinary soldiers who had not ventured forth to absorb the blood mist. Though they lacked for nothing, the disparity between their situation and that of those above, who could elevate their life levels with ease, was overwhelmingly stark. They too yearned for that unparalleled strength. Perched atop trees over 30 meters high, over 1,000 slothful panda folk gazed down at the frenzied ogres below, their expressions frozen in terror as they clung to the trunks. The chaotic clamor below had driven those creatures to madness, spurred by immense power and insatiable greed. Had they mistakenly ventured to the wrong place? As time passed in the swamp, numerous blood sacrifices to the dark deities commenced. The crimson mist enveloped the entire nut tree plantation, and an overwhelming aura of war permeated every corner of the swamp. Upon a throne constructed of solid marble, Ace observed the chaotic scene outside, where his kin, driven to the brink of madness, clamored for war. His heart trembled involuntarily. He had unleashed the demon of war, but found himself barely able to grasp the reins of this chaotic beast. The fervor outside had driven nearly all into a state of frenzy. In the face of such war madness, the traditional deterrence of fear had diminished significantly. Some things transcended even life and death. Aside from the panda folk, the rest of his kin glared with bloodshot eyes, brimming with murderous intent. Perhaps I should retreat to my lair and seek solace in sleep. Ace recoiled, hastily turning toward his cozy nook. Yet within just a day or two, this assembly of followers had approached him with war proposals more than 10 times. If they had threatened him with force to incite war, his distress would have been negligible. He could simply eliminate those who dared to threaten him. However, these cunning beings approached him each time laden with gold coins, making it hard to refuse their humble suggestions. It hardly seemed fitting to dismiss their generous offerings, nor could he put their lives at risk over a trivial matter. Having accepted the coins, Ace decided to forgive the psychological turmoil they had caused him. War was out of the question. They could depart. Dismissed, they bore no ill will. After a while, they contacted their legendary ancestors, delivering yet another bounty of treasures. They returned to propose once more. Once or twice was manageable, 4 or 6 times was reasonable, and 10 or 9 times was acceptable. Yet, each time they returned, their offerings grew more substantial. Ace, having received an overwhelming amount of gold, felt an uncontainable excitement. They had respectfully presented gifts over a dozen times, each more generous than the last, with the coins procured from the dark legends. Refusing requests for war a dozen or 20 times posed no issue. However, once he began to decline 50 or even 100 times, the nature of the situation shifted. Such persistence bordered on shamelessness. Even greedy officials, having accepted bribes, would dutifully fulfill their obligations. Although he was a black dragon and one of the evil dragons, taking money without performing the requisite duties was not uncommon. However, if he were to accept payment dozens of times without action, that would be excessive. He had a modicum of pride. He could not continuously accept their riches without reciprocating. Of course, if it were merely this cluster of third-tier dark nobles, Ace could easily collect their wealth without consequence. After all, in the eyes of an evil dragon, the treasures of his followers were his own, and appropriating them was only natural. Yet these coins had been obtained from the dark legends. He could not be excessively shameless, especially since the opposing force was more formidable than he. Early the next morning, 98 third-tier dark nobles, with heads held high, arrived at the wooden palace, bearing bundles of treasure. They vowed to fight to the death for their sovereign, determined to reduce all enemies to mere fragments. As for who the enemy was, they remained oblivious. All they knew was that they had foes to vanquish. Among the 98 dark nobles, 7 appeared more relaxed than the other 91. Chapter 72. The blood sacrifice of the 4 seasons. As for their leisurely demeanor, it is undoubtedly due to their status as commanders. To ascend to the rank of commander, one must vanquish 10,000 foes on the battlefield or eliminate 2 third-tier beings. These 7 individuals had fortuitously dispatched 2 frost giants during the frost giant campaign. The blood sacrifice is divided into 4 quarters. The first quarter belongs to the officers, who can only conduct sacrifices among their controlled slaves. The second quarter is reserved for these commanders, who can gather nearly 10,000 warriors and around 40 to 50,000 slaves for a grand sacrifice. With the energy derived from this ritual solely benefiting the commander, the third quarter consolidates various dark races to honor a legendary figure of their kin, specifically their race's king. And in the fourth quarter, all of Ace's vassals will unite for a collective sacrifice to provide growth energy for Ace, Eliza, and Elena, 3 dragons. This cyclical system allows the higher ranked to extract energy from the lower ranked, leading to a satisfaction that renders them unhurried. Under this system, they thrive, reaping rewards not merely in multiples of 1 or 2, but in dozens or even hundreds. Their impatience is unwarranted. Conversely, those who have not ascended to the rank of commander, namely, the third-tier dark nobles, find themselves anxious. The annual sacrifice demands a third of their blood thrice over. Though the lesser beings beneath them offer some replenishment, it merely balances the scales. This semblance of neutrality seems trivial. Yet with 7 commanders of equal standing voraciously consuming energy for their advancement, they feel the pressure acutely. In the hierarchy of power, stagnation equates to regression. None wish to lag behind, especially not those who are third-tier dark nobles, who are so close to becoming legends. With the advent of the blood sacrifice, the gates of opportunity have swung open, tantalizingly within reach. Becoming a commander means annual sacrifices from tens of thousands of subordinates. Even a mere pig, infused with such abundant energy over a decade, could achieve legendary status, let alone these dark nobles who consider themselves exceptionally gifted. Moreover, if they do not become commanders, a third of their blood will be extracted by the 7 commanders once again. Commanders need only endure 2 blood extractions annually, while the lesser nobles must endure 3. The indignity of having one's own kin siphon off blood for their cultivation is unbearable. The disparity is glaring. The only justification for such an arrangement is that the legendary ancestors are stronger, and the dragons, as their sovereigns, do not bear the psychological burden of extracting blood from their subjects for benefits. However, to be drained by one's own kind, facing the same level of power, is a bitter pill to swallow. In a mere couple of days, they had proposed 10 war recommendations. As the palace doors creaked open, 91 dark nobles, clutching their bountiful coins, stepped inside, only to be met with the sight of an empty throne. Eliza and Elena sat on the adjacent thrones, expressionless as they regarded the assembly of dark nobles. The 91 were left bewildered. Where was their sovereign? They panicked, fearing that their monarch had once again succumbed to slumber. If the monarch sleeps, who will declare war? The decrees issued by the 2 princes would not count. Any victories would be rendered meaningless. The 98 dark nobles stood dejectedly, their disappointment evident. Meanwhile, Elena and Eliza, seated beside Ace's throne, counted the recently amassed coins, their faces alight with glee. Eliza, you must keep an eye on them. We cannot allow them to hoard our rightful wealth. We shall divide these coins once Ace awakens. We have yet to share the bounty from the last 10 contributions, Elena said, greedily caressing the coins in her hands, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Due to the excessive contributions from their subordinates, Ace had scarcely had time to allocate the coins. After Ace fell asleep, they felt too embarrassed to claim their share. They understood Ace's burdens and knew they must not undermine him at this moment. The coins would have to wait several months for distribution. Despite her overwhelming desire to pilfer from the coins before her, she recognized that Ace's hoard was far more substantial. She could not allow a single coin of her own to compromise the hundreds that Ace possessed. Thus, she dismissed any thoughts of embezzlement, knowing that refraining from such actions would ultimately yield greater rewards. The sound of coins clinking together enchanted Eliza, her keen eyes occasionally darting to the disheartened dark nobles, whose despair was palpable. Ace had not only seized control of the wealth distribution, but had monopolized the authority to declare war. Recalling Ace's recent pronouncement that any war not sanctioned by him would be deemed invalid and its merits unrecognized, Eliza felt a surge of indignation. That declaration had ignited fervor among the dark nobles, who now sought to curry favor with Ace, their combat prowess reaching unprecedented heights. In contrast, while they exhibited respect towards her and Elena, their enthusiasm and fighting spirit paled in comparison to what they displayed before Ace, a stark and unmistakable disparity. Though Eliza understood Ace's motives, after all, with Elena's war-hungry disposition, if the power to declare war were entrusted to her, the dark creatures would soon rampage into the human realm, leading to their own ruination. Her dissatisfaction with Ace's monopolization of authority remained unabated. Chapter 73. The Panda People of the Lazy Fish. The towering figure of the panda priest Caroline Kennedy, standing at 3 meters, sat poised within her humble abode. As she perused the messages presented by her subordinate panda priests, her mind felt as though it had expanded several sizes. Ever since the implementation of the absolute militarization rules 2 weeks prior, a sense of unease had begun to gnaw at her. The news that one could ascend to greatness through acts of violence spread like wildfire throughout the dark marsh, inciting millions of dark creatures to seek allegiance under Ace's banner. However, Ace had ceased the recruitment of followers, leaving these dark beings to anxiously await the sounding of his war horn, yearning for the next conflict that would allow them to join the fray and earn military accolades to serve under him. Although Ace had halted the inclusion of dark beings, the panda people remained an exception. Among his followers, they were the sole group capable of transforming ordinary trees into nut trees, making their numbers exceedingly valuable. After all, a greater quantity would facilitate the continuous expansion of the nut tree plantations. But why was the panda priest Caroline Kennedy so troubled? It was because, with the influx of panda people seeking to align with Ace, 7 panda scholars had also arrived, accompanied by their kin. As a mere first-tier panda priest, the sudden emergence of these 7 scholars instilled a sense of crisis in her, given her limited strength. Today, yet another 2 scholars had arrived with 1,000 or so panda people seeking patronage. Alongside the previous 7, the number of second-tier panda scholars had swelled to 9. How could this not make her feel as though her panda head had grown several sizes larger? Clearly, a conversation was in order. This situation could not continue. The nut tree plantation was her labor of love, cultivated painstakingly by her and her kin, and she would not allow it to be usurped by others. Caroline Kennedy silently gritted her teeth, rising to confront the 2 second-tier panda scholars. Not far from the wooden palace, in a small grove of bamboo, the 9 panda scholars lounged languidly on bamboo chairs. They chatted amiably while gazing at the bamboo shoots, occasionally munching on a few nuts. Their lives were indulgently tranquil. Having not experienced such comfort in a long time, one scholar, Alina, lamented with a mix of regret and delight. Had I known the conditions here were so favorable, I would have brought my kin to enjoy it 2 years ago. How much suffering could have been avoided? With a carefree motion, Alina plucked a handful of bamboo shoots, relishing them as she turned comfortably in her chair. She had shed the burdens of caring for her kin. Now, she was well fed, and the entire family was content. No longer did she toil for her lazy subordinates to the point of exhaustion. The panda people had fully inherited the lethargic nature of ordinary pandas, embodying a philosophy of maximum comfort. If they could lie down, they would not sit. If they could sit, they would not stand. Truly a collection of lazy beings. Dragons seldom recruited panda people, for their adorably cute appearance could bolster the morale of opposing forces, causing great embarrassment in battle. Moreover, their inherent laziness meant that without a whip at their backs, they would remain immobile. Not only were they indolent, but their towering 3-meter stature also required substantial sustenance, equivalent to 4 or 5 goblins or dog-headed creatures. Faced with such burdens, dragons rarely considered the folly of enlisting them. As for why the panda priest Caroline Kennedy's followers were industrious and tirelessly expanding the nut tree plantation, a stark contrast to the typical lethargy of their kind, it was due to her ruthless control over their rations. Under Ace's tutelage, she had implemented a piecework food distribution system, a morally dubious rule that compelled countless panda people to toil relentlessly, driven by the need to fill their bellies. Their kin were forced to work, but as long as they were not overly pressured and provided with sufficient food, they were content to witness the struggles of those who had once sought to be lazy. Caroline Kennedy strode into the bamboo grove. Her brow furrowed as she observed the 9 second-tier panda scholars, indulging in bamboo shoots and idle chatter. Why do I have such a lazy group of kin? How can we accomplish great things when they are so lethargic? We must elevate the panda people to become the dominant race in the world. Initially, Caroline had harbored concerns about those of higher rank seizing the leadership of her panda clan. However, upon witnessing their indolent demeanor, her worries dissipated. She now found herself more concerned about how to manage the growing number of panda people without their assistance. Distributing food required effort, as did guarding the granaries. With the panda people's alarming ability to doze off while standing, placing ordinary panda folk in charge of the granaries was akin to leaving them unguarded. Any random kin could stroll in and feast to their heart's content. If they were well fed, who would work for her? Without workers, the three dragons would inevitably feast on pandas instead. Thus, crucial locations like granaries required oversight from either a panda priest or a panda scholar. Just how long do you intend to be lazy? His Majesty proclaimed during his slumber that within a year, the nut tree plantation must be expanded by another half. With time so pressing, how can you continue to lounge here, believing that His Majesty would not dare to devour you? Caroline Kennedy exclaimed, exasperated. Before awakening 5 of the slumbering second-tier panda scholars, the other 4, engaged in conversation and munching on bamboo shoots, turned their gazes toward her, their large panda eyes wide with confusion. What nonsense is this? You have so many panda priests at your disposal. What difference would 9 of us make? They thought, relishing the rare opportunity to be lazy. The 5, now fully awake, quickly closed their eyes again, falling back into a deep slumber. Chapter 74. The Elite Legion 4 creatures, engrossed in devouring bamboo shoots, stood in slumber before the increasingly exasperated visage of Caroline Kennedy. The rhythmic sounds of their snoring echoed throughout the bamboo grove, reflecting the sheer frustration etched on her panda-like face. You lot, rise at once, Caroline Kennedy exclaimed, tugging at the panda scholar Alina with all her might. Yet, the adage about never waking a fainting bear was not merely a whimsical saying. This group was indeed pretending to be asleep. It appeared that several amongst them had truly succumbed to slumber, immersing themselves in dreams from which they could not awaken. Caroline Kennedy, having exhausted her efforts in vain, ultimately departed the bamboo grove in frustration. Shortly thereafter, she returned, accompanied by over 30 panda priests, their demeanor fierce and determined. In no time, anguished cries resonated through the air as 9 panda scholars were carried out from the grove, thrust into the bustling activities of the labor known as 007. The days of idle existence had vanished, leaving only fleeting moments of nostalgia for those carefree times. At the granary's entrance, the panda scholar Alina sat with a scowl upon her face, observing the long line of her kin awaiting their rations. Gritting her teeth, she surveyed the seemingly endless throng clamoring for her distribution of food. With the continuous influx of panda folk seeking refuge, their numbers had grown remarkably, surpassing 40,000 and increasing daily by dozens to 100. The rapid rise in their population coincided with the flourishing branches of the newly modified nut trees. The expansion of the nut tree plantation surged at an astonishing rate, extending 30 square kilometers each month. Countless rainforest areas transformed into fertile lands capable of yielding sustenance. The production of food reached unprecedented heights, leaving the dark races, devoid of wars to engage in, with little to occupy themselves except for the urge to reproduce. Well-fed and idle, they were compelled to focus on procreation. Even among the industrious panda folk, the females were largely pregnant, leading to a significant increase in their numbers. It was evident that when sustenance was abundant, the reproductive rate of the dark races accelerated dramatically. However, as their population swelled, so too did their fervent longing for warfare. The offspring of the battle-hardened dark beings remained subjugated under the stringent militaristic rules dictated by Ace's strategy, where only slaves and warriors existed. There was no distinction. The offspring of warriors were still considered warriors, while those born to non-combatants, including the third-tier beings, remained as slaves. 11 months later, the transformed nut tree forests blanketed an expanse of 500 square kilometers, stretching endlessly from a distance. Nearly 2 million dark beings concealed themselves within the plantation. Occasional bursts of formidable energy served as a reminder to outsiders that this was no benevolent domain. Within the lair, Ace, now exceeding 7 meters in length, sprawled upon a massive fur-covered bed. Countless coins lay hidden within his plush fur, the occasional sound of scales scraping against metal resonating through the air. Suddenly, Ace awoke from his slumber, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. It is time for the blood sacrifice I eagerly awaited. His colossal dragon claws crushed the coins beneath him as he shook his head, unfurling his wings to a near 12-meter span. A gust of wind erupted, dispersing the stagnant air from his lair. Ace's crimson eyes sparkled in the darkness. Outside, nearly 2 million dark beings converged, forming a sea of beastly heads. Your Majesty, the time for your blood sacrifice has arrived. You shall grow even stronger and lead us into eternity. The number of dark nobles surged to 105. Kneeling on the wooden palace platform, with the ogre noble Herman Plin exuding an insatiable thirst for war in his eyes, as he proclaimed fervently. Turning to gaze at the marsh below, he beheld a vast congregation of dark beings filling his line of sight. Thousands of armored soldiers and officers, emanating first and second-tier energies, stood in orderly formation surrounding the palace. As the sun ascended, casting its warm, fervent rays, Ace felt invigorated. For he was now a monarch capable of commanding an army of 1,000,000. Let the blood sacrifice commence. Ace licked his lips, his eyes brimming with greed for power. The blood sacrifice was a magnificent ritual, rapidly gathering energy to nourish his body and hasten his growth. His rate of maturation was still too sluggish. Relying on a diet of fish would take decades to attain maturity. Once he reached adulthood, bolstered by the fervent desire for war from countless dark beings, no one would be able to stand against him. Among his 70,000 warriors, there was not a single ordinary dark being above the rank of centurion. All were first-tier warriors or higher. The common soldiers, too, had mostly advanced to first-tier status within the past year due to ample sustenance. A legion of 10,000 possessed combat prowess comparable to the elite forces of various imperial nations in the human realm. It was noteworthy that such elite legions, each capable of contending with legendary champions, could only be maintained by 1 or 2 imperial nations. Presently, Ace commanded 7 such elite forces. Their collective might sufficient to overpower 4 or 5 ordinary human nations. Yet, this was merely the result of his development over the past 2 to 3 years since his birth. In 10 years, as he reached full maturity, his power would expand at an exponential rate. Chapter 75. More ruthless than 007. With a single command, 1,000,000 voices echoed in response. Following Ace's directive, over 2,000 priests and scholars, accompanied by the Pandaren carrying large vats, commenced the collection of the dark creature's blood, observing the countless dark beings contributing their lifeblood below. The crimson hue in Ace's eyes deepened to a more vibrant shade. Elena regarded the multitude of blood in the vat with distaste and turned to Ace, questioning, "Are you certain you wish to absorb the energy from this blood sacrifice? That greedy dragon god is likely to take all the benefits for himself, leaving us with mere scraps. Consuming this is hardly better than eating meat directly. Blood sacrifices are typically blessings granted by deities to their kin, enhancing their power, purifying their bloodlines, and expanding their potential. Thus, only blood from the same race holds value." She simply could not comprehend Ace's intentions. This blood sacrifice, composed of blood from different races, would not be tolerated by the deities. With a mere gesture, it was likely that 90% of the energy within the blood would be siphoned off by them, leaving only remnants for the sacrificers. Absorbing such remnants would dilute the bloodline, rendering it an unwise endeavor. Eliza also turned to Ace, reluctant to absorb such meager blood. Consuming that was hardly more beneficial than indulging in several hearty meals. Gazing at the long lines of dragons waiting in the distance, Ace wisely articulated, "Our blood sacrifice differs from theirs. They offer to their own deities. We, however, shall use this blood to fortify our gastric space, transforming it into a demiplane. By harnessing the power of the demiplane, we will enhance our digestive capabilities at an accelerated pace, enabling us to grow more swiftly." It must be said, the inheritance of memories is indeed a treasure trove. It encompasses everything, even several methods of the legendary creation. Regarding the creation of a demiplane, the methods are as numerous as the stars. Throughout history, many demigod dragons have forged their gastric storage into demiplanes to lay the groundwork for their ascension to godhood. Thus, in pursuit of rapid growth, Ace had set his sights on his own gastric storage. To forge a demiplane, immense energy is paramount. For Ace, who possesses the legacy of dragonkind, this is relatively simple. While mastering profound knowledge may take time, the art of copying and pasting is a skill known to all. When he received the inheritance, the array for collecting soul fragments, the array for modifying soul fragments, the array for infusing soul fragments, and the array for controlling the connection between cells and souls, none of these were painstakingly crafted by him. They were all directly pasted from the inheritance into his soul, meticulously arranged for him. One can only commend the thoughtfulness of his dragon ancestors. It seems they feared their dragon offspring might struggle to comprehend or be too lazy to learn, thus prepared everything for them. All they needed to do was exert effort. Nothing was beyond their grasp, and even if they struggled, they could still make use of it. It's akin to a primary school student not knowing how to manufacture a mobile phone, yet understanding how to operate one. Eliza and Elena, the 2 young black dragons, exchanged glances, a peculiar expression in their eyes as they regarded Ace. Is it truly necessary to exert yourself so fiercely to enhance your strength? Humanity is still far from us. Under the immense pressure exerted by Ace, they had each selected an inheritance, which was already quite taxing. With the addition of a gastric demiplane, would they ever be able to enjoy a leisurely existence again? Faced with the bizarre looks from the two young black dragons, Ace instinctively averted his gaze. He too wished for a leisurely existence. However, the ever-looming threat of humanity hung over him like a sword, sharpening and sharpening, leaving him with little sense of security. Moreover, after his discussions with the legends, he learned that the 8 noble expansions were merely a ruse devised by human nations to confuse the dark races. Behind the 8 expansions, humanity was rapidly widening the channels of the 8 great rivers, intending to drain the dark marshes and convert them into lands suitable for war. Years had passed, and with the aid of magic alongside human excavation, the project was at least half complete. Numerous legendary beings of the dark races were striving to buy time, allowing the 3 dragons to grow. Time was truly of the essence. Otherwise, he too would wish to take a moment to relax. After all, even a dragon could not endure constant pressure. However, when faced with the choice between leisure and his own life, he could only choose the latter. Thus, he was compelled to push them to their limits. After all, he could not be the sole dragon enduring this relentless pressure. It was only fair that the 2 young dragons joined him in this struggle. Otherwise, his solitary efforts would be devoid of motivation. In his words, no one should be allowed to escape the burdens. Everyone must share in the toil. The 2 young black dragons exchanged glances, a sense of dissatisfaction brewing within them. Typical young black dragons of their age would indulge in a life of eating and sleeping, reveling in the joys of youth. Unlike them, one endured the soul-searing agony brought on by her dragon form daily, while the other faced her own trials, even in sleep, as she labored to learn magic, waking at least once a week to deal with her followers' troubles. Even 007 had not been subjected to such intensity. At least during 007, there was some leeway for leisure. For them, even that was a luxury they could not afford. The one responsible for their plight was none other than the imposing dragon before them, relentlessly squeezing his sisters for every ounce of effort. As the sun ascended higher, the collected vats piled into small hills, a dense scent of blood permeating the air for miles around. Ace gazed lovingly at Elena and Eliza, as if to encourage them. The 2 young black dragons maintained their stoic facade, but internally they had cursed Ace hundreds of times. You scoundrel, to preserve your own life. You treat your sisters like cattle. We are already under immense pressure. Do you truly need to burden us further? With a brother like you, who wouldn't weep uncontrollably under your gaze filled with false affection. Ace harbored no guilt. His loving gaze was genuine. Even if it meant turning his 2 sisters from 007 into 007+1, he felt no remorse. For him, leading the charge was a given. How could the 2 weaker little dragons expect to slack off behind him? Thus, he would continue to drive them to their limits. Chapter 76. The creation of a demiplane. The sun had just set. Within close to 2 million dark creatures, a third of their blood was being laboriously transported by a succession of Pandaren, who lifted large cauldrons to the square in front of the wooden palace. These cauldrons, brimming with blood and exuding a pungent aroma, were divided into 3 portions on the square. One portion, occupying half of all the cauldrons, was placed at the center of the farm, while the remaining 2 portions, each taking up a quarter, were positioned on either side of the square. Ace's crimson pupils became even more fearsome in the reflection of the blood. He licked his lips, silently calculating. With a third of the blood from 2 million dark creatures, half of which belonged to him, according to the ancestral records, such a vast reservoir of blood energy should be sufficient to expand a demiplane to 6 or 7 square kilometers, capable of sustaining a faint ecological cycle. The enhancement to his digestive capacity would be considerable. Moreover, he would no longer need to awaken every half-month to consume a meal. He could simply deposit the meat in the demiplane and sleep for an entire year, a significant convenience compared to before. Suppressing the joy swelling within him, Ace approached the colossal cauldron filled with blood, built up like a mountain, at the center of the square. The 2 young black dragons, upon seeing Ace, could only sluggishly drag themselves to their own share of blood, preparing for their future enhancements. In the swamp, over 100 dark nobles gazed upwards at the 3 dragons that were about to become even more powerful, their eyes filled with anticipation. Most understood Ace's concerns. It was merely a fear of the legendary beheading tactics of humanity. faced with the prospect of their own lives. It was prudent to remain hidden in weakness until they had grown strong enough to assert themselves. Otherwise, if they leaped about in their frailty, they would easily be crushed by the powerful. Thus, they comprehended Ace's reluctance to initiate war. Now, the birth of the blood sacrifice not only accelerated their own strength, but also promised Ace rapid growth within this ritual. Before the blood sacrifice, Ace had already been able to contend fiercely with those on the cusp of legend. After harnessing the immense energy from the blood sacrifice, their lord would undoubtedly experience a period of explosive growth. It would not be long before they would only need to wait 2 or 3 years until their lord could face legends in battle. The clarion call of war would soon sound, and they would march forth under their lord's command, like a tide, to earn glory through conquest. Moreover, they silently observed the 70,000 soldiers, most of whom had already ascended to the first rank. A legion composed of individuals above the first rank would be capable of facing a legend without fear of defeat. This was merely the fruit of their efforts over the past year. In 2 or 3 years, following a couple more blood sacrifices, their power would surely surge. By then, even if their lord could not surpass a legend, they, having multiplied their strength many times over, would still be able to shred any legend that sought to assassinate their lord. The 7 dark noble captains wore the broadest smiles. As captains, they could annually command 10,000 kin soldiers along with 40 to 50,000 enslaved kin to partake in the blood sacrifice. As seasoned dark beings who had fought their way into the dark swamp from the encirclement of humanity, each was nearly at the pinnacle of the 3rd rank among dark nobles. With the aid of the blood sacrifice, 3 or 4 rituals would be sufficient to elevate them to legend. In 3 or 4 years, if their lord had still not attained legendary combat prowess, they, with fists larger than dragons, could fully support the war-loving Elena as the leader of the Dragon Alliance. At that point, war would still erupt. This was not betrayal. Rather, they were naturally subservient to this Dragon Alliance. It was solely due to Ace's superior strength that he held dominion over the Alliance. If Ace's power were insufficient to command all his subordinates, the transition of the throne would be a trivial matter. From the moment of his birth, the only loyal followers who had truly pledged allegiance to him were the Swamp Goblin tribe and the Pandaren. As for the others, their allegiance was to the Dragon Alliance itself. Eliza and Elena were not fools. They could not allow Ace to wield all the power, compelling every dark race to swear fealty solely to him. After all, if they were to do so, they would no longer embody the wisdom of the dragon lineage, but would instead appear as 2 utter simpletons. In the stillness of the world, within Ace's gastric space, a complex array of interlocking magical formations centered around the blood and flesh energy interchange and energy storage arrays. The space stabilization, spatial expansion, natural element generation, and natural element stabilization arrays branched out, coalescing into a colossal geometric union array sphere. This union array sphere floated like the sun in Ace's gastric space, which had expanded to 100 cubic units. An intricate tapestry of runes flowed within the sphere, colliding and functioning in harmony, constructing one of the most exquisite magical arrays in existence. Outside, with a wave of Ace's hand, the blood within dozens of cauldrons vanished. Countless streams of blood instantly appeared within his gastric space. The union array sphere began to operate like a machine, absorbing the energy-rich blood, which transformed into numerous energy streams and was subsequently stored within the energy storage array. The space stabilization, spatial expansion, natural element generation, and natural element stabilization arrays, now receiving energy from the storage array, commenced their operations as well. An invisible wave radiated from the union array sphere, diffusing into the gastric space. This wave gently brushed against the spatial barrier of the gastric space, which, as if receiving some form of support, began to expand outward rapidly. Soil, air, water, gravity, and various elements essential to the ordinary world were generated by the natural element generation array, materializing within the gastric space. As time passed, the union array sphere slowly began to rise. With its ascent, the sky grew higher and the ground expanded wider, shaping the earth and heavens at an astonishing pace within the gastric space. Meanwhile, Ace danced his dragon claws like a whirlwind, emptying cauldron after cauldron filled with blood. His gastric space advanced toward the realm of the demiplane at an extraordinary speed. Chapter 77. The terrifying reproductive speed as night fell and the moon ascended. An imperceptible wind swept through the nut tree plantation, laboring to construct 3 colossal dragons in its semi-plane, subsequently consuming all the blood into its stomach space. Within the nest, Ace's soul transformed into the deity of this gastric domain, observing the rapidly expanding earth below and the slowly ascending union of the core formation sphere, which was transforming into the heart of the semi-plane. A sense of novelty adorned his draconic visage. Let me see if I can wield divine authority and power in this world, Ace thought, and with a mere flicker of his mind, the core formation sphere, under his complete control, merged instantaneously with his soul. Upon their unification, the core transformed into a radiant sun, casting light upon the darkened realm. Ace's thoughts stirred, and a mountain, weighing thousands of tons, erupted from the earth, only to metamorphose into a meteor, crashing fiercely from the sky onto the ground. Debris scattered wildly, and shockwaves surged with palpable force, sweeping across the entire semi-plane, stripping the earth of its outer layer. Dust enveloped the realm in an instant. In a playful mood, Ace transformed the water within the plane into a colossal dragon, rampaging through the landscape. Moments later, he conjured numerous floating mountains, allowing them to collide mid-air. Hours passed, and what was once a barely perceivable semi-plane had been utterly reduced to ruins. Bored, Ace reclined on a discarded mountain, gazing at the wasteland that his domain had become, devoid of any pang of remorse. The ordinary world adhered to certain rules. Energy neither materialized from thin air nor vanished into oblivion. The true consumer of energy in this semi-plane would be his act of physically relocating its materials or energy. As long as matter or energy remained, no matter how he altered the semi-plane, it would bear no significant consequence. After all, a small vessel turns easily, and a newly birthed semi-plane is malleable. How shall I construct my world? With the semi-plane now established, the subsequent tasks loomed as the most arduous. While the semi-plane was easily shaped, managing it to yield a continuous resource flow proved to be the true challenge. Currently, in this semi-plane, Ace possessed the energy equivalent to 1/6 of the blood from 2 million dark creatures. Compared to other ordinary semi-planes, this energy was indeed substantial. However, developing a semi-plane consumed boundless resources. That amount of energy was merely sufficient for a modest project, just a mere starting point. Disinterested in devising strategies himself, Ace relied on the memories of his ancestors, who feared their descendants would become lazy and indulgent. The various legacies had already been beautifully prepared for them. Why should he ponder alone when he could harness their wisdom? Let me see what is required to cultivate a semi-plane effectively. A formation for collecting external void energy. Ace looked skyward at the sun, now linked to the plane's barriers, continuously siphoning void energy from the external realm. The blood and flesh energy conversion formation labored to transform the void energy, drop by drop, into ordinary natural energy. Ace mused that tossing the blood of an ordinary fish into his semi-plane would yield energy faster than this formation. After a brief examination, Ace concluded that at the current rate of energy conversion, the formation would hardly absorb enough energy in a day to shape even a small fish. Relying on this method for development, he surmised it might take tens of thousands of years to yield any noticeable results. Truly a futile endeavor. However, this formation still held merit. While its conversion of void energy was lacking, it excelled in transforming blood and flesh energy, which was its original purpose. Its current efficiency, given the task it was performing, was commendable. It appeared he needed to devise several formations specifically for void energy conversion. Otherwise, the development of his semi-plane would be a daunting task. Yet, he could not abandon this formation, for the annual blood sacrifices, each larger than the last, would yield considerable energy, allowing his semi-plane to develop at an accelerated pace. Ace silently calculated, observing his gluttonous subordinates. Remarkably, their numbers had surged from 800,000 to 2 million within just a year, an astonishing doubling. Thanks to the diligent farming efforts of the panda people, he feared that without them, his resource-hungry group would lead him to bankruptcy. Indeed, while dark races may pale in comparison to humans in various aspects, in terms of reproduction, even a handful of humans could not match the progeny of 2 dark creatures. Doubling their numbers within a year, in a decade, 2 million could become 4 million, then 8 million, and so forth. If this trend continued, one day his followers might surpass 100 million. By then, a single wave of blood sacrifice could potentially satiate his semi-plane. In contrast, The void energy absorbed from the external realm would seem trivial compared to the blood sacrifices brought forth by billions of dark creatures. With a casual gesture, an invisible force spread across the entire semiplane. The land rose upwards, and rivers flowed westward, soon forming a small continent surrounded by oceans. Satisfied with the emerging standard semiplane world, Ace nodded approvingly before vanishing within its confines. Time flowed differently here. As he departed, the time dilation transformed into a ratio where a day in the external world equated to 10 years within his semiplane. Chapter 78. The loyal and capable dog-headed minion feeling the stark contrast in the flow of time between his stomach's demiplane and the outside world. Ace effortlessly conjured a space where time stood still. After all, the demiplane was responsible for storing his food, and with such a significant time discrepancy, he feared that his provisions would spoil the moment they entered. The prospect of consuming a pile of rotten meat was utterly repulsive to him, hence the necessity of a completely stagnant space. Early the next morning, Ace arrived at the frozen granary of the dog-headed people, basking in the sunlight. The granary was situated nearly 10,000 meters south of the wooden palace on a naturally occurring small island of just under a kilometer. Recognizing the advantageous location, Ace had personally utilized magic to construct a frozen fish granary there. Dog-headed scholar Roni Stam watched in excitement as his lord soared down from the sky. "Your Majesty, your humble servant has prepared food for you." His large dog-like eyes brimmed with unwavering loyalty. Unlike the panda folk, the dog-headed people possessed a wolf-like instinct for survival. The strong preyed upon the weak, and this was their nature. As an elder under Ace's command and overseer of the entire swamp fishery, Roni Stam, though lacking in strength, wielded control over an abundance of food that even the mightiest warriors could scarcely rival. Several dog-headed nobles, upon witnessing Roni's wealth and his stewardship of over 100,000 common dog-headed folk, felt envy stir within them. Following the recent war, Roni had been extorted several times, nearly losing his position as clan leader. Fortunately, he had not been foolish enough to endure such bullying in silence. Recognizing the injustice, he sought out Ace, imploring his master to intervene on his behalf. After all, one must consider the master in matters of discipline. He was Ace's dog, and any punishment must come from him. How could these newly joined outsiders dare to strike him? Was that not a slight against his esteemed master? Ace, upon witnessing the unwavering loyalty of this dog-headed minion, could not stand idly by while others mistreated him. Just as Roni had surmised, one must recognize the master when disciplining a dog. To strike Roni without Ace's consent would be a grave insult to his authority as a dragon. Thus, he summoned the offending nobles, hung their tails from a tree, and unleashed a storm of thunder and lightning upon them. From that moment on, Roni Stam was profoundly moved, his loyalty reaching unprecedented heights. He began to assert his dominance, patrolling the swamp daily with a band of followers, vigilantly monitoring any would-be thieves seeking to pilfer fish. Those caught were dealt with mercilessly. Roni's iron-fisted rule rendered countless creatures, tempted by the fish in the swamp, unable to act, even when teased by some grass carp. They could only feast on the fish entrails extracted by the dog-headed folk. Even the third-tier nobles dared not venture beyond the nut tree plantation to catch fish. After landing on the petrified yellow soil, Ace anxiously scanned his surroundings and hastily remarked that he intended to take all the fish from the granary. He could not allow his two younger sisters to discover this. Otherwise, he would face their wrath, reminiscent of previous encounters. 200,000 tons, Roni Stam murmured softly. Ace was taken aback. 200,000 tons? Good heavens! This dog-headed minion has truly flourished in my absence. I knew I had chosen wisely. Bravo! Indeed, I have not misjudged you. I officially appoint you as a captain. During the next blood sacrifice, I shall summon several third-tier nobles to assist you, ensuring your ascendance to third-tier nobility among the dog-headed folk. How have you managed to capture so many fish? After showering Roni with praise, Ace inquired with genuine curiosity. He distinctly remembered the nut tree plantation being a mere 500 square kilometers. Such a small area could hardly yield such a vast catch. Your Majesty, most of the dark creatures in the inner and outer regions of the dark marsh have vanished. Your loyal dogs seized the opportunity and dispatched all 150,000 of my subordinates to fish throughout the swamp. Over time, after months of effort, we accumulated this bounty. Roni Stam, who had received Ace's commendation and reward, was nearly beaming with joy, his excitement palpable at the thought of potentially becoming a third-tier noble. Inside the granary, filled to the brim, were countless fish, their heads and entrails removed, frozen into ice pops. Ace's dragon visage, adorned with sharp angles, broke into a broad smile. With 200,000 tons of fish at his disposal, he need not hoard them all, given his current digestive capabilities. Even with the aid of the demiplane, he could only consume around 100,000 tons of fish per year. Any excess would simply go to waste. Thus, reserving half for his two little black dragons posed no issue. Moreover, Roni Stam had proven himself remarkably capable, akin to the panda folk. The dog-headed people had long been one of the most prolific races among the dark creatures, and with a thriving population of 150,000. Not counting the younger ones, he had no shortage of meat. He could easily satiate Elena and Eliza, freeing himself from the need to play the villain. An hour later, Ace emerged from the half-empty granary, spreading his wings. On his way, he encountered Elena and Eliza, who were hastily rushing towards the granary. "Ace, you wretched dragon. You haven't consumed all the food again, have you? If you continue this way, you will lose both me and Eliza." Elena, incensed by the antics of 07+1, seized the opportunity to unleash her fury. Ace, unfazed by her childish tantrum, exchanged a reassuring glance with Eliza. As Elena continued her tirade, Eliza darted toward the granary at breakneck speed. Elena, with her acute instincts, sensed impending trouble. Upon arriving at the granary, she was greeted by the sight of Eliza frantically stuffing countless frozen fish into her demiplane. With a cry of dismay, she rushed inside, desperately trying to hoard fish for herself. Chapter 79, Rapidly Augmenting Power, The Lair. On the large bed of animal hides, Ace gently nudged his gold coins with his dragon head. As he savored the enchanting sound of coins clinking against each other, his eyes slowly closed, surrendering to the embrace of slumber. With Ace's descent into sleep, his digestive system sprang into action, operating at peak efficiency. His stomach, infused with shards of soul and bolstered by the powers of the demiplane, astonishingly processed food and nutrients at an incredible pace. Tons of frozen fish materialized in his stomach, swiftly dissolving into various nutrients that Ace absorbed, fueling his ever-expanding physique, rendering it increasingly robust and formidable. The sound of his powerful breaths reverberated, echoing through the lair as Ace succumbed to deep sleep. Countless nutrients and magical energies extracted from the food coursed through Ace's body like a torrent, revitalizing defensive magical runes beneath his flesh, enabling them to absorb nutrients and grow more complex, exponentially enhancing his defenses. His bones, as white as porcelain, possessed a hardness 100-fold that of steel, coupled with a resilience and flexibility that steel lacked, endowing Ace's form with explosive power and allowing him to control his body with greater ease. Under the ceaseless nourishment, Ace's dragon muscles gradually swelled, becoming immensely powerful, providing him with heightened explosive potential. The inseparable bond between soul and body meant that the fortitude of his corporeal form reflected within his spirit. As Ace's body grew stronger, his soul, too, drew upon a constant influx of energy. Within the Sea of Souls, the legacy of the dragon soul physical cultivation technique emanated from the magical sigils inscribed upon Ace's soul. New magical arrays materialized within him, while the 4 fundamental magical arrays continued to refine themselves, nourished by abundant soul energy. At this moment, Ace's internal organs and soul burgeoned at an astonishing rate, fueled by the myriad nutrients processed in his stomach. Ace understood well that only with ample energy could every part of his body grow unimpeded at an accelerated pace. Thus, since birth, he had focused intently on enhancing his digestive capabilities, even creating a demiplane primarily to strengthen this variability. As the stomach absorbed endless energy and transformed into the demiplane, the stomach, now integrated with this space, also became immensely powerful, resulting in an explosive surge in his digestive prowess. Ace's dragon form continued to ascend, with hardness, explosive power, speed, and strength climbing at an unprecedented rate. A surge of magical energy radiated from him, creating an invisible pressure within the lair that flattened countless tufts of fur, adhering them firmly to the animal hides. In a nearby lair, Elena sensed the intensifying aura emanating from Ace. Frustrated, she clenched her dragon teeth. "Damn Ace, how can he be advancing so quickly? How am I to catch up?" A muffled groan of anguish escaped her as she bit down hard. Countless nutrients surging within her body and flooding into her sea of souls. A dense mass of purple flames coalesced into a sea of violet fire. Elena's stubborn spirit, unwilling to yield, struggled fiercely within the inferno, clashing violently against the flames. Countless flames were shattered by Elena, devoured to fortify her soul and body. Yet, the supply of nutrients within her meant that the purple sea of flames received endless reinforcements, growing ever more fervent, scorching Elena in the process. However, this fire could only inflict pain. As a descendant of the ancient dragons, she was not in peril of being harmed fatally. The purple flames could only sear her. Yet through this burning, they continuously infused her with energy, rendering her stronger. Aside from the pain, each flame was akin to a rare treasure, providing significant benefits. With a mighty swing of her tail, she shattered a colossal fireball, sending sparks flying as she roared defiantly against the pain, wreaking havoc within the purple flames. The seemingly endless purple fire surged forth, and Elena's resplendent soul, coupled with a body harder than steel, visibly grew more resilient and powerful. In the lair to the right, Eliza sensed the intensifying heat from both sides. With a furrowed brow, she lay down, letting instinct take over. Within her sea of souls, a grand library stood at the center. As Eliza's physical body succumbed to slumber, her ethereal form appeared at a desk within the library. Gazing upon the millions of tomes, tears of anguish streamed down her face. "I despise reading." As her words fell, the previously empty library instantly filled with over 300 Elizas, all exchanging glances. After a collective grimace, they began to pick up magical tomes, diligently studying. Occasionally, a few intrigued souls ventured into the library's annex to practice various spells. If Eliza ascended through diligent study, Elena fought through hardship and pain, while Ace, in contrast, seemed the more astute of the three. While both Elena and Eliza toiled diligently, Ace possessed a keen understanding of his circumstances. Beyond blood rituals, he meticulously grasped the vital lifeblood of sustenance. Chapter 80. Prestige soars. The panda priestess Caroline Kennedy, who had sworn allegiance to him, firmly held dominion over all common grains within the vast forest, her granaries tightly monitored by her and her subordinates. Meanwhile, the scholar Ronnie Stam, a kobold adept in the art of carnivorous pursuits, not only pledged his loyalty to Ace but exhibited an extraordinary fidelity. Any delectable morsel, particularly those imbued with magical potency, was dutifully cast into Ace's maw. Occasionally, upon securing a bountiful yield, he would stealthily infiltrate Ace's lair to relay good tidings, prompting Ace to consume. Among the three dragons, Ace not only possessed an inexhaustible supply of sustenance, but also understood how to channel this energy into fortifying his own digestive prowess. Each day, he garnered energy from food that exceeded the combined intake of Elena and Eliza, the two diminutive black dragons. This stark disparity in energy acquisition rendered Eliza and Elena incapable of keeping pace with Ace, despite having inherited one of the 9 great legacies of dragons. The legacy Ace received was one that offered a gradual enhancement of strength in the early stages, followed by a more rapid ascension later on. The process of reinforcing each cell with fragments of soul was tremendously time-consuming. To illustrate, a typical human contains approximately 400 to 600 trillion cells. For a mere mortal of a height exceeding 5 feet, this number pales in comparison to the countless cells within a dragon, which can often measure several meters in length. Transforming every single cell within a dragon's colossal form into an enhanced variant is an undertaking of monumental proportions. Consequently, under equivalent nutritional circumstances, Ace's growth rate could not possibly rival that of Eliza and Elena in the early stages. Alas, Ace, unbound by the norms of martial ethics, monopolized half of the food supply, leaving the remaining portion for Elena and Eliza to share. Thus, even with a slower growth rate due to his legacy, Ace steadfastly maintained his position at the pinnacle of combat prowess, capable of subduing them with a mere claw. Ace found himself compelled to act thus. Among the three dragons, he alone bore the memories of a past life, liberating him from some of the intrinsic influences of dragonkind. In contrast, Elena and Eliza were the epitome of true black dragons, their insatiable love for gold bordering on obsession. Should either of them surpass him in combat strength, the schism within the Dragon Alliance would be all but inevitable. Naturally, Ace deemed it only fitting to consume half of the food. The nut tree plantation was cultivated by his devoted panda followers, while the fish schools were nurtured by his kobold scholar, Ronnie Stam. Their contributions were merely administrative. The grand estate they now commanded was born from his endeavors. Why should he not partake of his own fish? The two diminutive black dragons were indeed beneficiaries of his fortune. Without the nurturing influence of a black dragon, they would have languished in hunger. The current state of affairs, where they commanded respect mere years after hatching, would have been inconceivable. With a mere call to arms, countless dark beings would heed their summons. The point of a sword would render the entire dark marsh a place where few dared to hold their heads high. Within the wooden palace, the advent of blood sacrifices markedly enhanced the digestive capabilities of the three dragons, particularly as the kobold tribe of the marsh flourished, transforming the entire swamp into their personal fishing grounds. Countless morsels were consumed, yielding an astonishing rate of growth. The formidable dragon aura surged from the wooden palace, growing more powerful and fearsome with each passing month. The myriad dark beings were acutely aware that their three rulers were ascending in strength at an unprecedented pace. This ever-increasing oppressive dragon might stood as testament to their relentless advancement. As time elapsed, the population of dark races burgeoned, and the nut tree plantation expanded at an ever-accelerating rate. Pandas, too, were prolific. An ordinary pair could effortlessly welcome 2 offspring annually, and their numbers swelled faster than other dark races due to the absence of restrictions on external panda recruitment. Consequently, the expansion of the nut tree plantation outstripped the reproductive rates of the dark beings. The abundance of food, coupled with annual blood sacrifices, ensured that Ace, his dragons, and their followers continuously grew stronger at a breathtaking pace. 1 year later, amidst the blood sacrifices, a third-tier dark noble, amidst the cheers of countless kin, ascended to legendary status, becoming the mightiest being on Earth. With Ace's assistance, Ronnie Stam achieved the rank of a third-tier scholar. Simultaneously, the panda priestess Caroline Kennedy elevated to a second-tier scholar. Countless dark beings broke through their own limitations akin to them. Everything related to warfare, numbers, strength, food, and combat spirit grew at an astonishing velocity. The myriad dark races outside gazed upon this bounty with envy. The treatment was so generous that even slaves were well fed under Ace's rule, let alone those with military merits who feasted daily, growing robust, and receiving guidance from priests or scholars on their path to becoming warriors. Those of centurion rank and above enjoyed annual blood sacrifices. Meanwhile, within their own tribes, even first-tier warriors sometimes faced hunger. If warriors could go hungry, the plight of ordinary tribesmen was even more dire, often leading to starvation and being consumed by the strong. In stark contrast to Ace's thriving subordinates, the uncertainty of survival loomed over their own tribes, where hunger was a constant threat. This profound disparity solidified Ace's prestige deep within the hearts of countless dark races. His call could rally millions of dark beings in an instant. A mere gesture towards an enemy would see thousands of dark beings clamoring to claim a trophy. Amidst this bewildering ascent, Ace had unwittingly become the de facto emperor of the Dark Marsh. Countless dark beings would rally to his side at the slightest beckoning. In this context, even the human world, despite its sluggish response, gleaned news of the dragon's presence in the Dark Marsh from traders. Yet, they found themselves preoccupied with their own affairs. A tide of millions of dark beings surged forth, splitting into 8 directions and inundating the land. Chapter 81. The arrival of war. Wherever it passed, the grass was devoured. 8 human nobles, each merely at the 3rd tier, crumbled at the first touch of conflict, unable to endure for even a month. As all consumables across their 8 territories vanished entirely, a deluge of dark races surged forth like a tide along 8 rivers, flooding into the recently cultivated wilderness. Faced with such a formidable assault from the dark races, the unextinguished remnants of their kind in the newly developed lands rallied together, with even elves, dwarves, mountain eagles, and other benevolent races and magical beasts emerging from their hidden realms to join the assault against humanity. The human faction, besieged by this multitude of united races, found itself in dire straits. At this moment, they were mobilizing countless troops to quell the rebellion and eliminate the advancing foes, leaving no time to attend to the fledgling dragon, born only a few years prior. In their understanding, a typical hatchling dragon would require at least a century and a half to pose a significant threat once matured. Rather than dispatching legendary warriors to eliminate these small beings, it was deemed more prudent to concentrate all forces on eradicating the hidden outsiders who posed a considerable threat. After all, these outsiders lacked substantial logistics. And given the logistical capabilities of the various human nations, they could easily wear down these famished alliances of races. Nevertheless, they maintained a level of caution regarding the dragons, with preliminary preparations slowly unfolding. Assassinating a dragon was no trifling task. It required meticulous planning and immense effort, especially when dealing with the few remaining dragons. The legendary figures among the dark races were numerous, and now that they were united, the challenge of eliminating a dragon under their watchful eyes was far greater than the unguarded dragons of centuries past. Thus, comprehensive preparations were essential, and time was of the essence. Regrettably, they grossly underestimated the growth rate of Ace and his two sisters. With the inheritance of the three great dragons, coupled with Ace's boundless creativity that provided endless sustenance and the ample energy derived from blood sacrifices, they advanced towards legendary status at an astonishing pace. They missed the prime opportunity for assassination. 3 years later, in the lair, a colossal creature measuring 15 meters in length lay sprawled upon a beast-hide bed expanded several-fold. A terrifying draconic aura emanated from him, spreading like a tidal wave in all directions, ensuring that within a 10,000-meter radius, not a single insect dared to make a sound. I inhaled the exquisite sense of warfare and slaughter, as well as the unmistakable aroma of traitors and betrayers. 2 dragon eyes, resembling blood-red stars, opened wide as Ace gazed outward. Countless walls were rendered inconsequential, offering no barrier to his sight. Before him lay a sprawling nut tree plantation, covering 5,000 square kilometers over the marshland, teeming with nearly 10 million dark races densely packed into this relatively confined territory. Under his crimson gaze, nothing within his dominion could remain concealed. Over the span of 3 years, his length had transformed from a mere 6 or 7 meters to the imposing 15 meters he now possessed. Ordinary human legendaries were no longer his match. Only those wielding semi-artifacts and artifacts could threaten his life. The expansion of his power was a reflection of his soaring ambitions. Yet, even with the capability to confront ordinary legendaries face-to-face without faltering, he chose to remain concealed, crafting items for self-preservation. With the assistance of blood sacrifices, his demiplane had burgeoned into a 30-square-kilometer realm. Throughout this year, he had managed to envelop his dragon scales with an ordinary spatial shield, turning space itself into his armor, significantly enhancing his defenses. Even if confronted by legendary figures wielding semi-artifacts, he could still utilize the spatial shield to momentarily withstand their attacks, allowing for an escape. With his life secure, Ace was displeased with the fact that his hoard of gold could not fully encompass his form. My wealth is still insufficient, as a dragon. This is intolerable. I refuse to be a destitute dragon. Ace delicately licked at the mere millions of gold coins beneath him. His thoughts increasingly wandered towards the idea of plunder, stirring a sense of anticipation within him. Ace, when will you eradicate that group of elves? You must give me a definitive answer today. Elena stormed in, shattering the 10-meter-tall door. Standing over 13 meters tall, she radiated an overwhelming desire for war. Ace, licking his lips, replied, "My dear sister, you are more than capable of besting a few legendaries. If anyone can conquer 2, you may sound the war horn at any moment." Faced with the audacious and forceful Elena, Ace exhibited remarkable tolerance. Times had indeed changed. With the legacy, demiplane, and countless aids provided to Elena and Eliza, the 2 young dragons could now contend with ordinary legendaries. Their combat prowess was formidable, and Ace understood the importance of respecting the strength of these 2 dragons. Ace, this is what you promised. Elena's eyes sparkled with excitement. With that, she turned and smashed through a wooden wall, soaring into the sky after bursting through the ceiling. Observing the numerous gaping holes in the roof, Ace felt no inclination to be upset. After all, this wooden palace was due for demolition, as its diminutive size was unworthy of his majesty. No longer would he fear humanity's decapitation tactics, nor would he confine himself. With so many dark creatures at his command, it was only fitting that he be granted a palace spanning 10 kilometers in width and length to suit his status. Ace, are we preparing for war? The graceful Eliza, moving with the poise of a dignified princess, entered Ace's lair and spoke in a melodious voice. Her sparkling eyes seemed to emit celestial light, captivating all who beheld her. Ace held Eliza in high regard, donning a gentlemanly smile as he replied, "It is indeed time to stretch our limbs. I sense the dark legendaries are nearing their breaking point. Their defeat is imminent within the coming months." Eliza blinked her beautiful eyes, scrutinizing the gentlemanly Ace. After all, the peculiar attire he wore was quite embarrassing in her eyes. She cast him a disapproving glance before turning to leave. Chapter 82. The call to arms. With a resounding crash, dust billowed into the air, and the howling winds heralded the descent of Elena from the skies. Two battered centurions, their faces bruised and swollen, were unceremoniously hurled to the ground. "Yes, you must honor your word," Elena declared, her head held high and her voice deep and resolute. The legendary ogre, Chris Cooper, and the renowned troll, Herman Play, both kings of their respective races, endured the pain coursing through their bodies as they rose from the earth. Their heads bowed in submission. They were once the centurions appointed by Es, and after absorbing the energy from 4 blood sacrifices, they had effortlessly ascended to legendary status. In truth, they were not alone. 5 additional centurions had also reached legendary heights, bolstered by the power of the blood rituals. ES's subordinates were now extraordinarily formidable, boasting 7 legendary dark creatures among them, alongside countless ordinary extraordinary dark beings of various tiers. With ample sustenance, annual blood sacrifices, and the guidance of various races, priests, and scholars, the strength of ES's followers grew with each passing moment. Ignoring the 2 subdued dark legends, ES's crimson eyes radiated a striking blood-red light. "As you wish, Elena." His colossal form, towering at 15 meters, rose from the ground. His scales, harder than the toughest magical ores, shimmered with a metallic sheen. Sharp fangs capable of severing anything, dragon claws designed for combat, and a jagged tail. All parts of ES's being were forged for battle. A surging aura of magic emanated from him, instilling terror in the 2 dark legends, amplifying their innate fear. The resonant sound of a horn echoed through the air, and within a radius of several dozen kilometers, countless dark beings, whether idling or toiling, paused to heed the call. Their hearts stirred as they directed their gaze toward the heart of the nut tree plantation. War, 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 war. An ocean of furious roars converged, igniting chaos within the plantation as dark beings polished their weapons, donned their shields, and marched toward the source of the horn. In the transformed home of the ogre centurion, a female ogre heard the war horn and discarded her 12th child without hesitation. She left the small dwelling, seized her concealed blade, donned wooden armor, and charged forward with a fierce roar. She sought to earn her place through valor. Having endured the humiliation inflicted by her centurion husband, she coveted his status, endless meat, abundant companions, and an annual blood sacrifice. She had witnessed, 3 years prior, how a fellow ogre of similar prowess ascended to become a warrior and subsequently a second-tier hero. In 3 years, their paths had diverged dramatically. Her jealousy simmered, and her desire for war burned incessantly. She refused to live as a slave. Even the dim-witted dark beings understood the implications of the term slave. No one aspired to that fate. Roar, roar, growl, power, I crave power. Millions of dark beings converged like a relentless tide, forming a vast ocean of shadows. They were furious, eager, and yearning for battle, ready to seize everything with their blades. Roar. The dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, its overwhelming presence pressing down on the hearts of countless dark beings. My servants, look to the west, where lies an island, the realm of the elves. Go forth to slay, to plunder, to sever their heads. Strike 1, and you shall shed your slave identity. Strike 10, and you will feast endlessly. Strike 100, and you will partake in the annual blood sacrifice. Strike 1,000, and I shall elevate you to the rank of 3rd-tier nobility, granting you centuries of life. High above, Es delivered a thunderous oration, his voice more seductive than that of any demon, echoing in the minds of innumerable dark beings. They were stirred to primal cries, their roars resounding for hundreds of miles. Kill. At Es's command, millions of dark beings surged from the nut tree plantation, roaring as they charged westward. Elena watched in awe as countless dark beings, invigorated by Es's speech, surged forth toward the west. Cursed Es, if not for your grasp on the power to declare war, I too could command such a force, she thought, her face a mask of frustration, yet envy coursed through her veins. Who would not wish to be like Es? Commanding millions with a mere utterance? Boom. Dust erupted as Es descended upon the plaza, taking his seat upon the throne, surveying the neatly arranged ranks of hundreds of 3rd-tier dark nobles and the 7 dark legends who regarded him with reverence. Surrounding the plaza, a silent army of 70,000 first-tier warriors stood vigil in the marshes. Es turned to the scholar, Caroline Kennedy, and inquired, "How much food have we stored? How long can it sustain those creatures?" Caroline bowed respectfully and replied, "Your Majesty, it has been merely a month since our last harvest. Our granaries are brimming, with no less than 5 million tons of provisions, sufficient to feed 20 million dark beings for a year." Her face beamed with pride, her panda-like features radiating joy. Upon hearing of the 5 million tons of sustenance, ES felt a profound sense of relief. Given the ongoing conflicts with humans, the number of dark beings in the dark marshes was currently limited, totaling just over 30 million. Excluding nearly half of the dark offspring, only around 15 million could be mobilized for battle. 5 million tons of food was more than adequate. Caroline, I appoint you as the Chief Logistics Officer, responsible for leading the panda folk in supplying provisions to the front lines of our dark warriors. You shall not step onto the battlefield. You will be done. Caroline Kennedy bowed and withdrew. ES then turned his gaze toward the dog-headed scholar, Ronnie Stam. Chapter 83. Unfazed by death thus. He must assign his most loyal subordinates to guard the nut tree plantation. Upon meeting the gaze of His Majesty, Ronnie Stam instantly straightened his posture, embodying the image of a devoted servant. You, along with your swamp goblins, are to ensure the safety of the swamp plantation. During my campaign, should anyone attempt to invade, they are to be executed without mercy, Ace commanded, his voice laced with lethal intent. Upon hearing that he was to guard the home front and could not join the battle, Ronnie Stam's once enthusiastic tail drooped like a withered flower. The agony of not being able to accompany His Majesty into battle was palpable. However, as a learned scholar, he understood His Majesty's intentions quite well. Although the goblins belonged to a dark race, they possessed a loyalty that many dark races lacked. Typically, if a goblin tribe pledged allegiance to a dragon, they would remain steadfast for eternity, never straying from their dragon's side. Even in the dragon's demise, they would expend every effort to protect its former territory, awaiting their sovereign's return. This unwavering loyalty made the dragons tolerate their otherwise weak and inferior goblin subjects, who nonetheless provided valuable services. Among the dark races, the dragon-blooded goblins certainly outnumbered all other dark races combined. Loyalty, even in the eyes of malevolent dragons, was highly esteemed. Entrusting the task of guarding their stronghold to Ronnie Stam was a testament of trust from His Majesty. Subsequently, Ace appointed a legendary goblin to accompany Ronnie Stam. The goblin scholar Ronnie Stam and the Pandaren scholar Caroline Kennedy departed from the plaza with their mission in mind. Ace then turned his gaze toward the hundreds of elite subordinates, all above the third tier. This time, he refrained from unnecessary words. March, as his command echoed. Hundreds of dark creatures of the third tier and above rose with fervor, kneeling in unison, declaring, "We shall crush all enemies standing before us, until our last breath." In the murky swamps, over 4 million expendable dark creatures trudged through the muddy waters, wielding an array of weapons, eagerly advancing westward. Countless dark beings joined this colossal war effort along the way. A glance revealed a cacophony of bizarre and peculiar creatures. Ace commanded the Central Army, overseeing 70,000 first-tier soldiers who marched in disciplined formation behind this vast horde as monitors. Ace was a remarkably tolerant dragon. As long as dark creatures joined his army, they would not go hungry. While meat was scarce, sustenance was abundant. Of course, he had learned from his previous encounter with the frost giants, where countless dark beings fled with the rations he had provided. To prevent a repeat of such treachery, he had wisely positioned his main force of 70,000 battle-hardened soldiers at the rear of the expendable troops, ensuring they would serve as overseers. Any coward attempting to flee would meet with swift retribution. This time, I should be able to reap substantial rewards. Those elves have caused us considerable trouble in the past, trailing behind the humans. Their exquisitely crafted artifacts can be exchanged for vast amounts of gold in the human realm, a treasure beyond measure. For millennia, they have amassed untold wealth. Betrayed by humanity, their legendary warriors have suffered heavy losses, and countless lower-tier warriors have perished. Thousands of elves have been captured and enslaved by human nobility. Their strength has diminished significantly. Though many of their number have perished, the wealth plundered from humanity remains considerable. At this moment, Ace's chaotic mind was filled with visions of gold and silver coins. He yearned to storm the elven cities, to seize treasure in abundance, to be buried in gold coins. He envied the hobbit who had been buried in gold during the Battle of the Five Armies. Now, he too could attain such fortune. How could he not be thrilled? Ace, this time I want to lead the charge. Grant me 10,000 soldiers, and I assure you, I shall turn the elven city to ruins, Alina stated greedily, her eyes gleaming with ambition as she surveyed the 7,000 elite soldiers. Ace rolled his eyes. 10,000 soldiers? I have only 70,000 in total. You wish to lead 1,000 into battle against an elven city defended by several legendary warriors? You may find it exhilarating, but how many of those elite soldiers will survive? 3,000, or perhaps 5. He had painstakingly trained these loyal soldiers, instilling in them unwavering dedication. The loss of several thousand due to her reckless actions would be a grave blow. These troops were akin to the elite legions of the human world, capable of overpowering ordinary armies with ease. To suffer casualties in an elven campaign would be tantamount to a significant loss. Let us not forget that they still had 4 to 5 million expendable troops. The dark races from the swamps were continuously responding to the call to arms, and mustering over 10 million was certainly not a challenge. Was it not preferable for the expendables to face death? Given the extraordinary reproductive rate of ordinary dark creatures, they could easily double their numbers within a few years. Provided there was sufficient food, the loss of a few would not trouble him in the slightest. If you wish to lead the vanguard, I do not oppose it. Here's what we shall do. I will grant you command over the first 1,000,000 dark creatures. You may engage them as you see fit, Ace declared grandly, waving his hand. Alina's expression soured instantly, her face flushed with anger. Do I require your permission to command those expendables? What I desire are the soldiers before me. Fighting alongside them is what makes battle worthwhile. Those expendables are of no use. Even their losses are a burden. Alina assumed a battle stance, fiery embers erupting from her nostrils, as her overwhelming destructive magic radiated outward from her center. Chapter 84. Infighting. Standing at an imposing 13 meters in length and 4 to 5 meters at the shoulder, Alina is no longer the petite dragon she once was. She has now ascended to the stature of a colossal beast, and ordinary legends find it exceedingly challenging to breach her defenses. The draconic form she possesses is imbued with a soul-burning violet flame, rendering her even more formidable and allowing her to engage in battles beyond her rank. Confronted with Alina's restless desire for a showdown, Ace would certainly not decline. He had longed to deliver a resounding lesson to his now inflated sister, to remind her of who the true leader is. My dear sister, it appears you have not grasped the vast disparity in our strengths. Allow me to awaken you. In an instant, Ace surged forward, his massive form akin to a mountain crashing toward Alina. A surge of power coalesced in his dragon claws, which came crashing down upon Alina's head. The release of thousands of tons of force resonated with a thunderous impact, sending Alina hurtling through the air like a ragged cloth. Plummeting from the aerial platform supported by thousands of harpies, hurtling toward the horizon like a shooting star. Ace, you scoundrel! Alina roared, her fury ignited by his shameless ambush. Countless violet flames erupted from her scales, transforming her into a blazing purple meteor, propelling her forward with a fiery trail. The sonic boom echoed as an invisible circular shockwave accompanied her flight at a velocity reaching 3 times the speed of sound, streaking across the azure sky. Alina spun midair and charged toward Ace with a vengeance. Faced with Alina's fierce onslaught, surrounded by a cacophony of sonic booms and unmatched power, thousands of harpies scattered like leaves in the wind. Hundreds of dark creatures of level 3 and above displayed their prowess, some leaping for safety, others fortifying their defenses, while a few simply took to the skies. Without the support of the harpies, the aerial platform began its rapid descent. 70,000 soldiers, commanded by their officers, swiftly formed a human pyramid below, catching the platform with remarkable steadiness. Alina, engulfed in boundless violet flames, came barreling down upon them. With several mach of speed and a body scarcely smaller than a small hill, coupled with the scorching heat of the violet flames, her form had hardened to a degree surpassing steel. The force she unleashed rivaled that of a high-yield missile. Ace, today, I shall teach you a lesson and seize all your gold coins. They rightfully belong to me. Her roar could not keep pace with her speed, but Ace deciphered her intent through her lip movements. Enlargement spell. The magical sigil within her soul erupted with silvery brilliance. In an instant, Ace's 15-meter frame began to swell, and a second later, a 30-meter behemoth, like a mountain, stood upon the platform. With breath billowing like clouds, as he raised his claws, the earth trembled. At this moment, Ace's size was at least 10 times that of Alina's. Do not presume that your increased size intimidates me. I am Alina, the Black Dragon Queen. Alina was unyielding. Ace's massive paw came crashing down, a force of nearly 10,000 tons landing heavily upon her. At this moment, Ace resembled a 2-meter-tall giant striking a mere 1-meter dwarf. The scene was utterly grim. Boom. Elena collided fiercely against Ace's claw, and he reciprocated by slamming his paw against half of her body. A deafening explosion reverberated through the air. The burgeoning violet flames mingled with the shockwave, erupting into a shower of sparks. Ace's colossal frame trembled violently, nearly losing his balance, while Elena, accompanied by a cascade of sparks, transformed into a meteor, crashing into a small mountain. As the earth quaked and the violet flames burst forth, a massive circular crater, 30 meters wide, appeared at the mountainside. Wah, wah, wah. Ace, your ambush renders this round invalid. Elena staggered from the enormous pit, her voice laced with a whimper, yet still defiant. Eliza hurriedly flew to Elena's side, attempting to console her sister. Elena, let us join forces. Once we defeat Ace, I shall take 1/10 of your gold. Faced with her sister's offer of a mere fraction of the gold, Eliza realized she had no intention of becoming a punching bag for Ace. She understood all too well that Ace harbored a dark heart, particularly towards his two sisters, her and Elena. Throughout their growth, Ace had consumed food at a rate far surpassing both of theirs combined. His subservient races, having sworn allegiance, tightly controlled the food supply, leaving the sisters in a vulnerable position. In such a scenario, defeating Ace seemed nearly impossible, and Elena's offer of only 1/10 of her gold felt utterly insufficient. As a primary combatant, she ought to receive half, not a meager 10th. Elena's greed was evident. Allying with her seemed less advantageous than siding with Ace to seize her riches. Should you wish for my assistance against Ace, it is certainly agreeable, but I require a modest reward, 10,000 gold coins, Eliza stated in a tone that was both melodious and authoritative. Elena immediately clutched her stomach, redirecting her wrath away from Ace, and bellowed, Eliza, begone. Not a single gold coin shall I part with. Eliza, finding the exchange dull, took her leave. Meanwhile, Ace had reverted to his normal size, seated upon his throne, exuding an air of regal authority. Hundreds of dark nobles, having fled, now appeared as if they had never left, standing in perfect formation to demonstrate their unwavering loyalty to Ace. In truth, when faced with the battle between 3 dragons vying for power, each had fled in haste, becoming mere spectators. Ace, I dare not ask for 10,000. How about 1,000 instead? Elena spoke with a tone of bravado, albeit tinged with trepidation. For who would not feel a modicum of fear when confronted by a being capable of delivering a blow that could incapacitate them? Ace surveyed the seemingly loyal assembly of dark nobles, lingering particularly on the 6 legendary figures. Originally, there had been 7, but one had been tasked with guarding their home, leaving only 6 dark legends present. Herman Ply, take 5,000 to accompany Elena. It seems prudent to send a resilient troll with her, one who can withstand the fray and recover from battle, given their innate abilities. Legendary troll Herman Ply knelt before Ace, declaring, "You will surpass us all." Chapter 85. The kingdom of Tia elves over 1,000 miles to the west, on an island spanning tens of thousands of square kilometers, lies the last bastion of the Elven Empire, the kingdom of Tia. Several years prior, following the defeat of the chromatic dragons and the treachery of humankind, the ancient magical array facilitated the escape of the last 400,000 of their kin to this island. However, with the comprehensive collapse of the dark races on the battlefield, the benevolent races suffered greatly from humanity's betrayal. On the continent, humanity now reigns supreme, sweeping across the land with an unstoppable force, rendering the elven kingdom utterly incapable of resistance. In just a few short years, it is insufficient for the long-lived elves to recover their strength. Elves are known for their extraordinary longevity. Even an ordinary elf can live for a millennium. This extended lifespan grants them ample time, but it also results in a notably slow reproduction rate. Among 100 adult elves, typically only one will be a juvenile. Their breeding speed is far outpaced by that of humans. This prolonged existence has cultivated each elf into a master of the arts and archery, making them unparalleled marksmen on the battlefield, striking terror into the hearts of countless foes. With such limited juvenile elves, nearly the entire population can take up arms. Thus, with 400,000 elves, at least 390,000 are seasoned warriors. Consequently, upon their arrival in the dark swamp, no large dark race tribe dares to provoke them. After all, 390,000 archers are a terrifying force to confront, Who could withstand such a deluge of arrows? Within the elegant and beautiful palace, King Tia Michael of the Elven Kingdom sits regally upon a throne carved from emerald, grasping a scepter encrusted with countless gems. Michael, we face grave trouble, the legendary elven sage Tia Lydia states with a troubled expression. The last dragon now possesses legendary combat power and has rallied millions of dark creatures, advancing toward our realm. We, weakened as we are, stand no chance against him and his two legendary sisters. Once, the kingdom of Tia boasted 10 legendary figures, but now it has been reduced to its frailest state, with only Lydia, King Michael, and a legendary war treant remaining to defend against the overwhelming might of the last dragon's forces. The hope of victory appears dim. King Tia Michael tightens his grip on the scepter, his emerald eyes gazing through the ornate doors toward the horizon. Around him, nearly 100 third-tier elven nobles and scholars, clad in exquisite armor or robes, watch their king with anticipation. If he seeks battle, then let it be so. We elves did not yield when the wicked dragons dominated the continent. How can we submit to mere 3 young dragons that have yet to reach a decade of age? Michael declares through gritted teeth, his handsome elven face etched with determination. The title of the last dragon carries profound significance. Throughout the long reign of dragons spanning hundreds of thousands of years, there have been flourishing civilizations of humans, elves, dwarves, and gnomes, all striving for the pinnacle of unification across the continent. These civilizations would conquer vast territories, exterminating those of other races, ultimately driving the wicked dragons from the land. Should only 1 or 2 dragons remain, they are then referred to as the last dragon. An invisible aura of impending conflict envelopes the kingdom of Tia. Countless elves retrieve their longbows, swords, and shields, their weapons barely wiped clean from the last battle. Under the leadership of heroes and nobles, they steadily converge toward the borders. The towering war treant rises from the earth, lumbering forward. Unicorns arrive at the nearest elven settlements, where elves mount them, transforming into a cavalry of elven knights. Elven dragon-hunting crossbows are set upon the backs of majestic eagles, creating mobile platforms for assault. Even legendary beings dare not confront their firepower head-on. Legendary runic armor, swords, and arrows, alongside magical staffs. These precious artifacts of the kingdom of Tia are donned by Michael and Lydia. They lead the elite Tia Unicorn Knights and the Eagle Legion without hesitation toward the borders, prepared to invest everything for the survival of their race. A semi-divine elven crown resides in Michael's spatial ring. Beyond the Isle, hundreds of miles north of the Elven Forest, the war with humanity had already resulted in defeat a year prior. With scarce provisions, they struggled to sustain their millions of dark creatures. Their survival hinged on scavenging after battles, consuming both their own kin and enemies alike. However, they gravely underestimated humanity's resolve to annihilate their dark legacies. As the war commenced, dozens of human kingdoms amassed armies in the millions, marching forth along the rivers. To the north, the 17 savage human nations did not hesitate, witnessing the outbreak of conflict. They swiftly gathered hundreds of thousands of heavily armored soldiers. To the south, nomadic human tribes also stirred, forming coalitions of cavalry in their hundreds of thousands, ravaging the land, and even slaughtering 2 human kingdoms to fund their advance. With 3 fronts converging upon them, the Dark Legacies found themselves overwhelmed. Reluctantly, they divided their forces into 3 directions, striving to withstand the human alliances. Chapter 86. The Dark Legend of Seizing Military Merits. It can be said that apart from their initial year of overwhelming dominance, during which they annihilated the territories of 8 expansionist lords, the rest of the time was spent enduring relentless assaults. The recently developed wilderness, scarcely endowed with sustenance, was impoverished to the extreme. Their attempts at slaughter yielded minimal results. Following the arrival of the human coalition, emboldened by their numerical superiority, superior equipment, and a plethora of high-level combatants, they unleashed a brutal onslaught upon them. Fortunately, although their million-strong army was decimated, they managed to retain their elite forces. Now, within this force of 100,000, the majority comprised trolls, ogres, minotaurs, and other formidable dark races, known for their towering stature and fierce combat prowess. As for the likes of goblins and kobolds, easily vanquished by a mere farmer, they had mostly perished or been abandoned, save for a few kobold warriors of higher rank. Their presence here was no mere coincidence. They had gleaned crucial intelligence from the offspring sent under the dragon's command, learning of the ironclad militaristic regulations that governed their existence. From these progeny, they discovered that within the Dragon Alliance, military merit superseded all else. Even legends could not contravene this principle. Without military merit, one was deemed a slave, regardless of their legendary status. While the rules offered no leniency, the rewards were irresistibly alluring. The prospect of annual blood sacrifices numbering in the tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, was too tempting to resist. Hence, in pursuit of military accolades to fend off the barbaric incursions from the 17 northern kingdoms, they promptly abandoned resistance, leading their million-strong army in a fervent charge towards the elven kingdom of Tia. The burden of repelling the barbarians was left to the ordinary dark races, now scattered and disorganized. Despite their chaotic state, they still numbered in the millions. Although they might falter in direct confrontation on the battlefield, raiding the human world was their forte, capable of prolonging the conflict for months. This time, they had heard whispers of the Dragon Alliance's unprecedented strength, having nurtured 7 legends and amassed extraordinary legions rivaling the elite forces of human empires. Their 4 to 5 million dark beings were well-fed and robust, far more formidable than the emaciated foes. Most significantly, they were well-provisioned. With the Dragon Alliance's inherent might, bolstered by the presence of dark legends and benevolent races harboring grudges against humanity, they were poised to confront the human realm with confidence. The Dragon Alliance, mustering such a colossal army, had ambitions beyond merely annihilating the elven kingdom of Tia. The sheer size of their forces could obliterate the enemy tenfold. A mere deployment of 2 legions of 10,000 would suffice for slaughter, negating the need for such an extensive army. Their primary objective was undoubtedly to eliminate internal threats before redirecting their blades outward toward humanity. Having served under the dragons for several centuries, he possessed a profound understanding of their intentions. Legendary ogre Chris Cooper soared at the forefront, towering at 5 meters, akin to a small mountain, his visage reflecting an insatiable thirst for carnage. "We must hasten our pace. Those fellows have received word and are mobilizing their armies to seize military merit. We cannot afford to lag behind. After all, I have no desire to furnish them with the blood that would empower them further." With a swift motion, he crushed a wolf-headed creature that had been wailing from the ranks below, seizing it by the head and tossing it into his gaping maw. "The elves are formidable. With just us, defeating them will require every ounce of our strength," remarked the legendary harpy, her voice piercingly sharp. The other 3 legends concurred, their expressions reflecting their trepidation. A glance at the 4 timid dark legends revealed their cowardice. With a dismissive spit of a wolf's head, Chris Cooper waved his hand, leading 10,000 ogres away from the group, unhesitatingly charging ahead. The other 4 dark legends were incensed by his reckless conduct, their faces darkening. Yet the ogres, being among the higher echelons of dark races, had seen their powers swell significantly upon achieving legendary status, rendering them capable of confronting fully armed human legends wielding runic weapons. 2,000 miles south, 3 legendary kobolds and 4 legendary goblins, accompanied by their respective followers, desperately raced forward, endeavoring to catch up to the war. However, their pace was insufficient to cover the vast distance of 2,000 miles in less than a month. They would likely arrive too late to partake in the spoils. Meanwhile, in the east of the elven kingdom of Tia, several orc legends, 5,000 miles away, could only lament their fate. The distance was insurmountable, and their followers would barely arrive in time to claim even a morsel. It seemed wiser to remain and await the dragon's advance into the human realm, seizing military merit then. 1,000 miles east of the elven kingdom of Tia, an imposing army, led by Elena and her 5,000 extraordinary legionnaires, surged forth, cutting through numerous monstrous tribes with ruthless efficiency, embodying brutality to its fullest. In the murky swamps, a violet meteor descended from the heavens, creating tumultuous waves as it tore through the air, displacing trees in its wake. A furious, bloodthirsty roar erupted as a 16-meter-long crocodile lunged from the mire, its massive jaws snapping at the celestial projectile. With a resounding crash, the purple meteor streaked past, bathing the scene in blood rain as violet flames consumed the crocodile's very soul. The charred carcass plummeted to the ground. Kill. Legendary troll Herman Play, leading his 5,000 extraordinary trolls, surged into the crocodile horde like a relentless tide. As the 3rd-tier crocodile king fell, the remaining monstrous crocodiles, stricken with terror, fled without a second thought. Thousands of ordinary crocodiles, devoid of intelligence yet instinctively aware of fear, recognized the demise of their powerful kin and king, opting not to fight to the death. In a moment, blood rained down as one after another of the monstrous crocodiles met their demise at the hands of the trolls. Ha! It's not that I am weak. Rather, that scoundrel Ace is too treacherous. I am still formidable. Elena cackled, her confidence surging. Chapter 87. The gluttonous creatures of darkness on the aerial platform. Ace unconsciously yawned. He pondered, why did those elves choose to establish their territory so far from me? It's exhausting to march over there. Ace muttered incessantly, harboring considerable dissatisfaction. The tedium of his days was arduous, and leading a horde of gluttonous dark creatures into battle was an utterly dreary affair. As if the monotony wasn't enough, these beings voraciously consumed his precious supplies. A significant loss. Before the throne, a massive table was firmly set before Ace. Dish after dish of roasted beast meat lay upon it, awaiting the indulgence of its master. Scholar Elena, accompanied by hundreds of panda folk, busily tended to the surrounding grills, swiftly roasting the meat. Your Majesty, this barbecue is made from the finest snow fish found in the marshes. Do give it a try? Elena presented a platter of silvery snow fish with an obsequious demeanor. I shall sample it, Ace replied, accepting the plate and opening his mouth wide to devour the entire serving of roasted snow fish. After savoring it, he found it quite delightful. He cast a glance at Elena, who instantly understood his silent cue. Soon, platter after platter of snow fish was brought forth, and Ace began to feast heartily. To Ace's right, Eliza glared at him. Her face darkened with displeasure as she observed him luxuriating in gourmet delights amidst the chaos of battle. She felt considerable resentment. For dragons like them, each raid typically involved pillaging various races or beast clans along the way. Yet here was Ace, enjoying a veritable picnic in the sky, alternating between roasting and sipping wine. It was an utter travesty. I must uphold the traditions of the dragons, Eliza silently resolved. Yet, despite her thoughts of maintaining tradition, the aroma of the food was far too tempting. Unconsciously, she began to pile plate after plate into her mouth, soon consuming more than Ace himself. Having satisfied his hunger, Ace turned to a harpy noble among his ranks and inquired, How far is Elena from me now? Your Majesty, Prince Elena has advanced 500 miles ahead and should reach the elven territory in 4 or 5 days, the harpy noble replied respectfully. Ace stroked his chin, feeling no surprise at Elena's distance. Among the 3 dragons, she was the most combative, always eager for conflict. Eliza had often protested against her frequent provocations. He commanded the dark creatures leading the advance to quicken their pace, insisting they must reach the Tia Elven Kingdom within 10 days. Yes, Your Majesty. A harpy swiftly took to the skies, heading towards the front of the army. Behind them, over 400,000 panda folk were hauling boatloads of provisions, navigating through waters forged by the extraordinary army, continuously transporting food. At the forefront of the formidable army, a 2-meter-tall female panda, sporting dark circles under her eyes, approached the endless stream of dark creatures. With a swift motion, she lifted a small boat and tipped it over, spilling a cascade of nuts into the murky water. The sizable nuts floated along the current, bobbing up and down. After unloading the provisions, the female panda turned and walked along a path cleared within the throngs of dark creatures, with countless others mirroring her actions, sending a steady stream of food drifting upon the water's surface. Faced with the abundance of easily accessible food, the advancing dark creatures wasted no time, scooping up the nuts from the water, cracking open their hard shells, and devouring them greedily. The further forward they went, the more they ate, while those at the back could only make do with the remnants left behind. Although the food supply was more plentiful ahead, it eventually became overwhelming, and the front line could no longer consume more. As they progressed, the nuts that remained stationary in the water were quickly snatched up by those following behind. Ultimately, the vast majority of the dark creatures would not go hungry. Observing her kin gorging themselves, Caroline Kennedy's frustration grew, darkening her panda-like eyes further. What a bunch of gluttons. Don't they know to conserve food for the Majesty? Caroline fumed inwardly. If this continued, the provisions that could last 1 or 2 years would be depleted in mere months. The scholar Caroline Kennedy seethed with indignation, yet felt helpless. The sheer number of dark creatures was overwhelming, and as the Majesty advanced, countless dark beings flocked from afar to join the ranks. As of now, their numbers had surpassed 10 million. With such an immense population, Managing them was utterly impossible, leaving only the current method of food supply. As time passed, night fell, and the world darkened. Having feasted to his heart's content, Ace retreated into a small lair within the floating platform, promptly falling into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the weary dark creatures settled down. Some climbed trees while others lounged in the water, all preparing to conserve energy for the morrow. In a nearby wooden nest, Eliza gently levitated a colossal magical crystal ball in her hands. As she slowly rotated it, countless images flashed within. Soon, the view shifted to the territory of the Tia Elven Kingdom. Observing the throngs of elves advancing through the forest, Eliza chuckled softly. Quite vigilant, but alas, the victors of this war are destined to be us. Your weakened state cannot withstand our advance. However, I must remain cautious of those dragon-hunting crossbows mounted on the backs of those mountain eagles. Ace and Elena were tough, their scales comparable to legendary runic shields. Those crossbows would merely tickle them. I, however, am a magical dragon, and a sudden attack would leave me in disarray. Having discerned the elves' hidden cards, Eliza felt a surge of confidence, convinced of her side's impending triumph. The scenes within the crystal ball continued to shift, and soon, one particular image caught Eliza's attention. She was taken aback upon witnessing 4 dark legends, each leading an army of 100,000, advancing toward the Tia Elven Kingdom. Chapter 88. 100,000 ogres. Upon witnessing the scene, Eliza swiftly deduced the news of the enemy's defeat in the war against humanity. What a pitiful lot. A mere few million troops could only endure for 4 or 5 years. Her tone dripped with sarcasm as she contemplated the cowardice of these dark legends, who had exerted themselves only to suffer defeat. With a heavy heart, she turned her magical crystal ball to another scene, wishing to avert her gaze from the disheartening spectacle. After considerable effort, Eliza grasped the strategic objectives of the elves. They had not concentrated all their forces in the east to fend off the millions of dark creatures led by Ace. Instead, upon realizing that numerous dark races were advancing from the north, they swiftly redirected their entire combat strength northward, aiming to eliminate the threat and avoid being caught in a pincer movement. One must commend their cleverness. The dark legends in the north posed little threat, save for one formidable ogre. The other 4 dark legends, hindered by poverty, lacked the fighting prowess to match the fully equipped trio of legendary warriors from the Tia Elven Kingdom. The elves, renowned for their archery skills, wielded bows against the unarmored dark creatures. With over 390,000 elves facing approximately 1 million dark beings, their chances of victory were substantial. A few volleys of arrows would inflict significant losses upon the enemy. Days later, the legendary ogre Chris Cooper, bellowing with fury, led his 100,000 kin to the borders of the Tia Elven Kingdom. Emerging from the murky swamp were countless ogres, towering 3 to 4 meters tall, resembling giants, brandishing spiked clubs as they advanced. Meat, meat, meat. I want to eat meat. Elves, delicious. The thunderous cacophony of their cries reverberated across the land, drowning out all else. My kin, do you see? There lies the realm of the elves. Devour one elf, and you shall receive endless food from the dragon. For the sake of our bellies, let us consume them. Chris Cooper's frenzied roar echoed with his legendary might, resonating within the minds of every ogre. Eat, 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 eat. Hearing that they would no longer suffer hunger, the morale of the 100,000 ogres surged, their greedy and ravenous gazes fixated on the elusive figures of elves ahead. Chris Cooper eagerly licked the fresh blood from his spiked club, the taste mingling with the scent of the enemy's essence that flooded his senses. Devour them. Awoo, awoo, awoo. Kill. With his club aimed at the forest ahead, the 100,000 ogres surged forward like an unstoppable horde, driven by a primal excitement. Chris Cooper charged at the forefront, accompanied by 15 ogre nobles, smashing through countless trees in their path. Queen Tia Michael's expression darkened as she beheld the relentless advance of the 100,000 ogres. Relay my orders. Archers, prepare. In an instant, tens of thousands of archers stepped forward in unison, drawing their bows and aiming their arrows skyward. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of ogres shattered the trees obstructing their path, charging through the swampy rainforest, splashing water as they howled with abandon. Observing the surge of ogres entering the prepared marsh, Tia Michael raised her adorned hand decisively. Let loose. The unified sound of bowstrings resonated like a symphony. An onslaught of arrows descended from the sky, raining down upon the ogres, transforming many into grotesque pincushions, their cries drowned in the waters below. Yet, driven by the allure of a full belly, the ogres pressed on, undeterred by the barrage. Chris Cooper, along with a cadre of ogre nobles, raced ahead, closing the distance to the elven army in mere moments. The throng of ogres followed closely behind. The scene froze as a massive spiked club descended from the heavens. The air shattered with a sonic boom as the club struck the marsh. Boom! A fan-shaped shockwave enveloped the area ahead of Chris Cooper, sending hundreds of elves crashing to the ground, their bodies torn asunder. The sweet scent of elven blood filled the nostrils of the ravenous ogres. Kill! Countless ogres surged into the elven ranks, engaging in a brutal melee. Faced with the fearless, towering ogres, a battalion of war trees advanced from the rear, brandishing their thick branches to withstand the onslaught. Kill! The enormous club fell, smashing a towering war tree to splinters. Wood shavings flew, and dozens of elves plummeted from the branches, their forms obliterated by the sheer force of the blow. Chris Cooper, you seek your own demise. Handing command of the troops to Tia Lydia, Tia Michael roared as she charged at the legendary ogre who slaughtered her kin. A race that humans treat as mere playthings, living only by the mercy of our dark kind. How dare you resist me? Chris Cooper's mouth opened wide in a mocking sneer. Enraged, Tia Michael raised her legendary elven longbow, drawing a piercing arrow from her quiver. In a flash of emerald light, the arrow was loosed from her bow, only for Chris Cooper to deflect it with his club, sending it flying off course. Glaring at the chipped end of his prized weapon, fury flared in Chris Cooper's eyes. Face me in battle, if you possess the courage. Do not skulk behind like a coward. Yet Tia Michael ignored his taunts, gracefully navigating through the war trees and various obstacles. Piercing arrows, explosive arrows, radiant arrows, an array of deadly projectiles thundered toward the enemy. Chapter 89. The Dark Legend of Discord. Chris Cooper's face flushed with rage as the spiked club, a mere trinket, ineffectually blocked the onslaught of the enemy's enchanted arrows. Before him, a fierce battle raged between ogres and elves, while the other four dark legends stood expressionless in the forest a mere 5 miles away, commanding an army of nearly 1 million. Should we lend assistance? One suggested, observing the elves' ruthless marksmanship, which relentlessly targeted the ogres' vulnerable spots. Chris Cooper was once again immobilized. Without their help, defeat was inevitable. The legendary harpy, with her sharp voice, urged action, yet the other three remained indifferent. They had previously allied with Chris against humans, but had been severely let down by his simplistic approach. They had been scorned as cowards, fools, and imbeciles. As legends, they too possessed their pride. The disdain shown towards them by Chris made them reluctant to rush in and face humiliation. Deep down, she yearned to rally the 1,000,000 dark creatures against the elves, to earn glory under the dragon's banner. After all, remaining passive while their allies were besieged could lead to dire consequences if the dragon became aware of their cowardice. Such a label would hinder their prospects for future endeavors and invite scorn, making their existence increasingly arduous. On the battlefield, countless ogres surged into the forest, the colossal war tree steadfastly absorbing their assaults. Thousands of elves, with bows in hand, danced upon the branches and trunks, seizing every opportunity to unleash lethal arrows. The ogres' vulnerable eyes, noses, and ears became prime targets for the relentless elven barrage. Behind the war tree, neatly aligned ranks of elves swiftly maneuvered to the sides of the battlefield. The scene transformed into a semicircle, with ogres pressing forward while elves fiercely suppressed them with arrows, gradually depleting their numbers. Under this triad of assault, the ogres faced devastating losses, tens of thousands falling. Die? Just die? Chris Cooper roared, swinging his club with fervor. A tempest of power swirled around him, compressing the air, creating shockwaves that radiated outward. Elves were occasionally caught in this maelstrom, torn to shreds in an instant. Tia Michael nimbly navigated the chaos, employing various enchanted arrows to ensnare this dark legend. Eat flesh. An ogre huffed, striking the base of the war tree. A massive branch swung down, sending the ogre flying. Just then, a sharp arrow found its mark, piercing the ogre's eye. It collapsed, twitching in a futile attempt to rise, only to be met with a rain of arrows. The ogre lay motionless, a testament to the overwhelming advantage the elves held, systematically eliminating their foes at minimal cost. Tia Lydia perched upon the back of a soaring giant eagle, her heart heavy as she witnessed her kin fall in battle. The sight of ogres devouring living elves deepened her anguish. Yet, she could not act. The enemy was too formidable. Without their hidden trump card, defeat was assured. She and the scholars of her clan needed to turn the tide decisively, for victory seemed a distant hope. Hours passed, and Chris Cooper's force had dwindled to a mere 60,000, with 40,000 already fallen. The elves, in stark contrast, had suffered fewer than 5,000 casualties, a number that included 2,000 lost to the aftermath of battles with Tia Michael and the legendary ogres. Outmatched in numbers, inferior in equipment, and lacking in strength compared to the elves, the ogres had never stood a chance. With a mighty swing, Chris Cooper shattered another branch of the war tree. His eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed the battlefield littered with ogre corpses, arrows embedded in their vulnerable spots. Without armor to shield them, they were at a severe disadvantage against the elves, who were all expert marksmen. Retreat, he bellowed, recognizing the futility of their situation. Ignoring Tia Michael's harassment, he wielded his club, breaking through small encirclements of ogres. Most of the ogres, despite their brutish nature, were filled with trepidation, yearning to flee. Yet, the ruthless reputation of Chris Cooper held them captive. They dared not escape. The elves, capitalizing on their advantage, systematically encircled them, leaving no path for retreat. As the ogres attempted to flee, the morale of the elves surged. They swiftly nocked arrows and prepared to fire, while the war tree obstructed any escaping foes. 2 hours later, the legendary ogre Chris Cooper, in a pitiful state, led the remnants of his force, now just 20,000, out of the elves' forest. The elves had mercilessly exploited their numerical superiority and superior equipment, employing tactics reminiscent of human strategy. Miles away, the four dark legends exchanged glances. Witnessing Chris Cooper's hasty retreat after abandoning the corpses of 80,000 ogres, a sense of apprehension settled among them. Chris Cooper was not only the most powerful among them, but his ogre army was also the strongest of their coalition. Ogres, driven by their insatiable hunger for flesh, were willing to sacrifice everything, their simplicity rendering them easily swayed into battle. Now, with the ogres' departure, the remaining forces consisted primarily of trolls, minotaurs, and harpies, still formidable, but far from the might of their former allies. Chapter 90, A stunned Eliza yet. The number of trolls, whose combat prowess is comparable to that of ogres, is rather scarce, amounting to only a few tens of thousands. In contrast, the bull-headed creatures are numerous, with around 100,000 present. However, their fighting capabilities pale in comparison to both ogres and trolls. The harpies are also at a disadvantage against the elves, who are rife with skilled archers. A wave of harpies charging forth would inevitably fall like rain. Based on their countless experiences of defeat, it is evident that rushing into battle now would be futile. We should regroup with His Majesty. These elves are exceedingly unreasonable, and I have heard they possess mountain eagles armed with dragon-hunting crossbows. We would fare poorly if we proceeded. The legendary harpy spoke, her countenance betraying her displeasure. I disagree, proclaimed a legendary bull-headed warrior. There are numerous dark creatures at His Majesty's side, with 6 legends among them, including Chris Cooper, who has already gone to join them. The elves number only around 400,000, hardly enough to divide the spoils among us. If we join the fray now, we might at least claim a piece of elven flesh, taking down 40 to 50,000 of them. At that point, we would be celebrated as champions, and our kin would no longer suffer from hunger and oppression. Losing a few 100,000 now is a sacrifice for the sake of millions in the future. The legendary bull-headed warrior exhaled a puff of white vapor, clearly reluctant to withdraw. The remaining 2 dark legends nodded vigorously. What of the deaths of a few 100,000 kin? They had witnessed countless losses before. If the deaths of a few 100,000 could ensure the birth of millions, they would not hesitate. The position of champion was tantalizingly close and must not be snatched away by others. The legendary harpy nearly spat blood in frustration. Just moments ago, when the ogres had not been defeated, I urged you to fight, yet you refused. Now that the ogres are vanquished, the morale of the elves is soaring due to their victory. Their combat effectiveness has increased by at least 30% compared to before. In warfare, morale is paramount. When it wanes, even the mightiest forces can falter. Conversely, with elevated morale, combat prowess can surge beyond expectations. Now, witnessing the strongest ogres fall, the morale of our dark creatures must be dismal. The elves, having just emerged victorious, are undoubtedly far stronger than usual. With our morale diminished and theirs bolstered, the gap in strength widens perilously. How can we possibly fight under such circumstances? Moreover, their equipment surpasses ours, and they are seasoned warriors. Having practiced their swordsmanship and archery for decades, even centuries, they have fought countless battles, their strength and experience vastly superior to our dark kin. Charging into them now would be akin to offering ourselves as sacrifices. Faced with the unwavering resolve of the three dark legends intent on engaging the elves, the legendary harpy could only follow suit silently. As they said, what are the deaths of a few tens of thousands of kin? If these sacrifices could yield millions, it would be deemed worthwhile. Your Majesty, the million dark creatures in the distance are on the move. In the rear of the battlefield, the elven king, Tia Michael, having finished his preparations, listened to the reports conveyed by his elven attendants. Reluctantly, he grasped his weapon and led his elite warriors towards the front lines. As a king fond of art and beauty, war was his greatest aversion. Yet, bound by duty, he must protect his subjects with unwavering resolve, even at the cost of his own life. A vast army advanced like a dark tide, emerging from the distant marshes and woods. Bull-headed creatures, harpies, trolls, serpent folk, and a myriad of dark beings formed a coalition, charging forward with great momentum. Within a radius of several dozen miles, countless dark races filled the landscape. From afar, it appeared as a black ocean surging from the trees, relentless and unending. The resounding sound of horns echoed through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Several trolls beat great drums, filling the atmosphere with a chilling aura of impending conflict. A million dark creatures surged forward amidst the blaring of horns, their formation chaotic yet filled with ferocity. They were, after all, elite dark beings emerging from human battlefields. Loose arrows. The roar reverberated across the battlefield. 400,000 elves arranged themselves into formations, with 100,000 positioned at the forefront in a precise shooting formation. At the command of the Elven King, a rain of arrows, denser than ever before, was unleashed towards the advancing Dark Coalition. In previous engagements against the ogres, the Tia Elven Kingdom had not exerted its full might, aiming for maximum efficiency in dispatching the ogres while preparing for the potential onslaught of a million dark creatures. Now, they were at their zenith. The dense volley of arrows formed an impenetrable wall. All dark beings entering this zone would face the onslaught. The front line of 100,000 elves served as the first barrier, with another 100,000 ready to fire behind them. Thousands of war trees lurked behind the first line, poised to charge forth as living shields. The relentless barrage of arrows rained down, and the unprotected dark beings found themselves trapped in the waters before the land, countless bodies littering the ground. What now? We cannot advance. The three dark legends simultaneously turned their gazes toward the legendary harpy. Among them, she was the most adept at warfare, having amassed a wealth of experience from battles against humans, occasionally emerging victorious. Without dragons to back them, their strength against humans had diminished considerably. After all, without the intimidation of a dragon, dark beings struggled to fight with fervor. Even their fellow legendary dark beings were not entirely reliable. Send the serpent folk to swim across, the legendary harpy declared coldly. Determined to claim the heads of several thousand elves to secure her position as champion, she would not hold back. Drawing upon her extensive warfare experience, she would fight for her future. In the distance, Eliza gazed at the magical crystal ball, observing the fierce clash between the million dark creatures and the elven race. Her expression contorted in disbelief. How could they be so foolish? Clearly, they were all in the same boat. Yet the four legends stood idly by as the ogres faced a disastrous defeat at the hands of the elves. The most absurd part was that after the elves' victory, their strength surged, while the morale of her side plummeted due to the ogres' downfall. What kind of madness compelled them to charge forward? Hadn't the legends' intellects increased with their elevation in rank? Why was she witnessing such a bewildering decline in their strategic acumen? Eliza felt utterly drained. Chapter 91. The Sleeping Dragon and the Phoenix Chick. 18 days later, Ace gazed with his scarlet dragon eyes at the 5 defeated dark legends who had come to seek his favor. A look of bewilderment adorned his dragon visage as he pondered, "Aren't you all engaged in a fierce battle with humanity? How have you arrived on my battlefield after suffering defeat, presenting the heads of the elven kin to me for reward?" The situation was chaotic, and he needed to contemplate deeply. Legendary ogre Chris Cooper knelt on one knee upon the platform, his large eyes fixed intently on the 4 cowards who had failed to assist him. "Your Majesty, these 4 are nothing but cravens. They watched as we ogres fought valiantly, yet remained motionless with their million-strong army. Their contributions cannot be counted." Chris Cooper was on the verge of exploding with rage. as one of the dark legends himself. Despite his foul demeanor, he had once fought alongside them through thick and thin. How could he not be infuriated when they allowed him to be surrounded by elves? With 100,000 troops encircled? Your Majesty, it was Chris Cooper who disregarded orders and charged ahead. By the time we arrived, we were exhausted and our troops were starving. They needed sustenance before they could fight, although they indeed failed to come to his aid. Her words held a kernel of truth. After traveling thousands of miles from the north, their million-strong entourage was indeed fatigued and underfed. Moreover, they had achieved greater military accomplishments than Chris Cooper. You wretched creature, I shall slay you. Chris Cooper's fury erupted as he brandished his spiked club and swung it towards the legendary harpy. The immense force behind his strike tore through the air, unleashing a torrent of power upon the floating platform. Under the weight of such might, the harpy's heart nearly leaped from her chest. At that moment, a colossal dragon claw descended from the heavens. Towering at 10 meters, its scales were intricately crafted, akin to a master sculptor's finest work. With a mere thought, Ace clenched the claw, seizing the belligerent Chris Cooper as easily as one would grasp a chick. A fierce gust swept across the floating platform. Under my command, you may only act as I allow. You shall not stir without my consent. Ace's authoritative voice resonated, and the colossal claw tightened. A piercing scream echoed as Chris Cooper struggled in vain. His resistance only tightened the grasp further. Observing the torment inflicted upon Chris Cooper, the four kneeling legends trembled in fear, their former arrogance evaporating into the ether. Initially perceiving Ace as a benevolent ruler who sought to establish order, they now recognized the dragon's cunning intelligence and unrelenting brutality. Eliza, how many elves have you dispatched? After a moment of intimidation directed towards the newly joined dark legends, Ace inquired of Eliza. Eliza casually flicked through the magical projection before her, tapping it lightly. They were all a bunch of useless fools. That ogre fared somewhat better. Despite losing most of his troops, he managed to slay over 12,000 elves, the majority of which were his own kills. I witnessed firsthand, through magic, how Chris Cooper rampaged through the battlefield like a ferocious beast, slaying countless elves. During the mid-phase of their conflict, the 100,000 ogres had eliminated approximately 5,000 elves, 2,000 of whom Chris Cooper had personally vanquished in combat against an elven legend. When attempting to retreat, Chris Cooper leveraged his strength to rescue his besieged kin, dispatching numerous elves in the process. Despite losing nearly 80,000 ogres, his own combat prowess and that of his remaining fighters yielded an astonishing casualty ratio of 1-8. This accomplishment ensured his position as a formidable commander. After recounting the ogre's achievements, Eliza cast a disdainful glance at the other four legends. These individuals had performed poorly, with 1,000,000 dark beings charging forth, resulting in the loss of 60 to 70,000, while only eliminating a mere 30,000 elves. Ace regarded the kneeling dark legends with a peculiar expression. 1,000,000 dark beings surged forth, yet they had lost so many while achieving so little. At this rate, with his own 10 million dark beings, they might not even suffice against the elves. Reflecting on these seemingly valiant, yet ineffectual dark legends who had come to ally with him, a tremor of concern coursed through Ace. Could such formidable dark legends lead him to ruin on the battlefield? Contemplating further, he found the prospect of involving them in combat too perilous. Their approach to warfare seemed akin to delivering oneself to slaughter. Yet, upon closer inspection, facing a horde of dark beings who only excelled in violence, it appeared there was little else for them to do. After all, had they possessed any other skills, they would not be in such a predicament. According to protocol, he was bound to appoint them each a position as commanders. Beneath the throne, the four dark legends, though somewhat embarrassed, gazed at Ace with hopeful anticipation. Chapter 92. Two dark faces. They were acutely aware that their skills in battle were woefully inadequate, yet their achievements were undeniable and deserved recognition. You few, go among the cannon fodder and select 4,000 to 5,000 elite dark beings of the same race. Distribute the honors to those with merits, elevating them to soldiers and officers. Should you fail again against those elves, achieving a dismal record of only 3,000 elves per 1,000,000 dark beings eliminated, do not blame me for consuming you all. I have no need for incompetence. This is your final opportunity. Ace expressed with a sharp glint in his dragon fangs, his irritation palpable. He understood that the rules he had established, despite demanding immense resources, had to be adhered to. Otherwise, it would be akin to a breach in a dam, severely impacting the morale of his subordinates. The four dark legends immediately transitioned from kneeling on one knee to both knees, feigning tears as they implored, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, we will never perform so abysmally again." While their expressions betrayed their feigned grief, internally they were elated, feeling as though a substantial windfall had befallen them. Upon their arrival at the dragon's lair, they were greeted by the sight of a meticulously arranged army of 70,000, each a formidable warrior of the first tier or higher. The sight of such disciplined formations, robust musculature, and potent magical auras left them salivating. According to the intelligence they gathered, attaining the rank of centurion would enable each of them to command such an extraordinary force. How could they not be thrilled? The exchange of countless cannon fodder for such a remarkable army left each of them feeling vastly fortunate. They would gladly trade not just hundreds of thousands, but even millions for such an extraordinary battalion. "Your Majesty, this is a modest tribute we have acquired for you from the human realm." The four dark legends, sensing their master's disdain, were not entirely devoid of intelligence. As they stood, retreating several paces, a torrent of gold coins cascaded from their storage rings, quickly accumulating into a mound that towered several meters above Ace and Eliza. The sheer weight of the coins nearly overwhelmed the thousands of harpies below. Ace's expression momentarily stiffened before relaxing into a broad smile. He grasped a handful of coins, blowing lightly on them, and the melodious chime of the coins resonated, eliciting a rare smile from him. Eliza, too, cast aside her disdain for the inept legends, diving gleefully into the pile of coins. "You have done well," Ace declared with evident delight. Though these individuals were utterly inept at commanding battles, they understood his intentions and were indeed favored subjects. Their lack of tactical acumen was inconsequential, given the multitude of capable subordinates at his disposal. However, such subordinates who could amass significant wealth for him were exceedingly rare. They deserved commendation. A day later, with the assistance of thousands of priests and scholars, the dark beings with merits were branded. The four dark legends joyously set about selecting slaves and warriors for their ranks. As for the remaining ogre, due to his transgressions before Ace, he was now bound upon the beams of the floating platform, enduring punishment. As seasoned legends who had navigated the world for centuries, the four dark beings understood that performing poorly under the dragon's command was not a grave concern. As long as they could generate wealth for their dragon lord, the loss of a few dark beings was negligible. Given the ample supply of food, their lives were of lesser value compared to the wealth of gold and silver. After all, if one dark being could be exchanged for a single gold coin, numerous dragons would eagerly trade dark beings, potentially leading to the other's financial ruin. Within the lair, beneath the beams, Ace savored a goblet of deep crimson wine, observing the relentless punishment of the legendary ogre, Chris Cooper, with evident enjoyment. "Ace, are we perhaps going too far? This fellow is quite formidable. If we beat him too harshly, he may flee, and we would lose a valuable asset." "Indeed, indeed," Eliza exclaimed, wielding a lightning whip that cracked against Chris Cooper's flesh, sending shockwaves of pain coursing through him, inflicting torment upon his very cells. Chris could not help but emit muffled groans. Meanwhile, Ace carelessly tossed a piece of steak into his mouth and drained another goblet of wine, responding nonchalantly, "This fellow deeply cares for his kin on the battlefield. He fought valiantly for his people, enduring numerous extraordinary arrows without retreating, risking his life to save 20,000 ogres. He is a commendable leader. Our living conditions are hardly enviable. The few thousand ogres who once followed us have multiplied into hundreds of thousands, and their lives are now quite comfortable. Moreover, he has offended the four dark legends. Let us not forget, we have only one ogre who has just attained legendary status, and he is no match for them. If he dares to flee, our ogres will face dire consequences." Chris Cooper, enduring the lashes of Eliza while contemplating how to deliver a well-deserved blow to the shameless dragon's face, thought to himself, "What a diabolical mind you possess. Even in my current plight, you dare to threaten me with the fate of my kin? Do you think I would abandon them?" Ace regarded Chris with a gentle expression, holding him in high esteem. The ogre's combat prowess had redefined Ace's understanding of the impoverished dark legends. Such a remarkable subordinate was not one he would easily relinquish. Yet, due to his formidable strength, Chris often overlooked the dragons before him. Witnessing the audacity of Chris, who dared to strike amidst a formidable assembly of his legendary subordinates and two powerful dragons, Ace realized it was only due to his own dual mastery of magic and physical prowess that he had managed to subdue him so swiftly. Otherwise, With his fledgling legends and the 4 expert escapists, they might well have been unable to contain him. Chapter 93. The shrouded darkness of beasts with a single strike. A force equivalent to thousands of tons is unleashed, showcasing extraordinary combat prowess. As a colossal dragon weighing over 1,000 tons, possessing nearly 10,000 tons of immense strength is but natural. The weight-to-strength ratio is merely 1 to 10. Yet, the adversary, weighing only a few tons, astonishingly bursts forth with a colossal force of thousands of tons. One blow struck is sufficient to take down an insignificant dark legend. The dragon's size is imposing, yet such vastness entails a certain lack of agility compared to the nimble human legends, who, despite their diminutive stature, leap and dart with remarkable swiftness. At times, despite possessing superior strength capable of delivering a fatal blow, the dragon finds it challenging to land a hit on these agile foes. It is at this juncture that the role of his subordinates, wielding explosive combat abilities, becomes evident. As long as they can restrain the opponent, a breath of dragon fire will ensure that even the smaller human and elf legends are dispatched with precision. Of course, collateral damage is unavoidable, yet it poses no significant issue. The dark legends possess tough hides and formidable survival skills. As long as they do not perish, everything else is trivial. Inflicting wounds upon humans, rendering them significantly less mobile, allows for a cruel dominance over them. Your Majesty, I yield. I assure you, I shall obey your commands like a loyal servant, fighting for you. After enduring thousands of lashes and the veiled threats from Ace, Chris Cooper could no longer withstand the pressure. The 2 dragons were relentless in their bullying of the ogre, employing both brute force and the intimidation of their kin. What other choice did he have but to submit? He was acutely aware that should he provoke their ire, his demise would be inevitable. Torn between his life and that of his kin, and the choice to submit to this brazen evil dragon, Chris Cooper knelt, his voice quivering with despair. Though he had previously considered allying with Ace, he harbored deep-seated resentment, believing himself immensely powerful, an ogre capable of pursuing a horde of dark legends. The 3 dragons, having inexplicably attained legendary status, were far beyond his capability to confront. However, the harsh truth soon dawned upon him. Dragons are indeed dragons, and he was no match for them. In the marshlands, countless dark creatures stood silently in the water. Upon the floating platforms, ogres adorned with battle honors received their marks before the fire, ascending to the status of superior dark beings. They were no longer slaves, no longer in want. The gates to the extraordinary were now wide open for them. From this moment forth, those without battle honors remained as slaves, while those marked by valor would ascend to nobility. One day, one world. Millions of dark beings witnessed the transformation of ogres into soldiers and officers, their morale surging to unprecedented heights. Rumors are never as potent as first-hand accounts. Upon witnessing the ogres severing elven heads and shedding their shackles of servitude, how could the remaining slaves not yearn to rid themselves of their bondage? Kill, kill, kill. The thunderous roars echoed across miles, revitalizing the dark beings, previously weary from their long journey, with the intoxicating allure of food and glory. On the eastern border of the Tia Elven Kingdom, Tia Michael gazed upon the endless sea of dark creatures enveloping the land, his teeth nearly ground to dust in anxiety. The eastern border of their kingdom was not nearly extensive enough to withstand such a surge. The cacophony of diverse sounds converged into a tsunami from the horizon. Countless leaves were swept into the air by the forceful winds generated by this overwhelming noise, and the earth churned beneath their presence. A crimson meteor streaked across the sky, shattering the clouds above, allowing rays of sunlight to cascade down onto the shadowed world below. A multitude of harpies darkened the sky like an ominous cloud. A massive floating platform descended from above, borne by 30,000 harpies, their piercing shrieks resonating through the air. In the distance, hundreds of vampires, accompanied by tens of thousands of blood thralls, gazed in astonishment at the surging morale of the dark beings. Your Highness, do we truly require so many dark beings and formidable warriors to vanquish the already crippled Tia Elven Kingdom? Inquired a vampire marquis, swallowing hard as he surveyed the advancing army. This is merely the prelude to war. His Majesty's true target lies with the humans. The elves are but a means to eliminate future threats, replied the legendary vampire prince, his eyes gleaming with delight. While others may be numbed by the sheer scale of this colossal army, the ancient vampire, having lived for millennia, focused on logistics. He had witnessed too many instances where dark creatures, despite numerical superiority in combat, were utterly defeated due to logistical failures. This time, however, he was astonished to observe an endless stream of panda folk tirelessly transporting provisions. Each panda navigated a small boat, delivering an abundance of sustenance to the vast army. Moreover, he had heard that this dragon had amassed an immense stockpile of food well in advance of the conflict, sufficient to sustain a campaign for a year or two. With the expansion of humanity, the lives of vampires had become increasingly precarious. They relied on human blood for survival and strength. Historically, they had been the targets of human hunts. The defeat of dark races had allowed vast swathes of wilderness to be claimed by humans, with many vampire estates and castles falling into human hands. A significant number of vampires had perished, and due to human dominance, food sources had become alarmingly scarce. Now, with logistics abundantly supplied, millions of dark beings stood poised to invade the human realm. How could he not be elated? Observing the floating platform, now thrice its original size, and the seemingly endless army of dark races below, Ace felt invigorated. Even he found it hard to believe that within just a few years, he had not only acquired the power to slay ordinary legends, but his forces had also swelled to over 10 million. Now, leading this immense army, he was destined to carve out his own legend and instill fear across the world. Chapter 94. Elena, the queen who met with disaster. A royal decree has been issued. For every spirit, there is a military achievement. A resounding roar, filled with insatiable bloodlust, reverberated across the heavens and the earth. The war horn sounded, and the great drums were struck with thunderous intensity. Millions of dark creatures erupted with the most ferocious howls. Kill! The legendary ogre Chris Cooper glared with eyes wide in fury, brandishing his spiked club as he advanced to the forefront of the battlefield. This time, I will behead every last one of you, Chris Cooper exclaimed, his anger palpable. Esteemed by Ace, he had effortlessly rallied nearly 1 million ogres and trolls, even acquiring a legendary ogre as a subordinate. The 20,000 of his kin, who had previously fought on empty stomachs, were now well-fed and fully restored in strength. He was no longer the impoverished creature who could not even feed his own kin. With 1 million robust ogres and trolls behind him, he sought to exact vengeance, to make the elves taste the bitter acidity of defeat. On the battlefield, silence enveloped the air, a formless wind caressing every inch of the atmosphere. Ha 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 ha. War and slaughter, what a magnificent scent. I crave a satisfying kill. High above, Elena, transformed into a purple comet, was electrified with exhilaration. She propelled herself forward, striking a radiant column of sunlight, veering sharply towards the fray. The piercing sound of sonic booms shattered the stillness of the battlefield, signaling countless dark creatures to charge forth like a dam bursting. Elena's purple comet led the charge, obliterating trees in her wake, leaving a mist of water vapor in the air. Relay my orders. Fire. Without hesitation, Tia Michael commanded as Elena barreled toward them faster than sound itself. 100,000 arrows formed a canopy, blanketing all space ahead of Elena. To her sides and front, arrows swarmed densely, leaving only the rear free. The hidden dragon-hunting ballistae, lurking within the forest, unleashed a sound more piercing than cannon fire. Dozens of massive arrows, thick as tree trunks and tipped with the bones of high-tier magical beasts, sliced through the air, hidden beneath the volley of regular arrows, aimed at Elena. What a pathetic attempt. You think you can stop me, the queen? Dream on. Elena dismissed the ordinary arrows with disdain, with renewed vigor coursing through her scales. Elena's speed surged to Mach 3. The cacophony of countless impacts echoed as ordinary arrows collided with her, incinerated by the flames of her rapid motion, turning to ash. Suddenly, dozens of colossal arrows struck her fiercely. With the imminent danger approaching, Elena shielded her eyes, protecting her most vulnerable parts. However, the delicate scales covering her wings were no match for the tremendous penetrating force generated by the collision at such speed. The sound of tearing steel echoed through the air. Elena's anguished roar filled the battlefield as dragon blood spilled onto the earth. The purple comet, severely wounded, spiraled and plummeted into the water, not far from the eastern border of the Tia Elven Kingdom. Kill. Countless elves, witnessing the dragon's fall, felt a surge of morale. Thousands of elves emerged from the forest, carrying dragon-hunting ballistae, racing to surround Elena's landing site. The legendary elven sage understood that victory in this war was exceedingly unlikely. With over 10 million dark creatures and more than 10 legendary foes, Not to mention 3 dragons of unparalleled strength, the hope of triumph was dim. To win, they needed leverage to force the enemy to retreat. One of the 3 dragons would serve as the perfect bargaining chip. Thus, they had long set their sights on Elena, the most aggressive and battle-hungry among them. These ballistae were prepared specifically for her, aiming to inflict grave injury and subsequently capture her to negotiate with the other 2 dragons. Chris Cooper, leading the million-strong ogre and troll army, was taken aback. He had not anticipated the elves' treachery in deploying the ballistae to ambush their prince. The fervor of the dark creatures charging forward deflated like a punctured balloon. Before they had even engaged in combat, their mightiest dragon had fallen, instilling fear in their hearts. The once lofty reputation of dragons in their minds crumbled in the wake of defeat. Quickly, save the prince. Chris Cooper, shocked for a moment, roared in a frenzy. The million-strong army reacted, knowing that while the elves could afford to refrain from fighting, their prince must not come to harm. Should anything happen to the prince, the wrathful monarch would surely devour them whole. Thus, they charged forward once more, their ferocious roars echoing through the air. At the eastern border of the Tia Elven Kingdom, a few hundred meters away, Elena, gritting her teeth against the pain in her wings, rose to her feet. Her dragon eyes, filled with battle fervor, burned with fury at the treachery she had endured. "You treacherous elves, I shall make you pay dearly for this. Our enmity has deepened." Shaking her damaged wings, she folded them against her body, her anger boiling over. She had suffered a grave loss, nearly losing her life while leading her army into battle. Such disgrace was unbearable for a dragon who cherished her pride. She vowed revenge. She would annihilate those elves, or she would never hold her head high again. Chapter 95. In dire straits, the sounds of splashing echoed through the water as a throng of elves surged like a tidal wave toward Elena. With eyes ablaze with hatred, Elena regarded the despicable elves. Kill. Tia Michael wasted no time. The Legion of Darkness was rapidly approaching, and he could not afford to squander a moment. Dozens of massive dragon-hunting crossbow bolts shot forth from the ranks, aimed directly at Elena. With a furious roar, Elena shielded her eyes with one claw, while the other frantically deflected the incoming bolts. The relentless thuds of impact reverberated around her as each bolt struck her dragon scales, colliding against her arms, head, and body. Although the dragon-hunting crossbows were formidable, Elena's defenses were no trifling matter. As one of the 9 inheritors of ancient dragon lineage, her resilience was formidable. The bolts could not penetrate her defenses. Yet, despite her formidable protection, Elena felt the force of the impacts wreaking havoc beneath her scales, forcing her to retreat step by step. Some elves, particularly treacherous, focused their attacks on her wings, causing her to bleed profusely. In truth, had Elena not been so overconfident from her recent victories, and had she exercised a modicum of caution, her speed exceeding Mach 3 would have allowed her to evade the bolts effortlessly. A mere turn would have sent the bolts flying harmlessly behind her. Regrettably, her overflowing confidence had clouded her judgment, leading her to charge recklessly forward. Elena felt as though countless hammers were mercilessly pounding her flesh, leaving her in agony. "Continue firing," Tia Michael urged as he observed the now weakened dragon. "Kill." The legion of dark creatures surged forward, crashing violently against the elven formation. The cacophony of battle cries filled the air as arrows flew incessantly from the elves, desperately attempting to halt the onslaught of dark entities. "Kill." Chris Cooper, seething with rage, wielded a massive spiked club, unleashing thousands of tons of force with each swing. Shockwaves radiated outward, reducing hundreds of elves to mere fragments. Leading the charge, he was followed by 1,000,000 ogres and trolls, all engaged in fierce hand-to-hand combat with the elves. Blood swiftly stained the murky waters of the swamp. The elves understood that capturing the dragon was the key to victory, and thus they fought fiercely to repel the dark creatures attempting to reinforce their ranks. In that confined swampy expanse, dark entities and elves became entangled in a bloody melee. The battlefield gradually morphed into a donut shape. At the center, thousands of elite elves brandished dragon-hunting crossbows, encircling Elena, while the outer ring comprised over 300,000 elves steadfastly defending against the dark creatures. Outside this circular formation surged countless dark beings, relentlessly pressing forward. On a floating platform, Ace's eyes widened, his anger boiling over. These wretched elves dared to bully his sister. They had clearly underestimated him, and he vowed to exact revenge. Moreover, he felt suffocated by his sister's reckless maneuvers. The dark creatures, too, seemed inept, as their vast army struggled to breach the thin elven defense, proving themselves even more ineffectual than swine. Eliza, lead the 70,000 extraordinary troops forward. I will rescue Elena. He entrusted command of the extraordinary forces to Eliza and took to the skies toward the battlefield. His enormous dragon wings cast a shadow over the land, and the crimson hue of his eyes, filled with the promise of slaughter, remained visible even in daylight. In large, Ace's colossal form swelled in the skies, soon reaching a staggering 30 meters in length. With a thunderous roar, the overwhelming dragon might envelop the area for miles around. A massive shadow loomed over the heads of countless dark creatures, and the familiar aura of a dragon instilled a sudden surge of morale among the dark entities, sending them charging forward fearlessly, reminiscent of their ancestors. The circular formation of elves began to compress under the immense pressure exerted by the dark entities. Arrows continued to rain down, yet the sheer number of dark creatures, coupled with Ace's formidable might, elevated their morale far beyond that of the typical dark horde led by a dragon. With their spirits bolstered, their combat prowess soared. Fire. From the depths of the Emerald Forest emerged the last trump card of the Tia Elven Kingdom. Hundreds of mountain eagles, each bearing dragon-hunting crossbows. A volley of massive bolts soared through the air toward Ace. Unperturbed, he swatted them away effortlessly. At 30 meters tall, his combat prowess was unparalleled. The bolts disintegrated like mere toothpicks upon impact. Ace paid little heed to the attacking mountain eagles. After all, regardless of the elf's capabilities, he commanded a legion of dark creatures. He could afford to sacrifice 100 dark beings for a single elf. Were it not for the need to rescue Elena, he would scarcely have bothered with this battle, confident that by the time he awoke from a brief slumber, the elves would have been entirely vanquished. The shadow of the dragon loomed over countless elves. An immense, intangible pressure descended upon their hearts. Fate, why do you not favor my elven kin? Tia Michael seethed as he watched Elena, enveloped in a multitude of purple flames, transformed into a colossal fireball. The relentless barrage of arrows met her fiery shield, disintegrating into ash with ease. Elves rushed in, but in less than a second, their bodies and souls were consumed in flames. Desperate not to be captured, Elena unleashed her full power. The purple flames from her soul surged forth, coalescing into a protective sphere around her. In her moment of peril, she finally employed her inherited life-saving ability, the Soul Flame Sphere. Chapter 96. The Prince at the Door. The violet flames, a terrifying blaze that incinerates both soul and flesh for other beings, serve as a source of sustenance and power for her, a dragon who has cultivated her draconic form. After years of accumulating these flames, she unleashed them all at once in a desperate bid for survival, rendering her previous efforts futile. Elves, be prepared for my wrath. Once I recover, I shall ensure your demise. Elena seethed through clenched teeth. Those crossbow bolts, moving at a mere Mach or two, paled in comparison to her flight speed, which soared at 3 times the speed of sound. To target her would be as futile as using a cannon to swat a mosquito in open combat. She could evade their strikes at will. Yet, the adversaries acted dishonorably, launching a surprise attack. Caught off guard amidst a barrage of 100,000 ordinary arrows, she found herself helpless. Suddenly, a familiar roar resonated in Elena's ears. She quickly glanced towards the distant sky, where a colossal figure barreled through the multitude of bolts and arrows, an unstoppable force. The great mountain eagles scattered like sheep pursued by a tiger, while the throngs of elves could only watch in astonishment as the massive creature approached the dragon they had cornered. As the elves teetered on the brink of annihilation, Tia Lydia, the sole legendary sage of the Tia Elven Kingdom, finally intervened. Countless vines erupted from the earth, transforming into myriad tendrils that sought to ensnare Ace. You dare to shine before me, mere insects? Ace bellowed, opening his immense maw to unleash a torrent of acidic breath. With a swift upward tilt of his head, he unleashed an endless stream of corrosive liquid, engulfing an area of several hundred meters in an instant. The sizzling sound echoed as hundreds of tendrils aiming to ensnare Ace were rapidly dissolved into pools of liquid. The falling acid was a calamity for the countless elves below. Even legendary magic could not withstand Ace's corrosive breath, and any ordinary elf that came into contact was doomed to a fate of erosion. No, cried an elf as a massive drop of acid fell from the sky, melting her body like a snowball in boiling water, submerging her into the mire. The torrential downpour of acid rained down, causing the thousands of elves attacking Elena to collapse in disarray. Tia Lydia gritted her teeth as she beheld the indomitable dragon, impervious even to legendary magic. She understood that the war was lost. With the arrival of this formidable dragon leader, they could not hope to capture his sister, Elena. Without her as leverage, they stood no chance against the vast army of millions. Ace, Elena gazed at him with gratitude, astonished that the being she often derided as a perverse dragon would risk his life to save her, the very one who insulted him. Ace swatted downwards, casting a shadow over Elena's entire form. Stunned, she remained motionless, her dragon visage frozen in shock. The blow sent her crashing into the swamp, wailing in despair. "You've brought shame upon my name. If you find yourself in such a dire predicament again, beset by the very elves you could have easily vanquished, I shall twist your dragon head off myself, leaving your corpse for the enemy to fashion into gear." Ace scoffed, grasping Elena by her tail and lifting her as he soared away from the battlefield. As for the elves, he viewed them with disdain. They were simply too weak. With fewer than 400,000 troops and only 3 legends, one of which was a decrepit war tree, he could easily dispatch them with a few of his legendary allies. To be honest, had those 5 dark legends, leading an army of 1,000,000, united against the elves, victory would have been assured. However, without the dragons to impose order, they fell into petty squabbles, each one fearful for their own lives, watching their allies perish while their morale plummeted, only to attack the emboldened elves with diminished resolve. Such was the folly of different races attempting to unite. Each sought to preserve their own strength, unwilling to sacrifice for the group, hoping instead to push their comrades forward to fight while they reaped the benefits. In favorable winds, they thrived. In adversity, it became a race to see who could flee the fastest. Of course, under his command, such cowardice would not be tolerated. Should any legendary dare to flee, he would annihilate them without hesitation. On the floating platform, Ace carelessly tossed Elena onto the floor before striding towards the throne, where he settled into his seat. The vast emptiness of the platform was filled only by the sound of harpies laboring to sustain its elevation. Gazing down at the hundreds of thousands of elves, desperately pressed by countless dark beings, Ace pondered deeply. After this ordeal, while he still held the elves in contempt, he could not deny that, in comparison to these civilizations with rich heritage, his own dark legends were woefully inadequate. Their combat prowess was lacking, their equipment was abysmal, and their strategies were subpar. Take, for instance, his sister Elena, who, despite possessing the speed of 3 times the speed of sound, could have easily decimated those elves. With such velocity, their magic and dragon-hunting crossbows could not hope to catch her. She could attack or evade at will. In his words, unless one were a complete fool, even a slightly cautious beast would not succumb to defeat with such power. Yet, she nearly fell victim to capture. Had it not been for her formidable heritage, she would have been bound to a flagpole, subjected to the ridicule of being the prince at the door, bringing shame upon their dragon alliance. Chapter 97. The Extraordinary Legion Kill. 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 The thunderous roars echoed endlessly as countless dark creatures, with blood-red eyes, pressed forward, brandishing an array of weapons. The elves formed a massive circular formation, obeying commands diligently, fiercely striking down the numerous dark beings surrounding them. Arrows rained down like a tempest, shields stood firm like mountains, and sharp spears and swords swiftly pierced through the defenses. Occasionally, great eagles soared high above, unleashing bolts from their dragon-hunting crossbows to eliminate some formidable foes. The dark creatures at the forefront suffered heavy casualties, unable to disrupt the elven formation, which operated in perfect synergy. The sound of horns blared. 7 formidable legions clad in scale armor, each boasting over 10,000 warriors, surged forward, unyieldingly pushing aside the throng of dark creatures, advancing in formation toward the elven circle. Each of these warriors had faced enemies and fought valiantly without retreat. Over the years, they had feasted heartily and enjoyed abundant sustenance, with annual blood sacrifices, while scholars, priests, and academics generously imparted knowledge to enhance their strength. Throughout the marsh, the scales of numerous fish-like extraordinary beasts were stripped away by the goblins, with the iron-hard scales forged into layers of armor, enveloping them in a formidable 3-layered defense, rendering them armed to the teeth. They possessed strength, equipment, and faith, everything they needed. Even in the human realm, only the elite extraordinary forces of empires could rival them. What is that? An elf, having cleaved a goblin in 2. gazed in astonishment at the silent legion advancing rapidly toward him, clad entirely in black scale armor. Defend! An elven commander, perched high above, shouted to the multitude of elves below as he beheld the silent, yet menacing army in the distance. The nearly 10,000 elves sheathed their weapons, forcefully smashing their wide shields into the water. With a series of clicks, the shields interlocked, forming a small defensive wall amidst the marsh in mere seconds. Prepare spearmen. Prepare mages. Prepare archers. Ready the armor-piercing arrows. Under the command of countless elven leaders, the elven army transformed seamlessly into a tightly knit machine, ready for battle. Legendary troll Hermann Play, clad in 3 layers of armor made from third-tier beast scales, led the extraordinary troll legion at the forefront. Behind him marched 10,000 extraordinary trolls, silent and clad in their own 3-layered scale armor. Their eyes, shielded by transparent magical crystals, made them one of the mightiest legions in this world. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped every inch of space, a tremendous force weighing heavily on the hearts of the dark creatures and the opposing elves. The densely packed dark creatures began to retreat rapidly, leaving the battlefield to these well-armed warriors. Your Majesty, Tia Lydia gasped in horror at the 7 extraordinary legions exuding a potent aura, fully armed, and roared toward Elven King Tia Michael. She had witnessed such extraordinary legions before. Ones only Imperial-level human nations could cultivate, capable of overwhelming ordinary legendary forces by sheer numbers. If these extraordinary legions possessed legends as their vanguards, their combat prowess would escalate exponentially. A single legend leading such an army could dismantle the entire Tia Elven Kingdom without deploying half-artifacts, potentially unable to withstand even a day. The fact that such an immense dragon commanded 7 such legions left her utterly stunned. Tia Michael turned to Tia Lydia, silently shaking his head, his eyes filled with unspoken meaning. Then, accompanied by several third-tier elites from the Tia Elven Kingdom, he resolutely advanced forward. Tia Lydia understood his unvoiced thoughts, taking the scholars and academics via the teleportation array, ensuring the survival of the elven offspring left in their territory, preserving the embers of the Tia Elven Kingdom. Suppressing her tears, Tia Lydia bit her lip, her exquisite eyes reflecting profound anguish. By royal decree, leave none alive. Kill. Legendary troll Hermann Play stepped forward, an overwhelming aura of legendary power surging from within, manifesting as a colossal troll nearly 100 meters tall. Kill. Dozens of third-tier trolls, nearly 1,000 second-tier trolls, and thousands of first-tier trolls roared in unison. Countless extraordinary energies coalesced around the towering figure, resembling a meteor shower. With the troll's support, the 100-meter giant materialized in an instant, sending a shockwave rippling outwards. Thousands of ordinary dark creatures nearby were flung away, while the murky marsh waters evaporated, transforming into swirling mists. Defend! Countless elven commanders shouted frantically before the military formation. Hundreds of thousands of elves bent low, straining against the oncoming shockwaves. Boom! The cries of despair resounded endlessly as waves swept across, sending hundreds of elves soaring into the sky, only to be obliterated by subsequent shockwaves. Ha! This is power! Hermann Play roared triumphantly from the heart of the 100-meter troll. Outside, as he unleashed his roar, the giant echoed his movements, its voice reverberating throughout the realm, stirring up waves of air and water. On the battlefield, amidst the silence broken only by his roar, countless dark creatures and hundreds of thousands of elves gazed in terror at the towering troll in a frenzy of rage. Elves, are you prepared to meet your end? The 100-meter troll grasped a massive axe, 100 meters long, conjured from the air, resting it upon his shoulder, as Hermann Play declared with palpable menace. Elves shall never yield. Chapter 98. The crown of the elves Tia Michael, wielding an exquisite longsword, stepped through the air, ascending to the battlefield above. Without hesitation, he spoke. One after another, third-tier elves employed their aerial combat skills to follow their king. Upon witnessing their monarch reach the front lines of the battlefield, the morale of the once demoralized over 300,000 elves surged back to life, their weapons drawn and their gazes filled with hatred towards the countless enemies ahead. Since you seek death, then so be it. The legendary troll, Hermann Prey, revealed a cruel smile as he gripped his massive door-sized axe, its blade flashing ominously as he swung it towards the airborne elven king, Tia Michael. The axe, stretching 100 meters in length with a blade several meters wide, descended with an overwhelming force. From below, it resembled a small mountain, crashing down upon the elven king with insurmountable might. Anyone witnessing this scene would be utterly convinced that the elven king was doomed, including the dozens of third-tier elves behind him. Tia Michael embraced his sword gently, and with a flash from his storage ring, a magnificent crown appeared in his grasp. The crown of the elves had been left behind by the demigod of the elves when they departed, serving as a national treasure for the Tia elven kingdom. From the moment of its creation, countless human kingdoms and powerful beings from various races had coveted this artifact. For millennia, the Tia elven kingdom had weathered numerous crises of extinction thanks to the crown. It could be said that the crown of the elves was the kingdom's most formidable trump card. As the massive door-sized axe descended, just a second before impact, the crown erupted with a brilliant emerald light. A vast green veil, stretching thousands of meters in length and tens of meters in width, materialized in midair. The axe, ensnared by these veils, could not advance further. Herman Prey, the legendary troll, grimaced and exclaimed, "Half-artifact, the crown of the elves." The 100-meter-tall troll swung violently, unleashing the combined strength of 10,000 extraordinary ogres. Countless veils began to tear apart under the immense pressure exerted by the ogres. Tia Michael clenched his teeth, channeling surging magical energy into the crown once more. A fresh wave of veils reappeared in the air, winding toward the towering troll. Kill! The chorus of furious roars erupted as millions of dark creatures surged forward, clashing with the hundreds of thousands of elves in a bloody melee. The 6 other extraordinary armies, in their prime, alongside the hundreds of thousands of ordinary elves, could have easily obliterated any single army they faced. Yet, on this battlefield, a larger prey had emerged, the elven king Tia Michael, bearing a half-artifact. In comparison to the half-artifact, the value of hundreds of thousands of ordinary elves paled significantly. Thus, they unhesitatingly abandoned their pursuit of the ordinary elves, shifting their focus to the elven king with the half-artifact. As Tia Michael engaged in a fierce struggle against Herman Prey and his legion, the hundreds of thousands of ordinary elves began to retreat towards the land, seeking an escape. Form a sharp formation. Charge. The circular formation of the elven army transformed into a conical shape, with shield bearers at the front, spear wielders in the middle, and archers at the back. The shield bearers valiantly defended against the onslaught of dark creatures, while the spear wielders attacked swiftly from behind their shields. And the archers unleashed a relentless barrage to hinder the advance of their foes. In a synchronized effort, they pressed toward the land, while a dense mass of dark creatures desperately sought to obstruct their escape. However, any creature with a modicum of sense would recognize that, compared to the ordinary elves, the elven king Tia Michael and the few third-tier elves in his wake were the true targets of value. The defeat of hundreds of thousands of ordinary elves would not even compare to a single strand of hair from a half-artifact. Consequently, the stronger dark creatures rapidly converged around Tia Michael. Above and below, a relentless tide of dark beings encircled Tia Michael and the few third-tier elves behind him. The formidable dark creatures had set their sights on the half-artifact bearer. Meanwhile, the ordinary elves faced only a disorganized horde lacking any significant leadership, greatly alleviating their burdens. On the floating platform, 3 dragons observed the unfolding chaos below with great amusement. Particularly, Ace, seemingly having procured a bounty of delectable roasted meat from somewhere, indulged himself while watching. "Ace, those elves are about to escape. I must stop them." The Black Dragon Queen, Elena, exclaimed anxiously, having just swallowed a large chunk of meat. As she noticed the ordinary elves attempting to flee into the forest, she prepared to leap from the floating platform to exact her vengeance. Ace swiftly grabbed Elena's tail, channeling his immense strength into a powerful throw. The surge of force coursed through Ace's claws and into Elena's body, causing her to sprawl on the ground, convulsing. "Stay put. As long as you don't interfere with those below, I can grant those elves 4 legs, and they won't escape." Ace grumbled. The war treant of the elven race remained dormant, and the whereabouts of a legendary elven sage mage were unknown, perhaps hiding in some corner, dazed and confused. The thought of Elena, already grievously injured, charging down into the fray was too perilous to contemplate. Observing the battlefield, Tia Michael, a legendary elf, faced an army of dark extraordinary beings led by the legendary troll Herman Prey in a war of attrition. It was evident that he was becoming fatigued. While the half-artifact was indeed powerful, its consumption was equally immense. Tia Michael, a singular legend, could only sustain himself for another hour at most. In contrast, behind Herman Prey stood a legion of 10,000 extraordinary beings, and the towering troll, supported by them, could likely endure for half a day. The opposing forces could not hold out for long. They merely needed to wait a little longer for the half-artifact to be willingly surrendered by those beneath him. In this favorable situation, Chapter 99, the elven offspring Tia Michael wielded her semi-divine artifact with such finesse that a mere entanglement could easily ensnare Elena. At this moment, Elena was devoid of the countless purple flames stored within her soul sea. Should she descend now without her life-saving trump card, she would certainly be captured without fail. She could not afford to allow her adversaries to turn the tide again. Elena, having just experienced a fit of convulsions, let out a disappointed exclamation. She felt utterly powerless. However, due to her own carelessness, she had nearly been captured by the elves. What should have been a guaranteed victory in this battle was nearly overturned due to her influence, leaving her devoid of any confidence. Observing Elena, who struggled to ascend to her seat, transforming her anger into appetite, Ace nodded with satisfaction. They were dragons, after all, with countless minions at their disposal. With a mere wave, they could summon millions of muscular men to crush their enemies into dust. Why should they toil daily with their own hands? Did they not realize how treacherous their foes were? Deceit and intrigue abounded, and some clever opponents would even exploit the greater circumstances, making them quite formidable. Engaging in a battle of wits with such foes would surely deplete their mental faculties, while charging headlong into combat without strategy would only lead to needless sacrifices. The task of facing death should fall upon their subordinates. The princes and the sovereign should enjoy the fruits of victory without risking their lives on the front lines, where they could easily be ensnared. Suddenly, a chorus of plaintive cries filled the air. From the heights above, thousands of harpies descended, each clutching a charming elven offspring. Soaring back towards the rear, the adorable cries emanated from this gathering. The harpies performed various low-altitude dives, startling the elven children into a cacophony of tears, their sorrow almost palpable. Ace's eyes widened in astonishment. Were those delightful creatures truly the offspring of the elves? They appeared exceedingly adorable, capable of softening even the hardest of hearts. He gestured for the harpies to approach. The harpies exchanged glances, uncertain of the sovereign's intent. They had yet to release their precious cargo. However, as it was the sovereign summoning them, they dared not refuse. Watching the harpies, who were making the elven children weep, Ace curiously suggested, "Release those elven offspring and proceed to claim your military honors." "Thank you, your majesty." The throngs of harpies, cradling the elven young, were instantly filled with elation, kneeling on the ground and weeping joyfully as they placed the elven offspring upon the platform before eagerly seeking to register their accomplishments. Upon the platform, Tia Leah clutched her sister Tia Carly, fearfully gazing at the three colossal dragons seated upon the throne, indulging in copious amounts of meat and unknown beverages, their appearances instilling immense dread. The central dragon, the most fearsome of them all, regarded them with a bloodthirsty gaze. "Sister, that great dragon looks terrifying. Surely she does not intend to consume us?" Tia Carly whimpered, clutching her sister tightly, her voice trembling with trepidation. Her once rosy complexion was now pale as snow, devoid of any color. "Princess, I am afraid." A small elven child tugged at Tia Leah's skirt, its tear-filled eyes betraying its fear, its adorable visage marred by tears. In a short while, the throngs of elven offspring huddled together, trembling as they gazed at the dragon whose bloodthirsty eyes were fixed upon them. "Ace, what are you intending to do?" Eliza elegantly licked her claws, addressing him with a tone that suggested disdain. Upon witnessing such adorable and beautiful beings, she could not help but feel a sense of compassion. As a dragon endowed with memories from a past life, Ace's aesthetic sensibilities were entirely normal. He appreciated beautiful dragons and lovely humanoid beings alike, and he was particularly fond of certain endearing, furry creatures. Therefore, upon witnessing the plight of these charming elven offspring destined to be consumed by the harpies, he felt compelled to intervene and save them. Eliza's eyes widened in disbelief. She regarded Ace with the same astonishment as a primitive man gazing upon a flying machine. "Were they not brought here by your command? And did you not witness the harpies arriving with blood on their lips? Clearly, the elven offspring brought here represent merely a fraction of their kind. The majority have already fallen victim to the harpies' insatiable hunger." How dare you now feign innocence? Faced with Eliza's scornful gaze, Ace lowered his head, feeling a twinge of shame as he retorted, "Is it not impossible to resist? How could I bear to consume all those lovely elven children?" Glancing at the tender skin of the elven offspring, Eliza confidently declared, "I would have no qualms about devouring them all." Ace fell silent, frustrated, sulking upon the throne while ignoring the heartless dragon beside him. On the battlefield, no matter how many elves he vanquished, Ace's heart remained hardened. He would slay countless foes without a second thought. Yet, when confronted with the wailing elven children, his past experience raising cats rendered him incapable of inflicting harm. "Let us see what fate befalls you," Ace proclaimed as he retrieved a gleaming gold coin from his demiplane. One side adorned with a dragon's head and the other with a long-extinct flower. He flicked the coin into the air, watching it glide across the sky before it fell into his claw. The flower symbolized life, while the dragon's head represented death. 100,000 harpies, with their piercing gazes, fixated on the thousands of elven offspring upon the platform. Some harpies licked their lips, quietly observing their sovereign, concealing their myriad thoughts deep within. "My dear brother, do you see? When compassion arises within you, even those harpies, who once regarded you with trepidation, extend a tiny claw of respect in their hearts. Compassion can erode the very foundation of your dominion and lead us into the abyss." As Ace genuinely saved the elven offspring out of pity rather than hunger, Eliza gently grasped his claw that held the coin, speaking in an unutterable tone. Chapter 100. The established norms. Elena ceased her consumption of meat and strode over to Ace, prying open Eliza's dragon claws, one talon at a time. Before Ace, she flipped the coin embossed with a floral symbol of life, revealing the dragon head representing death. "Kill them all. Ace, we do not require pity." Elena spoke, her tone unexpectedly kind. Ace gazed at the sun slowly descending on the horizon. The golden dragon head on the coin glimmered alluringly in the sunlight. Two young dragons awaited his decision. Ace gradually rose, his massive form towering like a small hill. His wings stirred a tempest, exuding an overwhelming majesty that suppressed all within a 10,000-meter radius. Countless harpies bowed their heads, while numerous dark creatures in the marsh knelt in unison, paying the highest respect to their king. Ace approached the cluster of trembling elven offspring. "I present you with two choices. First, demonstrate your worth to earn the chance of survival. Second, become sustenance for my followers." Ace raised his hand, granting the elves the right to choose. Ultimately, Ace's decision rested upon utility. If these elves could offer him substantial benefits, they would serve as slaves, trading their lives for profit. Conversely, should they fail to provide enough value to warrant their existence, Ace would not support a brood of idle consumers, and they would meet their doom at the hands of the harpies. Tia Laya emerged from the panicked throng of elven younglings, clad in a gown of emerald leaves. Suppressing her trepidation, she stepped forward to face the colossal figure. With a tender voice, she proclaimed, "Your Majesty, we are willing to demonstrate our worth in exchange for the right to live." "Excellent," Ace replied, nodding with a self-satisfied smile. However, this very smile nearly caused Tia Laya to collapse in fear. She fought to maintain her stance, trembling like a delicate lotus root. "Drawing? That surely won't do. Acting cute to amuse? Even less so." Tia Laya urged herself. "You must persevere. The lives of thousands of companions and kin rest upon your shoulders. You can do this." Yet, after considerable time, Tia Laya still could not conceive what these elven offspring could possibly offer. Killing? That would only lead to their demise. Acting cute? They excel at that, but it holds no value beyond their kin. If they attempted to charm outsiders, they could easily be captured and sold, little different from offering their heads as sustenance. Why did I even think of that? Tia Laya nearly chastised herself. Observing the anxious young elves, Ace wore an expression of amusement, finding the scene quite entertaining. Before long, Elena and Eliza joined him, observing the performance of the elven child. "Ace, what if we sold them to humans? I've heard elves are quite valuable on that side, especially the young ones, fetching exorbitant prices. We have plenty of sustenance. One more or one less makes no difference. Why not exchange them for gold?" Elena whispered, presenting her devious idea. Ace swiftly smacked Elena on the head, responding telepathically. "Do you think the celestial elven gods are herbivores? Those humans, even if they become legends, have lifespans of merely a millennium. They are not afraid of retribution from the elven deities. After all, the return of the magic tide is still tens of thousands of years away. They will not witness the day of the gods' return." But we, as dragons, can live for tens of thousands of years. As long as we survive, that day will inevitably come. Thus, some established norms must be adhered to. For instance, if a powerful being occasionally captures a few elves as slaves, most will turn a blind eye. There are only a few hundred legends on the continent. Even multiplied by 100, it amounts to only several thousand. With millions of elves, capturing a few thousand as slaves is a trivial matter, hardly crossing the line. However, if thousands of elves were captured for sale, the nature of the act would shift dramatically. If Ace were to discover anyone capturing dragons en masse for slavery, particularly to the point of extinction, he would undoubtedly place that individual at the top of his list of enemies, yearning to obliterate them without hesitation, valuing his own dragon life above all else. Elena, feeling wronged, rubbed her head and began to silently criticize Ace. Tia Laya, drenched in sweat, bore a pallid visage, tears streaming down her face. It could be said that at this moment, any compassionate presence nearby would be compelled to offer comfort to the distressed elven child. Yet, Ace's heart remained as cold as iron. Chapter 101. The misguided elf princess. Previously, he had been relentlessly subjected to the filthy waters of his dark subordinates. A torturous ordeal that lasted for years. Thus, upon encountering such a stunning elfin youngling, he was immediately struck by a sense of awe and an overwhelming desire to rescue her. It was a sight that could move anyone, igniting a fleeting madness within him. In essence, the current state of Ace was one of greed. If it did not promise him wealth or assistance, it was merely destined to be fodder. As he observed the three colossal dragons waiting patiently, the glances exchanged by the two female dragons grew increasingly menacing, hinting at an imminent eruption of their fury. Realizing time was of the essence, Tia Laya raised her small head, her voice laced with profound guilt and a quivering tone. "Your Majesty, the dragon. You may use me to threaten my father, Tia Michael, the elven king currently engaged in battle below, to compel him to surrender the semi-divine artifact. My father loves me dearly. I am his only daughter. He will surely comply." Ace's eyes widened in astonishment as he exchanged incredulous glances with Elena and Eliza. What had she just uttered? Ace, somewhat bewildered, inquired. Eliza's lips twitched as she confirmed. "This elfin youngling claims to be the sole daughter of the elven king and wishes for us to use her as leverage against him to acquire the semi-divine artifact." Reassessing the gravity of her words, Ace regarded the elfin youngling with a uniquely perplexed expression. Was this what they called being misguided? It truly opened his eyes. In a bid for her own survival, this little creature had betrayed her father. The semi-divine artifact was the treasured lifeblood of the Tia elven kingdom, the very foundation of their existence. Without it, the elves below would have long since been annihilated by his extraordinary subordinates. Indeed, the semi-divine artifact deserved its reputation as one of the most formidable weapons on the continent. The Elven King, a legendary figure wielding the semi-divine artifact, could suppress a legion of 10,000 extraordinary warriors alongside a dark legend, showcasing an extraordinary combat prowess. It is known that even a legion of 10,000 extraordinary warriors, lacking a legendary commander, could still overpower a typical legend. With a legend at the helm, their might could exponentially escalate, allowing them to face multiple legends without faltering. This was the pinnacle of power for an empire. A single semi-divine artifact could amplify battlefield strength to rival that of a legion of extraordinary warriors. Thus, its rarity was evident. Frankly, had he not stumbled upon the blood sacrifice method in his inherited memories, he would not have been able to cultivate the 7 extraordinary legions he commanded. Knowledge is indeed a powerful force. Possessing it is akin to holding the keys to power. Your Majesty, the dragon, I believe a semi-divine artifact should suffice to exchange for my life and those of my thousands of kin, Tia Laya spoke, suppressing her guilt and fear. If there were any other way, she would not wish to betray her father. However, the Tia Elven Kingdom had been driven to a dead end. Her father was encircled by 7 extraordinary legions, with little hope of escape, buying time with his very life. Thousands of elfin younglings left behind had been captured, severing their hopes for survival. Meanwhile, the hundreds of thousands of elven warriors attempting to break through were struggling against the overwhelming tide of dark races, their chances of escape dwindling to near nothing. From her elevated vantage point, the entire battlefield unfolded before her, and she saw her kingdom teetering on the brink of annihilation. As an elfin princess standing before the dragon, she bore the weight of responsibility to save her race. Using herself to threaten her father was but a ruse. The true aim was to negotiate with the dragon for a chance to breathe. And in that moment, opportunity beckoned. Both dragons and elves shared a common adversary, humanity. If all else failed, aligning the entire Tia elven kingdom under this dragon's command was far preferable to extinction. She trusted that if the hundreds of thousands of elven warriors below were willing to fight alongside this dragon against humanity, the dragon would not abandon them as mere cannon fodder. You have successfully persuaded me and demonstrated your worth. Dear elfin youngling, Ace extended his clawed hand with interest. Thank you for your generosity, your majesty, the dragon. Half an hour later, the floating platform, aided by the collective efforts of thousands of harpies, gradually ascended above the battlefield. The cries of thousands of elfin younglings reverberated throughout the arena. Uncle Michael, save me. Mother, mother, whoa, whoa. Amidst the weeping of the elfin younglings, the hundreds of thousands of elven warriors attempting to break through descended into chaos, abandoning their escape. Each one anxiously turned their gaze skyward, where the panicking elfin younglings huddled together. Laya, why is she up there? The despicable dragon had targeted a group of innocent children. Countless strands of silk tightly bound and obstructed the attack of the legendary troll, Herman Play. Tia Michael was consumed by rage. Yet, confronted with the pitiful sight of his little princess in tears, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness wash over him. It was a profound frustration. He loathed himself for not being powerful enough to vanquish all foes, for being bullied by humanity and besieged by dragons. Now, he could not even protect his daughter. What good was legendary power if he remained as impotent as a mere bystander? What do you intend to do, evil dragon? Tia Michael's furious voice echoed throughout the realm. Ace glanced towards Eliza. Negotiations were not his forte. However, Eliza, as a magical dragon, excelled in such matters. She subtly nodded to Ace. Coiling her tail around Tia Laya and soaring downwards, prepared to leverage her expertise to broker a beneficial exchange. She had coveted that semi-divine artifact for quite some time.